From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama.
Shocking. Didn't see it coming. Didn't see it coming at all.
Somebody placed a bet.
Wow.
Somebody threw down one of those bets we talked about with those odds. Somebody threw down a $400,000 bet to win $2,000.
To win $2,000. Someone's a moron. Someone out there is a moron. Now they won $2,000. They have $2,000 more last night than I did. Why are my sunglasses on? I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that my sunglasses were on the top of my head.
I don't know. I thought you were on your Corey Hart bit.
Nobody told me. Nobody alerted me that my sunglasses were on my head.
I honestly didn't notice it until...
It makes you look like a tool, so, I mean, I like it.
Does it?
Yeah, because it's indoors. I mean, it's 5:30 in the morning.
I know. Well, I was leaving, and I had them. I needed to get in my car for later today, and I just put them on the top of my head because I had too much stuff in my hands, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're on the top of my head.
Really, Brad out there?
I noticed
really
it on my
at 5:30 in the morning.
So I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Spurs aren't the most the greatest prospect in the history of sports, apparently, and they got Victor Wembanyama, who owned the night. He owned the night. I'm sorry, Grady Dick owned the night.
Oh gosh, that outfit.
Was he Elton John?
That he was. He dressed himself. Dressed himself up. Jeez, gotta talk. He dressed himself up in like the Dorothy Slippers material, like the
red
said. Slipper. Yeah, I know. And so that's what he did that on purpose, and it looked awful. But I kind of love it. I kind of love the bit.
Yeah, it's he's gonna get roasted for that one. He better be a great player. Better be great.
Do you think the Mavericks got a great player last night?
No, I don't. I can't. I am. What an awful pick I think that was. Derek Lively pick. I can't. I don't like him. And I tried to make jokes about it on the Twitters, where I'm glad they got. I'm glad at least they didn't get, Grady Dick, because I don't think Dick has enough size. I just don't think he does. But
I would have liked to have seen him go to Charlotte.
Grady Dick?
I think he would have been a great combo with Ball.
Yes, that'd have been great.
I think that
would have been great.
Well
That'd been amazing. But so Mavs get Derek Lively with the 12th pick.
Yes, they were picking at 10. They trade, and the way the NBA trades work, it's stupid. You got to make the pick, and then you trade the players' rights. But they at 10 picked Cason Wallace from Kentucky, actually a kid from around here, and they trade him and Davis Bertans to Oklahoma City for the 12th pick, which ends up being Derek Lively. So that created a $17 million trade exception, which they then used to send to Sacramento to get Rashawn Holmes, another center, and then they picked at 24, got the Kings pick at 24, and they took Olivier Maxence Prosper, who goes by Omax.
Omax, I like the name. I like the nickname. I am not a fan of Lively. I really like Prosper. I think Prosper's a very good player. We are going to wake up in 3 years, and he's our Josh Howard. We're going to say, how the hell did he fall there?
Interesting.
I think he's fantastic.
I'll be honest. I didn't know a ton about Prosper. I watched him a little bit last night after the pick.
It's right by Salina.
Yeah, right there on the border. He looked good. He looks like a good defender. He looks like he's still a little raw, still coming into his game, but it looks like he's a good athletic wing defender. Look, the bright side about Derek Lively, which I'm not psyched about the pick, just because I understand they don't need offense. That's not their problem. They ran a pretty efficient offense with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic on the floor together. But I would like to see some upside on that front. Like Cason Wallace, who they picked and traded, right? Like Cason Wallace has upside on both sides. He has the upside of an elite defender, but he can also play offense a little bit. Derek Lively right now is a complete projection on offense. The good news is he is an NBA ready right now defender, and we saw last year with Christian Wood that matters to this team. That's what they want.
That's what they want.
They got two NBA ready defensive players. It feels like both of them a little raw in other aspects of their game, but I mean, you got those guys right there, and you got a veteran in Rashawn Holmes who can also rebound, challenge shots for you a little bit. It's not the worst night. I think it's a little bit of overboard, some of the glowing reviews.
Oh my
we
God.
saw yesterday.
Holy cow. The amount of just homerism there was there. The Lively stinks, guys.
He doesn't stink.
He's terrible.
He was the number one recruit in his high school class.
Whoop-de-doo. Wasn't Bryce Brown?
I mean, look, Jaden Hardy was the number 2 recruit, and everybody had cooled on him, and then they picked him, and then he looked like he had turned it around a little bit. So I'm going to choose to be a little optimistic. I just think that when they're talking about his ceiling, are you excited if the ceiling that they were all talking about last night is Tyson Chandler?
No.
You're not excited to get Tyson Chandler in his prime if they turn him into that?
I mean, I don't know.
It's
fine,
just right now he's
fine, whatever.
I mean, honestly, when you hear he's a role finisher and he's already an elite defender who can challenge shots, it's like, okay, so it's Gobert.
He couldn't roll a joint, man.
Well, no, not finisher. Look. I mean, this is a vape era. Kids have lost that skill. I'm very disheartened about the Lively pick.
I just saw too much of him in college, and he was not good. He was not good. You fossils who want defensive centers. It's just it's a different game now, man. Like you got to score. You got to have centers that can stretch. Can't stretch, you're done.
He is somebody who I think will come in, improve them defensively. He'll rebound for them. They were awful. They were an awful rebounding team last year. That's all positive stuff. He is going to be one of these lob finishers. He's athletic enough to be somebody who can finish off some of that stuff that Luka loves. Luka loves looking for the lob finish.
Yeah, that's
true.
And
too often it's been for Dwight Powell or somebody like that. And he's going to be immediately better than what you were getting from Dwight Powell. He's going to be better immediately than JaVale McGee. That's all positive. You did get better last night.
That's fair.
You just were already of the mind that you wanted them to go for it. You wanted them to go try and get into the play-in and pursue things in the playoffs. So I understand why you already being of that bent, you're then frustrated that it would be a guy like Derek Lively.
If you were to tell me that they tanked in the last couple of games of the season to go get a rim protector that can't score, I would have been very disappointed.
This is from Yossi Goslin over at Hoops Hype, which I believe wasn't it Mike who said, use Hoops Hype for your contract takes, do not use Spotrac. So Yossi Goslin yesterday tweeted that the Mavericks generated a $17 million trade exception from dumping Davis Bertans, and that they then projected to be $74 million below the luxury tax with 7 players. So after they made all their picks and acquired Rashawn Holmes with that, Dallas has $3.1 million remaining from their new trade exception. So, I mean, not that there's a whole lot of $3 million players out there, but they are right now $52 million below the luxury tax with 10 players. And he says that's plenty of room to re-sign Kyrie Irving and use the full $12.4 million mid-level exception.
Okay.
So that's positive.
Oh, yeah. I thought they had a good night in terms of their roster flexibility.
No one's dying.
And the Prosper pick. I think the Prosper pick was tremendous.
They are in a better spot right now than they were yesterday.
Prosper is infinitely better than Lively. He's Josh Howard, man.
I don't know.
Not the same kind of player.
I don't know that I'd say he's infinitely better.
Say it with me. Say it with me. Infinitely better.
Infinitely better. Okay. All right. Look, I think. And
this is the problem. I'm now like they've made me now. I'm rooting against Lively. I want him to fail. I want Prosper to succeed and Lively to fail.
You can't root against. You're gonna love Derek Lively. You are gonna, and like, I mean,
again, 4 points in 2 tournament games.
Okay. All right. Here's what
he got bullied by a Euro.
Okay, but I'm saying
NCAA tournament.
I'm gonna say you're.
I'm gonna say it again. He got bullied by a Euro guy.
All right. Well, let's talk about what Derek Lively the person is, and I understand you're just talking about the basketball player, but I'm saying you are gonna root for him because here's some of the notes about Derek Lively. He goes to Duke and he gets his first cut of NIL money. Anybody here know what he did with his first bit of NIL money?
He probably did something really cool.
Really
nice.
He bought a car, didn't he?
Nope.
Saved dogs.
Donated charity.
His father had died. They couldn't afford a headstone for him, so his first NIL money, he bought a headstone. You know what he did with his second bit of NIL money?
What did he do?
You know what he did? He bought a house for his mother who was diagnosed with cancer.
Bobby?
I'm just saying you're gonna root for this kid.
What are you?
He is a high character kid.
Oh man.
And he's high upside.
Now you made me just feel like a complete jackass. Why are you doing this?
Aren't you gonna root for him now though? You're not gonna root against him.
Couldn't you have sent this to me in a text message?
Hey,
don't go too hard on Lively.
I almost said I was gonna boo the kid.
I didn't know you were gonna say that you were rooting against the kid.
It's hyperbole, Bobby. We're trying to bring energy to this show.
I'm all about the energy. I'm bringing it. But look, I think that's the thing is that you are gonna root for him, and that's the thing they talk about. He is a high character guy, and he's a good athlete. He's somebody who has a lot of really impressive tools, and he's high upside. If he becomes Rudy Gobert, DeAndre Jordan, Tyson Chandler.
That's basically what they were going.
Then you're
for.
not upset with that, are you? If he becomes that guy,
I'm not upset with it. It's just that like I prefer offense.
And the odds of him becoming that are not great. The odds of anybody reaching their full potential are not great. So I understand the frustration of, man, yeah, I'd love it if he became that, but the odds aren't even great that he becomes that. So I get that, but I think that he's going to be an easy guy to root for, and he does have some high upside. It's just right now, yeah, it is going to be frustrating, I think, for a little while. He'll probably be fine. It's just fine might be all that he is.
Y'all wait for Bassick. Bassick was texting us last night that he was up till like 2 a.m. trying to convince himself to like Lively. He was watching all these
Omax
games.
Prosper,
He does.
though.
You have to. He's Omax
really
is
excited there.
Omax is a great pick. That's the steal of the draft. But he was convincing himself to try to like Derek Lively. He's like, I'm gonna go watch the Tennessee game. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it, man. It's not gonna end up well for you. But boy, you just killed my vibe there, Bobby.
Bassick's like, I'm ready to get hurt again.
You killed my
Sorry.
vibe. We got a hot mic. We got a hot mic situation. And is there gonna be a nerd brawl?
Ooh.
Is that happening? Next to the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
What song is it? Why do I know this song? Is this Sweet Dreams?
No, it's your theme. for this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Good one.
Dreams of me of this.
It's a great Annie Lennox impression there.
It is.
Paige.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I had my sunglasses on top of my head. I don't know why, but I did. Good morning. Sean and RJ, 105 through the fan. Sean's out on vacation. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside. Mavs get 2 players in the first round and Rashawn Holmes from Sacramento as part of a trade. We will detail that all morning long here on the fan. But got a hot mic situation, Bob.
We do. This was great yesterday. So, we found that you can't really talk back to umpires. Okay, that's not going to end well for you. We saw with Bochy the other night. It didn't matter that he had walked out there with that difficult walk of his to argue for the Jonah Heim call. As soon as he started arguing, they throw you out. They got rabbit ears there. But in some instances, you don't even need rabbit ears. And that's what happened yesterday in the Diamondbacks game with Doug Eddings, the umpire, as he was out there. And some of the Diamondbacks players were not totally thrilled with him as they were playing, I believe, against the Washington Nationals. Mm-hmm. And the Nationals ballpark was kind of empty. So this was Bally Sports Arizona, while it still exists.
Now.
Covering the game yesterday, and Doug Eddings hearing a little bit of chirping from the Diamondbacks dugout.
2 balls and 1 strike. Doug Eddings getting barked at by the Diamondback dugout. And you may have heard Doug say, there's not a whole lot of fans here, and I can hear everything you're saying. Well, so can we.
I couldn't make out what he was saying.
It's because it's stereo. I just realized that you could hear it earlier. It mixes it down funny when it's a stereo clip. But he was just barking out at them like, guys, you might want to shut up because I can literally hear everything that you're saying. So that was one thing from the MLB yesterday. The other thing, did you happen to see the serious blow to one of the AL's biggest contenders?
Who are we talking about here?
Talking about Shane McClanahan.
Oh, yeah.
Shane McClanahan leaves his start early last night against the Royals. They end up losing to the Royals, the Rays do, 6-5. But he ends out leaving the game early because of mid-back tightness. Kevin Cash said no plans for additional tests, and Shane McClanahan said he didn't want to speculate. Still pretty early, but the leading notion is they don't think it's severe, just maybe more of a precautionary move just to maybe limit whatever it is. But I've been part of these precautionary decisions before, or we have here as Rangers fans.
Oh, no, it's just it's a wrist.
It's no big deal.
It's no big deal. It's a wrist. No. It'll be fine.
Kluber, it's just a little sore.
It'll be all right.
You?
Back in a week.
His elbow just kind of hurts. It's fine, though. Jacob deGrom, it's
3 weeks from now, McClanahan will, fusion.
Yeah, they'll just be like, it's mid-back tightness, and they're like, he literally lost his spine somehow.
Yeah, he doesn't have it anymore.
He doesn't have a spine.
Yeah, I don't know. It stinks for them, but it's great for the rest of the league right now because he is tremendous.
Oh, he very well. He could very well start the All-Star game this year.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's something that maybe the only starter that they get. By the way, yesterday, moving on to the final round of voting, Adolis Garcia, Josh Young, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, and then who was the other one? Jonah Heim, I believe. All moved on to the final balloting for the All-Star game. So Josh Young still in it, baby. And I would imagine Marcus Semien has that one locked up there.
Yeah, I think he does. There's no doubt about that. He's basically doubling everybody else up at second base. And then the other guys are going to, they're really going to struggle. And I think Himes is the one that's going to get screwed the most because, Sal Perez is probably going to make it just by default.
Yeah.
Just simply because of the fact that they need a representative from Kansas City. That's it. And it really, really stinks.
Yep. Now, the Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, are we about to get a total nerd fight?
Yes,
do you think,
we are. We are getting a nerd brawl. So this was odd, right? Out of nowhere, every now and then you'll see, these two guys. This happens with Jake Paul, right? He just out of nowhere says, I want to fight this guy. I want to have beef with this guy.
Uh-huh.
But evidently, Elon Musk said he's down to face off against Mark Zuckerberg in a cage match. Now, Zuck is doing like he's already into like jujitsu and taekwondo.
He won a tournament.
Yeah. He's like a Krav Maga guy, and like Zuck's tweeting him back like, "Yeah, bro, this is you might want to train for this one."
Is it pronounced Maga?
I don't know.
Oh,
Krav Maga.
Okay. Anyway,
No,
I don't know. So this is interesting to me because in a vacuum, I think if you didn't know about the jiu-jitsu training from Mark Zuckerberg, I would feel like Elon Musk would have the edge here in a cage match, wouldn't you? If you didn't know about it already, his Mark Zuckerberg's training, wouldn't you just see their sizes go? Elon Musk has the advantage.
On the surface, I would think if I looked at those two, I'd be like, yeah, Elon's probably got he probably has the advantage, but that is not the case. That is definitely not the case here. Mark Zuckerberg clearly has the advantage. And that's, now listen, Vegas, well, not really Vegas, is an offshore site. They have already put out odds on this. I can't believe this. We're talking about odds on the Nerd Bowl.
It's great.
But I know, but the fact that you could bet on this. It is Mark Zuckerberg, a minus 500 favorite.
It's a big favorite.
Big favorite. And then Elon is a plus 300 underdog. DraftKings got in the mix.
And what do they have it at?
Well, they went a little bit more tight. Minus 160 for Zuckerberg, plus 140 for Elon Musk. And then Bovada got in the mix. And now they went the opposite. They put Elon as a minus 150 favorite.
Whoa.
And Zuckerberg still as a minus 110 underdog. So they're the smart ones here. They're making money either way.
That is a good play there. Now, if this is a pay-per-view match, which Dana White has already commented on, like, no, we're getting them in the octagon. This is happening. If this is a pay-per-view match, are you buying it? I would normally, I so wanted to come in here and say, no, absolutely not. I'm going to do it. But I paid for the Jake Paul. I've paid for Jake Paul's fight against Tommy Fury. I paid for Mayweather versus Paul. So I'm an idiot. So I will do it probably because I'm stupid. But I don't know about you, Chubb.
You're just dumb.
It's kind of the same. And so I'm curious, would you pay for this, or would you just
no chance?
Would you come over and watch it if I had already paid for it?
No, normally I would be in on like watching the Jake Paul stuff, and you know when Floyd fought Conor McGregor, you know I was in on some of these gimmicks. I don't care to see a couple of tech billionaires go at it.
What is a fight you'd want to see? Like just random celebrities. What's one where it's like, I want to see that cage match?
Draymond and LeBron James.
They like each other, though.
I think LeBron would destroy him.
Yeah, but I want to see someone get their ass whooped.
Luka and Devin Booker.
Yeah?
They don't like each other.
No. I'm trying to think. That's a good one. That's a real good one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What?
Bassick and Cuban.
I was thinking more Bassick and Sean. See that one go.
Bassick,
I don't know, it's interesting. It's a good
Bassick
question.
and Cuban would be, but because I think there'd be genuine animosity on both sides. Mike is a former professional athlete. I think he'd beat up.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, that's
Cuban.
not fair. You can't. A former pro athlete, you can't fight.
And it has to be after a Mavs loss, like the day after a Mavs loss.
A bad loss, too.
Or bad loss to Charlotte.
Last night, maybe.
Charlotte. God. Don't do that. Don't say that, man. Oh, no.
I think that would be a good. You guys send in on the TruckWreck.com fan text the celebrity cage match you would want to see, like the old celebrity death match on.
Yeah, it's good.
That was a great
Solid.
show. Do you know what that is, Peyton? Celebrity death match?
No idea.
Okay. You
MTV?
would actually like
MTV. Yeah, it was on MTV. It was good stuff, man. All right, Sean's out. It's Choppy and Bobby here today. Mavs did what all teams have to do on draft night. They got better. They got better. We'll detail that all next year on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two. From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
And that pick was sent to the Mavericks. Oh, yeah. Listen to that. There it is. That pick was sent to the Mavericks, who picked at 10. And then they traded that and Davis Bertans. They got back a trade exception with these things in the NBA. They can't just make it cut and dry like the other sports. And then they send that to Sacramento for...
They said the trade exception to Sacramento. They get Rashawn Holmes back, the center, and then they get the 24th pick, which is Olivier Maxence Prosper, or Omax. Omax Prosper.
And I love that pick. I think he's going to be, in 3 years, will look like it'll be just like Josh Howard, where it's like, how the hell did he fall to that number?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot can be said about Whitmore too. How did he fall to 20?
Man, the
knee had to, or whatever it is. Yeah,
there had been rumors about his medical in the last couple days, and he was somebody that, if you looked at Jay Billis's top players available, everybody agreed the top three were Victor Wembanyama,
they were the three,
Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. Some people had Scoot second, Miller third, or flip-flopped, but those were the top three. The fourth player available, according to Billis, was Cam Whitmore at Villanova. And I was so excited when Whitmore fell, and then the fact that Dallas moved past it and then didn't take him at 12, then I was like, okay, this clearly then is just an instance of that medical, his knee must be like ground beef or something. It can't be very good.
No, it really can't. So we'll see as his career moves on, but Wemby goes number 1. That was no surprise. Lively goes 12 to the Mavs, no OKC, but then in the Mavs, and then Omax Prosper to the Mavs as well, who Bassett was raving about in the group chat. I thought he was a really good player in college. Surprised he fell that far. Like he is all over the court.
Yeah,
so high energy.
He is. And look, you've got two raw players here in Lively and Prosper, and it feels like everybody's a lot more, optimistic about Prosper, I guess. But Prosper was a guy who was, from everything, I was not as familiar with him as Lively. But Prosper is a guy that, from what I was looking at last night, like he was firmly a fringe draftable player, it seemed like, in the middle of last year. Maybe late second round. And then it was one of those things where he really showed out at the end of the year, and then the combine helped him a lot. And a lot of people were like, oh, okay, this guy's very, really impressive. And he was somebody who, when you look at the rankings, a lot of the draft rankings heading into last night had him around 24 or 25, and they get him right there at 24. But a guy who is a athletic wing defender, good length. Both these guys are really athletic defenders. And what did they need going into last night in all likelihood? They needed a big man presence. They get two of them in Rashawn Holmes in the trade, and then they get, Derek Lively with the pick. And then they needed an athletic wing defender, and they get that in Omax Prosper. And so they did address needs. That's all very positive. I'm not going to be as glowing about it as everybody else because you still got somewhat raw players, definitely offensively. Lively's ready to come in and play right now on the defensive side. He could be an above average defensive player right away. And if he builds out more muscle, he can become probably an elite defensive player. But he's not going to give you much on the offense right now except, lob finishes probably.
Yeah, and we were talking yesterday in the cross, Bassick was saying, if you go back and you look at the history of the NBA, anytime someone's drafted a center for defense, it's failed.
Hasheem Thabit is the one that I first thought of.
A defensive need at the center position, it's not worked out the way they hoped. And that's, I hope that this isn't it. Because that would be, look, this was, at the end of the day, the Prosper pick I love. If Lively doesn't hit, it's a disappointment. You got two of them. Now, we had, Nico talked about this last night on Lively and on Prosper.
If you look at the two guys, both Derek Lively and Omax Prosper, they solve needs that we've been trying to solve defensively, athletically. They're long, it's they're high character guys. Both of them are big time character guys. They both came in here, worked out for us, and had amazing workouts. We saw them in California, saw Max in the Big East tournament, and I mean, we were excited that we actually could get back in to get Omax. I don't remember the number, but we had them high. We had them high too. Like I said, they were both players that we liked, and the fact that we were able to get back in and get both of them was amazing. Like, I mean, we were like, which one do we take? And we got them both.
Look, they were able to get two guys they liked. That's good. That's good. Anytime you can leave a draft. Now, they're always going to say that. They're never going to say, we didn't really care for them.
Yeah, they're not going to say, board really didn't fall the way we wanted. We kind of panicked, and we really don't like our basketball team today. They're not going to tell you that.
No, they would never tell you that. And they shouldn't. I don't want to hear that.
But you know what? In this instance, I mean, I didn't know how they felt about Omax Prosper, but there was so much projecting about Derek Lively that we do know that is exactly who they targeted and exactly who they liked. They did get who they wanted there. In fact, if you look at it, there's a little bit there's a little bit of maybe a little bit of a parallel here. Let's think about this. Who else was recently picking 10th in a draft and went, let's trade down to 12? And then they picked somebody that the fan base maybe kind of freaked out a little bit about. The Dallas Cowboys. They did that with Micah Parsons. They were at 10. They traded down to 12, picked Parsons, and people lost their mind.
And they got bounced in the first round. So,
wow, is that what you took from that?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So the Mavs will make the playoffs, but we'll lose to Sacramento.
Okay. Well, making the playoffs is an upgrade from last year.
And keep that receipt, by the way. Mavs lose first round.
Boy, you are all about wanting to pull out receipts ever since we did that segment, and you got caught lying about white men can't jump.
I've seen it.
Ever since then, you're just all about this now. But still, this is I think they're clearly happy with where they're at. This is what you wanted to do. You added 3 new depth pieces. That's all very encouraging. They will re-sign Kyrie Irving, it sounds like, and then they'll use that mid-level exception. And it's all right. Let's go ball.
All right. So some of the other picks that were taken in the first round. Obviously, Wemby goes 1, Brandon Miller 2, Scoot Henderson 3. And then you had the Twins go 4 and 5. Tell me about these two guys, Ahmed and Asur Thompson.
Yeah, so these are the two Twins who had, this is funny, this is the top 5. One college player went, Brandon Miller, which, by the way, Woj gets to dunk on Shams Charania. They were having a source off. Shams had helped move the line saying Scoot Henderson was going to be number 2 to Charlotte. We heard Michael Jordan was making the pick, and Woj stuck with it and said, I have heard consistently it's going to be Brandon Miller, and I'm not moving off of that.
You know why Jordan picked him?
Because the incoming ownership wanted him?
No, because Brandon Miller and Jordan have some beef, and Jordan, while he's still the owner.
Oh, he's going to play him?
Wants to be petty and play him.
Ooh, I bet he does.
And
you know what? He'll beat him because he's the GOAT.
Oh, yeah, because he's never lost anything, and even if he loses, he will tell everybody that he won.
Well, so this is out of the top 5, only one college player went, Brandon Miller. Ahmed and Asur Thompson, they both had played. They'd gone to the Overtime Elites professional league in Atlanta. They skipped college to go there. But what was funny was, and Ahmed goes to Houston, Asur goes to Detroit. What was funny was some of the analysis last night. Andrea Carter from ESPN, who I thought did a good job last night, and she's a Tennessee Volunteer, played on the Tennessee Volunteers basketball team. She was giving some of her analysis on the Thompson twins and what makes them special, and she threw out what might be the most bizarre analysis I've ever heard.
Both of the twins, but talking them in here, they've been described as being guard versions of Tim Duncan. They just want to hoop. They're not worried about anything else. Until a few weeks ago, they had iPhone 5s. That's the iPhone with the button at the bottom that you have to press to get back to the home screen. They're not worried about anything else. They want to compete. They want to hoop. They spend extra time in the gym. They've been doing 4 workouts a day. I think Amen Thompson, with that just let me hoop and learn and play mentality, I think he'd be a great fit in Houston.
So why are you looking?
So these guys,
no time for jokes, Batgirl.
These guys, look, these brothers, they're studs. All they care about is ball. These broke-ass boys don't even have new iPhones. They're still on the iPhone 5.
They got the button at the bottom.
They got a button at the bottom.
Depressed.
Look at these losers. Like, that made me, I cracked up laughing in the living room Because it was said with like a completely straight face. Like, here's the analysis. Like, these guys are like Tim Duncan. They just want to work, and here's the proof. They have iPhone 5s. I forgot there was a button on the iPhone. Where's your new iPhone? Do you have a?
I don't have a button. There's no button on this thing. But wait a second. You took that? Like Jerry has a flip phone.
Yeah. And we talk about that in terms of like, because you're talking about a businessman and his dealings, and it's wild that guy would have a flip phone. I think it's hilarious that like, here's the commitment to, here's how you know how committed they are to basketball. They have iPhone 5s. Like, that's just bizarre to me that's modern day analysis.
It's like,
and maybe that speaks more to the era we live in and less about her analysis. That like, I mean, that's something that you could even say.
Like, it could be like, they don't care about social media. They don't care about this or that. Which I'm sure teams eat that crap up. Right? They eat it up. Oh, of course they do. They eat it up. They absolutely want that. So
my dad taught me to eat it out.
The opposite parallel of Ahmed and Asur, who are just wanting to hoop, don't really care about that. I think the opposite of that is Elton John. Grady Dick.
Oh, is that your new nickname for him?
Grady Gaga. All right, that's what he looked like last night. I don't know what Grady Dick was wearing last night. He explained it on the broadcast with ESPN.
So I'm from Kansas. Dorothy has her little slippers. I got my Dorothy suits. And then we got the logo, new logo, GD. Around a neck. A little subtle though, a little subtle now.
If you hadn't seen this, what Grady Dick was wearing, I hope he is a superstar, because if he isn't, this will be historically the worst thing I've ever seen on TV.
He will be a superstar. Okay, look, here's the way I look at this. It's an awful, awful suit, no doubt about it.
Grady Gaga, man.
I mean, like here, Ryan, I'm just gonna hold up right here, like as you can see there. That's the suit that he was wearing, and it's pretty sparkly.
He looks like a villain in an 80s movie.
Yes. Yeah.
Like he could pass, like he looks like Johnny from Karate Kid.
Yeah, if it was made today by like Disney or something. Yeah. But this is I think that this shows this is real analysis, okay? None of this iPhone 5 stuff. Okay, we're going to talk real now. Any guy that wears that confidently with the sunglasses to the NBA draft,
fair.
That is a true alpha who says, y'all are already going to mock me, because like the guy's going out there as he's the Midwest white boy, lanky white boy with the jump shot.
Is it BDE?
Whose name
is
it is. Whose last name his name is Grady Dick. Like there's all these things, and then he gives them that. And that just shows right there, like, hey, there are already all these things that you're probably going to make fun of me for. And I'm going to come out here and confidently wear this and tell you it's inspired by Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
That is somebody
that's confidence
you
right
cannot
there.
get between.
No.
You can't rattle him at all. Whereas I dropped Brandon Miller out of the draft for saying Paul George is the GOAT, this should have elevated Grady Dick. This should have changed the Spurs' mind last night when they saw him walk in. And they should have said, that is fantastic. That's the guy you want to build around. Grady Dick, number 1 overall.
Chart.com text line. I can't believe a lot of the Tolos out there have the button on their iPhone, so they got the iPhone 5 still rocking that thing.
Well, I think it goes up to 8 or 9.
Goes up to 8, yeah.
I think those still have the button.
They said the 8 has a button. I got rid of my 7 with the button last month and
like
upgraded
4 years ago
to the 8. I know it's not that. It's like they come out with like 2 a year.
Yeah,
like they're flying through. The Samsung's the same. Like Samsung. How does Samsung have 23 of these things?
Well, and it's always like 23S Plus and 23
Ultra
Plus, and there's like
Note.
Yeah, they have like 5 different versions.
Someone's gonna buy it. It's genius marketing.
It is. They're gonna buy it all the time.
And then really quickly before we wrap up here, we didn't get a chance to mention yet, but Chris Paul, that was some of the big news yesterday. Yep. He's probably, I mean, he's moved to the Warriors. The Wizards end out trading him to the Golden State Warriors. So Chris Paul joining Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. You concerned that
that's
your guy's going to get a deal or going to get a ring?
That's a great fit. He's a great fit for that. He is not a good isolation player, and that is not an isolation offense.
He will have 20 assists a game. He's going to put up Stockton
guys.
numbers.
This is not good. That is There were some kids on the baseball team. You know, they're like, why would they trade Poole for Chris Paul? Paul's old, but I'm like, guys, it's a great fit.
What an awful turn of events for Jordan Poole. You think you're the next big thing after the way you contributed to that title, get your deal, and then after that, they punch you. They tell you, we're not even going to punish this guy. Just like, let it go, Jordan Poole. And then you get traded.
Yeah, you get traded to the Wizards and now look, they've got a great rebuild going. They got 4 first-round picks coming their way.
Phoenix doesn't have as part of all these trades with Chris Paul and everything else. Do you see the note? Phoenix doesn't have a draft pick until 2020 or 2031 now.
Yeah, a first rounder?
Yeah. You will be older than 50 years old, Chuck.
Thanks, man.
The next
Appreciate
time they
it.
pick.
Wow.
One of your kids will be through college, I think.
No, that's 8 years. He's in. Oh God.
He'll
be like ending it.
If you guys could have seen Choppy's face as he like started doing
As
the math
the
and
wheels
realized
turn.
that was actually accurate.
God, why am I getting old? All right, so Mavs. It was a good night for them overall. Good night for the NBA. Honestly, I thought the draft went off really, really well. The tragedy in the sea. What exactly happened with the Titanic sub? We'll get into that coming up next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information.
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3233 or go to truckwreck.com.
Very excited for the junk drawer. Did I say that right?
Junk.
Yeah. The junk drawer. I think I mispronounced it. 1 hour from now, here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Yesterday, around this time, 6:08 yesterday morning, the news was that the Titanic submersible ran out of oxygen. At least that's what the timer was up. Now, there was speculation that they could have conserved oxygen by not panicking, and it could have lasted a little bit longer. But give or take, at that time, we kind of knew the fate because we hadn't found this submarine yet. Or submersible, which somehow is different than a submarine I found.
Oh, okay.
Well, yesterday afternoon, shortly after, they found a debris field. And they said it was consistent with a catastrophic implosion. Now, I went and watched some videos of implosions.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary, man. Now, these are implosions not in the water. These are like tankers on trains. They just implode, and they just kind of like curl up like a Coke can.
Yeah.
And it's quick, too. Really fast.
Very quick. So, like, that's the one thing I was reading yesterday. They presumed, obviously, everybody here had lost their life, that this happened, like, instantly. They didn't feel a thing.
Yeah, I'm assuming as long as there were not, warning markers that indicated something's going wrong, that like whatever gauges or whatever else they have down there, something that was saying this is failing, then I'm guessing they probably, just from the stuff I was reading yesterday, it sounds like they wouldn't have had any clue. It would have been, they were there going down, and all of a sudden it was over. And that, at those depths and that pressure and everything else, they probably wouldn't have had any awareness of what was happening or what happened.
Yeah, so they it's a 2 hour and 45-minute trip down 13,000 feet to the Titanic floor.
Mm-hmm.
And they got down about an hour and 45.
Yeah.
So they were far more than halfway down. Now, when you get down all the way, I was seeing that it's about 6,000 pounds per square inch of pressure, which seems like a lot.
Yeah.
It's 3 tons.
That's a ton. No,
That's 3 of them.
Man, yeah. This is something that, again, I know we mentioned it yesterday, but I wouldn't want to do this normally, right? Like, I think you might be able to convince me to make a trip to the moon, since we've made that analogy before, that more people have been on the moon, I guess, than have been to the ocean floor or whatever it was that you'd said, Chop. You could convince me to go to the moon probably before you could convince me to go down to the ocean floor.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I was reading that, like, nuclear submarines don't even go down this far. Like, never. Like, not even close to this far.
Yeah, because it's such a, it's wild. I was, in the course of this, I've been looking at some different Titanic stuff, like just looking at documentaries about exploring it. Not the actual crash, but like previous explorations and things like that. And one of the things that they talked about is that if you go down to the, like, whenever they've gone down and searched the ship area, they make the point that they say you won't find any, like, you won't find any bodies or corpses or anything. Because
with this?
No, with the Titanic. Because they said that pretty quickly, the bones and everything else at that level and everything else in the water, like, it disintegrates basically down there. And so they said, but what you will find is you'll find shoes from the Titanic. And that's how they're able to identify people, because I guess the varnish or whatever it was that was on some of these shoes, that preserves them, and those things haven't gone away yet. But I mean, that's the type of, like, atmosphere you're talking about, and why some of these ships wouldn't go down to those depths and explore those areas. It's just, it's routinely called, the ocean floor is called, I can't remember the exact term, but it's something to the effect of, like, it's still our greatest unknown, or it's our least explored, it is, or something like that.
Megalodons are down there, man.
Yeah.
I just went and looked at this real quick. The U.S. Los Angeles class submarines have a test depth of 450 meters. Maximum dive depth believed to be 675 to 900 meters. That's only, what, 2,700 feet?
Yeah.
They were 13,000 feet down. Like the nuclear, these are submarines. And this little submersible the size of a minivan-ish was down there at, an hour 45 into the trip. And then it was just a catastrophic ending to it.
Yeah, and the Navy, this was from CNN, it said the Navy a senior Navy official told CNN the Navy detected an acoustic signature consistent with an implosion on Sunday in the general area where the vessel was diving and lost communication with its mothership. The Navy immediately relayed that information to on-scene commanders leading the search effort, and it was used to narrow down the area of the search, the official said Thursday. And so this is where they said the sound of the implosion was determined to be not definitive. And so that's why I guess they kept it concealed.
Yeah.
They didn't want to.
They wanted to be sure.
Publicize anything like that. But they ended up finding it helped narrow down the search field, and they ended up being, I guess they found this debris field something like
1,600 feet away.
They said it was a third of a mile away from the Titanic site.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's
consistent.
This is so, one of the things I was reading yesterday, because of how deep you have to go, obviously GPS doesn't work down there. So you're literally just getting text instructions from somebody above telling you where to go. I mean, it just seems very scary. This is obviously very sad for these families, but just an awful ending to it.
This is the U.S. Coast Guard confirming the sub imploded.
This morning, an ROV, or remote operated vehicle, from the vessel Horizon Arctic discovered the tail cone of the Titan submersible approximately 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic on the seafloor. The ROV subsequently found additional debris. In consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber. Upon this determination, we immediately notified the families. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard and the entire Unified Command, I offer my deepest condolences to the families. I can only imagine what this has been like for them, and I hope that this discovery provides some solace during this difficult time.
I'll tell you what it's been like for one family member. He took down his tweet that said, "Ladies, I'm still single."
Oh my gosh, when did he send that?
Yesterday.
After the news?
Like this was no, it was before. Maybe it was Wednesday night.
Is this the same Blink 182 guy?
It's the same Blink 182 guy.
Oh my gosh.
And then Cardi B went after him, and he said he responded, "Cardi, we know your latest releases are trash, but so is your career. Are you this desperate for attention?" Like he's going after her. And then he deleted the tweet that said, "Ladies, I'm still single." He's responding to OnlyFans models. The guy's living it up while his stepdad was, 2.5 miles below the surface of the earth. I got one big time bone to pick though. And this is social media. So there's a news network called News Nation. Have you ever heard of them?
No.
Neither have I. Well, apparently they don't have many viewers. Ashley Banfield is now there.
Ah, former Fox 4 alum.
Yes. Well, they had on their screen an oxygen remaining countdown clock.
Oh, that's...
Okay, okay.
You don't think it's a problem?
What is the biggest part of this story while it was going on?
That just feels like I understand that was the biggest part of it.
Like that's until yesterday, the number one thing you wanted to know was how much oxygen do they have left,
and talk about it and remind listeners or viewers if you need to do that, like to put hey, we're 1 hour from the ball being dropped here in Times Square.
It's basically a death counter.
I understand that, but it's news. That's the biggest news story about this to me. Is the countdown. Is like how much oxygen do they have left? And as a news organization, news is not insensitive. News is news.
Right, but a countdown clock is not, that's unprecedented. Like news organizations have covered stories for years without doing things like that.
Have we had a oxygen countdown before? Where did we have countdown clocks to
I'm trying to think of, there's not a ton of news stories that fit where we'd have something in it. But did we count down like a clock until a decision about Terry Schiavo? You remember her in Florida, the woman who's parent? I'm just saying.
Is that where his mind
I'm
went?
just saying. It
gosh.
only went to my mind because it was one of the news stories I read yesterday as happening after the last time we had a back-to-back NFC East winner. So that's the only reason why Terry Schiavo was in my head. But like the Terry Schiavo story, we didn't have a countdown clock on that, and that would have been improper. That would have been distasteful. I just think that's in poor taste. You can continue to remind people to have a counting clock like, hey guys, look, this is how much time they have left. That just seems in poor taste.
I mean, there probably would have been a different way they could do it, where they could say, where they could just keep on there, they will run out of oxygen at X time, and just keep that up there.
Something, I don't know. It feels like countdown clocks are for like, hey, we're getting ready for tip off. Or we're getting ready for the ball to drop in Times Square. It doesn't seem to fit for this.
It may not, but like to me, like that's what I like. If I was turning on the news, the number one thing I wanted to know immediately is how much time they have left, and that's the easiest way for them to convey that.
What if we had that we've talked about famous executions before? Like I remember the Timothy McVeigh execution was all over the news that night leading up to it happening, and they didn't have a countdown clock running for Timothy McVeigh. Like, hey, we're counting down the clock until he's executed.
They had a COVID counter.
For when what?
There was a counter that was literally on the screen. It would keep going up, the amount of people that died from COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's in poor taste too.
Oh, okay. Well, you're
as like a running clock. Like I think that's in poor taste to just have that up on the screen. If you want to update and say here's the latest figure and you show a number, I don't think that is. But Jesse Holly at Texas, he said the dude charged, talking about the guy who runs this, the dude charged $250K a pop to take this death trip, basically making a quick $1 million. Should the next of kin or the will receiver of the CEO, do you think he should refund the families of the 4 passengers that died? Not as like a legal question, but as just a moral question.
The will receiver.
So the person receiving, because obviously the CEO died in this accident.
Right. So his spouse,
whoever receives the will, should they give that money to the families?
Oh, that's a good question. Do you?
I don't think so.
Are you responsible for your spouse's debt when they die? I mean, I have no idea.
I don't.
Or maybe your spouse might be, but are you?
I don't think you can't inherit debt from like a parent.
From a parent, your spouse
so.
can, I think, but I don't know about the parent or the child. So
yeah. See, I don't
think so.
I would say I don't think morally you should, because at the end of the day, like I mean, there was a guy who talked to CNN yesterday, said that he canceled his trip in 2018 because he said he thought it looked like it wasn't a professional diving operation. So plenty of people, I think they went into this willingly. They knew the risks. That's part of why they did it, I think. And so, I mean, no, I don't know that there's a.
They used a PlayStation controller, man. Basically,
if they want to give money to the families, that would probably be nice. But I don't think there's a moral obligation to do it.
All right, it's terrible news regarding the Titanic submarine that has been found, but catastrophically imploded. How the MLB rule changes made this Ranger an MVP. That's next.
Coming up in the next.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Sean on a little vacation in Mexico. Hope he's not getting rained on. He was worried about a little bit of rain. He was definitely worried about the rain down in Mexico this week.
You know what? That burned me bad. We went for New Year's to that same spot in Hot Springs where I went, that lake house that we had gone to. First time we went, and it was great. It was beautiful. It was everything else. We went down there for New Year's Eve with a couple friends, and it rained and was 40 degrees the entire 2 days we were there. We couldn't do anything. You couldn't hang around outside. We had to be inside basically the whole time.
Nothing worse than when you go on a vacation and the weather screws everything up, screws up your entire plan. Because you don't get many vacations a year. Some people don't even get any.
Well, I mean, Sean gets plenty. But
he gets plenty. He gets plenty.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things that happened. There's a player poll in the MLB for Major League Baseball. And then there was an update on how the rule changes have made this one Ranger player an MVP candidate, Bobby.
Yes, this is from ESPN. They had a article up called MLB's New Rules, Winners and Losers as Midseason Approaches. And as you can see right here, RJ Choppy, look at that.
There he is.
Right there. The center image for talking about winners and losers of the rules is Corey Seager. And you're going to hear why in just a second. This piece was from Bradford Doolittle at ESPN.
I like Bradford.
Which sounds, he's a good writer, but he does sound like...
He does little.
It sounds like somebody who definitely is like, and, Bradford Doolittle is 2 strokes back as we head to the 16th hole. Like, he does sound like,
golfer?
Like a kind of an uptight golfer. So, definitely would have been against Liv.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
He's that kind of guy. So he wrote that as we near the halfway point of the 2023 MLB season, our first with a host of rule changes that dominated baseball news through spring training and over the opening weeks of the regular season, it's time to ask who is benefiting most and least from these new rules. And so the first one they tackle is the shift ban. And the result, averages on balls in play are up.
Yes, sir.
They are up. BABIP. The winners,
BABIP.
The winners are lefty pole hitters, and the losers are second basemen who liked the view from shallow right field.
Yeah, so, look, I hated the shift. I was a big proponent of banning the shift. I think it's cheap. If you can't, I hate, this is weird, I know weird, I hate strategy. If you can't beat me, straight up, you can't beat me. My philosophy is, and Lou Holtz has said this, and I agree with 100%. The moment a team runs a trick play, the other team knows that team knows they can't beat us. The moment they run a trick play.
Yeah. No, this is, and the thing that's interesting here is it's similar to Hack-a-Shack, right? Or the way I had always done it, because some people said, it's within the rules, what does it matter? And I said, we have seen other leagues evolve and say there needs to be a rule for this because it's a loophole and it's killing our game. Famously, the NBA put defensive 3 in the key in there because it was you just got centers parking in there and blocking. It matters a little less today, probably with the perimeter game like it is, but they put in defensive 3 in the key. There are certain formations you're not allowed to do in the NFL.
Yeah,
it's a legal formation.
I thought it was a cheap way to get an out on a lefty, and it killed left-handed hitters. It killed them, man. I thought it was a very cheap way. I get it. I would, play by the rules that the game has had. But it's on the sport. It's on the sport to make it. Have you heard of the meta?
The metaverse?
Most efficient tactics available.
Sure.
Whatever. That's what video game designers try to do. They try to make the meta also coincide with the most fun way to play. And the NFL, the most efficient way to play in football is what? Passing the ball.
Yeah.
What's the most fun way to consume the sport? Passing the ball.
Yeah.
NBA, 3-pointer. What's the most fun way? Chunk of threes. In baseball, it's home runs and strikeouts. That's not really there's not a whole lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
A lot of stagnant games.
It's 2 of the 3 true outcomes or whatever they talk about.
And it's very static. It makes the game a little bit more boring. So it's on the sport to find a way to make it interesting. And, having more hits is interesting.
Yeah, and
more base runners, more hits.
Absolutely. And in this article here, they note that the batting average on balls in play for lefties has gone from 283 to 296 league-wide, which is huge. And they talk about that the list of players whose numbers have been goosed by the shift ban is a long one, but the avatar for them all is Rangers MVP candidate Corey Seager. When Seager first came up with the Dodgers, he was an immediate star because of his full array of skills that at the plate translated to standout percentages in all three slash categories. Through the 2017 season, those numbers were 305, 375, 502 over 1,400 plate appearances. And as Seager was still only 23, there was every reason to believe they'd only go up from there. During the 5 seasons after that, though, he still produced star-level numbers, slash line of 274, 344, and 489, but obviously those numbers went down. His isolated power numbers actually went up, his strikeout rate got considerably better, and his walk rate mostly held steady. In other words, Seager's underlying metrics suggested he was a more consistent, mature version of his younger self who was already awfully good. Nevertheless, his slash stats went down for one reason. His batting average on balls in play through 2017 was 357, and over the next 5 years, that went down to 290. And so this year, his batting...
Is it sustainable what he's done this year? That's the question, right? Like, can he continue to duplicate this? Because, I mean, listen, you open up the right side of the infield, how many outs a year did a left-handed hitter get on a line drive single to right that was just fielded by the short right fielder?
Yeah,
by the bucket, as they would call it in softball, in beer league softball.
Oh yeah, I mean, I want to know if you were to compare a left-handed hitter for the Oakland Athletics. I want to know if you looked at their numbers in 21 and 22, what they will look like in 25 when they no longer have those massive foul lines and the shift is banned. I bet you see a huge jump. So it's taken away a ton. And so his batting average on balls in play right now is 390, which is obviously massive. But when you ask about how consistent it is, through 2017, he was 357 on balls in play. I mean, he stings the ball, and he was somebody who got robbed pretty frequently. Now, it's interesting. Over at The Athletic, they did a player poll.
By the way, you mentioned the A's. The A's have never had a batting champ in that stadium.
I totally believe it. There's probably several dozen hits a year you lose playing in that stadium. But The Athletic interviewed anonymously over 100 players and did their annual survey. And one of the questions they asked them was, are the new rules good for the game of baseball? Had them tackle a couple different questions. And the most popular rule change by far among the players, between banning the shift, the bigger bases, and the pitch clock, the most popular one is banning the shift. And the general consensus is that players like all three of the rules. But specifically on the shift, here were some of the anonymous
Not Alex
quotes.
Manoah.
Nope. On the shift, here was some of the anonymous quotes. If I was a left-handed hitter, I'd probably care more. Somebody says, teams still shift anyway. There, you have heard that a little bit. In fact, one of the common lines you hear from the anonymous players here is it sounds like they wish the shift rules would go a little further. Because I guess, there's certain things they're doing in the outfield.
Let's say a left-handed hitter, right? The shortstop could still be basically behind the bag, right? Behind the second base bag. And then you could also shift the outfielders.
Yes. Now, if they want to fix the behind the bag rule, have you heard of, I think it was one of the independent leagues was trying this out recently. Have you heard of the pizza slice rule?
No.
So this is something that they tried out to ban the shift. It was basically a line drawn in the shape of a pizza slice out from second base towards the edge of the dirt. And so what it did was it basically created a neutral zone that you were not allowed to be in. And so it really kept the shortstop and the second baseman, a certain distance from the bag, because those lines go out and it looks like a pizza slice above second base. And it's like, hey, this is a neutral zone. You cannot stand on these lines here. And so that might be a way that they could take it even further. But I kind of wonder if this was Corey Seager with this anonymous quote here.
Maybe it was.
This player gave it a 5 and said, because I'm a left-handed hitter, I love it. The shift killed my career for about 3 years.
It did. Joey Gallo.
I wonder if that's Seager. I mean, that could be any left-handed hitter in baseball.
I mean, basically any left-handed hitter in baseball could say that. Look, is the shift... is it the smart thing to do defensively? Absolutely. Does it increase the entertainment value of the game? Rob Manfred, who we will talk about in Diamond Cavs coming up at 9 o'clock, who is a mass. I like Rob. I think Rob gets a lot of flack, but sometimes he is his own worst enemy. His number one job is to make money for the owners, but increase the entertainment value of a sport. That's his job. His job is to make sure that people watch and consume and are entertained by the game. He can't do anything about the game itself. The game is the game, right? But he can tweak things within it. Pitch clock, shrink the season, whatever. And part of that was make the one thing you can do in baseball, which is, action, base runners, make more of them. And you make more base runners by eliminating the shift. That's all it is. And now, is it the right thing to do? From you're tampering with teams' ability to find advantages within the game. Yeah, you're tampering with that. But that's not his problem. Is not that. His problem is we need people to watch the game. We need more entertainment.
Baseball go.
Now, the pitch clock is being received well overall by the players in this athletic poll, but a majority of players want to see it tweaked for postseason play.
The what? The pitch
clock.
I do too.
So they want to make the clock 20 seconds instead of 15 for the playoffs. I actually don't like this idea. I don't like the idea of creating special rules for the playoffs. Like, to me, it's like, if that's the way you think it should be in the highest leverage games, make it that way the entire season. Like, I hate the overtime rules are different whenever they would do the whole overtime rules were different into the playoffs than they were in the regular season in the NFL when they first introduced that. I hated that. And so, that is something that I don't like whenever you flip rules and basically change strategy with the rule book just to say, this is a different game, so we're going to change the rule book. If it's that important, make it like that throughout the season.
But in the postseason, it's like no one cares if the game's 3.5 hours long. Right. Like, it's the playoffs. Like, I'd rather the game in the playoffs be 3.5 hours long because, than the regular season.
I'd like to see a study. I'd like to see a study of how much longer a 20-second pitch clock would make a regular season game.
Yeah, I don't mind tweaking it for the postseason. I don't mind when postseason rules are a little bit different, like hockey. They are, the overtime is different in hockey.
Like, you can't have the zombie runner at second in a playoff game. You can't do that.
We're calling it zombie now, not ghost.
Well, ghost would mean he's not there, right? If it's a ghost runner,
yeah, fair.
You could say ghost zombie.
Shouldn't have the assigned runner period in baseball. That shouldn't even be in the regular season or the playoffs or whatever else. So.
All right, and there's more of this too. We got.
We can dive into some more of this later.
More of this at 9 o'clock during Diamond Cavs. Headlines are next. We'll get you caught up on who the Mavs took in the NBA draft last night here on The Fan.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
All right, that is the newest Maverick, the first newest Maverick. It is headlines here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy's Bobby Belt, Peyton Ryan alongside. It is the day after the NBA Draft. Mavs take Derek Lively. Well, Oklahoma City takes Derek Lively. I'm with you. I hate how they have them put the hats on, the wrong team, take the photo. It screws your team. Like you can't get a photo with Derek Lively.
You can't get a photo with Derek Lively. The Mavs, I saw some media members last night saying that they were out there for the press conference, and it had been like an hour since Derek Lively was picked, and they still couldn't comment on it. They still couldn't comment because the trade paperwork was still sitting there in the league office. It's like, can we please just change the rules so that they can trade the pick?
Yeah.
And then it's like, here's the pick, and they own it, and we can just cut all this nonsense and we can know who's with who.
I agree. I agree. I think it takes a little bit away. But they get Derek Lively, who was a guy that they had targeted. Coop talked to us about him this week. He really, really liked him. So let's hear from him. Is he going to be able to improve? That's the big thing with Derek Lively in college is he had very little offensive game. Almost no offensive game. His last game in college against Tennessee, he didn't score. He played 36 minutes and he didn't score. Does he think he'll be able to improve on his offense?
That's definitely something that's going to be able to grow. That's something that's going to be able to. I've always had, just because I wasn't able to excel at it or show it as much as I wanted to, that doesn't mean I've never had it. I'm just excited to just hit the ground running and show everybody what I can do.
All right, so that's him. That's Lively. Then, not much longer after, dozen picks later, Sacramento makes a pick. Omax,
Olivier Maxence Prosper from Marquette, who is somebody who the Mavericks said when they made the trade back with Oklahoma City, they get off of Davis Bertans' contract that gives them a $17 million trade exception. They use a large chunk of it, about $14 million, on Rashawn Holmes, the center from the Kings, formerly of the Sixers, I think he was. I can't remember. But Rashawn Holmes, a guy who was somebody who was a ascending player for a number of years, kind of found himself languishing on the bench a little bit in Sacramento. So the Mavericks acquire him, and then they get the pick there of Omax Prosper. As I clear my throat.
All right, you're right.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of whatever you had. But they get Omax Prosper there, who is an athletic wing defender, still pretty raw on offense. Both these guys are. Both these guys are going to come in, contribute on defense. It's going to be a little bit of a work in progress on offense.
Yeah, it is, and that's okay. Like that's okay. I think Prosper's tremendous. I love the Prosper. I'm a little down on the Lively pick. I'm not a huge fan of his game. At least from what I saw in college, I saw a lot of them. I mean, I watched a lot of Duke games this year. Just not a big fan of his NBA prospects, but I think Prosper is fantastic. I think if a Mavs fan, though, you have to be happy. They're better today than they were yesterday. Lively is still an upgrade over what they have at the center position. And Prosper, I think Prosper, we're going to look at him. We're going to talk about him in the same way we talked about Josh Howard, in the sense that not their games are the same necessarily, but it's how did he fall there? How did he get down there? Right? It made no sense. I thought he was a much better player than that. So I like it. And then Rashawn Holmes, see what he gives him.
Yeah, and look, I think that when you mentioned Derek Lively, even at the floor, if he never reaches his ceiling, which they kept telling people yesterday, analysts were saying it. I think Nico mentioned it last night. The ceiling for a lot of people is Tyson Chandler with Derek Lively. And if you get Tyson Chandler out of this, that's great. Even if he's not, even if he is his floor, and that's just the player that he is, his floor is still an upgrade over what they had at center. Like his floor right now, he's going to give them more defensively. He's going to rebound for them better. He's going to challenge shots better than anybody they had last year. And so in that alone, even if he never develops into what they want him to be, they still got better because he's a better big man than they had.
Yeah, he is. There's no doubt about it. And, we can sit here and complain about the pick all we want, and I will. Because I thought This is the game. I'm not a fan of his game. He's an upgrade. He's an upgrade.
He is. And I mean, look, they'll both take a little bit of time to develop, but it sounds like Derek Lively may not come in and start right away, but he's coming in and he's getting rotational minutes immediately. And so you're talking about, young, athletic, former number one recruit not that long ago in his high school class. ESPN had him as the number one high school recruit. So definitely somebody with a lot of upside. I think the likelihood is he's a fine player. He's fine. And
it's fine.
You're picking
it's fine.
You're picking at 12. Fine is fine. I wouldn't expect him to become some elite player. I think that a reasonable expectation here is that he makes you better, but he's not going to be anybody that we're talking about giving like a super max to here in a few years.
No, probably not. Okay, so who went number one?
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama.
All right, as if that wasn't already set in stone, as if we already didn't know who they were going to take. They take Wemby, going number one. We will see what he turns into. Is he going to be the next Hakeem Olajuwon? Is he going to be a bust? Who knows? He is massive, man. So when they were doing the beginning, they had all their players lined up with their family. And even though NBA players are tall in general, there's not the disparity of that. I mean, the rest of his family came with like his shoulder, like his nipples, right? Like lower pec.
Couldn't we have just said his sternum, maybe, or something? I don't know that we needed that descriptive term. It's funny. I was listening. I was driving in listening to Sirius XM NBA, and there was an interview with him last night. And did you know? So we saw how awkward the first pitch he threw at Yankee Stadium was. Yeah. And we saw that viral photo of him holding the baseball. He said that is the first time he's ever held a baseball in his life.
I'll tell you, if that's the first time he ever held a baseball, he threw it pretty well.
I mean, it was a little awkward.
I know, of course, but he's 7'5".
But as competitive as he is, he said, he's like, I know it looked bad. He's like, it was the first time holding a baseball in my life. He's like, I promise you I'll go back out there, it'll look better. He's like, if I got to do it, he's like, baseball teams, if you need me to throw out a pitch, call me. And so he's competitive.
That was if knowing that now, that he had never picked up a baseball, that is a much better throw than I expected. Like, he had the motion and everything?
I mean, it was an awkward motion, but he said he'd never held it before.
By the way, if you had I've thrown out a couple of first pitches.
Well,
I'd never had the guts. I always wanted to. I never had the guts. But if you were throwing out the first pitch, are you going full, like, 1940s, wave your arms, wind
up?
A
wind-up,
Or are you going, like, who was it? Was it Dan Quisenberry that was the submarine guy, or is that Bob Tewksbury? Are you going full Chad Bradford submarine?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, or like Darren O'Day or something like that.
Oh, my God, I forgot about O'Day.
I mean, those first pitches, there's a lot of pressure on those.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, gosh, it's the famous story of when Bush went out to throw out the first pitch in the World Series, the Yankees World Series, and Jeter told him, he's like, if you throw it poorly, they will boo you. It doesn't matter how big a moment, they will boo you, dude.
They will boo you. Chris Paul, Bobby, was sent to the Golden State Warriors.
He is. Jordan Poole, he gets a contract extension. He's living large, and then all of a sudden he gets punched in the face by some washed up triple single, and the Warriors go, we like that guy better, so we're trading you for Chris Paul. But Chris Paul very well could get a ring now. Chop, one of your favorite punching bags, Chris Paul. You might have to silencio a little bit on that one. Do you think he'd get the same treatment KD did, though? Like, when people go, it's not a real ring, Chris Paul doesn't count, he still doesn't have one. Because, I mean, the Warriors are not the Warriors of the past.
They're not, but it counts, man. This would count. I tell you, this scares the hell out of me. He is good. He is perfect for that system. Perfect.
Oh yeah,
he's not a great. I don't think he's a great isolation offense point guard. But in that offense, I think he's tremendous. I'm scared to death.
I think that he'll definitely benefit from being assistant, and he's not the same player he once was. Not hardly. I don't think he's an elite point guard anymore, but he's still a good player. He is still a better than league average point guard. It's still a good player to add to your team.
All right. College World. I know that this was going on at the same time in the NBA draft. I was flipping back and forth fervently on this. This was arguably the best pitching matchup I've ever seen in college baseball. This was tremendous. This was a scoreless game heading into the bottom of the 11th. Wake Forest, the first guy gets on. So Cruz gets on. Mm-hmm. And the first pitch thrown by Minacci.
And a home run. Did he get it? Did he get it? Yes, he did. Tommy Tanks walks it off. And the LSU Tigers will face the Gators in the finals.
Man, what a game. That was a tremendous game. Skeens for LSU, who, could be potentially in play for the Rangers to get with the 4th pick in the draft. He'll probably be gone, most certainly be gone, but I've seen stranger things happen. If he drops, they're saying he is the best pitching prospect since Garrett Cole.
Jeez.
When he was coming out of UCLA and the Pirates took him, you've got to take him if he is there. And this was a game, man. This was a great game. What happened with their probation on their basketball team?
Yeah, so the basketball team and
by
the
way, real
football
quick,
team.
LSU moves on. They take on Florida in the championship series of the College World Series.
The basketball team and the football team. This is from the what feels like years long, and in fact it is. It's 4 years investigation into Will Wade and the recruiting violations and everything that went on there. Where is he now? He's at Valdosta State or something.
He McNeese State, I think.
Yeah.
McNeese State.
So LSU had tried to self-penalize themselves a little bit. Both the basketball and the football program. They were in trouble for a couple different things, some stuff during Les Miles' era. So they are now on a 3-year probation period, both the basketball and the football program. The negative aspect here, especially for the football program, is that the football team is being forced to vacate 37 of its wins from 2012 to 2015 due to a level 1 violation. That vacating of the wins is significant because it drops Les Miles' career record to 108-73 with a winning percentage of 59.7, which means he no longer meets the 60% winning percentage required for the College Football Hall of Fame.
God! That's
painful for
Les Miles. Don't they round up?
No. Because remember, this was something that we ran into this with somebody recently.
So the rule for the College Hall of Fame, College Football Hall of Fame, for a player, it's like Tom Brady's not eligible.
Tom Brady?
You have to have been like an All-American.
And I mean, he wasn't. He was almost put to the bench by Drew Henson, or maybe he was for a little bit.
I think he was for a year. Rangers Yankees tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It'll be Dane Dunning taking on Clark Schmidt, who, let me tell you, you are going to hate his windup. Clark Schmidt's windup. You're going to hate it. It's a 6:05 start right here pregame with Jared Sandler, which joins us at 8 o'clock at 5.
Indeed. And then last night, because it was an off night for the Rangers, one little bit of news. The Rays drop a game to the Kansas City Royals. You go, okay, big deal.
Oh, home ice advantage.
Great team.
You got to get home ice, man.
Great team loses to a bad team. Big deal. But here's the big news. Shane McClanahan, who could be in contention to start for the American League in the All-Star game, the best pitcher on the Tampa Bay Rays staff, he leaves early in the 4th. 2 outs in the 4th inning with the game tied at 2. He leaves with a mid-back injury, some tightness. They said it was just precautionary, but I mean, as we all know here in Texas, precautionary sometimes means season ending. I don't think this will.
Are you referring to a certain pitcher here?
I might be. I don't think a mid-back tightness injury would ever lead to, well, we were wrong, he's actually out for the season, but they will always say it's precautionary. Sometimes these things can go sideways. But
T4? T5? Is that what it was?
I don't know what it was.
Vertebrae
it's worth noting, though. It's worth following that Shane McClanahan got pulled from the start. Maybe need to monitor that injury a little bit for the Tampa Bay Rays.
It is definitely worth monitoring. Bobby, what do we have coming up in Love of the Star?
We are going to wrap up our series of roster inventory by taking a look at the safeties. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get John over to...
time. It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Thank you, voiceover guy. I'm going to do the whole segment like this, and Sean loves it.
Thank you, Peyton. All right, we are doing our continued roster inventory. Actually, this wraps it up, at least for the players. I don't know. You mentioned yesterday, maybe we can do something on the coaching staff next week. We got Cowboys content to film as we head to training camp here in, well, we don't have the official dates yet, but I would imagine, we're probably a month plus away, maybe a little over a month away, something like that, I would guess, because, typically it's like beginning of August, so we'll be heading to camp in no time. But today we're going to look at the safeties. We already ran through every other position group. We did the corners yesterday. There's going to be a little bit of crossover today from some of the names we talked about at corner. But it's funny, Chop, because this is a position for the Cowboys, safety, that they have ignored for a very long time. And I know you're really big on positional value.
Yeah, I am.
What is your thought on the value of the safety position specifically as a whole, and where it maybe stacks along the defense? And do you separate free safety and strong safety, or do you just view them as they're hybrid? They play.
It's changed over the last couple of years. I think you have to separate free and strong, because strong is much more glorified linebacker.
You're playing more in the box. Your run defense matters a lot more there. You're playing definitely a lot more. You're essentially a hybrid linebacker. And so you're asked to do some different things. You're still asked to cover in a lot of instances, but the free safety definitely is the one that needs more range. But when you look at roster value, what value do you place on safety?
It's not, I would say probably mid-pack. I don't think it's super low, like where you would have running back or maybe like linebacker or something. But it's and it's not nearly as high as these skill positions.
Yeah, or corner, edge rusher.
Right. No. So it's probably, let's see, it's.
Would we say
edge is higher and corner's higher?
So I was going to say, for you, would you say linebacker is lower than safety?
I think it's on the same. No, strong safety is on the same. I think free safety is higher than linebacker.
We'll take it as a whole group then. Safeties. Would you say safeties is more valuable than linebacker?
Yes, I would say more valuable.
Defensive tackle?
I would say more valuable, yes, because they're more pass game than run game.
Okay. All right. So safety. Ooh, I almost knocked over my coffee. That would have been good.
Tim would be on you.
I know he would. Safety comes in then for you right around middle of the pack then. That's good. Okay. So the Cowboys, though, this is a position they have routinely neglected. I would say they've invested more and more consistently in those three positions that you value less. Linebacker, defensive tackle, and running back, I think they've invested in more frequently than safety.
Yes.
They have gotten ripped for ignoring the position as long as they did. And the times where they've tried to make a move for it, they almost overpaid when it was Earl Thomas and Jamal Adams. They would have gotten burned by those moves. They have been saved by a 6th-round pick out of Texas A&M, a bargain bin free agent who they had no intention of, I think, having any sort of long-term plans for, and a late training camp addition coming off an Achilles tear who everybody had written off as a 1st-round pick bust. And those names obviously are Donovan Wilson, Ron Curse, and Malik Hooker. As stable as a group as this team has had at safety in a really long time.
Yeah.
And PFF recently did their rankings, or Sam Monson did, I think. Did his rankings.
You like him or not?
I do not like Sam Monson. Did his rankings of the safeties, like the top 32 safeties in the NFL. And the Cowboys had their 3 safeties were all in the top 30. And had mentioned that, the Cowboys may have the most stable collection of safeties. And right now on their roster, they have 6 guys, if you count Israel Mukuamu moving over to corner. They have 6 true safeties, and they like all of them. Donovan Wilson, Ron Curse, Malik Hooker, who we already mentioned. Then you've got 3 undrafted guys that they've cobbled together over the last couple of years. Wanye Thomas out of Georgia Tech. Tyler Coyle, guy out of Purdue who they've had in for the last couple of years. I remember Tyler Coyle. He is so fast. He made a play to the sideline last year in some DB drills. And Malik Hooker, was trying to chase him, and he goes, "Damn, 4.4," because he's just got that 4.4 speed.
Yeah,
and he can run to the sideline, catch anybody. He's been kind of a practice squad guy, but somebody who has some decent ability, has some good traits. And then Marquise Bell. And Marquise Bell is probably the most fascinating of the three safeties they have behind their starters, because that's somebody that I think they're grooming for J-Ron Curse's role. Because J-Ron Curse was somebody who, I mean, let's be honest, probably a little bit of a misfit.
You think so?
Like for his career before he got to Dallas, somebody who was considered, you're just a special teamer, you're not really a starter. Went to Minnesota, Detroit, 7th round pick out of Clemson. I remember there was a lot of criticism of him when he was coming out of Clemson, that people thought he was a lazy player. He's been anything but here. He is the heart and soul of that defense. It's honestly, I know a lot of people would want to say it's Micah or Demarcus Lawrence or whatever else.
Yeah.
It's J-Ron Curse. That's their leader.
Have teams started to take, because I always, because we know that like sometimes they'll take a safety and move them to linebacker.
Yep.
Have teams done enough taking corners and moving them to safety?
I feel like that's typically a later in your career move, right?
Charles Woodson. Yeah,
like somebody who has lost the long speed off the snap, but still has good instincts, still has, a high football IQ, and still has the ball skills to be able to range over and make a play, where the long speed isn't necessarily going to kill you as much. There's time to react and read and do what you need to. And so we see guys move over to safety from corner pretty frequently. I think that the reason why you don't see it earlier in careers is because the corner's just the premium position.
Right, it is. But, you got somebody at the bottom of your depth chart.
Or a guy who's on the verge of being a bust who might get cut.
Yep.
Okay, who you drafted at Kentucky a couple years ago, Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, try him out.
I think that Kelvin Joseph, and Broadus has argued for this, I think Kelvin Joseph would be a decent candidate for a safety transition. Now, we've seen him do some workouts with the safety group. I know Todd Archer had said that that's not unusual that Jordan Lewis would do that sometime. I don't remember that, but I mean, Todd would know. And so he's been doing some stuff in nickel that he said a lot of times the nickel guys will work in with the safety group. But I think given his,
like, if Kelvin's a good tackler,
and he is a very willing physical player.
Then I mean, give him a shot. Like if you're gonna cut him, give him a shot at safety. Let him go down fighting at least.
Especially if Israel Mukuamu is a guy you're flipping from safety to corner. If you're going to move from somebody from safety to corner, why not?
Right.
If you're going to move on, you might as well. You've gotten so much invested in him already, in terms of just the issues you've put up with and the draft capital you gave him, picking him whatever it was, 42 or whatever he got picked in 2021. You've invested a lot in him, and so you might as well see if he could do it over at safety, because he does have. I think he does have ball skills. I think he is a willing tackler. He is not afraid to physically get in there and mix it up.
Like part of the job of being a boss, a manager, is to put people in positions where they can succeed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, let him go down fighting. If you're gonna get rid of him, let him go down trying something new. If he's not gonna be a corner, and it's clear that he's not a corner, give him a shot.
Marquise Bell, back to him really quickly, since I had mentioned I think that's the most interesting one. He is a big safety. He is 6'3", 205. It's his second year out of Florida A&M. He was an undrafted free agent. That's the guy they want to be J-Ron Curse eventually, because they love Curse, but Curse is a very specific skill set and what he does. I mean, y'all, when you guys interviewed him last year, you remember you had asked him like, hey, do you remember your missed tackles?
Mm-hmm.
And he called out every play that he was credited with a missed tackle.
2, right?
Yeah, but he remembered exactly which one. It was this game. It was this play. I did this. I messed this up. And so he is a very high IQ physical football player, which helps for being that hybrid that has to come into the box, maybe take away some of the safety stuff. Bell's the same way. He's not a great coverage guy, but he's somebody who can work within certain spaces and they hope has the size to be an impactful run defender. And so I think that with J-Ron Curse entering the last year of his deal, he is getting older. If they do decide to part with him after the season, which would be a lot, you're not just parting with a good player, you're parting with one of your real locker room leaders, then I think that Marquise Bell is the one that they would want to step in here. So even if Marquise Bell does not make this roster, Marquise Bell, I think they're going to try and keep here on the practice squad or whatever else. But You've already got 3 guys locked in. How many safeties are you comfortable carrying, Chop? Because they use 3 pretty frequently. So if somebody gets hurt, you need to have some sort of depth. So 4 might be tough, but would you just prefer to keep 4?
And that's normal?
4 is normal for most teams. Most teams don't play 3 safeties as much as Dallas and Dan Quinn do, though.
Okay. Yeah, 4's fine.
Okay. So if that's the case, if it's 4, I think they would keep Bell. Coyle would probably go to the practice squad, and then Wanye Thomas could go to the practice squad. But they like Thomas, Coyle, Bell. Like, you're going to hear a lot about them during training camp. Those are going to be guys that they like. And then obviously whatever they choose to do with Israel Mukuamu. Mukuamu might give them some cover if they keep 4 safeties. They might say, well, Israel will keep him, and he'll be listed with the corner group, but he's somebody who we know can play safety. So we have technically 5 if we need it. And they believe, I think, that Deron Bland could play some safety in a pinch, too, if they needed that.
Probably could.
So that's where
you got to be able to tackle, though.
Yes, you do. And that's where things stand with the safety group right now. Next week, maybe we'll dive into a little bit of the coaching staff before Sean Sharif returns.
Yes, we should. I think we absolutely should dive into the coaching staff. Why before he returns, though?
I just mean we'd start it before he returns.
Oh, okay.
We wouldn't
I thought you were trying to avoid.
No, I don't want to sneak something by him. I just mean like there's 2 days.
Disgusting.
It'd be weird to just take it off for 2 days and be like, oh, let's start it again. So
Yep. All right, let's hook up the Tolos.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone. The music superstar is coming back to the Metroplex to rock out Dos Equis Pavilion on August 5th. Get information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. Love hooking up the Tolos here. And I also love this segment. So we did this one a couple of weeks ago. We started. Bobby came up with the idea. It is the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
I don't know if he invented it or not, but it's kind of cool.
You know what that quote's from?
No.
You recognize the voice? Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, that's during their invention swap.
You want to start? You want me to start?
You go ahead.
All right. One of my favorite subjects, divorce.
You're an expert.
It's not my favorite subject, but I got 2 divorce stories here for you. And we're going to go, we'll Rochambeau this one.
Yeah.
So, shot for shot. Larsa Pippen. Larsa Pippen is not going to be wanting for money anymore. She has been awarded. Now, they divorced in 2016. They were married in 97. So his career was about 10 years in at that point. She's been awarded half of his retirement money in the divorce case. Now, this is so he's going to get the rights to the 401k and savings trust plan. Now, this also is they say she'll be paid in a cash lump sum. So one big payment, and the money will be distributed to her own account as soon as possible following the approval of this order. To make things matters worse, she's currently dating Michael Jordan's son.
Yeah, see, when you said she wasn't going to want for money, I just figured it's because of the Jordan inheritance from the Charlotte Hornets sale.
Well, that's part of it. But yeah, so she is entitled, legally awarded 50% of all account balances as of the plan's valuation closest to the date of their separation in November of 2016. Now, the issue here is the order reads that she's entitled to the full amount regardless of what is currently in the account. So let's say on November 2016, let's just use a round number. Let's just say there was $1 million in the account. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So she's entitled to $500,000 of that $1 million. Right? But let's say right now that Scotty took out $600,000 and there's only $400,000 left.
Yep.
She gets all 100% of that $400,000 that's left. It does not matter what's in the account today. It matters what's in the account in 2016.
So it's not even based off of like net worth. Is it just liquid assets?
It says this the 401k and savings plan trust.
Okay, so this wouldn't be like, hey, your net worth, you own these properties, everything else. Like it wouldn't be anything like that.
Now, real quick, he may, and it didn't specify this, he may have to make up the difference. If there's $1 million in the account and she's entitled to $500,000, but there's only $400,000 left, he may have to make up the extra $100,000 difference some other way, and maybe that is by giving her a piece of property.
What do you the net worth of Scottie Pippen in 2016? Do you know what it was? Because this is not just what's in the bank accounts, just his net worth estimated anyway.
I don't know, because wasn't he in money trouble?
It's 15 to 20 million. Which, I mean, like, I'll take millions, but, like, let's assume some of that's properties or whatever else. Like, I mean, it doesn't sound like she's going to get, like, I mean, she's not getting the Bobby Bonilla payment plan with, like, 30 million over years.
He got screwed in his contract, man. He signed a long...
Bonilla?
No, Pippen.
Oh, yeah.
He signed a long-term deal.
He signed that Mahomes deal.
And this was, like, before the money blew up in the NBA. Boy, he got screwed, though. Well, you got the book deal. And this is probably why he's coming after Michael Jordan.
Yeah, gosh, this and his son.
Yeah, he doesn't stop, man. He keeps going after MJ because you know why? Because he wants to sell more books.
There's that. Yeah, and it's also probably the whole
and the MJ thing.
Son thing.
Yeah,
that's part of it.
That's divorce number 1. We'll do divorce number 2 here in a second, Bobby.
Dealer's choice here, Chop. You want hot for teacher, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is fed up with being a dad, or the IT worker suing her boss for a silly reason?
Let's do Dale Jr.
Dale Jr. Okay, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is absolutely exhausted, and it's because of the popular Australian children's show Bluey, which I would guess your kids are not in the Bluey. Your kids would not be in the Bluey age range at all. So I'm guessing you have no awareness of what the show is.
I don't know Bluey. I knew Peppa Pig and Paw Patrol, Team Umizoomi, Yo Gabba Gabba, Blue's Clues,
Cocomelon.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't know Cocomelon. This is Bluey is okay. If like Beatlemania was a thing, so like during your kids when they were younger, like Paw Patrol and Peppa Pig. If that was Beatlemania, this is Bluey is New Kids on the Block. Like just bursting onto the scene and the girls freaking out. The kids love Bluey and the parents love Bluey. I feel like those are the children's shows that really carry themselves. Like that really explode are the ones that the kids are really like, but the parents don't mind and will kind of sit there and like watch some of it too.
Dude, I could watch, I could sit there and watch Paw Patrol.
Well,
Peppa killed me.
So the dad in Bluey, Bandit. It's this Australian cartoon.
His name is Bandit?
Yeah, they're blue heelers. So like blue heeler dogs. It's like a family of blue heeler dogs. And the dad is like the model dad who no matter how many games these two kids want to play, and no matter what they're asking him to do, even if he's going to be late for work, he's like, all right. Even if he's exhausted, he'll do it. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has got a bone to pick. See what I did there? With Bluey because of this. He was talking to the Athletics' Jeff Gluck, and he said, you know, look, Bluey's a great show, whatever else. He said, but the thing that annoys me about Bluey is, I'm going to be completely transparent. I think I'm a really good dad. I'm pretty happy about my dadding. I feel like I'm present in their lives. I'm available for them, and they know where I'm at. But we watch Bluey, and the kids are like, come on, Dad, do this. Come on, Dad, pretend this. So every episode, my kids watch Bluey and see the dad as like the kid's best friend, always available, always there. Anytime they want the dad to get in on the fun or to play, he's never too busy. He's never got to go to work. He's never got this thing he's got to do, or he's never mowing the lawn or whatever. It's always, yep, you got it. And so he feels like Bluey is now setting unrealistic expectations for today's youth about what dad's availability should be. And at my first read of it was like, this is kind of essy. This is kind of bad from Dale Jr. But then when I thought about it a little bit, I was like, man, my kids watch Bluey and they want to play all the games that are in there, and they're just nonsense games. It's like, let's play jump on Dad's belly or whatever. And they will, as soon as they watch an episode, want me to play all of the same things, even if I'm trying to get a prep email done or we're working. I'm like, guys, give me 1 sec. I'm doing that. They want to pull it. And then it's like, well, Bluey's dad, Bandit could do this. Why can't you? So a little bit of unrealistic expectations.
Man.
What do you think? Does this sound harsh from him? Or without seeing the show, do you think based off of that description, that's a reasonable take to have? That it's creating some unrealistic expectations. Like I still got to be provider here.
Does it create unrealistic? I think there should be unrealistic expectations.
You think so?
Yeah, I think like, I don't know. I mean, I think that you should have unrealistic expectations about like the availability of your mom and dad.
Yeah, I mean, I always drop it and do whatever.
I think you should. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Well, kids just need to be smarter too. You know, don't always assume everything you see on TV is realistic.
Well, they're kids.
Yeah, I mean,
but it starts with the parents, Bobby. You know,
it does.
So you're saying I'm raising dumb children? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that.
It seems like that's what you're saying. By the way,
because you know, like they also, I think part of it is like, you know, you have to learn how to be able to cope with disappointment too.
Oh yeah,
and I think that helps.
Yeah,
and it's not a good. I'm not trying to say that whole like let's disappoint your kids, but like, and I can't be at everything that my kids do. So, but I want them to expect me to. So it keeps me like, it forces me to go to more things than I might would.
And look, the fan text, by the way, is resounding in their endorsement of Bluey right now. They all love it. It's a bit, like I said, it's a very popular show. Is it possible, Chop, you think that Kevin Costner's kids were just begging him to play games so much and it created tension with him and his wife and that forced them to get a divorce?
Could be. And that's the next one here. Kevin Costner's divorce. According to People magazine, his estranged wife, Christine Bumgarner, is seeking child support payments, Peyton. Now, she's 49. He is 68. They have 3 kids, 16, 14, and 13. They were married in 2004. She is looking for $248,000 a month in child support. She is saying and by the way, she actually claims that what she is asking for a month is, quote, less than the amount needed to maintain the children in their accustomed lifestyle. She is also asking Kevin Costner to pay for, in addition to the $248 a month, private school tuition, sports, healthcare, and extracurricular activities. And he's being asked to pay 100% of the cost. Now, according to the court documents, he earned just under $20 million in 2022. Their expenses were $6.6 million, not including taxes. After taxes figured in, they cleared about $7.5 million in profits. So, I mean, they're living very, very well. But she is also planning on challenging the prenup she signed.
I mean, isn't the prenup the prenup?
You would think so. Previous court documents informed Christine that Christine had 30 days to vacate their $145 million home. Goodness. She ignored that demand, and she remains in the home, saying that he had no legal basis to kick her out. So in the court documents, Costner is agreeing to pay $38,000 a month in child support, over $200,000 less than what she is asking, and included in asking for, and he is also going to pay for all the other stuff. The prenup says she gets $1.2 million in property and $30,000 per month towards a rental home, and he's already paid her the $1 million. People are shocked by this. Like, why does she need $62,000 a week?
And why?
What kids are $62,000 a week?
And why is Kevin Costner, if he's dealing, like if he's potentially got all this money on the line, like why is he jeopardizing his bank with Yellowstone? Like why are you jeopardizing that money?
Who knows? He's obviously not the smartest individual.
Because you've heard Broadus talk about it before. That the whole reason Parcells came out of retirement was able to be wooed out to go coach Scouts. He got a divorce.
He got a divorce. He needed the money.
Yeah, he needed the money.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. If I'm Kosh, I'm like, dude, let's find a way to film this thing, man. 100%. Let's film this. This is insane, though. $248,000 a month for 3 kids. You don't need that. You don't need 3 kids. Don't cost that a month. They don't cost that a month. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, you know what you need.
And by the way, like, let's say he runs out of money. This is another thing I found out during my divorce. If you make, let's say your job is, you make $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that's what and then you're divorced. That's your child support, and then you get laid off, and then your next job only pays you like $50,000.
Dude, it doesn't get adjusted.
I mean, it can, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't like automatically.
No,
we had a guy. He got his wages garnished. He got his paycheck. He had taken a pay cut, and child support hadn't adjusted. And his first paycheck, it was like $0. They took all of it.
They say your ability to pay is not the same as your obligation to pay. It's the biggest crock of you know what in the world.
Now it works both ways though, right? If you got a super raise and you go from $100,000 to $300,000, the child support doesn't change, correct? If it you would still be paying less than what you should be paying because you're making more now, right?
There's a cap. There's a regular person cap.
Okay.
But No, like it's supposed to change. The spouse, that the receiving spouse is supposed to go back to court and take you to court and do all that. I mean, it can, but yes, it's like it's the whole system is terrible.
You know the best way to fix this for Kevin Costner? You know what it would be?
Finding a teacher.
If his kids just became like super successful, if they became like, valedictorian types in school, and apparently the way to do that, according to Frontiers in Psychology, we need more hot teachers.
Yeah, we do.
That's the word from Frontiers in Psychology. This is the headline from SciPost.org, which was reporting on this. Students are more willing to do homework when they view their teacher as attractive. In a new study published in Frontiers in Psychology, researchers found that students are more open to participate in school activities and expect to earn higher grades when they view their teacher as attractive. The findings provide evidence that children's perception of teacher attire attractiveness is related to important school outcomes. So, the old jam, hot for teacher, that's the message here. If we want to raise test scores, if we want kids to do better on the STAR and everything else, we need smoke shows in the schools.
Man,
I don't think Jacob ever would have vaped. I don't think he ever would have risked, getting the suspension if he just had, hot teachers for every period.
He would have gotten a job at, like, the church or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I never had an attractive teacher.
Not one?
Not one, man. Like, it was in New Jersey. They were like, I mean, they were old. They were like 60s.
Would you have done better in school? Would you have placed higher than 116 in your class if you had a bunch of attractive teachers?
Not a chance.
Peyton, did you have
I was
any?
just not smart.
Did you have any attractive
Yeah, I had like one or two, but this was like 5th or 6th grade. I mean, once I got to high school, I didn't think.
What class was it?
This was language arts.
Did you do well?
Yeah, I made an A.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is controlled sample.
But
right
I was
here.
an A student all around, so like it
Whoa!
wouldn't matter.
Oh yeah, I forgot Mr. 3.5 years from UNT.
3.95 GPA.
So why? First of all, why do they call it language arts in elementary school and then English in high school?
Maybe it's more professional, I guess, and because they call it in college English, so I guess it's just getting you ready. But
sure,
I don't know what the difference. It's the same concept.
It's called a reading.
I have no clue.
Reading.
You got something, Chop?
Yes, I do. Sneaky trick that supermarkets use to make you spend more money.
Ooh.
What should you do in the supermarket? They have this trick they play. And you spend 10%, they found this study. You spend 10% more money when music is being played in the store, especially during a tough work week. You're stressed from work in the middle of the week, you leave work, you go to the store, and all of a sudden you're walking around, you got this happy music playing in the background. So the recommendation is if you don't want to spend more money, wear your AirPods when you're walking into the store.
Oh.
Don't put music on, just put them in your ear. Act them as earplugs. Because psychologically, the music's playing, you're happier, you're more likely to spend more money when you're happy.
So is this like the casino tricks where they're like they don't have clock? I've heard like
there's no clocks, there's no windows.
Yeah, and it's like bright lights and like all this that basically like kind of gets you a little like you don't even realize how much time has passed.
You're wide awake. I've never felt tired at a casino.
No.
I've been there till 4 in the morning sometimes.
They say they pump oxygen in. They say they pump oxygen in to keep you awake. I have no idea if that's true, but I do know that like the sounds, the buzzing is all designed to keep your eyes up.
Winning. There's winning going on
and
here.
The floors are very, very busy. So they're so busy that you don't look down. They want you to look up so you see everything. They don't want you to look at the ceiling either. They want you to look straight ahead. So they make the ceilings one way. They make the floors very, very busy. So your eyes are just all over the place, like looking for that slot
You're just
machine.
overstimulated.
You're overstimulated. And it's like, I want in on this action. Like the psychological things that these companies do, and supermarkets are in on this now, playing this happy music.
It specifies what kind of music it is. It just says happy.
It says between Monday and Thursday, they play a different kind. They play a happier music at times, like in the afternoon.
Is it like instrumental or stuff that's like?
It doesn't say. It's like a relaxed, smooth tune.
They played Lady Gaga at a Kroger yesterday when I went.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And that would fit the bill Monday through Thursday. On the weekends, they may change it up, but like on the weekends, it's different. Like everybody's buying anyway. But like during the week, they specifically, or at least some of these supermarkets are starting to get in on this, where they're like trying to get into your psychological aspect of your brain. So put your AirPods in or whatever.
It's funny too. I remember a couple years ago there was some research, and I can't remember Like this was, I don't remember what the study was specifically or anything else, but they were basically trying to find some university research on what song they found most like made people happy. Like they examined brainwaves and stuff like that. And I remember they said it was Somebody Told Me by the Killers.
Somebody told that makes you happy?
That it was one of these, like, I guess it's just so upbeat and peppy that it gets people happy.
By the way, isn't Happy the song that should make you happy?
Cause I'm happy.
I don't love that song. That one kind of beat me down a little bit.
I know, but you always
yeah, initially
dance to it.
Initially for
Dancing
sure.
Dancing Queen makes me happy.
ABBA? Okay.
Yeah, ABBA.
Knowing Me, Knowing You by ABBA is the one that would get me more going than I think Dancing Queen. This from CBS News. This guy definitely is not happy. A sleeping man dreamed someone broke into his home. He fired at the intruder and shot himself, authorities say. A 62-year-old man is facing firearms charges in Illinois after he accidentally shot himself in the leg in his sleep. He cheddar bobbed himself. He was dreaming he was defending himself against an intruder in his home and used a .357 Magnum revolver that he owned to fire a shot at around 9:50 p.m. And ended out shooting himself in the leg, and that woke him up from his dream. And I think some people see this and they go, that's ridiculous. There's no way this would happen. I have not shot myself in the leg, but I have absolutely got into physical altercations in my sleep. I have torn stuff up in my sleep. I've broken stuff in my sleep where I'm like half awake thinking I'm being attacked or something's happening, and then I wake up with like something broken in my hands. I did that. My dad bought some like shelves at the store one time. They're just these cardboard shelves that he was like, here, you guys use these to just separate your stuff. I had a dream that night that like the drawer opened and somebody's head went inside and closed, and I thought it was like possessed, so I like beat the thing up. I woke up the next morning, my dad just yelling and going, what the hell did you guys do? And I woke up and I looked, and those boxes were shredded on the ground. And so I was like, oh, that wasn't a dream. I really did that last night.
Wow.
So I have that tendency to do that. That's why I honestly probably shouldn't room with anybody when we're on the road.
Okay,
Broadus is lucky to have survived.
I've got one more for you real quick.
Hit me.
Americans are drinking alcohol at levels not seen since the Civil War. A new report says that the average American consumed 2.51 gallons of ethanol compared to 2.53 gallons in 1860. So we are drinking as much as they did in the Civil War, which is not good because like the life expectancy back then was probably like 30. So the standard drink, by the way, is considered 0.6 fluid ounces of ethanol, meaning Americans aged 14 and older, by the way, 14, are drinking an average of 535 drinks per year. 535. That's the average. How many people drink zero?
Right. Like how many people that are drinking nothing am I driving them up when we're out at the bar or whatever?
Yes.
Ugh. You say 14 years old though?
14 and older.
What age are you going to start like side-eyeing? Like, are they grabbing stuff out of the cabinet? What age are you going to start looking out for that, do you think?
My kids, like, they literally won't drink anything but water. They're scared to drink anything but water. So.
But even like 17, 18, you're not going to start going like,
sure.
I wonder
absolutely,
if they're. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to start doing what they do in restaurants, like marking it.
There you go.
Marking it. Have a spill tab going on and everything.
Yep.
Let's get you ready for Rangers and Yankees with the Sandman. Jared Sandler join the show next.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, getting you set for your weekend. We got one fist pumper. That's Peyton short stroking over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big time. That's going to happen right now. We got below the belt coming up at 8:40, but it is time to head to New York City. Talk to young Jared Sandler. Morning, man. What's up?
What's up? I love hearing you take it out of commercial breaks.
Well, good, because at least somebody does, because I'm terrible at it, so that's perfect.
I think it's great. What are your spots here in New York City?
In terms of like food?
Anything. Yeah.
There's a really good McDonald's around there.
There is.
Sandler.
There is. Man, like they changed things so much. Because I used to love all the delis. Like Cat's Deli was amazing. And I don't think it's there anymore, which is a bummer, man.
No, it is.
Oh, it is?
It's there. Yeah.
All right, because there was one deli that was really, really famous that was running 7th. That was
Carnegie?
No, it was a different one. Different one. That's there. That's gone too, I think. All these places are just closing shop, man. It's terrible. My kid was there like a week ago. He loves it.
Yeah, I went to a place yesterday called Brooklyn Diner. That was pretty good. I don't know if you've ever been there.
No, are you staying in Brooklyn?
No. It's not in Brooklyn. It's just called Brooklyn Diner.
Oh, that makes sense.
We're in Midtown, which I don't know what that means, but everyone asks where are you? It's in Midtown, but I don't. This is my first time here, so
You never been to New York City?
So I went my sophomore year of college. USC played the University of Virginia, and it was the last year of Old Yankee, and so we decided, me and my broadcast partner for that game decided to fly instead of going straight to Charlottesville. We went a day early, flew to JFK, took a red eye from LA to JFK, got off the plane, taxi to Old Yankee, went to Yankees Red Sox. It was a day game, and then went from Yankees Red Sox back to JFK, and then ended up in Charlottesville. So technically I have existed in New York City before, but I've never, I literally all I did was airport, ballpark, airport. So first time I've been roaming out in the wild in New York City.
Well, Jared, while you've been roaming around the last couple days, have we gotten any additional clarity about what went on with Jonah Heim the other day? I know they basically said, well, he impeded the progress, or he set up incorrectly, but then we were in search of the explanation as to what exactly that meant. Have we gotten any more clarity, or have the Rangers gotten any more clarity about, hey, look, this is exactly what he did wrong?
Yeah, having his foot on the plate and being located in foul territory, having his body in foul territory is what he did wrong. Now, the problem with this is that this is not explicitly in the rule book. The rule book simply talks about providing the runner with a clear path to the plate. And before the year, there was a memo sent out to teams that addressed this specific situation. And it was essentially, I guess, what you'd characterize as guidance, but it is not officially in the rule book. Technically, by letter of the guidance, not letter of the law, because, again, the rule book does not state this, but by letter of the guidance, what Jonah Heim did technically was illegal. However, again, it's not in the rule book, which is kind of a problem. And also, I don't know. I think if you use common sense, he didn't do anything to impede Elvis's path to the plate. I think the spirit of the rule was not violated. And so, it's a problem when rules, like the average baseball fan should be able to look at the rule book and understand why something is or is not called. And in this situation, that's not anywhere close to the case. And it's like it's a hidden rule. It's like, you go to one of these restaurants and they've got a hidden menu, and you can order the triple Oreo sundae, but it's not on the menu. But if you're cool enough, the hidden menu, you can get it. Well, that's like this is like the hidden rule book. It's not unwritten. It's not. I wouldn't say it's an unwritten rule, but it's like the hidden rule book, and that's kind of a problem.
That's awful. So wait, so his foot being in foul territory really was an issue?
Well, the fact that he was on the plate and then his body was in foul territory. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I understand that part because where's the plate? The plate is not in fair territory. So, if you are in front of the plate in fair territory, technically you're not in any way, shape, or form going to be in the way of the runner. But again, it's one of those nitpicky, weird things. At the end of the day, Major League Baseball feels like catchers are starting to take more advantage of blocking the plate and how things are being called. And so the point of this memo, and I think there were a few different pieces of guidance, the point of it was simply to try and push back against that.
Wow.
To try and push back against some of the gray area of the rule, but for whatever reason, they didn't rewrite the rule. Because think about this, if that happens, and Matt, Dave, CJ, the White Sox broadcasters, and myself refer to the rule book and can point to this specific thing, then it's not as big of a story. It's like, we might be then complaining about, the spirit of the rule, but now at least we know right away what the issue is. And so it's a frustrating situation. And unfortunately, baseball has too many of these types of quote unquote rules that are so incredibly tough to understand. I said on G-Bag the other day, guys, what's the most frustrating rule in the NFL? Probably it's pass interference, because it comes up multiple times a game and no one has any clue what pass interference is. Well, I mean, thankfully this does not come up multiple times in a game, but it's frustrating when there's a rule that you feel like, could be more objective, but isn't. It's subjective, and you have no idea how they are or are not going to enforce it.
Yeah, I mean, because the same night the Padres-Giants had a play, and then the next night they called the Padres again. They called Sanchez for interference, and it was like he was 10 feet up the line when he fielded the ball.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's I don't know. Again, thankfully this is not something that comes up a ton, but they need to get a handle on what this is and isn't, because this rule is initially intended to protect catchers, but I don't think Jonah Heim violating the rule put him in harm's way in any way, shape, or form.
We're talking with Jared Sandler here, voice of the Rangers for the moment. Jared, when you look at how the pitching staff has performed recently, it feels like Eovaldi is maybe coming back down. I don't want to even say back down to earth. It just feels like he's maybe getting a little closer to the median lately. You had some of the struggles that we've seen recently. Dane Dunning starting to give up the long ball a little bit after he had been so good there. And not that it's, anything unexpected. I mean, they were on some really hot streaks there. But with that and the loss of DeGrom, at what point, I think we all expect the Rangers are going to be involved in the trade market for a starting pitcher, but at what point do you think we're going to start hearing rumblings about them, sniffing around? Is this going to be something where they get later into July, they're going to work closer to the deadline, or do you think there's any urgency for, hey, let's try and add to this rotation here?
Yeah, I think there absolutely is a need to add to the rotation. I think there's a need to add depth. Just to protect themselves down the stretch. And I think there's an opportunity to add a top of the rotation type guy who, could then address an off-season need in season, right? They can check something off for this off-season. I don't think there's as much urgency to add a starter as there is a reliever. Now they might all come in the same deal. Typically, we talked about this, typically after the draft is when things really start to heat up. But, that's always been something that people say, but that was back when the draft was in June. The draft would have already happened. Now it's, pushed back to July. So I don't know. I mean, I think they're absolutely having conversations, and you're now starting to get to the point where, a lot of the baseball writers are starting to come out with these pieces that are like, hey, these are 10 guys that can be traded, and here are the 3 teams that, they could go to. Not that means those are the only 3 teams, but you're starting to see, more and more of those types of pieces. So I think people are talking as far as, hot and heavy with the rumors. I think that's going to be after the draft, but that's not to say that nothing can get done before then. But I think the problem is, Bobby, let's just take the White Sox. The White Sox have like 29 pitchers who could be traded. Dylan Cease, Lucas Giolito. You go to the bullpen, Joe Kelly, Kendall Graveman, maybe Michael Kopech, Lance Lynn, and they're awful. Like the team itself, they are not very good. But look at the AL Central. The White Sox are a team that they expected to be good, and so any little opportunity for them to be relevant, that front office is probably going to jump on it. It's not like they went into the year expecting a rebuild. If they did, it's probably a little bit of a different situation. But they expected to be good. So what are they, 6.5 backs, something like that?
Yep.
They're one good week away from being right in the mix there.
Yeah.
And they feel, talking to people there, they feel like if they can just hang around, they've got a really easy schedule on paper after the trade deadline. So there are a lot of teams like the White Sox. The Reds were a team that, maybe could make some moves. They're not going in now. They've won 39 games in a row, or whatever it is now, 11 or 12.
It's 11.
11. So what about the Pirates? The NL Central, the Reds are, starting to do some work there, but the NL Central's open. The Pirates, David Bednar, Mitch Keller, those are some names. So they're not out of it. Right now you're really looking at the A's, you're looking at the Royals, but there are a lot of teams. So my point is there are a lot of teams who I think can really influence the trade market, and they're not yet at a point where they're ready to commit to, being sellers or not. And I think, that is kind of a product of just the way the season's unfolded, but B, the new playoff format. The one wild card setup, it would be a lot more clear of a picture now, but it's just not. So I think that is in part also what is delaying, things for the trade season.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Does it seem like the bullpen stabilized itself a little bit?
Yeah, no, the bullpen definitely is in a lot better place than it was a month ago. They still need to do work, if they want to be ready to compete in the postseason. But it's not as alarming of a situation now as it was a month ago. It felt like a month ago they had a 1-run lead through 6 innings. This was that's trouble. They had to be up by 5, 6, 7 runs, and thankfully they were. They did that very often, and they're not doing it as often now. But the bullpen's in a better spot. Josh Sborz deserves a lot of credit for that. Jose Leclerc has been better. Brock Burke has been better. Grant Anderson did give up the lead the other day, but in general, he has helped. I think the thing that Grant Anderson's done where he's helped and where Josh Sborz has really helped, they're able to give you more than 3 outs. And so that's, you're able to get some length out of those guys. They're able to protect relievers and have more guys fresh on a night-to-night basis. And their starters are, doing a good job of contributing to that as well. So, they're in a better place, but they still absolutely need to make some moves to help out this bullpen. There's no doubt about that.
Really quickly, before we let you go here, give us 30 seconds, your takeaway on the Mavericks draft. You like Derek Lively from Duke?
I don't like Duke. Duke sucks.
I like Duke.
All right, let's forget Duke. Let's just talk about Derek Lively.
Yeah, I saw Michael Finley's comparison to Tyson Chandler. I'm not as worried about a 19-year-old who can't score because a 19-year-old big man who can't score, because I think that stuff comes later. I don't think he's ever going to be a scorer from outside of the paint area, maybe 8 to 10 feet. But hey, if you want a big man who's not going to stretch the floor, but is going to be someone who can provide a big defensive impact and pick and roll, play above the rim. Again, I think Michael Finley's comparison to Tyson Chandler is kind of best case scenario here. If you can get that guy, then that's a good pick at 12. It's not like you draft superstars in the NBA with the 12th pick. So and getting rid of Davis, plus getting Derek Lively, all right, taking steps towards progress. I'm not super in love with the pick, but I don't dislike it either.
Thank you, man. Enjoy New York.
Hey, see you guys.
Love you, Jared. Bye.
Love you.
Jared Sandler. Nyam. Join us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, this Hall of Fame coach is absolutely killing his career by becoming the biggest whiner in sports. That is next here on The Fan. But first, let's get you over to Q.
and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3233 or just go to truckwreck.com.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
Mavs take Lively, y'all. I'm telling you, Bassick in the cross. He is on one, man. He is in this group chat. He stayed up. He watched like 4 games of Derek Lively last night, trying to convince himself that he likes him as a player. I'm telling you, Bassick today is going to be litty.
He is. I should probably, before he gets in here, send him the article that I didn't send to you at 5:30 this morning, though. The one about Derek Lively's background.
Yeah,
he is a great guy, and everybody's going to want to root for him. But I should send him the one of and the story we're referencing specifically, Derek Lively, his dad died right at the end of high school, and their family didn't have enough money for a headstone, so that's what he did with his first NIL check, was go buy a headstone, and then the second thing he did was buy a house for his mom who had cancer. So he is like a super salt of the earth, upstanding individual.
I love that
he'll be
phrase,
easy
salt of the earth.
He'll be easy to root for because of it.
Yeah, I like that phrase, salt of the earth.
So see, some good things do come from NIL. Chop, it's not all bad. He was able to get the.
Who am I, Nick Saban?
I'm not exactly.
What am I, Nick Saban here?
Yes.
All right. Nick Saban was on with Joel Klatt. It's a good little transition there, Bobby.
Thank you.
Nick Saban was on with Joel Klatt, and Nick Saban has he officially reached the point of get off my lawn, Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood?
You know what It's funny. He's becoming where I think he's in danger of going right now is, you know how we always thought the Belichick routine or the Greg Popovich routine, like it was funny when they were dominant. And then as soon as they started struggling, it was just kind of like, oh, this guy's just kind of an ass. Like he's just kind of difficult. And it's not as funny when they're bad. Like it's like, you're not really in a standing to kind of mouth off to people when you're struggling. He's in danger of, and Alabama's in a better spot than the Spurs have been in recent years or the Patriots have been in recent years. But I do wonder if Saban's kind of in that lane or approaching that lane of, if Alabama kind of falls out of the top 5 teams in the country regularly, are people going to go, you know what, you just sound like a bitter old man and you're whining and we're kind of fed up with it. Your toughness is no longer cute to us.
That's true. That's he is kind of whining right now. So here he is with Joel Klatt. This is talking about on the college playoff.
You play a harder schedule if you win. You play an easier schedule if you lose. So, all those things rules are for parity.
Yeah.
So that there's interest. So our fan base, they want to dominate. So my job is to try to create a program here where we have the best chance to succeed and have success relative to the competition. But I think even in the SEC, when you add Texas and Oklahoma, there's going to be more parity because there's probably going to be 6-7 teams ranked in the top 20 that are going to be playing each other. So, but the problem with the way the whole system is, there's no accounting for that. So all we do is take the teams that win the most games at the end of the year and put them in the playoffs.
All right, and he would go on
to say, but do you really get the best teams? When they told me that we would be favored against 3 out of the 4 teams that got in the playoff, I'm like, why aren't we in the playoffs?
Yeah. And listen, this is a question of, does the playoff, and this is the committee and everybody out there, the committee's got to ask themselves this, so does everybody else. Is it the best 4 teams or the 4 most deserving? Because there could be a difference, and I think there was. Now, I think this is a subtle shot at Michigan and TCU, obviously.
Sure.
Or Ohio State and TCU, if you want to talk about that. Now, do I think Bama beats TCU by 3 scores? No, not last year. They won by 4. It might have happened. Who knows? Does that mean that Bama, because they were better, should have been in? Or is it the most deserving? You get that. The two are not always the same.
See, that was funny. Bama had several games last year. I mean, they lost,
They lost
3
2 games.
2, 3? They lost 2, I think, but they should have lost. Yeah, they went 11-2. There were 3 other games last year
close
that they were in jeopardy of. I mean, they were not the normal Bama.
No, they lost.
They were a very vulnerable football team.
They lost the Tennessee game on the road on a last-second field goal, and they lost the LSU game on a 2-point conversion. So right at the very end. So like, I mean, yeah, they very easily could have been undefeated. They all very easily could have had 5 losses.
Yeah, because I mean, Texas played them well.
Right.
Did they play Missouri or something? Somebody else was.
Missouri played Georgia. Missouri was up like 20-zip on Georgia.
There was somebody that was again keeping it close. Bama was just not the same football team last year. That offensive line could not block like it had in years past. They did not have the dominant set of receivers. I mean, Bryce Young was running for his life most of last year, and what's not being said here, what's being said but not being said, is this is basically complaining about NIL. And this is complaining about You think that comment was leveling? I think it is. I don't think that's what he's saying. I'm just saying I think that's what gets to the heart of what his complaint is. That's not what it is on the surface. But when you talk about the competitive nature and the way that other teams are able to raise up, TCU benefiting from the transfer portal, all these teams benefiting from NIL, that it's something that I think it's just frustrating to Saban that he doesn't have a monopoly on the talent anymore. And now there are 3 or 4 other teams that are potentially in conversation to be as good as them.
Yeah, and I love how Nick is just completely forgetting the fact that, like, they were really good. They did lose 2 games last year, but he's not saying anything about the fact that they lost to Tennessee and they had the same record and they were ranked ahead of them, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah,
like he doesn't bring that up. It's just it's complaining. He's become a complainer, and you're right. He's not getting, and now yes, he is still getting great recruiting classes. The difference is that pre-NIL, pre-transfer portal, he had these great classes. He hoarded all these players. His backups were just as good or better than the starters.
Yep.
These guys would wait till they were juniors before they even stepped on the field, and he had NFL player after NFL player after NFL player. And now, he's just not as thin.
I mean,
not as deep. He's much more thin.
And look, again, this all comes back to, for me, I think, the NIL issue, because he's the one going in front of Congress and trying to say, we got to get this under control, man. This is out of control. Where, if Georgia can just sit here and spend whatever they're going to spend on people, and there's already that built-in tension that he has with Kirby Smart, and he is frustrated that he doesn't just have that monopoly on it anymore. But that was Kevin Clark over at The Ringer had written something this week in response to the push from Saban and coaches like them that are trying to rein this in really aggressively. And the headline over at The Ringer was, "Nothing, not even Congress, is stopping the NIL era." And part of what he writes here, he says, the main NCAA stipulation on NIL is no pay to play, barring payment that's contingent on an athlete playing for one school. The problem is the problem with this is that it has been roundly ignored and never really enforced, leading to markets that have developed at warp speed for top players. I sometimes try to imagine what the NCAA thinks the average college football fan cares about. It's not NIL. Pushing it to the forefront and making it the type of issue you talk about constantly is frankly boring to most people. Even diehards barely care about NIL, except for a big picture standpoint. Is your school winning or losing because of it? And that's sort of the thrust, is that it's like the pitch clock. That when people like Blake Snell or other players out there, the classical players, Max Scherzer, usually have a choir that they're preaching to and a fan base that that is completely with them every step of the way. The fans were not with them on the pitch clock. So it's falling on deaf ears, and they just come across like, no, we don't care that you don't like the new rules. We do. It speeds up the game. We like it. Saban's in the same position, I think, with the CFP, the transfer portal, the NIL, all these things that have sort of leveled the playing field a little bit. I think he's in the same position now where he's normally used to being the guy who goes viral for complaining about something. And, oh, man, look how wise Saban is. Right now it just comes off as, well, these are sour grapes. You're bitter that your team is no longer as dominant as it once was.
I mean, they're pretty dominant, but maybe not as dominant.
I don't think they're dominant anymore. They're one of the top teams. They are not dominant like they were.
Okay, fair. The issue that and you're right that we don't care about who's getting NIL money, where the NIL money is coming from. They're going to expand the postseason. They are, and they should. But be careful what you wish for. Yeah. When you expand the postseason, if you think that you're just if you're sick of the SEC, what do you think is going to happen when they expand the postseason, and you're going to wind up getting 3 of them in the Final Four. Like, be careful, or 3 Big Ten teams. Like, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'll have. And so there's got to be some recognition that. Now, look, does NIL need to be reined in to some extent? I think probably. But it's less from a competitive standpoint or whatever else. To me, it's gotten way out of control, some of the things that guys are getting, how much money they're getting for things.
My issue is, and I don't care, they can get as much money as they want. My issue is, I do not like teams going after other teams' players who are not in the portal and trying to say, hey, look, if you're on another team, like, they need to make the punishment so severe that no one's going to do that.
Like the Drake May thing. Like Mac Brown saying, hey, people are coming around offering like millions to Drake May to transfer, and he's not in there. We've heard this complaint a lot from different coaches. I'm trying to remember who it was. It wasn't Pat Narduzzi, was it? Was it Pat Narduzzi?
Pat was, he did say that players, that yes.
There's been a lot of complaints from schools that go, hey, we immediately have big colleges coming sniffing around illegally tampering with our players. And this is just what this is. The only thing this has done is it's made it above board. It's made it happen a little bit more on the table than it once did. This has always existed. These sort of things have always happened at the college level. It's just now it's a little slightly more regulated and legal. I mean, that's just what it is. And I think it's frustrating to Saban.
It is a little bit frustrating. I get it. But the fans don't care. We do not care about, the NIL. We care about our teams being good, and they're getting paid. They're getting paid. I don't care if they get paid. Pay them all the money you want. What is up next in Below the Belt?
Are the New York Giants on the verge of becoming one of the NFL's most explosive offenses and a pain in the side of the Dallas Cowboys? That's next in Below the Belt.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, it's
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Why one NFL player's top priority in free agency was making sure he signed with a team that absolutely sucks. More on that in just a moment. Before we dive into that, we got to talk about these New York Giants.
No, we don't.
And how explosive they're going to be. RJ Choppy. This is from Jory Epstein over at Yahoo, former Cowboys beat member. She is now a national NFL writer for them. No longer on the beat with us. We're very sad. But she wrote about the Giants. She was over at Giants minicamp recently and got to talk to a number of the players over there and kind of assess where they're at and what's important to the Giants. Is there a team on the rise, RJ Choppy?
No, they're not.
They are coming for the NFC East crown with Brian
Giants?
Daboll,
No.
Saquon Barkley, and Daniel Jones. Jory writes that the Giants posted the fourth least explosive offense, according to Pro Football Reference data that charts explosive plays as passes generating at least 16 yards and runs generating at least 12. Only the Falcons, Bears, and Steelers had fewer explosive plays than the Giants, 62. None of those three qualified for the playoffs. The Giants, of course, did. In comparison, each of the 5 most explosive teams advanced to the playoffs. The ultimate Super Bowl competition pitted the most explosive team against the third most explosive team. The Chiefs being the most explosive, Eagles second most explosive. If you extend the study of plays to 20-plus yards, the Giants dropped to dead last with 28 compared to the Super Bowl champion Chiefs, league-leading 73. So the Giants brass had been adamant about injecting speed and explosiveness into their offense this spring, and that meant new faces, names, and skill sets. They went out and added Paris Campbell, the receiver. They got Darren Waller.
The big guy they got.
What?
The big guy they got at receiver.
Paris
Giants,
Campbell?
The Giants. No.
Which one?
No. Jalen Hyatt.
I don't know who that is. Never heard of him.
You know,
that's your guy. Tennessee Volunteers receiver Jalen Hyatt, of course.
He's Tyreek Hill.
Was one of the other ones.
He's Tyreek Hill.
So quarterback Daniel Jones organized his annual group trip to Arizona in April, and he figured what better way to speed up the process of speeding up the offense than to just get out there and build camaraderie. Paris Campbell, who came over from the Colts, said, that's what kind of settled me in at first. Deep down in my heart, it was kind of scary to imagine playing with a team other than the Colts. Once we hit the field, started learning together, it was just like second nature. Jory writes, in Arizona, Giants players discussed route perspectives, introduced playbook concepts. They cycled through throwing sessions and lifts, but they also built camaraderie, competing on everything from horse to who could finish their food the fastest at the house they all piled into and who could rule the pickleball courts. Chemistry brewed on and off the field. Darren Waller said it was a lot of fun, man. An excellent opportunity to get an early head start on what we install here. Getting to learn the system a little bit, but also the relationship building, which we feel is most important. And then at the end here, Sterling Shepard says, really the camaraderie piece and getting to know the new guys. The more you get to know your teammates, it's easier to give everything you've got for them. So, given the speed additions and the beautiful bonding that occurred in Arizona, are you now terrified that the New York Giants are about to become the most explosive offense in the NFL, Chop?
I am terrified that the Giants. I'm not terrified of the Giants at all.
Other than Jalen Hyatt, of course.
Other than Jalen Hyatt. I'm scared of him. But he's got nobody to throw to him. He got Daniel Jones. I'm not scared of the Giants. We have seen the last playoff berth of Brian Daboll and Daniel Jones together.
Really?
We have seen the last one. They are they're not this team on the rise. They had their 1 year. Regression's coming. Regression is coming to the New York Football Giants.
Who was more fraudulent last year, do you think, the Vikings or the Giants?
Giants. The Vikings it's the same team that's been there. Now, are they fraudulent for the sense of a 13-win team?
Like the peripheral statistics said, the Vikings, I think, played much more above their heads than the Giants.
Didn't the Giants have a 0-point differential?
They were dead even. You did have that, but you also had the Vikings winning what? They won every game of theirs by 2 points.
Yes, and that's unsustainable as well. But the Vikings at least had done that before. They'd been a good team over the last few years.
They beat Buffalo on the road.
Huh?
The Vikings, they beat Buffalo on the road.
They did.
Yeah, and listen, the Giants went into Minnesota and beat the Vikings.
Yeah.
In the playoffs. So, I mean, there's that on the other side of the argument. But no, I think the Vikings over the last few years had been a better team than the Giants had. The Giants had a big bag of nothing, and they had a good year.
All right,
but again, I mean, when your point differential is 0, you should be 8-8 or
8-9,
9-8, now whatever.
Maybe 8-1. You know, that's
go.
possible. So when you look at the NFC East, then you're not worried about the Giants. You still think this is a
two-horse race.
All right.
Two-horse race.
And we talked yesterday in this very segment, how close are the Cowboys to the Eagles? How big is that gap? Well, Demarcus Lawrence weighed in on this. He was speaking with the Associated Press last week, apparently. But this is something that didn't kind of catch on or get anybody's attention, I guess, till yesterday.
Still speak with the AP.
Yeah, the AP. He, I guess they have a podcast over there, and he was talking to them. And he was asked about the gap between the Cowboys and the Eagles, and he said, I don't feel like it's a huge gap at all. I'm honestly surprised that he would even say that. I think he'd say, I'm surprised he didn't say, there is no gap. Or he'd say, you mean the gap between them and us? Like, that would typically be the Demarcus Lawrence. Boy, there was nobody more angry after that loss in Philly last year than Demarcus Lawrence. He was coming off the field. He was yelling at fans, and I remember him he was coming down the tunnel, and he yelled something like, you know, MFers think they done something by beating us with all our injury. Yeah, like I don't remember exactly what he said, but I know he was like, they think they've done something beating us here at home like this. And so he says, I feel like it comes down to certain details when talking about catching up with the Eagles. He says not just the scheme, but also your locker room. I feel like through this time right now, when we're headed to training camp, that we made those adjustments. We learned those different things that we need to learn about our teammates so we can fully function the way we should out there on the field. So Demarcus Lawrence also singing the praises of camaraderie and time together. It sounds like campfire songs are the key. You know, just hanging out with your boys, roasting s'mores, whatever else. That is the key to the top of the NFL.
I love. What's your favorite campfire song?
I mean, I think of campfire song, and the first thing that comes to my head is Kumbaya. I don't know that there's a better one. I haven't sat around
Kumbaya.
That's just what I think of, right? You're sitting around a campfire, Kumbaya. I don't know. That's just what I think of.
The SpongeBob campfire song is one I like.
Okay.
Sure. Somebody strumming on the acoustic guitar, playing Wonderwall.
Some John Mayer.
Something like that.
Wow. You know what? I just Googled campfire songs. You know what's on there? Wonderwall.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean.
There it is.
Somebody playing a slightly out of tune guitar to play Wonderwall. All right, so Tremaine Edmonds, who left the Buffalo Bills this offseason, he went and signed with the Chicago Bears. And, you know, normally when you go to a new team, what's the line? When they go, hey, why'd you join here? Like even when Jacob deGrom was asked, the real answer was they gave me a ton of money.
But, we're World Series.
Boy,
we're Super Bowl.
I love what they're building here.
Yeah.
You know, this is a special team. I think we can compete for a World Series, which he said those things. They ended up kind of being true. I mean, they are being competitive right now. Tremaine Edmonds did not say that. He did not say, man, I'm excited because we can win a Super Bowl. He also didn't say they threw me a ton of money. Now, here's what Tremaine Edmonds said this week to NFL Network when they asked him why he went to Chicago. I was just excited for the opportunity, man. I'm a guy. I like when the odds are against me. I like when the odds are against us. I feel like individuals make the best moves when you're underestimated, and I wanted to go to a team where I could be part of a rebuild. I could be part of turning this thing around.
You never hear that. Man, I can't wait to build this thing from the bottom. Can't wait.
Tremaine Edmonds is standing there and saying, you know why I chose the Chicago Bears? Because you guys suck. You are so bad.
Woo!
And in order to be a part of something really special, you've got to be a part of something really bad and be the reason for turning it around. So how does that, I mean, the Bears were terrible last year. They had the number 1 pick initially for a reason, but Man,
somehow, Justin Fields top 8.
Wouldn't you feel a little like self-conscious as a Bears fan if you're like, damn, like couldn't you have just lied to us a little bit? Why do you got to say like I chose you guys because you're pathetic?
I chose you guys for the rebuild.
Suck.
Yeah, if I was like a middle of the road wide receiver in the NFL, I would go to the team with the worst wide receiving core. I might be the one. I'd do a 1-year deal, maybe be the one, and get a big fat bag.
That's not a bad idea. That's a good way to probably approach it. Because
Right.
then you're going to get all the targets you want, like Stephon Diggs. Like I'm sure he would love that. Is the opportunity to go ahead and
Would Diggs rather be like in his current role or a guy that gets 40 more targets a year on a worse team?
Boy, he does feel. Doesn't he feel a little bit like when you hear the complaints about him? He does feel a little bit more like I want mine than any sort of end result. Now, of course, I'm sure he would say no.
End result meaning wins.
Yeah, that I'm sure he would say, look, the reason why we've fallen short, the reason why we're not getting these opportunities is because we're not doing what I want. Like we're not doing the things that I could do to help this team. And so it could be that he's just got that approach with it, I guess.
Could be.
All right, so this is an interesting story, a fascinating story here from Sports Business Journal, as told via Dolphins Wire, because I don't have a subscription to Sports Business Journal. Choppy.
SBJ.
The Dolphins are selling premium tailgating experiences in the Paddock Club at Hard Rock Stadium. So for upcoming Dolphins home games, they will feature premium hospitality experiences inside the Paddock Club. The Paddock Club was originally built for the F1 Miami Grand Prix that they've held for the last 2 years. According to Ben Fisher from Sports Business Journal, the team will be selling 18 garage bays on a full season basis at $15,000 to $20,000 per game, or $150,000 to $200,000 for the year. Each bay is 1,600 square feet of air-conditioned garage with parking for 4 vehicles and space for roughly 50 attendees. They'll also offer food and drinks as well as a variety of other offerings. And these are like, they've got like the fake grass in there to make it look like a football field, and they have couches. So it's become this like luxury tailgating experience, which wasn't the whole point of tailgating supposed to be like, hey, it's expensive to buy drinks inside. Let's tailgate outside, bring our snacks, have the party outside in the parking lot. Wasn't that the point?
That was the original point, yes. And then it morphed into let's get really, really elaborate with this. So, like, obviously, people put a lot of money into tailgates anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They bring TVs out there, satellite dishes, all the things. Sandler and I went to Tennessee, to a Tennessee game. We had a big group of his friends. There was like 15 of us. And we were looking for a place to tailgate, and like Tennessee doesn't allow you to tailgate in certain spots unless you're like a season ticket holder or whatever. So we had to buy a tailgate package very, very close to the stadium. It was in like this, it's called Circle Park in Knoxville. And it's on campus, but it's like $2,000 for this tent.
Jeez.
And then you're splitting it a dozen ways, and it comes with some stuff, but you still have to supply your own beverages and everything.
Have you heard of glamping?
Of course.
Glamorous camping.
Yeah, of course.
This is like the sports version of glamping, I feel like, where it's like, oh, we're camping, but really it's like you have all the amenities and it looks like you're kind of hanging out in a tent in the woods, but really you're just in a luxury tent that has everything set up for you. It's just, I guess, to make you feel better about camping is that, oh, I can say I was camping, but really it's like you're staying in a hotel. That's what this feels like with this. What is the point of tailgating if you're just locked away in a bay where it's not like the whole experience in the parking lot? I just think that's silly. Anyway, that was Below the Belt.
All right, Below the Belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. Diamond Cavs is next. Stop me if you've heard this before, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
But Rob Manfred is an idiot.
Stop. Go ahead.
Tell you why. He stepped in it again. Next here on The Fan. Let's get you.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo! Fist pump time, boys and girls.
an hour left. It's weekend time. We're going to get you to your weekend here on 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Chubby's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside Sean is on vacation in hopefully sunny Mexico for him. He was worried about some rain. And Bobby doing a very, very, very creepy and slow fist pump, gazing right into your eyes on the fan cam.
What part of Mexico did he go to? Was it Cancun?
Playa, I think. Playa del Carmen.
I don't know where that is. I can't spell that.
I got to do this before we get to Diamond Cavs. I just found out my neighbor is in the ER, my neighbor Prasad, so I wanted to give him a little get well wish. He got this eye infection. It's called periobital cellulitis or whatever. Like, it's completely shut. His whole face is like, it's infected. It's completely inflamed. Whole face, whole side of his face looks huge. I was reading some of the complications from this, and like, I hope that doesn't happen, man. So get well, Prasad.
By the way, forecast update for Sean Sharif. Apparently right now there it's 85 degrees with 83% humidity.
Oh, perfect.
So 15% chance of rain today, Sean. Try and stay dry out there.
It's not hurricane season just yet. Let's look at your Diamond Cavs.
You never experiment when you competing, not at the major league level.
That's the way baseball goes.
Yeah, that is. Anytime you hear Wash, I'm a big fan of that. Anytime you hear Wash, he is the best. Who is not the best?
Chris Woodward.
Rob Manfred. And I like Rob. I think Rob gets way too much blame. I think he's a punching bag. He really, he did a lot of good things this year. A lot of good things for Major League Baseball. He could still do other things. Maybe shorten the season. That's one of them. Who knows?
Do we give Rob Manfred the credit for that, or wasn't that Theo Epstein's job was kind of to like lead the charge of evolution into baseball, or do you say he deserves credit for delegating that to him to explore?
The president gets the blame and the credit, whether they deserve it or not. Right?
It's a good philosophy.
Just generally, that's kind of how it is.
How's the line in A Bug's Life was first rule of leadership: everything is your fault. So you got to get the credit and the blame.
If Rob's going to get the blame.
That's how it is with Dak.
Yeah.
Everything's his fault.
When you get if you get the credit for things, then you also get the blame when things go bad. And if you get the blame for things, you also should get credit when they get good. Well, he had an interview with Time magazine. I don't think he's going to be the person of the year. Maybe he is. Who knows? But he told Time, which published this interview this week, that he regrets giving the players immunity for the Houston Astros. That was the wrong move to do.
You don't say.
Really? You mean cutting your legs out right from under you before you even did an investigation was the wrong thing to do?
That's garbage.
That's garbage. That's garbage, Chris. Yes, it is. Like, you kidding me? Like, last month, a White Sox pitcher called Twins shortstop Carlos Correa a cheater after striking him out. Like, they're still wearing the scarlet letter, but they got no punishment ever. None. Like he admitted, I'm not sure I would have approached it with giving them immunity. Once you give the players immunity, it puts you in a box. I would have gone through the investigative process without that grant of immunity and see where it takes us. And then maybe it led you to immunity, right? Maybe it did. Maybe at some point they're going on the process. They're realizing, hey, we're getting nothing out of this. So why don't we go ahead and give these guys immunity?
You don't got to lead with the plea deal.
Don't have to lead with the plea, man.
See where the evidence takes you first.
See where the evidence takes you first. So what did he get out of it? None of the players, I did not care one bit if Jeff Luhnow was suspended or AJ Hinch. Did not care one bit. I wanted to know two things. One, are they getting the title taken away? Or two, how many games suspension is Bregman, is Correa, is Beltran, is this or that? How many games are they getting? That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. And look, here's the funny thing is because I think you reflected the vast majority of people. Like, there was a nationwide, among baseball fans, obviously, people don't care about baseball wouldn't be included, but there was a nationwide appetite for punishment. Like, people wanted it. Yeah. They were done. It's not like it was this controversial thing where, man, I'm gonna have to deal with the blowback. It was pitchforks like coming by, like, you better deliver the Astros to us. And it wasn't a tough decision, it didn't feel like. And so I want to know what changed in the last 4 years that all of a sudden Manfred goes, man, I really messed that up. I now see in retrospect that people would have welcomed this. It's like, okay, no, they were telling you then they were welcoming it. So what what have you seen in the last 4 years that made you go, oh, I learned something new in the last 4 years that I didn't know approaching that investigation?
Yeah, I mean, like it was a long, drawn-out investigation. I would have loved for them to have done a harsher penalty. I would have loved to see Rob not give these guys immunity, but he did. He screwed it up. And then he also called it a piece of metal, too. That bothered the players.
Yes. And look, I mean, there was a lot of, I know there were fans even who didn't like what the Astros did, who tried to argue, well, what does it really do to take it away? I mean, we all know who won it. We still have that knowledge. It's like, no, it matters. Like, it still matters. That's a stain that will stick. I mean, just look, we talk about it. Do you think it matters to Les Miles right now that he got those wins vacated the other day? It doesn't matter if, well, we know who really won those games. Does it matter? I think it probably matters to Les Miles.
It matters to him because he's now outside the threshold for the College Football Hall of Fame.
It's just a trophy. It matters to Reggie Bush. He doesn't have the Heisman, even though we all know he won it.
It does.
And so it would have mattered. And so to treat it's just a piece of metal, is it? No, it would have mattered.
It would have mattered. Absolutely. Rangers and the Yankees tonight, 6:05 first pitch game. You can hear right here on 105 through the Fan. Sandler will have you with the call with Hicksy. 5:30 pregame show. Rangers, Yankees. It'll be Dunning and Clark Schmidt on the hill. I think baseball is doing this thing. This is really, really cool. They announced that Rickwood Field, the oldest professional ballpark in the United States and former home of the Birmingham Black Barons of the Negro Leagues, it is going to be announced in Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, will host a regular season game, Cardinals-Giants, June of next year. Question. I thought this is a great job of doing this game here. Why Cardinals-Giants? Why not Braves, who are about an hour and a half from Birmingham?
It's a good question.
Is like Birmingham somehow closer to St. Louis than Atlanta that someone who lived 3 hours from both doesn't know about?
Is there some really obvious connection that I'm missing to the Negro Leagues with the Giants and the Cardinals? Like, is that it?
Well, they are going to plan on honoring Willie Mays during the game.
Okay, that's part of it.
So that's part of it. So you still could have done Braves versus Giants. Could have done that game. Mays actually did play for the Birmingham Black Barons back in 1948.
Well, then, I mean...
So you had to put him in.
Yeah.
That's fine. Why the Cardinals, though? Why not the Braves? It just makes more sense that a team that you would want... Like when they did the game in Iowa, they had the White Sox. White Sox were relatively close. They were one of the closer teams. They could have done the Cardinals. They could have done the Reds. They could have done a lot of teams. But, I just don't know why they added the Cardinals in it. But they decided to do that. And it's not even like the Negro League Hall of Fame is in St. Louis. It's in Kansas City.
I mean, I get it. There's got to be someone. There's got to be another player. I'm sitting here trying to Google around. There's got to be another player that we're missing or somebody in Cardinals.
Nothing that I've seen in the article suggests that, but it's just like it makes sense that it would have. I mean, the Braves would be in it. I don't know. That's just me. But I think the idea is fantastic. I loved the Field of Dreams game. I thought that was great. And I think this one's going to be pretty cool as well. Did you see what happened to Wander Franco?
I saw that he was benched for a little bit of attitude.
So he is not handling his frustrations very well this year. So Kevin Cash, he did not play last night's game against Kansas City. Again, they lost. And he is not playing tonight either. So they get a 2-game benching. And this is a great player.
Oh, yeah. I think he still leads the American League in WAR right now.
It sounds right. He's fantastic. Unless Shohei took him over. Yeah. But he's fantastic. And he got benched for 2 games because he's not handling his frustrations well. It's a great. I mean, I am stunned that they did it. This doesn't happen in today's sports world. I don't think often enough. But I think you can only do this with a young player. I don't think you can do this with a veteran. You can't go up to. I don't think you can get away with going up to Mike Trout and saying, "Man, your attitude's not good right now. Let's take a seat." I don't think Phil Nevin's going to do that with Anaheim. Not that Trout said that. I'm just saying there's a name out there.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to do this to Ronald Acuna Jr.
No, it's like the same thing we talked about yesterday, right? With the idea of Deion Sanders and his coaching style and things that he's trying to like. That only works on certain individuals, and that's probably he's just got a recognition that this is something that could still be useful in trying to reach and connect to a player like Wander Franco. Because you're right, I would guess that's not something that would work if you're talking about a 35-year-old major leaguer who's been around the block for a little bit. It's like, why are you trying to make an example out of me? Whereas when you're you're a younger player, those things matter. CJ Wilson, when he was younger, and he tossed the ball to Ron Washington. You remember when he was getting pulled off? And Ron Washington grabbed him by the arm and brought him back and said, hand me the ball.
Hey, man.
Like, those sorts of things, I think, work a lot better when you're talking about a younger player.
All right, and his teammate, Shane McClanahan, what happened with him yesterday?
Shane McClanahan, who is 11-1 for the Rays, had to leave in the fourth inning yesterday with a tight back. He very well could be the American League All-Star starter. They're saying it's precautionary, that it's not a huge deal, but it's at least something to monitor because he has been absolutely fantastic for them. And the Rays, obviously, being pretty consistently for the entire year the best team in Major League Baseball. That is a significant one to monitor. Not a huge alarm bell, I don't think, yet for the Rays or anybody else, but it's one of those that goes, oh, okay, that at least is worth watching to see how long that bugs McClanahan and what kind of impact that has on Tampa Bay.
All right, the next thing that we have up is the first phase of All-Star voting has come to an end. All right, did you see this? So they already have the 2 guaranteed starters. Ronald Acuna Jr. So what happens is, after the first phase of voting, it narrows each position to 2 finalists. All right?
Yep.
Each position to 2 finalists. The recipient with the most votes in each league is an automatic starter at that position. Ronald Acuna Jr., over 3 million votes. Shohei, 2.6. I'm actually surprised Shohei doesn't lead in the vote category.
Yeah, it's a little surprising.
Very, very surprising. He will start at DH for the 3rd straight season. So the Braves lead all teams with 7 finalists: Acuna, Murphy, Olson, Arcia, Albies, Austin Riley, and Michael Harris.
So who does this most benefit for the Rangers? Because the Rangers have Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Josh Young, Jonah Hyman, Adolis Garcia heading to the finalist round.
Yeah, so the Rangers and the Blue Jays both have 5 finalists to lead the American League.
And voting totals reset here. So this is not carryover.
So everything goes back to 0.
This is 0, and it's just these 2 are facing off against each other getting votes now.
All right, so it'll be Hyman, Rutschman.
Rutschman will win that, unfortunately.
Semien and Merrifield. Semien will win that. Young and Chapman.
That's been very tight. That's been very tight the whole way.
Bichette and Seager. That's tough.
Seager might get it, though.
Seager might get it. And then the outfield, it's
6 guys, right?
It's 6 guys. So it's Judge and Trout, who are probably going to get it. Arozarena and Yordan. And Yordan, I don't think, is even going to be able to play in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be, even if he gets voted in, somebody else is going to be in it. And then Kiermaier and Adolis. So
Adolis probably has the toughest time there.
I think he does, only because it's like such a big field.
Yep.
And I think you already have 2 guys who are guaranteed to be in Judge and Trout.
2 are locked in. So it's Adolis is basically one of 4 guys competing for something.
So, all right. I mean, look, it's interesting. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Tonight, big weekend series in Atlanta. Absolutely stoked for this one. The red hot Braves and the red hot Reds. It's in Cincinnati, sorry. Starts tonight. Braves have won 8 straight. Reds have won 11 in a row.
Yep. First time, it's the longest winning streak the Reds have had since like 1959.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got to say that they are better now than the Big Red Machine.
They probably are. The Reds are they are a fantastic story.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. Like, they literally bring up Ellie De La Cruz, and they've gone like 12-2 with them or something like that.
We were talking heading into that series before Texas got swept. We were talking about Cincinnati being one of the bottom feeders that you might be able to pick off some of their players and trades at the deadline. Not now.
Not now, man. That division stinks. They're red hot. They're fun. They're getting crowds out there now. I can't wait to see what the crowd is for this series is like. I don't think there's been a big game at Great American Ballpark in years. They just get Votto back from injury. It's good things going on right now in Cincinnati. Rangers Yankees again tonight, 6:05, right here on the Fan. The Mavs did what all teams got to do on draft night. They made themselves better. Details next on the Fan.
The more you listen,
To you by Stay of the Our Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama.
All right, that is the number one pick. That was on ESPN last night. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Nico coming up at 11 o'clock on the KMC Masterpiece today.
How many questions do you think Corey and Kevin are going to be able to get in over Mike?
0. It'll be Mike Bassick interviewing Nico right here on 105.3 The Fan at 11 o'clock today. The Mavericks had themselves a pretty decent night, according to most. Derek Lively getting picked at 12. That was a trade down with Oklahoma City. And then, it was a trade down with Oklahoma City. And then they're also able to use a trade exception to get the 24th pick, which is Omax Prosper out of Marquette.
What a name.
Yeah, it is a great name. Who I really, really like. And I think that he is... I think he's the better of the two. I think he's going to be the better player in the NBA. Really like his game. And I think we're going to look up here a couple years from now and be like, how did he make it to 24?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of I wanted Cam Whitmore from Villanova. That's the guy that I wanted.
I did too, but man, I mean, he dropped so far. I mean, someone's scared about his knee.
The talk about his medicals, it must be really bad for him to go all the way to 20. Because just as a talent, he shouldn't have gotten out of the top 10. But I think, look, the moves they made, moving back, trading off of Bertans, they're, to go get Derek Lively, somebody who's going to be able to make an impact on defense immediately, is going to be able to be a rim protector, a rebounder, somebody who can, lob finish. Those are all great things. The offensive part of his game still needs to come along. We don't know how much it's going to come along. So that's going to be a frustrating point for people who want more of an offensive threat from the center position. But you get Lively, you then, use that trade exception from Bertans. You pick up, Rashawn Holmes, another guy who has, the flexibility to be a center, a power forward, a guy who can rebound for you a little bit, had fallen out of favor out of Sacramento, it felt like. And then for you to get Olivier Omax Prosper, as they call him, from Marquette, who is a a nice athletic wing defender with size. These are all positive things. You made your team better. You picked up 3 pieces that can contribute to your team. You are in a better financial spot to use the, full $12 million mid-level exception and get Kyrie done and still not potentially push yourself into the luxury tax area, which is something we know Mark Cuban doesn't like doing.
Right. I'm like I said, they are better. I'm not a fan of Lively, the player. I just like somebody more offensive game, but he's better than what they have, I think. And then Omax, I think is a good fit. I think he's a good fit right away. So we'll see what happens. Wemby goes 1 to San Antonio, Brandon Miller 2 to Charlotte, and then Scoot goes 3 to Portland. And now we wait on Dame. What's Dame going to do?
Yeah,
is Dame going to because he said we've had no communication.
Yeah, now we're waiting this out just to see if Damian Lillard wants to hang around in Portland, if he's willing to stick it out there. But look, I think Scoot Henderson coupling with Damian Lillard would be really exciting, really fun. I'm honestly surprised. Did you see some of the reactions from Charlotte, like in the arena, the sports bars around there? The reaction to Brandon Miller getting picked was not good. There was a lot of upset.
They really wanted Scoot,
there were a lot of upset Hornets fans who wanted Scoot Henderson. And so a little bit of frustration for the Hornets as Michael Jordan gets out of it. In fact, I heard it felt like when they were doing the introductions, when they were going around the room introducing each player, standing there with his family, there was a little bit of a smattering of boos, it sounded like, for Brandon Miller. I think there's
in the arena?
In the arena there. I think there's just a lot of people who are, he's still got that, the negative storyline attached to him from everything that had happened with the gun incident back in January.
Yeah,
and so
well,
I think
whatever.
that's something that people are still holding on to.
The dude was putting up a point a minute in college, so they'll get over it.
Charlotte Hornets fans, yeah, you'd think so. And he said his GOAT is Paul George. That's who routinely everybody keeps pointing to as that's his comp. He's Paul George. So
it's good. Look, Paul George is a good player.
Yeah, if LaMelo Ball gets somebody like Paul George to play with him, and LaMelo Ball can stay healthy, then good. Charlotte's going to be in a decent spot.
So now with the rest of the draft, the way it shook up, Taylor Hendricks, a guy the Mavs may have targeted, he went right before them at 9 to Utah, and then the Mavs technically drafted Case and Wallace out of Kentucky, but he was dealt, and then they wound up with Derek Lively, and then Omax Prosper. Here is Nico last night as the Mavs gear up for a big, much-needed free agency class.
It's already starting. Yeah, literally, even though we're knee-deep in the draft, we're still looking at free agency at the same time, and I can't allow myself to take a deep breath and pat ourselves on the back and all that. It's go time. So free agency now, it starts. It's been starting, but now it's I don't have to focus on 2 things. I can just focus on one thing.
And that one thing will probably be getting Kyrie locked up.
Yeah, that is, in fact, cut 4, Peyton. This was Woj right leading into the Mavericks pick at 10, which they made for Oklahoma City. This was Woj talking about their biggest priority being Kyrie Irving.
For this organization in Dallas, re-signing Kyrie Irving is certainly paramount. They gave up significant assets for him a year after they lost Jalen Brunson for nothing to New York in free agency. I think ultimately for this Mavericks organization, they have a player in Irving that they want to pair with Luka Doncic, and a lean marketplace for Kyrie Irving to go find salary cap space, to really put a lot of fear into this Mavericks organization. But certainly that is their offseason priority, getting a long-term deal done with Kyrie Irving.
And there it is. We've been hearing that a little bit lately, and Woj drops it again there, is that this is a lean market for Kyrie Irving. There's not a whole lot of competition, it doesn't feel like. There's not, a lot of outside interest driving up the price. We've heard the little rumblings here and there about Phoenix was interested in maybe looking at a sign and trade or whatever else, but it looks like this is the Dallas Mavericks for next year, is that it's going to be Kyrie, Luka, the guys that you're bringing back from last year, the additions of Rashawn Holmes, Derek Lively, Prosper, and then you've got whoever the mid-level exception guy is. And maybe they look to make another trade and use whatever little bit of that trade exception is left. But I think largely we're looking at running it back from last year with some smaller pieces in place that are going to take some time to develop. I think they're better than they ended the season already. I don't know that they're so significantly better to make much of a difference, though. Right away.
Yeah, not right. Maybe not right away. The Chris Paul trade sent to Golden State for Jordan Poole.
Yeah,
and this is like, I think it's a great fit for Golden State. Poor Jordan Poole. He gets decked by Draymond Green, and he gets sent to Washington. I don't know what's worse, getting punched in the face or getting sent to Washington.
Yeah, getting relegated to the Wizards with everything that they have going on there. With I mean, gosh, they've purged everybody now, and Kuzma's opted out. So I mean, look, Jordan Poole, maybe he welcomes it. You know, we're talking last hour about what would you rather have? Would you rather be with a winning team, or would you rather get all of yours? I mean, Jordan Poole might be able to get all of his. He might be able to put up 40 shots a game for the Wizards with the way things set up there. But Chris Paul, good fit for him. He's still a good player. He's not an elite point guard anymore. He's not one of the best in the NBA, but he is a good player and somebody that I think will fit in well with what they're doing in Golden State. And, we'll see if they can hold on, extend this one more year. My thing is, I wonder, does anybody invalidate the legacy points that Chris Paul would get if he wins a title there? Like, it's clearly,
he's traded.
It's clearly not the same Warriors team from the past. They've taken a step back, so it wouldn't be this just easy run to the finals. But do you think anybody would say, it doesn't really count? He caught on at the end. Nobody counts really, and it's a different circumstance. But I feel like nobody counts Gary Payton getting a title with the Heat in 06. Even though
this is different.
He hit the go-ahead bucket in Game 3.
I know, but Chris Paul's going to be a good player for them. It's a great fit. Don't you think?
Yeah, no. I think it's good for him, and I think he fits in really well with what they're trying to do. I think he'll help create shots for them. I also don't know. It feels like there's got to be another domino to fall here for Golden State. Like, that can't just be their solution to the struggles that they had this season. I wouldn't think. It's just, we've added Chris Paul. Here you go. This fixes everything. Like, there's got to be some sort of additional pieces put into place here, I would feel like.
Yeah, I would think you're probably right on that one. So we'll see what happens by the way, the Wizards get 4 first-round picks. They finalized that deal with the Suns. They get 4 first-round picks and then 9 second-rounders. That's what they acquired this offseason. They acquired 9 second-rounders and 4 first-round picks this offseason.
Yep, and through the Durant trade and the trade with the Wizards here and everything else, the Phoenix Suns, now that I think they used a second-round pick last night, they now do not have another selection until 2031.
Wow.
I will be 42 the next time they have a draft pick.
I'll be 50.
You'll be older than 50.
I'll be 51, I think. What am I, 43? Yeah, good gosh.
You'll have kids in college at that point.
Stop it.
Just an old man. You know what, though? If your kids are in college at that point, here's the biggest thing you need to make sure. Make sure they're not using iPhone 5s.
Oh, is this Thompson twins thing?
Yeah. I got to just go back to this one last night. The analysis over at ESPN, which let me double check. I believe it was Andrea Carter on the desk last night talking about the Thompson twins, Amen Thompson and Asor Thompson, and talking about, hey, one of the really shining examples of how about basketball they are is their cell phones.
Both of the twins, but talking of men here, they've been described as being guard versions of Tim Duncan. They just want to hoop. They're not worried about anything else. Until a few weeks ago, they had iPhone 5s. That's the iPhone with the button at the bottom that you have to press to get back to the home screen. They're not worried about anything else. They want to compete. They want to hoop. They spend extra time in the gym. They've been doing 4 workouts a day. I think Amen Thompson, with that just let me hoop and learn and play mentality, I think he'd be a great fit in Houston.
Does that really prove you're all about ball? You have an old cell phone.
I mean, it shows that you don't care about, you're not materialistic.
I guess there's that aspect of it, but
yeah.
I mean, it's still an iPhone. It's not like he has an Android.
No,
she'd be like, "Oh my gosh, he has an Android."
He has an Android.
Green messages.
Yeah. Let me tell you how committed to basketball this guy is. He has green messages.
Wow,
that shows all of it. See, it's still an iPhone at the end of the day. So somewhere deep down inside, even though it's an iPhone 5, he still clearly wants to fit in.
Yeah.
Like they both still have a desire for approval. Because if they really cared, they would get a brand new Android and they'd be even more ostracized than having the back button on the iPhone 5.
Wow, yeah, that's true. The back button. I do miss the back button.
You have gone full iPhone and like you've embraced it, and you've already become a big Apple snob.
I have to embrace it. I have no choice. I have the phone now. I can't not embrace it. I can't just hate the phone the whole life. I have to embrace it.
You disgust me.
I know.
Disgusting.
Mike.
That's disgustingly.
Basics. Crosstalk. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
It's time. I don't have headset on, but I guess it's time. So
it is time, Mike.
All right, guys. So I know you guys just got done talking quite a bit NBA in your last segment. Let's do this to start off because we're going to talk a lot of NBA at 10 o'clock. And if we get to the draft here, we'll get to the draft here.
And we have Nico Harrison at 11.
Nico Harrison at 11. Anything else you want to tease, Corey?
No, Mike, I'm looking forward to your interview with Nico later.
Kevin just took, he drafted an effing man at 24.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay, now, before we get to that, because Corey was texting and RJ was texting me last night, but I was at my son's baseball practice. What did you guys think of the Wake Forest LSU college semifinal game? And because you got to see two, I think the Wake Forest kid's going to be maybe the number 1 or number 2 pick in next year's draft. Do I have this right?
Probably.
And then Skeens is going to be the second to, I'm hoping, 4th pick in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, me too.
How fun was it watching two future major leaguers go after each other?
Dude, it was fantastic, man. Those guys, like that was probably and I haven't watched a ton of college baseball in my life, a lot more in the last few years. That was easily the best pitching match I've ever seen in the college game.
Mike, I texted you and Derek at one point. I was like, dude, this game, we're an hour and a half in. It's 7th inning. Like those dudes, they weren't giving up hits. I think they gave up 5 hits total. They weren't letting dudes on base. They weren't walking guys at all. It wasn't all strikeouts either.
5 hits and just 3 walks.
Yeah, just 3 walks. Because it was so much fun.
Because that game was so engaging to you two, the game started at 6. How tough was it to just change over to the NBA draft?
The draft thing with the draft is easy. Is that it's time, so you can just go back and forth.
Yeah.
What's coming
and I can keep up with it on Twitter pretty much too. Like I can keep an eye on Twitter and go, oh wow, a lot of stuff just happened here.
I made the mistake, I don't know if anybody else did this, of initially watching the draft on ABC.
I didn't even know it was on ABC.
Yeah, they were just jacking around on ABC and doing all these profiles and stuff. And then in the background, I saw Adam Silver making a pick, and they were letting Stephen A. Smith ramble and didn't even consider cutting away. They came back from their commercial break and clearly had heard the feedback, and they're like, hey, just a reminder,
we're sorry.
We're covering the draft here and getting into a lot of profiles and personalities. If you're looking for pick-by-pick analysis, that's on ESPN. I was like, oh, okay, great.
So it was totally different people. It was not a simulcast.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Mike, it was with the baseball game specifically. I was like, I want to watch this guy. I was like, it felt like they only got a few pitches because these guys were just like, we gotta do something. They're throwing strikes and they're throwing good strikes and we can't hit them. And it was just fun.
And I'll tell you, the most surprising thing to me was the home run. Because that was his first pitch out of the bullpen. What is the first pitch out of the bullpen?
Fastball.
It's dead red, right?
Was it a fastball or was it a breaking ball?
It was a breaking ball.
Yeah.
Oh. So don't you sit dead red first pitch out of the bullpen generally?
Yes, usually. Maybe, I don't know this, but maybe that was their 3rd time to play each other in the tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know, as maybe the hitting coach came up to him as they made the pitching change and go, he throws first pitch breaking ball out of the pen in these situations. And so maybe that's one of those times where you're sitting first pitch breaking ball. It was a hanger. But
it was
like a get me over slider, which you never throw get me over breaking balls in those situations. At least you're not trying to. And I don't think he was trying to. I just think it was first pitch out of the pen. It was a breaking ball that was going to be a strike, but not a well executed one. And right there in that situation, you give up a double and the game's over too.
Yeah.
Because Cruz was on.
On first.
Yeah. So
he's scoring.
What time I don't know this, what time did the 11th inning home run happen and where were you at in the NBA draft? Was there any chance that it was Mavericks pretty much on the clock during the 11th inning?
So I missed the home run live. I missed the home run live. I had to go back and watch because I was over on the draft.
I felt like it was about 8:30-ish. Around 8:30, 8:15, 8:30-ish. I'm trying to.
Isn't that right around where the Mavericks were picking 10th?
It was close. It was right around there. Like I was already on the draft. I was like, all right, I gotta kind of keep an eye on this.
I'm gonna ask questions because I was following the draft, watching my son play practice baseball, and I'm only following it through Twitter.
Yep.
how quick did you know that the 10th pick was traded when they announced Case and Wallace? Did you guys already did you already know that they were not taking Case and Wallace?
I assumed because it was like, well,
they had announced it on the broadcast at least.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like we hadn't heard this guy's name going around.
How about this? If you think about basketball in our Metroplex, a little over a year ago, and I can't remember what gym it was at, but I went and watched Duncanville play Richardson in a championship tournament game. Kaysen Wallace was the point guard. Anthony Black didn't play until like 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter because he was suspended for the game until then the UIL came down and were like, we're not going to suspend him. Then he runs into the locker room and puts on his shoes, and then he plays the last 4 minutes in overtime. And so I got to see those guys play in high school, the 6th pick and the 10th pick, just over a year ago. And also in that game, Duncanville's best player in that game, because Anthony Black wasn't playing, was Ron Holland, who might be the number 1 overall pick in the upcoming draft.
Wow.
So in that game, you got to see the 6th pick and the 10th pick from last night. And then you got to see potentially the 2024 number 1 overall pick in Ron Holland in that one game.
That is a unique experience, like
without going to like an all-star game. That was just Richardson versus Duncanville.
Wow,
yeah, like
that's really cool.
And you get that in the Metroplex quite a bit, especially
in every
more
sport.
and more.
In every sport.
And I think the other kid who was in the game for Richardson, I believe he's a rotational player last year as a freshman at Vanderbilt. Alabama. He's at Alabama. And I'm sorry I'm forgetting his name, but there's a rotational player at Alabama who played about 12 minutes a night who was Richardson's second best player.
Real quick, Trucker.com text line saying that the LSU kid White was sitting fastball.
Is that what he said in the interview?
Yeah, he said in the postgame he just adjusted.
They have a great lineup. I saw my buddy Mike Koploff, who we've had on the air before. He's a scout for the Phillies. Really good guy, good friend. And when I was going to watch LSU play in early March at College Station, he said, that whole team's a draftable team. He's like, it's when you go to watch LSU, you literally have to watch every kid at bat.
Because usually you stop watch after the 5.
You have to watch all the pitchers because, there's a lot of times where you're watching a college game and the guys that are batting 6th through 9th, you're like, unless I see something that really catches my eye, I know that these guys are fill-in good Division I college players, but they're not draftable.
I think, Mike, maybe the most fun part is this was 2 pitchers that knew that they were 2 badass pitchers. Like, I know I have to go match that dude tonight. You can tell that they had an intensity about them on the mound that, whenever the walk happened, they were upset. Whenever a strikeout happened, bam. If a flyout happened, Paul Skeens was like, I know it. It was drama with those dudes on the mound. And I don't know what that feeling is like going into a game, knowing the guy that's opposite me today is the best, but I'm also the best. So we're gonna go match up. Let's see how it shakes up.
That's how I felt when I took on Roy Halladay and Johan Santana.
There you go.
Except I was like, oh crap! How did I get this matchup?
Like, I was trying not to give up more than
Did you ever look at your matchups like that?
Yeah,
You're like, come on, give me the number 5 starter.
You know that when you're going up against back in the mid 2000s, you're going up against Roy Halladay. He was on the Blue Jays at the time, or Santana, who's on Minnesota. You're like, I know I need to give up 2 runs or less. If I give up 3 runs, we're probably going to lose. Like 2 runs. If I go 6 innings and give up 2 runs and we haven't scored, I gave our team a chance.
Yeah.
Because it's a number 5 versus a number 1 type of a deal. And it is what it is in those situations. But I knew when I was going up, let's say in high school, when there's 1,000 people there and it was me versus Kerry Wood. Yeah, that was really fun. Everybody knew whoever kind of gave up a couple runs was going to lose because it was 2 guys that were very unhittable. Very different pitchers, me and Kerry Wood, but very unhittable pitchers in a high school game. So, Bobby, I don't know this because we've been on a major text chain with the Mavericks situation. What is your thoughts on 1, Derek Lively, 2, the Mavericks draft?
So I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier today. The glowing endorsements, some of them out there that are on social media, I can't remember which one it was. I saw one last night that was like, this may be one of the greatest draft nights of all time for the Mavericks or something.
Wow, great.
I'm gonna
Over Luka? I don't think they were alive in 1998.
I'm going to have to find where it is. But
when you got Steve Nash in a trade and you got Dirk Nowitzki.
By the way, Forgiveness Friday at 11:20. There's a Mavericks employee. We'll revisit what he thought about that draft in 1998.
Okay.
He gave it an F.
So Derek Lively is, to me, it's like the chance that he hits his absolute ceiling is very small. The chance that anybody hits their absolute ceiling is very small. His highest ceiling everybody keeps talking about is Tyson Chandler. And so that's a little bit disappointing because I feel like with Cam Whitmore there, even with the knee the way it is, I kind of would have said probably just, I don't care. Yeah. Try it. Gamble on it because you're talking about a slim chance anyway.
Did it change your mind at all when like every team was passing on him?
Yeah, I mean, it showed me that his medical's probably terrible. But, I mean, he still went 20. He didn't just fall completely out of the first round. So, to me, it's like I probably would have gone and taken that gamble there. Lively, they're better with Lively than any other centers they had last year. Like, he'll be decent defensively. He'll rebound. Like, you've got that aspect of it. Okay, fantastic.
I'm going to throw this out, and we'll obviously continue the discussion at 10 a.m. What makes him better right now than Dwight Powell?
I don't think Dwight Powell is nearly the athlete that Derek Lively is, and I think that Derek Lively, when you watch the way he played at Duke, he is much more instinctual as a defender.
Better feet, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a question, Mike. I know Luka hasn't run because Luka said, I'm slow.
We saw him run up the stairs.
Oh yeah, he runs stairs, but he said that, and Kyrie is more likely to put if Kyrie's still around. We'll ask Nico that at 11. But like he's more likely to push the ball. Luka, if he's getting in shape, if he really is, it could be because he realizes they do need to have more of a fluid push the ball up the court. Can Lively run the floor with him? Can he be a guy that receives outlet passes up the court? And can do something like that. I have I don't know. You've watched every second of him.
Well, I've watched three full games now. Is he more coordinated than
Powell? Oh no!
I think right now Dwight Powell is a better player than Derek Lively, and you guys know what I think of Dwight Powell right now. Does Derek Lively have the potential to be way better than Dwight Powell in the future? I believe so, but right now I do believe Dwight Powell is a better player than Derek Lively right now.
Lively's got two major issues. One, he can't score, and two, he rolls out of bed and gets it with his second foul.
He does.
I think that might be a little overstated.
Okay, it's first.
So is the spectrum we're looking at here?
He gets in foul trouble really. He's always in foul trouble.
Is the spectrum we're looking at here on Derek Lively? Is it Tyson Chandler, and then on the bad end we've got Hasheem Thabit?
Oh man,
wasn't
he the second pick?
Yeah,
right. Holy cow, I remember.
But he was a long defender
who cannot score
we gotta see
whatsoever.
if he has an offensive game to develop.
That is an interesting point.
I might be wrong. Tyson Chandler was a good rim defender, good rebounder for us, and everything. Actually, when you needed a big rebound, he probably got it for you in the playoffs.
Took a long time for him to click, by the way.
Yes, but the biggest attribute I thought he had during that finals run was that dude talked. Everybody knew what was going on in front, behind them, around them, because he was the one telling everybody. He was the call-out
Good news,
guy.
we drafted a guy who does that.
There you go.
He's just on Marquette.
Oh, all
right. Coming up next, we open up with the NBA draft on 105.3 The Fan with the KMC Masterpiece.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm currently sending an email to technical support as the computer is not working in here, but I have my own computer.
Is it on?
And it's going to be awesome. Yes, it is on. I had IT Corey come to fix it. A screw just randomly fell out.
I didn't really check it all, but
concerns.
Did you check the on-off button?
Yes. I
missing.
did.
It's
that
missing.
was the first thing I did.
It's
Thank
missing
you.
though, Kevin. I don't know if you that orange thing right there.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be a button on it, and it's off. So like something happened.
That is concerning.
Maybe it's not plugged in down below. I didn't go down there because that's between Kevin's legs, and that was not. That's not. Yeah, I don't. That's not my job. The other thing too, Kevin, is I have kids with me today.
You do,
and
including a new kid.
Including a new kid. I just sent them down to get something for me at the Chevron combo McDonald's, and I'm afraid they're gonna get lost. Mike, it's an easy walk
Across the street.
But you know kids, dude. Like you send kids to the kitchen to get a spoon, and they come back with a cake, and you're like, how did this happen?
This is how you grow up.
Did you learn how to bake? Also, where did you get another kid from? I feel like we need to talk about that. Did you just steal a kid?
Bring a friend to work day.
Yeah, it was Avery's friend. He stayed the night last night, and we're going to my grandparents. We just sold their house, so we're doing. They're still with us. They
and you sold their house?
They are moving in with my mom because they are no longer able to do the things that like they couldn't even get up the stairs anymore. And I don't know how to install one of those things that you sit on and it takes you up the stairwell, the little elevator thing. I don't know how to install that. So I just said, hey, we're going to go over there today after the show and help clean out some stuff. I got some dressers for sale. If anybody wants to come get them out of the second floor at my grandparents' house, let me know. Is that Plugola? Is that?
I do think. Oh no, I do think that is Plugola.
You know what?
My first IT guy said he's gonna be out of the office till July the 3rd.
Oh crap! That's next. That's like a week from now.
We'll go back to the next one. All right. Now, it was
the best of times.
Yeah, it was the best of times in the Mavs front, I feel like, last night. It was the worst of times for my computer right now. But it is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the show, is if you take it as a whole, and we can break down the specifics, I have to admit, I loved what the Mavericks were able to accomplish last night. Because it felt like, Mike, you said yesterday, we were talking about, the Marcus Smart trade, and you're like, yeah, somehow Boston ended up with KP and 2 first-round picks. Neat. And the Mavericks traded down from 10 to 12, took the player that you were pointing out they probably wanted all along, got rid of Davis Bertans, created the trade exception, which got them Rashawn Holmes and the number 24 pick, and they made a selection there that we feel pretty positive about.
With the trade down part of it and still getting the guy, whether or not that guy, like you like him or not, you like that as value, right? Like that's part of where you're like, oh, and I got an extra pick, and I got a player.
I do like the pick.
Yeah, and all those things. And that's kind of we talk about that in the NFL draft all the time. You traded up for so much dumb, and you got nothing out of it. But a lot of times we respect the trade down, especially when we know you were kind of targeting that guy all along, and that's kind of where you were going to make that pick. If you were going to make that pick, you made it at 10, and then you got nothing else in addition to it. Mavs got some extra stuff to go along with it, and that's what I think that everybody can be happy about today.
And I know this doesn't talk about the specific players, and I will loop back into that, but now when you look at their salary, not only can you bring back Kyrie, you should be able to use the full mid-level exception depending on the direction that you go. So I think that could be great too.
All right, Kevin, settle down. Here's what I have to say that everybody was ready for on Twitter, unless you hate me. And then I'm like, why do you even follow me?
I like you.
Because it's like, I don't really like Kendrick Perkins, so I don't follow him.
Sure.
Just don't follow me. And I'm assuming if you're listening, you have to somewhat like me. You're listening right now.
Or they could like us.
Yeah.
And then, or like the way we go after Kevin. There's lots of things.
Let me balance this conversation out, Kevin. I loved what the Mavs did last night. It doesn't mean I love the 12th player they picked.
I get it.
But to take the 10th overall pick a worthless player on your team in Davis Bertans, who has 2 years and $33 million left on his contract, to trade back to 12, to get the guy that the Dallas Mavericks wanted all along, I think, at pick 10.
And you were right about that. You said, I think they're locked in. And I was like, I don't know, but it feels like it.
Then to take that trade and combine it later with another trade. So it's kind of one trade. It's almost like a three-team trade. So to go from 10 to get pick 12 and 24, and Rashawn Holmes, who I'm not sure what he has left, and I don't think people care too much about Rashawn Holmes today. They care about the people you drafted. But he might be able to contribute 12 to 15 minutes a night off the bench as a backup big. To be able to take pick 10, to get pick 12 and 24, that's a hell of a job by the Dallas Mavericks. They haven't been able to pull stuff off like this in a long time. That's why we haven't had draft picks. Getting Luka Doncic, awesome. They're like, yeah, and we trade next year's first-round pick instead of trading Wesley Matthews. Like, some of the stupidest deals, like, great, I'm glad you got Luka. Wait, you're telling me you could have just thrown Wesley Matthews to Atlanta and kept your pick the next year? Like, yeah, but we'd rather just trade away our first-round pick next year and keep Wesley Matthews. Like, they did stupid stuff like that. We're like, great pick. Wait, what was your other option?
Why did you do that? Yeah.
And so last night, I thought that they did a great job from a front office standpoint in taking the 10th overall pick, getting 2 prospects out of it, getting rid of Bertans. They did add, Rashawn Holmes does not have a favorable salary in the NBA either, but it's not as bad as Davis Bertans' contract.
Right.
And he might be able to, with what he does on the court, he might be a better value to you on your team than Davis Bertans was at this point, the way that you've somewhat developed this team with Luka and Kyrie. You can almost not have another guy on the court that's pathetic defensively. And so that's why we saw Tim Hardaway Jr., pathetic person to have on this Dallas Maverick team. Christian Wood, pathetic player to have on this Dallas Maverick team. Davis Bertans, pathetic player to have on this Dallas Maverick team. So I honestly really like the overall concept of what they did. I'm not crazy about the player at 12.
It's fun.
Here's the great news. I am not an NBA scout. NBA scouts seem to really like this pick. So, look, I want you to value our opinion if you're listening. At the same time, who cares what I think? Who cares what Chris Arnold thinks? Who cares what Kevin Gray thinks? Now,
your face, Chris Arnold and Kevin Gray.
Dogs on Kevin Gray.
Right, but
what
I mean by this is you do have to care what Nico thinks and Michael Finley thinks and what other NBA scouts think and what other NBA teams think. Let's just say the Mavs didn't take Derek Lively at 12. It sounds like at 13 through 15 he would have been taken.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the Mavericks took Tim Tebow and you're like, I don't think he would have gone till the third round, Denver Broncos, or Quincy Carter. Like, everybody had a 5th round grade on this dude. Like, what are we doing here? I know I'm using another sport, but I do think the Mavs took a guy that was supposed to go around that pick. All the other NBA teams felt like he has the potential to be a good center in the NBA, and this is where he should fit in this draft. So I'm okay with that. I think there's a lot of work to do with him. I don't think he's going to play in the NBA next year. I think that they will try to play him in the NBA and give him minutes here and there and see if he can contribute. I don't think he can yet. I think that he's a 2 to 4 year project. I hope I'm wrong. That's me. What have I done on Derek Lively? I've watched highlights and I've watched 3 full games on him. I watched his 2 tournament games and I watched his game at North Carolina. That's what I did till 2 a.m. last night. I woke up at 7 a.m. and watched the North Carolina game. I watched 4 tournament games last night. Full tournament games.
Did you watch the other OMAX ones?
Yes, I watched Marquette's 2 tournament games. I watched Duke's 2 tournament games. And this morning, I watched Derek Lively's game at North Carolina.
Watch the home game. You'll like that one better.
Yeah, because you said, I was listening to you talk on the Get Right last night. I saw it on YouTube and
great show.
Watched your 10-minute clip that Reggie and KG had you on. And I was like, okay, he said watch the North Carolina game. You weren't specific enough to say watch the North Carolina home game.
Fine.
So when I YouTube Duke versus North Carolina, the game that says full game is the game at North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I watched the first 10 minutes of the game and I'm like, this can't be the game he's talking about.
You know what's really interesting? I think you can watch both of those North Carolina games and see all of the scouts' greatest excitement and all of people's greatest fears about Derek Lively all against one opponent.
Yeah.
Is because you're right. In that road game, he He didn't matter a lot. He ran into foul trouble, but in the home game, holy smokes, he was a blocking and rebounding machine that I think you would love.
I think watching the 3 games, I can see what the Mavericks see. But I also see a guy who might not be able to play in the league for a few years, having to change his body. He's not very physically gifted. To me, like strong-wise.
Okay.
I'm not saying his block, his length, his arm length,
his wingspan.
He's tall. He's very tall. Like,
mobility is also a big thing that we need to add in here.
As Dirk Nowitzki had a commercial when I was a kid, and he said, I'm very tall for my age. I think that they can do that commercial now again with Derek Lively. If they'd like to promote next year's Dallas Mavericks, I'm very tall for my age.
I think the positives to that point is he's very athletic, big wingspan, good feet, good instincts, but you are 1,000,000% right, is he needs to add NBA physical strength. And that has been an issue, that is going to have to be addressed, but that was simple enough.
I don't know if it's an issue or just time. Like it takes young guys.
Fair,
that's just what it's going to be. And that might be when they looked at him, they may have said that as they were in these conversations of, look, A, it takes big players usually a little time to develop anyway. But B, for this guy, it's not going to be a first-year project where he gets the strength that he needs.
Yeah.
It's a 2-3. Mike, you said it.
You're right about
2-3 years before he's that kind of guy.
I want to, if you're hearing me, I'm sorry I said it the way I said it. Like Hookem is saying, hey, I don't believe what Mike's saying that he won't play in the NBA next year. I should take that back. They're going to try to play him, and I think they're going to give him minutes off of the bench. Let's just say he's going to play the last 4 minutes of the first quarter, and they're going to kind of see how that goes, right?
Yeah.
He is not ready to start on this team. But they're going to put him in for 4 minutes, and they're going to see how those minutes, when you get to the 8-minute mark, there's pretty much a TV timeout right around there. I think after that TV timeout, they're going to put Derek Lively in, and they're going to see how he does till the end of the quarter. And then from there, they're going to dictate, should we keep him in the game for another 2 to 4 minutes? Because here's what they did at Duke, and correct me if I'm wrong. I've watched 3 games. You watched more than me. Yeah. He would play the first 5 minutes for the most part, unless he got in foul trouble.
Yes.
And they would take him out for the next 5 minutes. They'd bring in some other white dude.
Yes.
They had
Filipowski.
Filipowski was their offensive center.
Filipowski's really good.
And so what they would do with Derek Lively is he would set picks up at the top of the key. Sometimes he would roll, sometimes he wouldn't. Sometimes he'd just stay at the top of the key because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the Duke coaching staff, by the time that I was watching, realized he has no offensive value on our team. And so what they would do is they would keep him up top, and if a wing would have the ball, let's say on the left side, Derek Lively would be behind the three-point line where nobody would be guarding him. The guy would sag off to the free throw line, and he could catch the ball, and he could rotate the ball to the other side. And then he might run to that other side and go set a pick for the guy that he just passed it to, or he would take a dribble to the other side, and he would try to run a handoff pick to that guy.
That's probably fair.
And then kind of roll to the basket. But they wanted him to avoid space where they wanted the white kid to work because he was an offensive center and Derek Lively wasn't. And so watching him, I'm seeing some things. There are times where he rolls and he is open, but Duke's guards were not good enough to lob the ball to him. So I think the Dallas Mavericks are probably going, well, hell, when he does that with Luka will lob the ball to him, and he has the ability. He's not Eric Dampier. He has the hands to catch the ball and then to dunk it. There needs to be nobody around him when he does catch the ball. And there's a 6'8" guy around him or taller, he bumps him. And Derek Lively does not like getting bumped. As soon as he gets bumped, he either looks to kick the ball out or he tries to softly fade away from the basket to put it off of the glass, and it usually isn't going in.
And part of that issue is his frame, for sure, that I'm hoping, like if you're just contact averse, you're just contact averse. But I'm hoping that 15, 20 pounds, whatever you think is achievable, like in the offseason or throughout the first season, will help adjust some of that.
And they do run, at least, I won't say a lot, 40% of the time I watched Duke, they were running a zone where he could hang around the rim, and that's when he's at his best.
Yeah.
Now, can Dallas create defenses, which is very tough, right? If he becomes a good shot blocker, what do you do with shot blockers? You put him in pick and rolls or pick and pop situations to get him 25 feet away from the basket.
Yeah.
So that will be obviously an education for him that he doesn't have yet, because Duke did a good job of going, I do not want him on the perimeter. I don't want him getting switched on guards. As much as we talk about his athleticism,
That's a tough road to
He was in
cross, yeah.
foul trouble, too. So I'm going to give him this excuse in the North Carolina game. When he was in foul trouble and they did pull him away from the basket in man-to-man, and they made sure to start playing more zone to keep him out of foul trouble and keep him around the rim, he got switched on the guard. He backed off tremendously going, first, I'm in foul trouble. I think he's smart enough to know I'm in foul trouble. And then the guy does kind of double crossovers where it crosses up his feet. He gets by him, and he lays the ball up. But he was in foul trouble, too, so it wasn't fair. Because if he fouls him, I think he would have fouled out of the game. I think he picked up 4 fouls in 10 minutes in that game. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, he got 4 fouls in 10 minutes of the game and then played about the last 5 to 6 minutes to get to 16 minutes in that game and did not pick up a foul late. Had a great play with 3 minutes to go defensively. I think he got a block shot, got the rebound, and I was like, that was a big possession in a 1 or 2 point game. At the end of the game, he got the final rebound to secure the win in the Duke, North Carolina game where his numbers aren't good looking. He didn't play very much, but I saw the positives. Like, I want to make sure. I don't think he's complete, total trash. But I do think this is going to be a multi-year development until you get to the possible potential that they see.
I think you're going to see I think, first of all, I think a lot of your critiques are really right on. I guess I'll say, I think you'll see a little bit more than you expect this season, and we'll see how he develops from there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, don't forget, it is a shout-out Friday. I apologize for not really getting a lot of shout-outs there. Computer is fixed, ready to go, and it's time for NFL This or That. But don't worry, we got plenty of draft talk today, too, and we got Nico coming up at 11. We'll do NFL This or That next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
Peace on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. I promise I'll get it together. From the 903, shout-out to my wife, Chelsea. Happy 36th birthday. Happy birthday to you. If you want to get your shout-out in, just give us a shot, 877-881-1053, or hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube. It's time for NFL This or That. Fear not. We will be talking about the draft plenty all day long. And we have Nico Harrison coming up at 11 o'clock. But wanted to try something a little different right here. Are you guys ready for NFL This or That?
My answer is yes.
Okay, good. Mike, is your answer?
We talking about Omax here?
Yes. Ooh, you know what? Quick bonus, this or that.
Uh-huh.
You take Omax over Derek Lively.
I do think he's going to have a better NBA career.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be wrong on that.
I'm not saying that.
Remember, but I'm
Dude,
not.
That kid is tough.
I'm not an NBA scout. So if you think my opinion's horse crap, good, fine. But watching those two guys play last night, full games, I have more confidence that Omax Prosper is going to be a contributing role player in the NBA.
I think he'll be. I just texted somebody back. I think he'll be a fan appreciated. I was going to say fan favorite because, there are guys that you're like, oh, no, what about this guy? And like, look, in the rest of the NBA, he's probably, a bench guy or a role-playing guy. But here, he will be appreciated for what he does.
Yeah. 8 points, 4 rebounds in his prime, maybe 12 points, 5 rebounds.
Okay.
Some toughness, too.
But,
I do think he's tough.
He's going to guard every human being on the basketball court and want to guard every human being on the basketball court.
And I will tell you something about this draft, offensive proficiency aside, I do like that Omax comes in with a defensive pedigree. I do like that Derek Lively made it in this draft based on his defense and some AAU three-pointers, but mainly his defense. So that is exciting for a team that you're like, hey, who the F plays defense on this team? Hey, we traded those people away.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is an influx of defensive talent from that point of view. All right, NFL This or That. Be a fan this season of the Buffalo Bills or the San Francisco 49ers.
Never the Niners.
Yeah. Why are you asking this as a Cowboys fan?
Yeah.
I guess you're a Steelers fan, so you'll go with the Niners, I guess?
I heard that
If your goal was to win the Super Bowl, be a fan of the Bills or the 49ers.
I guess I'll lean 49ers just because the Bills have such a tough path with all the quarterbacks
I'm
in
a
the
huge
AFC.
Steelers fan. Really regret that.
Corey?
I'm gonna lean Bills.
Bradley Beals.
Bradley Beals because they have a quarterback right now. And and the Niners, I don't know their quarterback situation.
Are you talking about that report that said Trey Lance would start even behind Sam Darnold, even if he was healthy?
Sam Darnold's gonna start, bro.
I know.
So he's gonna be their starter.
That means they have 3 quarterbacks.
And if you have 3 quarterbacks, does that mean you have no quarterbacks?
So if you're just using math, I guess maybe if you're going off like a positive negative principle, you have one
like
quarterback.
2 of them cancel out, and then you definitely have one.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think Shanahan does a phenomenal job, knowing what his team can and can't do. But I think he's going to find Sam Darnold has some limitations as well. He has a big arm, still has a big arm. I trust Buffalo, even though I shouldn't, because Buffalo's never won a Super Bowl.
Now, NFL This or That. Patrick Mahomes wins the Super Bowl by throwing the game-winning pass at the buzzer in his final game ever. Would you rather have that jersey or the football?
Oh. Seems like jerseys sell better than footballs.
Are you just doing this for monetary gain, Mike?
Yeah.
I respect it.
Dude.
You know what? There is a chance. I'm trying to think about this because now the football has it was touched by 2 people on that play.
Right.
So my friend, remember, I have a friend who got Dwight Clark to autograph
Yes,
a
with the
helmet.
play.
But then he got Joe Montana, and he drew the whole play up for the catch. So that would be my thing, is I would probably go with the ball and ask Patrick Mahomes at some point down the road. I have a friend that knows him. I don't know if you know that or not. We have a friend that knows him. If he would draw up that play. And if it was one of those plays where he was like, it was a play, but it all broke down. I had to run around for 2 minutes and then throw it. Then I'd be like, then draw that too, Pat. Just draw that too. So I would take the ball. But I think a lot of people want the name on the back and the colors of the team. They root for laundry.
No. CeeDee Lamb has 11 plus touchdown catches this season, or fewer than that.
I lean fewer because there's just, 3 or 4 guys that have more than 11 touchdown catches in an NFL season.
Yeah.
But he could. I mean, I think he's good enough to.
I think he has 11 at max because I think old Scooney is involved now. I think we got Fergus. You have a lot of different tight end options around the goal line, not just Zeke.
Yep.
And adding Brandon Cooks to this thing changes the vertical threat on this team a lot.
CeeDee Lamb last year jumped from 6 touchdowns to 9 touchdowns. So that's why I was curious That's why I was curious if he would make up the rest of the gap. I'm really disappointed in myself for not anticipating that. All right. So CBS is they've been putting out their rankings of triplets. So we will use these triplets as they are currently constructed in the NFL. Would you rather have the trio of Patrick Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco, and Travis Kelce, or Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon, and Jamar Chase?
I'm gonna go Burrow. Oh man, that's tough because I think that Mixon's better than Pacheco. That's tough. That's a tough one. I think you have to go Mahomes group just because
you just said the Bengals.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm changing immediately. I also include T. Higgins in that bunch over Mixon probably, but I would probably say Mahomes because it's Mahomes, dude.
How come you didn't do Pollard and Lamb and Dak? I don't get it.
Fine. I'll throw in Pollard, Lamb, or Dak.
Exactly.
You're not picking them.
You said it.
Who are you picking?
I'm not picking them either.
Why not?
I guess I'll lean towards right now Mahomes having 2 Super Bowls. I get the one that Joe Burrow went to. He beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
So, I mean, this is what's hopefully making it a bigger rivalry is right now that they have both beat each other in the playoffs.
He was literally like a half a second away from beating the Rams in that Super Bowl.
Sure.
Like if he had a half second more, he had Jamar Chase wide open.
Now, with that in mind, CBS Sports has the Cowboys at 6 in the triplets category, and then they put the Chiefs at 2nd, and they put the Bengals at 1st. The interesting note about this also is Philadelphia is 3rd. Their triplets comprised of Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and then at running back it says, you tell me.
Yeah, no, nobody knows what their running back situation is going to be completely. Like we last year, what was it? It was a mix of everybody, and so good luck to them. But they're better. Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown are better according to that list than the Cowboys' entire trio.
And from the 817, Kelce and Mahomes doing a lot of heavy lifting in that trio. I agree.
Pacheco's fun, but he's not the traditional every down back.
Sure. Now, Reggie, I want you to get involved in this one as well, because this is maybe my favorite one, and you might be like, this is simple. Not watch any football of any kind in any way for an entire year, or play an entire series in an NFL game right now as an interior offensive lineman.
Oh, no. You said for a year, right?
For a year. And the series could be 3 plays, could be 12. Probably not 12 if you're the interior offensive line, but who knows?
I'm getting max 7 plays out of that. I think I could get 7. After that, I'm just like, oh my God.
You have to stay out there.
Oh, what was the first option again?
Oh my God.
Not watch any football for a year.
I have
Any
2 answers to that question.
Any level, any kind, any way.
I can't watch college football.
Nope.
I'm fine with that.
Or pro football or high school football or your kids playing football.
Oh,
How much damage could possibly be done to me?
Probably a lot. Probably a lot, Reggie. You don't get to train. It's just go.
I've already trained for this because I made sure to not watch any of those 2 leagues that were in March and April, and I accomplished that goal. Now, sometimes you'd walk into, like when we were in spring training, you walked into that below average Mexican restaurant.
Right.
Is
And
that the name of it, below average Mexican?
He's not wrong.
dude,
He's not wrong about
my carnitas
that.
were fantastic. They were the best
I
I've had
agree,
in a long
below
time.
average.
And whatever game was on the television, right? So as long as you don't count that,
I will put in some sort of device where it'll automatically block from your view.
I'll
The
be
TV will
okay.
go
Like
blank.
I won't turn it on myself, and I won't walk into a buddy's house and sit down with him and start watching the game.
So you go no football for a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said interior offensive line, right?
That's right.
I'll just not block anybody. Screw the
No,
quarterback.
they're still going to run your ass over.
Mm-hmm. I'll take that.
I'll go Ted Ginn.
I didn't know what the other one was because I was looking for other games to watch Derek Lively on YouTube tonight. So.
Also, does this include soccer? Because you did say football.
No, regular American football.
But can I read about sports?
Nope. Oh yeah, sports
'Cause
in general, yes.
Okay.
Football, no.
Because I can't.
You can't even read about it?
That's right.
Then I'm useless for the fall.
Ooh, I will not
as a
have money.
sports radio host.
I can get you a job at another sports radio station around
Playoff baseball and the beginning of the NBA and hockey time.
Yeah, you're going to become our new Joey. You're going to be like, let me tell you something about this third line for the Stars.
Yeah, I'll take the offensive line thing then.
Wow.
Yeah, I think surprisingly, usually I'd be the person that's like, you know what? No, my bodily wellness matters more. But I think I would take the offensive line.
Yeah, man. It's a big part of life.
Ooh, somebody goes, what about Madden? You also cannot play Madden.
Well, as I've learned,
Just
Kevin,
'cause I decided.
Can't even think about a football. How about that?
football is life. You know, I think
Yes.
it's what I have to live by here.
But
So,
sometimes football's death.
but football is also death.
From the 940, shout out to
football's
my new wife, Veronica, who just got accepted into a new department at Insperity.
Look at her.
I feel like that's
Congratulations. You know, they work with MP. They they endorse MP.
Really?
So that's awesome, too.
From the 817, shout out to Jamie on his 28th birthday. Love you. Hey, if you're listening, I also love you.
Shout out to Rangers captain. Let me explain why.
Corey Seager?
I just got an email. I'm invited to his birthday party.
What?
I just found out that Rangers captain's birthday is the same day as my birthday. So do I now have to go to Rangers captain's birthday? Because
Is that why you're the only one that got invited?
I don't know who else got invited. Let me go see. Yeah, I'll let y'all know.
I'm not invited.
I didn't get it.
Mike, you're invited. It's July 1st. Everybody's invited, man. It's a Saturday.
I'm busy.
It's a home game. Come on, man. Come celebrate.
Mike said he's planning on being sick that day.
We're the KNC
My
masterpiece.
kids got a tournament that day.
Right? That's probably true.
Honestly, they do.
Yeah. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
We have a big series in New York. Weather update next.
Coming up in the next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving yet. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Shout out to Carter for flipping the video on and everyone getting to see, hopefully if you're following on the Twitch, on the YouTube, the interesting combination of what appeared to be a combination between Pop and Lock and the robot. It seemed to kind of bounce around a little bit there because of that return beat.
Yeah. And you've got to make it known. That was Mike doing the dancing.
Yeah. From the 817, though, shout out to Reggie. I'll shout you out for getting through that read despite that happening right in front of you. Also,
I wanted to just stop in the middle of the read and comment on what was happening.
Also, 817 shouted you out. Love when you produce the show, man. Shout out to the Get Right as well for the coverage of the draft last night. Yeah, they're rolling last night, and he's back here, what, like 9 hours, 10 hours max after you left after your show? Max after last night. Right now, we got Nico coming up at 11. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so weather. Now that we're closer to game time versus the New York Yankees, this should be a really fun, interesting series in the Bronx. Well, there's about a 50 to 70% chance of rain throughout the whole night there.
Could this be a break glass in case of emergency get right situation? Could we hear Reggie back on the air tonight with KG?
You might as well just work straight through G-Bag.
Like
just hang out with them too.
I'll fight you.
Just to give you an idea, at 7 p.m. in New York, there's a 52% chance of rain, so maybe they get this game started. At 9 p.m., it's at 57%. At 10 p.m., it's 70%. So, and then it just pretty much stays at 60 to 70% until like early tomorrow.
Yeah.
And when I say early tomorrow, like talking about 7, 8 a.m. So I think it's 50-50 that this game gets played right now.
Okay. You're talking about just tonight's game,
Just
right?
tonight's game. There is some rain in the forecast on Saturday, but not as much as tonight.
Is the concern then that you can only fit in one game on Saturday and you got to doubleheader it up on Sunday?
Maybe so.
Gross.
If you look at Sunday, it doesn't go to hourly on me there because I'm just looking at hourly. I'm thinking, well, maybe Sunday is a doubleheader. Now that one would just be a doubleheader. They would start at, let's say, noon or 1. And also you don't want to play a night game because it interrupts your ESPN Sunday night game. They only want one game going on Sunday night for ESPN TV purposes. But I'm looking at this series, pretty excited about it. Think that we keep doing this I know it's just another series. Whether you win it or lose it, you move on to the next one. It doesn't kill you. It doesn't put you in the playoffs. But it is fun to play other teams that you're like, hey, decent measuring stick. Now the Rangers are getting kind of lucky here. Aaron Judge is out. He got hurt against the Dodgers. He ran into the wall and he broke the fence. I mean,
I did see that.
And his ankle hit the cement. There's kind of like a 6-inch cement right underneath the fence there. And because that gate opens, his ankle went right into it. So he has a bad bone bruise and he's on the injured list. So they only have 96 hits all year.
No, I knew you were going to say that. I made a mistake like 2 days ago. And that's why I'm hesitant to bring up that the USA Today gave the Mavs an A+ in the draft, because I'm like, but is that even real?
Okay. So I'm hoping you win this series. We'll see what happens weather-wise in this series. But just kind of a little bit of a warning. The one thing that you don't want in this is to, let's say, go 2 innings and have an hour-and-a-half rain delay, because that then kind of usually will take your starting pitcher out of play.
Okay, can I ask you a couple more questions about that? I don't know how much other stuff you have.
No, I got nothing.
You're the you're the pitcher on Friday. Is how big of a deal is it to just skip from Friday to Saturday versus you're the Saturday pitcher, now maybe you're the back half of the Sunday doubleheader? Like, how do you mentally deal with potential rain delays in your scheduling?
You try to not think about it right now.
Okay.
It's where it messes you up and you deal with it. But let's just say it's 6 o'clock and the game's going to start at 7. You start going through your routine of getting on the bike, getting kind of your massage, getting the stretching and everything you need to do to then go out to the field about 30 minutes before the game to start your throwing program and your bullpen session. If they tell you at 6 o'clock, hey, we're going to be delayed, we don't know when we're going to start, but obviously we'll give you at least a 30-minute warning. It just takes you a little bit out of your routine. So you still have to do all of kind of your massage therapy and everything to get ready for the game, because they're just going to tell you we're going to start the game in 40 minutes or 45 minutes. So you're going to get all that done, kind of try to relax while staying a little bit loose. So when they tell you it's time to go, you still have 30 minutes to go out there, get in your long toss, getting in your bullpen session and getting ready to go. But the thing that can really hurt you, it hurt the Yankees too. As tonight, I know Dane Dunning's pitching for us. Clark Schmidt, who honestly I don't know a lot about, just to be honest. I don't know a lot about his game, what he does, what he doesn't do. I have not looked up his scouting report. But if Dane Dunning goes 2 innings and then it starts pouring and you have an hour-and-a-half rain delay, you gotta shut him down. It's not worth it. This one game is not worth bringing him back an hour-and-a-half later to then throw 3 or 4 more innings. Now, that being said, Cody Bradford's still on the big league team.
So that might be the ideal time to swoop him back.
So then Bradford would probably come in and try to pick up, I'm going to guess, 3 to 5 innings in that situation. John Gray's pitching against Luis Severino on Saturday. And on Sunday, where is it at here? We get Andrew Heaney versus Garrett Cole. So let's just, being honest, nothing against Andrew Heaney. Sunday's going to be a very tough game to win. Just when you look at the pitching matchup.
This is your time to shine, buddy.
So tonight, tomorrow, even favorable matchups for you in those games. So when we talk about looking at series, it doesn't mean you're going to win or lose because you don't have the better starting pitcher on the mound. But when you start seeing your kind of number 5 going into the year, that's what Andrew Heaney was. He's better than most 5s, but he is a number 5. Going up against Garrett Cole, you look at that and go, that's a tough matchup.
Right.
And Garrett Cole's having a very good year this year. So going to be fun to watch. And let's move back to, if you didn't listen to Crosstalk, I know that people thank you for listening all of the time, but if you didn't listen to Crosstalk, I think
Sean and RJ and Bobby have been heating up.
One of the best games of the year was Corey watching Wake Forest versus LSU. I wish I could have watched more. I saw the highlights. I saw like the 10-minute on YouTube where they break a game down in 10 minutes. And obviously saw, I say my guy, but he's our guy, Paul Skeens.
That's your guy. I'll give you credit on that. He's fun to watch, man.
Just like Corey brought up Kumar Rocker to me
his freshman
years
year,
ago.
right? His freshman year in the College World Series. The thing about Paul Skeens that I found interesting, Corey, and you can tell me more about his stuff that you were watching last night. He threw a shutout in 7 innings?
Last night, yes. 8.
8 innings.
Yeah, he threw 8 innings.
And a little over 100 pitches.
Yeah, I didn't count pitches.
Right.
It's hard, yeah.
But I think he was like at 102, I heard, after 7, and then I guess he went out there for the 8th. I do not have that box score pulled
9
up.
strikeouts, 2 hits, 1 walk.
Okay.
In 8 innings.
How many days off did he have?
I think 4.
MLB days off. Pitching every 5th day.
Okay.
First pitch 102, by the way.
That is even more of a sign that he is close to being major league ready. It seems like, I don't know this, could Jack Leiter be having issues with pitching every 5th or every 6th day? You get the off day on Monday every day in the minor league, so you're not really pitching every 5th day a lot. You play 6 games and then you have a day off. You play 6 games and have a day off. But Paul Skeens, to me, yesterday, having one of his best starts of the year, and almost every start's a great start for him, but pitching where you're like, what will he look like on a major league schedule against a good team in college baseball? He looked great.
Are you guys surprised then? Because we just talked about in the opening segment, maybe the lack of development in like college basketball to prepare you for the pros. Are you surprised at all there's not more like maybe you pitch the Sunday game and then the Friday game the next week to try to, not every time, but like to try to prep you more for that major league rotation? You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but then what do you do after you said pitch Sunday and then pitch Friday, but then I can't pitch Sunday again?
You're right. So
do you understand what I'm saying?
So I'm saying you would have to kind of rotate it like every 2 weeks instead of.
You talking about minor leagues or
college? In college.
Because you play Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Do you have enough pitchers really to do that? That's my only thought.
Okay.
And at a LSU or a TCU or wherever, you're going to run into getting fired type of deal. It is what it is, right? In high school, same way. You play usually Tuesday and Friday are usually your games that you play. Every once in a while, you're in tournaments where you also play on Saturday.
Yeah.
But I look at it and go, I love what you're thinking, but you just can't. And I think most probably teams would go, we don't mind that from age 18 to 21 that they're only throwing every 7th day or every Friday night or every Saturday night. And then we start pushing them a little bit in the minor leagues, but I'm shocked that they don't push them more in the minor leagues. I know we got to go here, but Taj Bradley came up to the Tampa Bay Rays early this year because of injuries. And they're like, we got to send him back because he's not used to pitching every 5th day. And I'm like, what the hell? Now, Tampa's an unbelievable organization, but I'm thinking, what the hell are you guys doing? You knew that this was your 6th starter for the year, your best pitching prospect, and he's not prepared to throw every 5th day. So they sent him back to the minors for a couple starts and got him on what they wanted to get him on a routine. Hey, here's your every 5th day routine that we need to teach you in pretty much a 2-week span so you have a better chance of being successful in the major leagues, knowing that you're pitching every 5th day instead of, let's say you pitch on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you can pitch on Sunday, but then you go through a couple weeks where you're only pitching once a week because of the Monday day off. And I think when you get to AAA or maybe even AA, you go, hey, you're my best guy. You're going to pitch in the major leagues, I think, next year. You're pitching every 5th day. The other guys are going to have to work around your schedule.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout-Out Friday, is I have to make a rare shout-out correction, is from the 940. In your face, Kevin. I was listening during the shout-out for my birthday. Love you, dude, but you mispronounced my name. It's Jaime. So I do apologize probably for incorrectly doing that. Happy retro birthday. My apologies for that. And also,
I played with a guy named Jaime Serta. Does that make sense?
It does.
All right.
From the 469, shout out to my daughter, Charlie. She is turning 6. We love you, Charlie Grace. Also, let's go Rangers. Also, let's go Mavs.
When are we talking Omax?
Next, we will talk Omax with Dallas Mavericks general manager, president of basketball operations, Nico Harrison, next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let me tell you about the phenomenon.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, the man with the power, the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. It is Dallas Mavericks General Manager Nico Harrison. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for the intro.
Absolutely. I feel like if this didn't work out, hype man is
very personalized.
Might be my true calling
like
right
it.
there. Is we're really curious, whether it's about a specific player or whatever, did this play out as plan A as you hoped it would, or was there a player that perhaps if they would have been available at 10, you would have pulled the trigger on that pick?
Ooh, that's a dicey question. This actually played out in one of our scenarios. So when it did, we were prepared for it. I'm not trying to be super bland, but we really were excited to get Lively. What he adds to our team, just shot blocking, defense, rebounding, a rim runner, someone who can pick and roll with Luka. It worked out perfectly.
And I promise this is my last question about that, and then I'll move on just out of curiosity. If Taylor Hendricks wouldn't have been taken at 9, do you believe you might have made that selection?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Nico, I think you did a hell of a job with the organization last night, getting the 12th pick, the 24th pick, and getting Rashawn Holmes. After you make the trade to go down to 12, were you 100% confident that Derek Lively would be there at 12 and nobody would take him at 11? And then how fast were you trying to get another pick in this draft?
Yeah, so I wasn't 100% confident, but I was extremely confident that if it didn't turn out how I planned, I would have liked the results. And that was the reason for doing it. So you're never 100% because you can't really, you think but somebody could have came and done something unexpectedly. But we knew what the options were, and we were willing to roll the dice and take that risk.
And when you got that done, and then you make the pick of Derek Lively, you get the trade exception. How confident were you after you make the pick that you're going to immediately be able to use that to pick up another player in this draft?
We weren't confident. We liked Omax from the beginning. We even looked at taking him, higher than where we did. And we just started exploring options like, hey, can we get back in this draft? We really like this kid. And a lot had to happen because we didn't know that he would even fall where he did. So we just kind of ran the gamut and got lucky.
There's kind of some conversation about the Holmes edition, the Rashawn Holmes edition, and it's like, well, he's not quite the same guy. What's the expectation for him when he walks in the doors of y'all's facility?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not even allowed to talk about the other players. The NBA has strict rules, so I want to be a good soldier and not get fined.
Well, we don't want to get you in trouble. Then you won't come back. You'll be like, that's a show where I get fined. So I don't want that.
No. I would never blame you guys. I know the rules. It's on me.
All right. So then let me kind of ask, when you're drafting, when you're looking at guys to put around, to put on this team, how much of it is, well, we want to put them around Luka, and also knowing where Kyrie is in his contract situation, or are you saying, hey, this works well with Kyrie as well?
Yeah. I mean, I think the player, we have that in mind. We've told everybody we want to re-sign Kyrie, so we have the players in mind, but we feel like the players that we're going to get will work regardless of who shows up. And one of the things, we've been adamant about wanting to shore up is our defense, our athleticism and rebounding. And so both those gentlemen address that in a high way.
And you had made the quote the other day about if it's not addressed properly, and I feel like this is a heck of a first step. But since you were talking about Kyrie and the potential for a contract extension, I was actually curious about another player. Is the option on Reggie Bullock becoming fully guaranteed in less than a week? Can you tell us anything about if you anticipate that option being all the way picked up so his deal is fully guaranteed for this next year?
Another one of those things I can't talk about. But we like Reggie. We think his has done a great job for the team, and that's probably about as much as I could say about it.
So, Nico, after you guys take Omax Prosper, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know who he was. I watch a little bit of college basketball, not a ton, but I go and watch his 2 tournament games last year, just a few months ago, and the Michigan State game just completely stood out, and I fell in love with him. How do you see him possibly contributing his rookie year in the NBA?
I think he's going to get on the floor because of his defense and athleticism. And I think we're going to develop his offense to go along with that. But he can shoot the ball. But the main thing he's going to bring is elite level defense and elite level athleticism. And he's a beautiful human being. Actually, both the guys we drafted they're culture guys. They're going to be great in the locker room. They're going to add to the culture. Really amazing kids, both of them.
I'm hoping you can help us out from a scouting and development standpoint, because you just said something that I think is spot on, but really interesting, is Omax's ability to shoot. He has a good-looking stroke, but the results from 3 in college are not there. How do you determine, like, hey, we can fix that even if the numbers say not a great three-point shooter?
Yeah, I think, and that's why I really emphasize that he's going to get on the floor with defense, and then we're going to develop the shot. He can shoot fine. His mechanics are good. It's even improved since college. So I think that's going to continue to improve, and then with confidence and more repetitions, he'll be able to do it at the NBA level. But the most important thing is elite level athleticism and defense. That will get him on the floor immediately.
So I know that basketball's become more positionless, and I look at Omax, and I know we'll get back into Derek Lively too, the higher pick, but he didn't care who he had to guard in the games I watched. He would guard the point guard. He would guard the center. He would know where help defense is. And I find that really rare. And I'm wondering, in your time so far watching guys in college, how rare it is that he knows his help. He knows where his guy is, and he knows where the ball is at all times. I sometimes watch college basketball and go, gosh, have they not taught these kids that you're supposed to know where your guy is and the ball is at all times? And he seems to be locked in on that at all times.
Yeah, he's what they call active defender. You know, he's always moving. When the ball moves, he's moving, and that's the key to being a good defender. With the amazing offensive players in the NBA, you're not going to stop everybody, but when you're active, you give yourself a chance.
Now, one of the things I noticed watching Derek Lively was that he can run the floor. He can push up the court, and I know Luka gave the immaculate quote last year of, well, we don't run a lot because I'm slow. And I'm kind of curious how that kind of works with it, but we also have seen the body that Luka's showing off right now. Is there more of a concerted effort to be kind of we're pushing the ball next year?
I think, you know what, I think it's good. We need to play both ways. We need to be able to play in a half court, but then we also need to be able to take advantage and run. And you know, Luka's an amazing passer, so he doesn't necessarily need to run the ball up for us to run. But we need to make sure that we got guys that can run along with the ball. Because honestly, the fastest way to get the ball up the court is through passing it, and he's the best passer in the NBA.
And you think Lively has that kind of ability to work with that pretty early on in his career?
Yeah, he's another guy. I think, you know, athleticism, shot blocking, and defense is going to get him on the floor immediately, and then we'll develop him, you know, along the way so that he'll become a good offensive player.
How much of that that leads, great question, Corey, and that great answer.
Thank you, Kevin.
That leads
that.
perfectly into what I was curious about is how do you break down in terms of like, hey, this is what we saw in AAU. Hey, this is what we saw his freshman year at Duke, because I watch a lot of Duke basketball and not.
He's a huge Duke fan, by the way.
That is true. So thank you very much for making this happen. But I have to admit, I didn't see a lot of Lively in AAU where people talked about his three-point shot, or I didn't see in the workouts where people talked about his three-point shot. So how do you balance that out of, hey, we've seen it, just maybe not at the collegiate level?
Yeah, good question. You know what? I think college is different. In AAU, they probably let you're the best player. They let you do whatever. A lot of times in college, they kind of put you in a box and, you know, don't really let you expand on your game. But for us, it was less about the shooting, because what attracted us to him was his length, athleticism, and defense. And so we feel like that gets him on the floor, And then now, okay, we can develop your offense.
Nico, when it comes to probably the last decade, like the biggest change in a body ever was what you saw from Giannis in his first year to about his third year in the NBA and what he had done physically in the weight room. And I know talking to people who love Derek Lively said, hey, we're going to change his body. We're going to get him stronger. How quickly can that happen? Can it happen as quickly as Giannis was? I know we call him the freak. Is he also just a freak workout guy where very few guys want to work out that hard to change their body that quickly? Or do you believe that Lively can change his body as quickly as Giannis did?
Yeah, I don't know about changing his body as quickly as Giannis, but I do believe that he's a hard worker. And I think it's really, we need to put some weight on him, but also strength. And that just will help his defense and help his rebounding. And he doesn't have to gain a lot of weight to improve his strength. So, we got the best in the business. So I'm fully confident that our strength and conditioning guys will be able to start him out this summer and get him ready.
All right, can you kind of tell us a little bit about their personalities? Because you said that Omax he's a beautiful person, and we at some point.
And also, do you call him Omax already?
Yeah, and we're at that point now. Like we would like to talk to these guys at some point. What about their personalities? Can we start digging in on here?
Yeah, Omax. So he'll light up the room. Super charismatic, beautiful smile. He looks just like his mother. When we watched him work out in LA. I went to his mother, and I was like, I know exactly who your son is. I mean, they look identical. They got the exact same smile. Extremely humble person, hardworking team person. Just the way he talks about wanting to win and wanting to work hard. It's just after it's like, okay, where do I sign up? Let's go. Like that's just the type of person he is.
And then for Lively, I guess I was curious. The same question is, and he has a rough upbringing in terms of losing his dad, his mom having cancer. Like that feels like that would make a person stronger, but you clearly know him better. What about his personality?
Yeah, the thing about him is a lot of these kids, you want to see, how can they deal with adversity? And he's dealt with a lot. He's dealt with a lot of adversity and always overcame it. So, when a rough patch happens, he's not going to shy away from it. He's going to plow through it, and he's done that. Even at Duke, he didn't start off, for as highly recruited as he was, he didn't start off that good. But what he did was he went back to the lab, he started working harder, and then results came. And so that really excites me about him, that if he doesn't get overnight success, he's going to continue to work and fight through it.
So I know that July 1st comes, and I know you talked about Kyrie Irving and how hopeful you guys are to re-sign him and keep him a Dallas Maverick. How much now that the draft is over that you are making as many phone calls as possible to either free agents or possible trade candidates to keep improving the team? Because Michael Finley kind of said last night, Derek Lively doesn't solve all of our issues. We have more to go.
Absolutely, and Michael's correct. But we aren't calling free agents because if we do that, we're going to end up in jail. But we're definitely locked in, just like we were to the draft. We're locking into free agency, and we've actually been doing both at the same time. So now we'll just put all our energy and effort into free agency.
And I know you are focused on your own team, but do you ever alter strategy whatsoever based on what other teams are doing, what other Western Conference teams do in the draft, in free agency, and everything like that?
I think we have to focus on ourselves right now. I think if we were like one piece away from, getting to where we want to go, we probably could, look at what other people are doing. But really, it's like, how do we make ourselves better? Then we can worry about the competition. But the best thing for us to do to worry about the competition is worry about getting ourselves right.
Nico, the other day, Kendrick Perkins said that he heard that Jonathan Kuminga had grown up to 7'2". If you hear a guy grew like 7 inches in like one off season, would you be like, hold on,
when
what's
they were
going
20?
on here? Yeah. What will be your thoughts immediately?
Okay, so you're quoting Perks now, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I still can't believe Denver won the championship with that chump Jokic. So
after you said you were quoting Perk, I didn't even hear the question. I just started laughing. So what was your question?
He kind of got fooled. He heard that Jonathan Kuminga had grown like 7 inches in an offseason, and he was like, oh, yeah, he completely believed it. But I have a feeling that Nico would be like, I have to go check this out first before I just believe what I hear.
Yeah, I'd have to check it out. That seems a lot.
And then,
hey, you got to check the person he's quoting.
You have thoughts on Perk then, huh?
Hey, no. By the way, for the record, I love Perk. He's awesome.
And then Nico Harrison joining us right now. After the draft was over, obviously you start making phone calls to add to your summer league team or possibly add to your future Dallas Maverick team. Can you talk a little bit about the TCU point guard that you guys have?
Yeah, we like him. One, it's really cool that, you get somebody local that the fans already know, but can also play at a high level. And so, he can make shots and defend. And so we think he'll be a great addition to our summer league team. And it'll be fun to start his pro career and see what he can do.
Will Jaden Hardy play summer league this year?
Yes, he will. He will.
And then summer league's going to be a must watch.
You guys also picked up Jordan Walker from UAB, who his nickname is Jelly, and you got Omax. Do you call these players those specific names or by their actual names?
Yeah, Omax, I call him Omax. And Jelly, I will call him Jelly. I haven't officially called him Jelly to his face yet, but I will when I see him.
It's on the way.
I look forward to that. And if you could find a player with a nickname Peanut Butter, I think that would be amazing. Just something to consider for the future. Thank you very much, good sir.
Real quick, Nico, your roommate Omar says hello.
Oh, gosh. He's probably listening. Omar, I'll call you later.
Well, we didn't embarrass you or him with stories
That's
or anything
later.
like that.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
And heck of a job last night. It's at times easy for Mavericks fans to get kind of jaded, but I thought a heck of an effort last night. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for jumping on the program.
No, thanks for having me, and it was great to bring a little energy and joy to the city for the night.
Boom. There you go. Thank you very much, good sir. Dallas Mavericks General Manager Nico Harrison right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of things.
What?
I didn't want to put words in his mouth, but that sure did feel like if Taylor Hendricks would have been there at pick number 10, perhaps that would have been the direction.
I have no clue what you're talking about, Kevin.
Okay, so fair. And then also, my guess about that and something to watch out in the next few days is Reggie Bullock. Reggie Bullock's contract is guaranteed at $5 million. It becomes fully guaranteed at 10 point. Let me double check on that on June 28th. And
True.
so it sounds like that'll probably get picked up. Was that your take on that, or am I misinterpreting?
I think it will, but there's here 5-6 days to work on trades. Obviously, you can't sign and trade yet because you're not to that July 1st marker. But if they can work out a deal, possibly with DeAndre Ayton, Woj seems to keep small hints about that happening, which would probably really help Derek Lively out, right? If you have a veteran guy you trust for 32 minutes and Lively just has to pick up the slack right behind him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout-Out Friday. Shout-out to the KNC Masterpiece, Mike, Derek, and Reggie for making my workdays fly by. Radio Goats, best group on 105.3 The Fan, and a lot of shout-outs for the Get Right, especially you, Reggie, for working last night, working again right now, and then depending on
maybe
rain.
working right through G-Bag.
That's what I think we should work
Just
on.
hang out with them, dude.
That's not what's on the schedule. The schedule said last night and right now. And after that, I'm going home.
Okay. All right. And then maybe coming back later.
What?
We don't know.
TBD.
Yeah.
Coming up next, what prominent movie series have you never seen any of?
Oh, I got an answer.
877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. So if you're in an accident, or if you or a loved one are in an accident, in fact, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got a really good, serious shout out right here. Shout out from the 469 to my toddler who has gone from the NICU to ahead of schedule on his growth milestones. Baby Dylan totaling for all 6 weeks of his life so far. Yes, we listened to The Fan in the NICU. Congratulations to y'all, Baby Dylan. Keep on fighting. I know that you will. That is incredible perseverance.
God bless you and your family.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, for sure.
Now, do you want to have some nonsensical fun?
But before we do that,
Friday.
I do have a question to Mike from the 214. Hey, Mike, I got a Jack Leiter signed ball. I was wondering how much it's worth.
$50 to $80.
Wow. Are you serious? That's awesome.
People love prospecting.
All right. I like it. All right. So there you go. $50 to $80 and priceless to you if it's your favorite player, right?
Do you think, though, if they're asking the value, maybe they don't think it's priceless?
They're like, I don't have a clue.
Okay.
I wouldn't have a clue how to value. I'd be like $5. Here you go. I would. That's why I would ask you guys first.
Okay. I want to play this cut number 10. That I've made Reggie move into a different folder like pretty much every day all week. Sorry about that, Reggie. This is Jason Kelsey talking about the Twilight series, which spawned this question.
I watched the Twilight series. It's absolutely terrible. Starts out like all these teenage love stories do. You know, high school girl falls in love with a 109-year-old vampire who still looks like an 18-year-old, and nobody asks questions about that. So that guy's name's Edward, and the woman's name is Bella.
Are you Team Edward or Team Jacob?
I'm team this movie shouldn't exist.
Let's just stop it right there. That's perfect.
It keeps going.
Let's just stop it right there for the purposes of this. So I immediately thought that might be the movie series because I have never seen a Twilight, and we just rewatched some of the Indiana Jones. I know there's a new one coming out next Friday. I've never seen a Twilight movie, and Corey, I believe you've seen all of the Twilight movies.
I was forced to watch all the Twilight movies Kevin, I don't know if we can say this anymore now that we're on daytime. Mm-hmm. When we were on nights, it was a little bit different.
Were you being sex hostage?
It was kind of like that. It was a negotiation. Like I would be there for that moment so that later on in the evening things could,
transpire.
They're bad.
Is this where we do?
No. They're bad. They're not good. The acting's bad. I bet the books, because they're kind of steamy. I think I didn't read the books. I was just kind of told.
Steam probably isn't good for the pages.
Yeah, it probably wrinkles the pages. But they're a little, there's some spicy action going on in the books.
Between the teens?
Between the teenage wolves and
I've never watched that thing.
Me neither.
Bad.
Also, is it wrong if that guy's 109 and she's a teenager?
Absolutely it is.
Okay. That's a good point. Now, I've seen a lot of answers already from the 214. Never seen a Fast and the Furious from the 682.
That's right. Look, man, someone has to stand against. They're planning your faces.
Planning my faces?
Playing in your face. Like, look. They don't take you serious, but because you're going to show up and pay for this movie, they're going to keep showing this nonsense.
Oh, yeah, like Ludacris said. He was like, we keep making them because they make billions of dollars.
But they make no sense in many different ways.
What do you mean they make no sense?
I think the first one made sense.
What's a movie supposed to be? Entertainment. It doesn't have to make sense. It's not documentary.
I want you to want more, okay? I want you to desire more.
Why?
Reggie, I'm with you.
I can like all things.
Corey, what's wrong with you?
What are you talking about? A car jumps out of an airplane and then like parachutes down to the ground. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't it? Like, why wouldn't that work?
Because it wouldn't.
Unless we try it. And then it does, and then now we know,
They had a man steering a car in space.
That's even cooler. How awesome would it be to steal? We just talked about this. Would you rather steer that car underwater?
Oh, topical no.
Well, here's the deal, guys. I looked this up to try to add to this segment. I'm not going to read all 31, but these are the 31 best movie series.
I have this list too.
Oh, you have it?
And I'm betting we haven't seen the same one.
Well, I don't know. Ocean's 11 is number 1?
Ocean series?
The F out of here.
Look, dude, Cosmopolitan. It's Cosmopolitan, Kevin.
Ocean's 11 is super fun.
11's good. How do you feel about 12? I enjoy 12.
It's okay. I
thought 12 was fun.
13 is not good.
All right, agree. I haven't seen 8.
It's fine.
Spider-Man. We've all seen the Spider-Mans, right?
Do they break it up by different
Spider-Man Homecoming?
Okay, so the Marvels.
That might be my favorite.
From Home, and then No Way Home.
Yeah, the second one's not great, but the first and the third one are really good.
Mission Impossible series.
Mike, here's what I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen all of the Mission Impossible.
I know I haven't seen all of them, but probably the first 3. I've probably seen those for sure.
I'll start watching
a new one that's part 1 of something.
I'll start watching one when it's on TV. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start watching it, and I'll be like, man, this is good. And then I'll be like, crap, I've already seen this part. And then I'm like, oh, this is the same one as that one. So
and then they go to Florida and they go to that big Scientology place.
We did go. Kevin and I did stop by a Scientology place on Hollywood Boulevard once, though. That was kind of.
I did not get my thetan levels read, though I probably should have.
I've never seen the Bridget Jones.
Oh, that's
series.
number 4.
Not a single one of them.
I've never seen a second of it.
These are not big enough, though.
Okay, all right.
I don't think people walk around and they're like, "You've never seen an Ocean's movie? What? You've never seen a Bridget Jones's movie?
The Step Up movies?
That's number 6 on here.
Get out of here. Stop reading this list because it is stupid.
What are we supposed to do?
Step Up is the 6th
Twilight
most popular
7
of all time. Did you get this from Teen Beat?
Oh, I've never watched this.
Cosmopolitan.
I think he nailed that. I think that was perfect.
What about the paranormal series? Are those?
No, the first one's good.
I've never seen any of those.
I think you can move on with your
Hold
life.
on.
All right.
I think this is impossible. I think this person from the 903 is lying to us. They said they've never seen any of the James Bonds.
All right.
Like over the course of 50, 60 years?
That's a must. There you
Here's
go.
why it's not impossible.
That's a must.
Because I know my wife. When I met my wife,
I would hope so. Jeez.
She had never seen any Star Wars movie or Marvel movie or Rocky movie, Karate Kid, Godfather, Nightmare on Elm Street. Pick a genre. She had never seen.
What was she doing?
Any of those movies.
Watching Greg Ostertag films?
Yes.
She was reading Cosmopolitan and watching those movies they were suggesting.
She was.
Now, hold on. So she has seen them now?
Not like every single one of them.
What does she typically say afterwards? Is she like, "Oh wow,
this was
great,"
amazing," or is she like, "Good for you, Kevin"?
She
Talks about the
definitely
bear.
was in on the Rocky movies. The Nightmare on Elm Street, give or take. And
I've never seen a second of Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay,
I'm not
Is
a
that
horror
an
movie.
Okay, that's an objection to horror movies. Got you.
And
does she talk about the bear on Star Wars?
She appreciates Star Wars a little bit more, except for when she fell asleep when we watched the first one. And the Marvel movies, we cut out like half of them that were sequels and not relevant to like moving the overall plot along. And so, because there's so many of them, so we were like, hey, maybe like over the span of our lives, let's watch half of them. So I know there are people like that out there. Ooh, for the 806, Lord of the Rings from the 682, female Tolo here, never seen any of the 50 Shades of Grey, not interested. Well, then I haven't seen those either, but from what I've been told is the Idol is trying to replicate that because they're like, hey, here's part of a plot and then a 10-minute porn scene. Then we'll get back to the plot.
I've never.
Did you just check on your child?
Yeah, I did. I've never seen the Alien series.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think I have either.
And I don't know, do I have to? Because now, like, here's the thing.
I don't watch Indiana Jones. I think those are boring.
What?
You can go now, Mike.
I know.
I haven't watched any Indiana Jones either.
Okay, and I need
said
to be
it.
careful. I need to be careful about this.
What about?
Do you want me to go too?
We got a text one night. Or hold on, no.
Jesse
said
Holly.
this.
He said, I haven't seen that. You know that. And I go, how would I know that? And then he looked and he goes, you know damn well no black person has ever seen an Indiana Jones movie. And I was like, what? How? First of all, is that true? Second of all, how in the world would I know that? And then we got 60 kajillion texts is like, he's right. No, I'm black. I've definitely seen Indiana Jones. And it just, don't you dare mark that. Don't you dare mark that. And that's what the entire, I don't even remember what we were supposed to be talking about. That's what the entire segment turned into.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And then it became like what films divide upon which racial lines? And I was like, I don't know.
I did want to point something out that I never knew. All right. You know the very famous scene where Indiana Jones is about to fight the big guy on the airplane and everything?
Oh, Jonesy.
Or the other guy
with the
and
sword?
then he just shoots him.
Yeah, because he had a back problem.
No, he was
Andre
sick.
the Giant.
He'd had bad lamb. Steven Spielberg just recently said this. He had bad lamb on site. And then the next day, he said, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to have a fight scene. And Harrison Ford said, you have an hour. And he said, what do you mean? He said, you have 1 hour. That's all I can give you. Figure it out. And he said, I guess just do this instead.
That story has changed over the years then, because he used to say it's because he had a bad back and couldn't do the fight scene.
All right, so he didn't want to give away.
But I know
like the
sometimes
flu game.
Yeah.
Sometimes Steven Spielberg likes to change his movies.
Hey,
for the worse.
Well, that's better. That was better, right?
No,
Like
that part was better. I mean, like he changes stories.
Oh, he does?
Like he changed E.T.
What happened to me?
Can't have a cop with a gun. Give him a walkie-talkie.
Oh, yeah.
Stupid.
I said Alien. There was one other one that I just saw.
What's the first two Aliens? Alien and Aliens.
And because that's my question is, if you go back and watch these, now we have the CGI we have.
I watched Magic Mike, the first one. That's on this list.
What did you think?
Horrible movie, but also entertaining moments.
Okay. From the 903, John Wick. I've also never seen any of those.
Do that.
Yeah?
Do that. Like, if you like action movies,
I do.
It is basically like a stuntman's. It's a stuntman's love letter to action movies, while also being incredibly inspired by Greek mythology. So it's got the heady in it, but it's also just like great for the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically Fast and Furious for
No, because
guns.
Fast and Furious is not referencing Greek mythology at any point.
You don't know that.
I know that for certain.
Yeah,
No,
you don't
don't.
speak Greek.
I don't know that either.
He talks about family all the time.
Is there anything better
Greek
than
mythology is
a Greek
all
salad?
one family. They just, right?
The Greeks
You
make
sound
the
very
best
convinced
salad.
about this, don't you?
Are you guys in the midst of having two different conversations simultaneously about Fast and the Furious, Greek mythology, and Greek salads?
I also have fallen. Oh, I love Greek salads. I've also fallen asleep to every Lord of the Rings movie. So I've never seen them all. I always fall. And it's not their fault. It's not the movie's fault.
Wait, whose fault is
it's
it?
mine for being tired every time I
Tolkien.
tried to watch them.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
We're getting some Indiana Jones texts right now, Kevin.
I don't know if we
My
even
people.
should be discussing that.
My
I don't
people.
know, but we gotta go. We have to go because of the clock and no other reason. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hold on. Does this mean NFL players might actually win a negotiation now? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Avid golfer.
this segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan on a Shout-Out Friday from the 720. Shout out to my wife, Savannah, for getting me a Mike Bassick jersey signed by everyone on the KMC Masterpiece.
Was that the New Jersey?
Yeah.
Friday jersey?
Can I tell a quick story about that? So I never go to UPS to send things. I send the wife because she's better at it than I am. I don't know what to do. And so whenever I got that, Kevin, I did it. And then I got an email from UPS that said, hey, this failed to deliver. We're gonna need to charge you $1.46 to send it back to you. And I was like, why would you need to send it back to me for $1.46? Right before I put in my card information, I went to check the email it was from and found out I was being scammed. But I did go back and look at the tracking order, and I found out that it got delivered. So I'm really excited that got delivered. Happy Father's Day to that guy.
I've been watching a few scam things on YouTube and how they do it, and these people that protect you from it, and then possible websites to go to help you out. It's interesting.
Oh, okay. What I thought you were saying possible websites to go to start scamming people. And I was like, oh, wow, Mike.
Well,
we'll talk about that.
What a hard
Oh, my
turn
gosh.
here.
Right now. That seems to happen on this show. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Oh, Max Prosper.
We are...
Not Derek Lively.
Yes, I'm aware of how you feel, but I'm
rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. He's my guy now.
All right, good. That's what I'm looking for. Don't say kinda.
Well, he's my guy. I'm hoping he turns out well.
Okay, good enough. Is the NFL is making some moves. We start with this from Sports Business Journal. Is the NFLPA expects to have a new executive director chosen by June 29th. There is, quote unquote, a heavy favorite. I still have not heard who that is, but that will give the boot to Demarcus Smith. And so perhaps now they can do something in a negotiation. We'll see, but that is scheduled to happen on Thursday. For July 20th, the NFL has set up a special owners meeting with the idea of the agenda item being voting on the Commander's sale, which it sounds as though it will get pushed through.
Speaking of the Commanders, can I add something that I don't know if you've seen?
But of course.
Ron Rivera is speaking at the quarterback coaching summit right now.
Okay.
And he was asked about Eric Bieniemy, knowing a lot of people think he should be a head coach and, might leave and everything. And Rivera interrupted the question and said, I still do believe that he can be a head coach. There's no reason he shouldn't be a head coach in the NFL. And then he said after a few months working with Bieniemy, he wants to dispel concerns about what Bieniemy can't do. All the things you hear, he doesn't do this, doesn't do that, that's baloney. And that's where I really wanted to get to on this, Kevin.
Sure.
How often do you hear people say that's baloney nowadays? Is that still, and what does that mean exactly?
Okay, I think that's your go-to when you have to bail out of using that specific curse word. And the reason why I come up with that.
You got into it? Gotcha.
Because you're like, he was going to say BS, right?
Okay.
And bologna's the lowest of the meats, right?
I don't know, spam?
Yeah, that's spam.
Do you consider that a secondary
I don't know.
category?
I'm trying to figure. I'm just thinking, what's the lowest of the meats?
Yeah, you don't say, man, that's prime rib. That's good.
Yeah.
When you say that's bologna, most people are like, yeah, bologna. Yeah, it's edible.
Right. Isn't the bologna with the weird whatever in the middle?
The ring. Oh,
wait, talking about the olives?
Yeah.
What is that called? That's a different, or the cheese. It's got cheese in it.
Bologna loaf.
It's kind of like that. Yeah, it's like an olive loaf bologna.
Yeah. Also, side question: Have you guys ever had hot dogs with cheese inside of it?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was a pretty common thing. We saw a commercial for it last night, And my wife goes, I have never heard of that, let alone eaten a cheese.
It's not very good.
Actually, hot dogs. I thought that would have it with like sausages, not necessarily.
No, yeah,
hot
it was
dogs.
an actual hot dog with like the fake cheese inside of it. And everything.
That sounds awful for your body.
Oh yeah,
But
it was
tasty for your mouth.
It was as a staple as a kid, like not as an adult.
Oh, I know
So
what you're talking about.
I appreciate
as an
their-
adult. I was buying them for the kids, and I was like, you know what? I'll have one too. Olive terrine loaf is what that is.
That
by
sounds
the way.
too fancy.
Yeah, it's too many letters.
It should be called like
meat. Yeah,
yeah, that's what it should be. All right, I didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday, but have you seen the tax issues of the Romanowskis?
No.
We've interviewed him 74 times at the Super Bowl, though.
Have you enjoyed interviewing him?
It's fine. I mean, I'm done with it now.
Okay.
It's good. I'm glad he's there every year, but I'm good with him.
So the federal government is alleging that Bill Romanowski and his wife Julie owe in excess of $15 million in unpaid taxes dating all the way back to 1998. Then the feds say that they were ordered by 2 tax courts to pay back in 2013, but have failed to meet those payment requirements. So now the Department of Justice is involved and says they owe $15.33 million.
All right. Don't you feel, Mike, that, like, I don't know what your taxes are, but don't you feel like if you owed taxes, you're going to be going to jail, like, immediately?
Yes, I'm scared to death of,
terrified
like,
of it.
that. I'm like, how is this all on us when we hire somebody to do the taxes? I can't do the taxes.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever thought the government should just send you a bill? Don't you guys have all those people? Shouldn't they just send you a bill? They're like, no, you do it. And if you do it wrong, we're sending you to jail.
Yeah, I don't want to go to
That's
jail.
way too much responsibility.
Come on, let's fix this law.
Okay.
Look at Hunter.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God.
All right, Mike.
Come on, dude.
But
I
like,
don't know.
Politics.
But like 15
I was just saying,
million
I was like, like a hunter, like in the woods.
since 1998. Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, he's been evading his taxes for that
And look,
long.
that would embolden
He's
me
the
as
public
well.
eye.
That's 25 years ago. I would be like, what the hell are you going to do about it now? It's been 25 years. You're not going to do a damn thing.
I do like Choppy's approach to this. He's like, hey, look, I owe money on my taxes. You're never going to see all of it. I'm going to get the lowest interest rate possible, and I'm going to pay it off for the rest of my life.
Is that why he didn't really mind as much when that person tried to file taxes on his behalf?
Yes.
He's like, that's fine.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just like, you know what? Let's just get the lowest interest rate possible and pay it off forever. They'll never see. I guess if you have kids, though, don't they then assess that to your kids later on?
I've always
and
thought
their
that's
estate?
I've always thought that's a weird bit about inheriting debt.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not my fault.
Can you take that out of your will? And I would not like my kids to have this debt. Let's apply it to...
give it to somebody else. Give it to somebody you really dislike. In my will, I give my debt to Jim Bowden.
I don't think that's how any of that works. The Buffalo Bills this morning announced that they have given extensions to both their general manager, Brandon Beane, and their head coach, Sean McDermott. Those extensions now go through the 2027 season.
Dang, that team is going to be together for a minute.
I mean,
that group at least.
Yeah, and you see the momentum they've built, but as we talked about yesterday in the urgency meter, it feels like it's
it needs to
time
happen now. But then adding that onto it,
yeah,
they're like, look, we're still going to keep pushing through and try and win a lot of games.
Now let's go to Kirk Herbstreit, who was talking about Mac Jones. He said, I'm not going to say the Patriots are going to be the most improved offense and he'll be the most improved quarterback yesterday, but he's going to be top 3. And without a doubt, the Patriots are going to be among the top 3 most improved offenses in the league this year. Do you believe in Mac Jones's ability to, and the reason why I bring this up is because that first year, he was really good, especially compared to the rest. Do you believe he can turn it around and the Patriots offense can?
Is Hopkins going to be there?
Maybe.
I would lean towards now the gambling odds would say he is. I've never been a big Mac Jones fan. That being said, what I mean by that is I never thought he was going to be an elite, talk about a top 5 or possibly like top 8 quarterback. Can he push towards maybe being in the conversation of a top 10 quarterback right on that border? Maybe, but I'm not betting on it.
You?
I don't think he's that great.
Okay.
And so far, they hasn't had great tools around him either. So, like, that's another thing that Belichick keeps screwing out of. He's like, why can't you just be Tom? And so I think that's another factor. I'm waiting. It's going to be a while before I believe it, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, after a busy night, what are the next steps for the Dallas Mavericks? Or we can reflect more on what they did last night as well. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Or more of your shout-outs next, right here on 105 through the Fan.
Always. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This might be a little bit of like a combination right here, depending on which y'all want to talk about the most, which the people want to talk about the most. And after a busy night, what are the next steps for the Mavs? Where we can take more time to reflect more about what the Mavs did last night. Also, more shout outs from the 346. Shout out to my daughter, Andrea. She has a fishing tournament tomorrow, and she is going to win. And also from the 682, shout out to my wife, Nikki. Anytime between now and the 28th, their new Tolo Nova will be born and welcome into the world.
All right,
congratulations.
Yes, very much congratulations. New children population as it continues to grow. At some point, Kevin, speaking of...
Sometimes you wish they would stay asleep at 1 and 4.
Or just chill for a few minutes and not bug Reggie.
That sounds very specific.
That's my son that's in there right now, and I'm like, hey, stop bugging Reggie. I just got one that says, okay, guys, I just got here, so repeat everything you said about the draft so far.
I'm glad you said that because I do want to reset because obviously I was very tough on Derek Lively yesterday. Before the Mavericks drafted him, I was hoping they wouldn't draft him. I was still hoping that in the draft last night, but I want to reset in saying I think the Mavs did a hell of a job of executing their plan. For pick 10 and then getting rid of Bertans, they ended up getting pick 12 and the guy they wanted. So they're very happy with that. That's a good job by a front office of executing a plan where they got the guy I think that they kind of wanted at 10. I do think they probably wanted Taylor Hendricks to fall one more spot.
Yes.
He didn't. So their plan was if this guy isn't there, we take this guy. And they were able to then pick up pick 24 in the process. So they get pick 12 and 24 for trading 10 and Bertans. They had to take Rashawn Holmes, who doesn't have a good contract either. They're hoping that he rebounds from a down year at 29, 30 years old. But I just want to say, no, I'm not crazy about Derek Lively. I'm rooting for him. I hope he does great. I hope he proves me wrong. And as our guy Josh Young says, shoves it in my butt. And that will be great. And just say, yay, I'm glad. Keep doing that to me, Derek Lively, because that will be awesome for the Dallas Mavericks. So that's what I'm rooting for. I thought they did a good job of executing their plan. I can see that it all came together for them. It doesn't mean I have to go, oh, now I think Derek Lively is a good player. I'm watching right now the Duke game you want me to watch, where he has 8 block shots and almost a double-double in points and rebounds.
And one of the reasons I wanted you to watch that as well is because my takeaway for you is going to be, if you don't love him in that game, you can skip probably a lot of the rest of the season because I give you a couple more games, like the first game of the tournament against Oral Roberts. I think there's like a Virginia Tech game in there that you might really like.
I guess my question when I woke up this morning, because as I was tracking through the night, I was like, okay, what exactly happened? So if you can do that for anybody who's like, hey, I just got up today.
Here's how it went down, is the Mavericks traded down from 10 to 12 with Oklahoma City. And I just remembered the question I wanted to ask Nico. Don't you think it's kind of dumb that you can't trade picks ahead of time? Okay, so they traded down from 10 to 12 with Oklahoma City. They shipped over Davis Bertans, and in the process, got a $17 million trade exception, give or take. There is some thought that there could be tweaks to that specific trade that could elevate it up to $21 million. But for now, $17 million is what we know. Then, as the evening went along, Nico did say we'd like to put that to use. I was concerned about that. They put that to use in the trade with the Kings, where they take Rashawn Holmes, that Rashawn Holmes move, by the way, felt very Dallas Cowboys-esque in terms of, hey, we were talking about this guy like 3 years ago. I really wish you would have got him then. Hopefully he's still got something. But by taking the contract of Rashawn Holmes, $12 million this year, $12.9 million player option, which I would assume he would opt into, but that fits in to your trade exception. And for taking that contract away, the Kings also gave you the 24th pick. And with that 24th pick, you took Olivier Maxence Prosper, which he's been dubbed OMAX. If you're curious why we keep saying OMAX, That is the person that they took at 24. And the other or the other, I guess, consequence or benefit of all of this is you should have the money to not only sign Kyrie, but potentially use your full mid-level exception and I believe the biannual exception by moving some stuff off of the salary cap.
All right, so I also want to take into consideration, Mike, real quick, the last 2 drafts. Jaden Hardy, who was a G League guy, who people were like, I don't know what to do with this guy. And last year, he in the minutes that he got, showed that he can score. And coming into this year, I said, what do you expect? And you said about 14 would be good. I said, is 17? You're right, 17 would be amazing. And I'm not sure what Jaden Hardy's role is going to grow into this year. But now it looks like you have 3 players. You have a superstar. You have a superstar. That's what everybody's begging to find is a superstar. And now 3 young players that you get the chance to develop. I think that's really
you could probably even say 4 with Josh Green too.
Yeah, I'm different on Josh Green at this point now. He's the one that I would be willing to part with if a trade happens.
Same.
Out of all the players that they have, that's the one piece that I'd be like, okay, I'm willing to do that.
So going to a little bit of last night and then a little bit into the future.
And is that an accurate?
Yeah, that was great.
Sound like an accurate breakdown of what happened last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Derek Lively, in my opinion, and I do believe in the Mavs' opinion, because I'll bring up some tough questions here, that Derek Lively's not ready to play major minutes in the NBA, and they know that. They know that they're going to have to develop him. He was not ready to play major minutes for Duke last year for half the season.
His usage rate is really low. Is major minutes 20 minutes? Is it 15? Like what's?
I think half a game. I think half a game is major minutes where you would share kind of the center role with whoever. Because right now, who's even sharing it with? There's not another. Like as much as we're talking about, yay, we got somebody. All right. Is he sharing it with Maxi Kleba? Because we kind of like playing Maxi Kleba at times not at center, right? Where he plays kind of a wing, a bigger wing type of situation. So but he
guards. Yeah, he has a weird guarding. Yeah,
this is where there's a lot of work to do. If the Mavs don't protect Derek Lively, and what I mean by that is if you end up re-signing Dwight Powell back here on a favorable contract, and what I mean by that is a $3 million to $4 million a year contract, and you have JaVale McGee, you're not protecting Derek Lively because then you go back to, which I'm afraid of right now, you go back to Jason Kidd and company getting 15 games into the season and going, JaVale McGee can't figure it out here. I don't know why, but he can't figure it out. Derek Lively, I'm hoping he'll figure it out, but we're finding out he's only 20 years old and he is not ready for this situation and the physicality of the NBA and all that it is asked of a young center in this league. What do? We go back to Dwight Powell playing 30 minutes a game. So I don't think the Mavs want to do that at all. I think that's a nightmare scenario for me as a Mavs fan, and I think a nightmare scenario for the Mavericks after they did that last year again. I think the future is this. The Mavericks, I do think, are going to work their butts off to try to get, I don't know in what order, Jarrett Allen, Clint Capella, or DeAndre Ayton.
Okay, a couple of things about that is we heard that Jarrett Allen was potentially available, although I know Reggie before the draft was saying it's Lions season, and you might just be trying to bait some folks. And then there are other rumblings that the Capella deal would have to include Hardy or Green, which potentially the Mavs balked at. That is a rumor. I'm not stating that as fact.
And it just matters, right, how the whole Reggie Bullock thing plays out, how the Tim Hardaway Jr. thing plays out, right? Because I'm okay with including Green if you feel like, hey, we're pretty good at wing now or at the kind of guard position. We have to give this kid time to develop. And if we have Dwight Powell and JaVale McGee as our other 2 centers on this team, we are effing screwed and we're not going to win 42 games next year. And so that's how I look at it. And I think the Mavs look at it that way too, and will work very hard in the next, let's say, week to 10 days to make sure that they protect Derek Lively. And they have to. Because if they don't, if they put him out there at his age and his lack of experience, you're asking way too much. If you're trying to win, if you're If he got drafted by the Washington Wizards, who gives two farts?
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to lose 80 games anyways. Just play them 30 minutes, but not here. You're trying to win, as much as it sounds crazy, you're trying to win a championship next year. That's probably far-fetched, but you're trying to at least make the playoffs and make a run in the playoffs. And I don't think you go into a season going, well, it all relies on Derek Lively developing into a 30-minute-a-guy center.
I agree.
At
That's
20
too much.
years old.
I agree, because not only that is, like you were saying, he didn't play 30 minutes a game at Duke.
Right.
Like, at least not on a consistent basis. I know down the stretch he got more and more usage. But, yes, I agree. That would be a mistake. I do think they view Lively as a, I'm going to say, 15 to 18-minute player.
And I don't think by any means, and I go with there's a lot of hope in this, that Nico is like, look, and we're not done. I don't think that they're done building on that and letting it in the time of his development too. I don't think that they're just going to go into it blindly like that. But I've been wrong before about this.
Here's my question to you guys about JaVale McGee. And I don't know if he's going to be on the team next year, but we were somewhat optimistic after that was the Mavs free agent signing. Sure. That JaVale McGee is going to be able to play 12 to 15 minutes the way he played for Phoenix, the way he played for the Lakers in the last 2 years, and really help. And how easy is it going to be? Because I saw this on Twitter, people lashing out at me for going, hey, I'm not a big fan of Derek Lively. I hope I become a big fan of his. I wasn't a fan of Dirk Nowitzki. Thought it was a horse-ass pick when they took Dirk Nowitzki. I was like, how many white people are we going to take in a row that are 7 feet tall and horrible at basketball? And he obviously broke the mold of Cherokee Parks and Chris Anstey and Eric Montross and all the crap that we had dealt with for a decade.
Right.
So I can be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll admit I'm wrong. JaVale McGee, when he got to the Dallas Mavericks, we thought he could. How easy is this game going to be with Luka that he sets a pick for Luka, jumps, rolls to the basket, jumps up and dunks the ball? Dwight Powell does it. Any human being can do this. And JaVale McGee could not figure it out at all. The timing was off. Whatever it was, chemistry was totally off. I don't know if they'll get it because he'll be on the team or not be on the team. He would be a leaper, as in, I'm going to try to block every shot on this Dallas Maverick team. You're like, stay the F on the ground sometimes. You are killing us by jumping at every pump fake. Why you weren't doing this in Phoenix? Why are you jumping at everything and drinking smoothies 5 minutes before the game starts? I'm not saying Derek Lively's going to drink smoothies and not maybe engage with the team, but my question is, why do we expect Derek Lively to immediately be so easy to play with Luka when JaVale McGee found it easier to play with the Lakers in Phoenix and found it hard to play with this Dallas Maverick team?
My just initial guess, and this is a guess, would be want to in situation, right? Like Derek Lively, like JaVale McGee, you pointed out, he will get a deal. Like, even if this doesn't work out, I still believe if he wants to play, he'll be picked up somewhere else. I know he's under contract, but
he's failed twice here.
Yeah, Lively is in a situation where you think about it. He went pick 12.
He doesn't know any better yet either.
Yes, that is true. But he went pick 12. That's a disappointment. All right. There are some services that, not as a human, that's an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to him. But I'm saying, I can see how someone in an elite athlete mind would think, in some services, I was the number one senior coming out of high school. And so I could see how he uses this as disappointment, motivation, and plus the number 12 pick is not automatically guaranteed to stick around forever. So I think that is part of the motivational level difference.
Okay. I just worry about that, Corey, just that McGee should have been easy to work out, right? We say Derek Lively's going to work out. If you're a big Lively fan, you're saying, look how easy it's going to be. I don't need him to shoot. I don't need him to pass. All I need him to do, set a good pick, roll. Luka makes it work for you because look how he does it with Dwight Powell. And you're like, how come it wouldn't work with McGee? Because when you look at JaVale McGee's body type and the way that he kind of plays, I'm not saying Lively's going to be as disappointing as McGee is, but they have very similar body types, very long, very athletic, running, jumping very high. And that worries me a little bit that I'm like, how come it was so difficult for McGee to fit in as a veteran with 10 plus years in the NBA? It might not be just as easy as, hey, 20-year-old, just do this. Look how easy it is. There's a lot of nuances to stuff that we don't understand.
Yeah, there is also this part, like hearing him talk and hearing the things that he said, it sounds, listen, Tyson Chandler wasn't a 40-point guy. You know, he wasn't a back you down, play like Shaq against you and everything. even early in his career, it was watching him and Chris Paul. That was what I enjoyed the most, was watching him and Chris Paul do the lob game. And then that changes, as you've seen with Mike talk about Dwight Powell. And the lob game just isn't the same if you don't have a shot, because we don't have to defend you, or we just defend you here. It changes everything up completely. But the desire, I think the hope there is, Jason Kidd looks at his defense and says, I have a very specific thing I need him to work on this year. And that is going to be, I need you to communicate to the rest of your defenders what their jobs are going to be, and you need to learn this role first. That's what I think is this year. Give him a very defined thing that you need from him, and if he does that well, stretch him a little more and find out a little more. I think with McGee, you're like, well, this is all I got out of him. Like, this is all he knows.
All he's ever going to.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks. I have this other guy that I can work with for a while.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my beautiful daughter, Kennedy, who is turning 3 tomorrow. She loves it when her dad listens to talk radio. And then from the 903, would y'all please shout out my wife, Rebecca. First-time pregnancy, and she's almost reached her due date of July 4th. That is from Elliot in Maybank. Congratulations to you guys. Best of luck over the next couple of weeks.
Man,
maybe shorter.
That is that's a fun time, right? Right there when you're this close.
Yeah.
And you're just starting to have dreams about
fun is the word I would use, but
yes, I see what you're saying there.
Get him a flying horse dragon.
Coming up next.
Dog dragon.
Like Falcor?
Yeah.
Don't get that one.
Oh, that's E.T.
Coming up next. I still figured it out, kind of. LSU football, Major League Baseball, a Mavs employee, and Bluey. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is a shout out Friday, but it's also time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need forgiveness? Does somebody else need forgiveness, Corey? 817. I need forgiveness for hitting a pothole in my customer's car and having to spend $218 for, it says for a new one. I'm assuming for like a new tire, not a new car.
Probably the new wheel.
Car, yeah.
Probably
for $218. What a deal.
Mm-hmm.
For a wheel?
Probably for the tire.
No, tire. Well,
if you mess up the alignment, you can
yeah.
screw up the alignment hitting a pothole, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that stinks. But don't you feel like every time you hit a pothole and mess something up, the city should have to pay for it? Because like that's their job. That's what we pay our taxes for. Is so that y'all fix the roads.
Man, I do think that. I also think that we should go back to what all cities said they were going to do a long time ago. It's like, it's a toll road until we pay for it. And then we ended up paying for it, and they're like, yeah, there's so many other things.
I'll tell you what, they can make that 30 in Arlington a toll road. I'll give them $1,000 right now to hurry up and fix that damn thing.
I will, you know what? I will ask for forgiveness at the moment from the Tolos. The bet has not been paid off that y'all want. And
sure. Yeah, you'll get cupcake.
And I still disagree with the terms of it at this point, but something is in the works, so deal with it for the time being. All right. For everybody out there, stop rushing me and just trust me. Okay. That's where I'm going to leave it at that. And I think that there's more fun to be had. Kevin, I also want to say any Mavs fans, me included, who thought the Mavericks will just screw it up tonight, should they ask for forgiveness? Because they didn't screw it up. That was a positive. I think they did a great job. I think they had a net positive last night.
Sure. I agree with that for sure.
They put themselves in a better position to succeed, right? I mean, both guys could be great. Both guys could be out of the NBA in 3 years. I don't think either one will happen where both will be great and both, like what I'm saying is those are the extremes, but you did pick up two solid prospects that you hope work out and serve a role on your team in the future.
And got rid of Bertans.
That is very true. Does Eddie Sefko need forgiveness? He currently works for the Mavs. When he was with the Houston Chronicle, June 25th, 1998, Eddie Sefko, after the 1998 draft. The Mavs had an infatuation with Dirk Nowitzki from the start, but they basically gave up the number 6 pick and an almost certain lottery pick next season to get Phoenix's Steve Nash and the German big man. Europeans are such a risky bet, especially in the lottery. So many busts, so few bloom, and Nash is a gamble. Dallas Mavericks grade, F.
F? Dude, I'll be honest.
Freaking awesome.
The Mavs,
Dirk and Nash.
The Mavs
I realized
screwed up so many times.
Look, I hated it. I was like, besides,
we didn't know.
Yeah, I was like, Steve Nash is great as long as you don't have to pass, dribble, shoot, and play defense. Unbelievable basketball player.
Yeah.
I was pumped when we got Howard Isley. I was like, thank God, because I can't watch this Steve Nash guy play much more. And then he blossomed.
Yeah.
Into a flower.
And then we said, hey, you're wilted, you should go. And he was like, no, I'm not. I just it was summertime and I needed to rebloom. I don't know.
What?
We didn't have a clue, dude. And I don't think any media member trusted the Mavericks to do anything.
It was a horrible time. Everything went wrong. Even when you drafted Jason Kidd and it went right, it went wrong a few seconds later when Jim Clemens is like, we're running triangle offense. No more point guards. You're like, what the are we doing? We don't have Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen on this team. And he's like, oh, I don't know how to run any other offense besides this one. So here we go. And then Jason Kidd's gone. But at least we got Sam Cassell.
But I see where you're going with that. Like, he should ask for forgiveness for that because do you think that he ever sat back and go, you know what? I was wrong.
I'm sure.
I'm
sure he jokes about it.
I think almost everybody was wrong on Dirk Nowitzki. That was not a popular pick in the city of Dallas at all.
And we didn't know he would have that type of work ethic and commit himself that way.
It just got play last night on Freezing Cold Takes too, and so I enjoyed it. The 817, the NBA needs forgiveness for doing the draft all stupid. Agreed. It's time, NBA.
What do they need to do to make it better?
Allow you to trade your picks without this farcical nonsense that you see on ESPN where it's like projected trade. And also when Kason Wallace had to walk up there and put on the Mavs hat, and I'm like, why?
I wonder
Why
how
are we
pumped he
doing
was,
this?
because I did see his interview where he's like, I'm wearing the jacket from my hometown,
Yeah.
and here he is putting on the Mavericks hat. I don't know if he likes the Mavericks or not, but his hometown team. And you could tell in the interview, the lady who was doing it did a great job of making sure not to ask anything specific about the team he was going to, because I'm sure in her ear, they've told her, don't ask a Dallas Maverick question because he's not a Dallas Maverick, even though he has to stupidly have on the Mavericks hat during this interview. Luka had to have on a Hawks hat during the interview.
Yeah.
So we never get that as a moment.
And look,
I wonder why they haven't said, hey, we got to fix this part of it.
It's all about the league year and everything. So if you're trading assets where it's
Yeah.
into the next league year.
I hate it. I do. Look, we've already found common ground. The 817, I'm tired of Forgiveness Friday. My response,
man.
we'll try to power on anyway.
Well, you
They
should ask
said,
for forgiveness.
okay, I forgive you. So look, already solving problems.
Wow.
Does Grady Dick need forgiveness or congratulations for his suit last night? The Wizard of Oz inspired ruby red suit that I thought was awesome. Not everybody feels that way. Have you guys seen the suit? Do you have fashion notes on it? I thought it was neat.
Listen.
You wear a t-shirt and sweatpants every day of your life.
That is because of the pandemic. I learned during the pandemic that people did not care.
Kevin.
And it didn't matter what we wore up here.
Kevin, are you going to pretend like we haven't seen you before?
I used to wear jeans. Then society didn't care.
That was your
So I
that was your
stopped.
grand fashion statement.
I still wear a t-shirt all the time.
I defer all fashion information and opinions to Reginald, as I've seen him in a suit and I've seen what he wears to work most days, and he knows more about fashion than me. Reggie, your
What did you
thoughts on
think?
that suit?
I found it interesting because why do you got shoulder pads in there, dog? Like, it's not 1985. Like, why? That was so weird to me. I appreciate though, like, having some level of theme. I thought the theme was weird. Like, I understand Kansas, but why the ruby? But I guess all these cats are like being kind of designed in a way. Like, they all have publicists and, you know, folks that are giving them clothes for this occasion. So they're like trying to do it up and one up each other.
It felt like he had the same person dress him that dresses Elton John.
Okay.
Like,
You know what? I can see Elton John wearing that.
Right.
for sure.
Wouldn't you
I
see
could
Elton
too.
John in a concert? Like, that would be like what he is wearing.
Singing Crocodile Rock.
Yeah. So I felt like it was, to me, like when I saw that, Elton John popped into my head when I saw that.
Does LSU football need forgiveness? Not their baseball team. Heck of a job last time.
Some people are mad that Skeens threw that many pitches.
Because of his draft prospects?
Yeah, because it was on a little bit of a for college short rest and threw that many pitches, but
I bet he had a say in that too. He's like, I want to win the damn World Series. Is LSU had to vacate all of their football wins from 2012 to 2015 after a review of violations from the NCAA, blah, 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 blah. You might be like, who cares? I saw the games. I still know what happened. Here is who cares. Les Miles. Because I do not believe they're vacating the losses as well, just the wins. Here's why that's relevant. He had a 145-73 record. You take out those 37 wins, he's now 108-73, which puts his career winning percentage at .597. Candidates for the College Football Hall of Fame must have a minimum winning percentage of 600. So by wiping out these wins and keeping the losses in place, he is now, as of this moment, ineligible for the College Football Hall of Fame.
Time for the Mad Hatter to go coach at like Youngstown State or something.
That's a good point. Or like just get the, I don't know, like 2-3 wins or whatever and get right up there. That would be fascinating. Also, does Major League Baseball need forgiveness?
Never.
Mike.
They do. I don't know what it's for, but they do. If it has anything to do with Rob Manfred, they do.
The Scouts are suing in violation of the U.S. Age Discrimination in Employment Act in 12 different states. Plaintiffs aging from 55 to 71, some of whom have scouted for at least 30 years, so think like Clint Eastwood, they are suing Major League Baseball for age discrimination.
And Justin Timberlake takes his job?
Yes, exactly.
It's tough because, yes, it was intentional by a lot of the new R&D groups, analytic people, came in and said, if we are going to win, right, there was a major battle 10 years ago to about 4 years ago. There was a major battle in the world of baseball, and the analytic R&D department started gaining control. Well, when you start gaining control, you do want complete control.
Yeah.
You want to eliminate your competition. Who was their competition? The competition was the guy that said, I can see it. It's not on a piece of paper. And if they're right, you become less valuable. What if I totally eliminate the competition that there is nobody that can see it? If there is nobody that can see it, we always have to go with my information. So yes, it was intentional. They got rid of older scouts because that was their competition, because there was a battle of, I really believe in this kid. I believe in his heart. I believe in his intangibles. I believe in his personality. I believe he'll sacrifice for the team. I believe all of these things. None of that's on a piece of paper. I can't put that on a piece of paper. And if he's right, if, for example, I'm trying to think of somebody, Rusty Greer. Rusty Greer, for example, might not be a very good analytic player. I'm not saying he was a bad player. He's a good player. But that might be more of, man, I can see this kid Rusty Greer helping out. Well, a person like, I don't see it. On a piece of paper, it doesn't work out the way you're telling me it's going to work out. Well, when that guy works out, what does now your president of baseball operations or your general manager who's just trying to see both sides of everything go, hey, can't eliminate that guy. That guy might be more important. He found me Rusty Greer.
Sure.
Right? And so all of a sudden, just eliminate all those old guys because now there's no competition in our industry.
From the 214, I want to ask Kevin for forgiveness because I texted in some funny things that make Mike and Corey act the way they do and go off topic.
That's awesome. We've always appreciated Tolo's taking part in the show.
Absolutely.
And kind of diverting the show at times. There's a lot of times at nights when we'd be like, all right, whole segment just changed thanks to you. And sometimes that happens here now too. So we appreciate that.
Does Bluey need forgiveness?
Never. That show is a delight.
That show is a delight.
I've thought about this today.
Okay. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. said, the thing that annoys me about Bluey, I'm going to be completely transparent, is I think I'm a really good dad. I'm pretty happy about my dadding. I feel like I'm present in their lives. I'm available for them and where they're at. But we watch Bluey and the kids are like, come on, dad, pretend this. So every episode, the kids watch Bluey and see the dad is like the kid's best friend, always available. He thinks that sets an unrealistic expectation for dads and parents in general.
He actually just takes some tips from him. There's one episode where they're exhausted and the kids want to keep playing because kids have energy. That's just what they are. They're little balls of energy. And he says, hey, I'm going to lay down here and y'all climb the mountain. I'm going to sleep and y'all climb the mountain. That's a game that he plays. I don't think it's unrealistic expectations because...
What are you doing, Kevin?
He's singing the song.
Singing the Bluey theme.
Song.
If you listen to it, by the way, there are certain taps and claps missing as they get further into introducing the parents and the kids.
Yes, it's actually a countdown.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched an episode yesterday that was about bingo, and they flipped Bluey and bingo, and it blew my mind at the end. They were like, bingo! I
love it.
But
it was neat.
I think that you just kind of have to let your kids know if their expectation is that, well, Bluey's dad does that. I'm not Bluey's dad. That's what you tell all the kids, right? I'm not so-and-so's dad. I'm your dad. Deal with it, is what Mike would kind of probably tell them at some point. But I'm not Bluey's dad. But on top of that, you never get to see Bluey's dad go to work. You never get to see like what he does and why he's so exhausted and what, all the other things he does. So
but also, like you
heard
mentioned,
the theory about that?
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's drug. They deal drugs. They
What?
push weight.
Is that
Yeah.
why they call him Bandit?
Well, okay. I never even thought about that. But one thing, his dad, which one's the TSA? The mom? No. TSA is the dad. He works at TSA. He's a sniffer dog. Also, the mom, archaeologist, digs up bones.
That's right.
Bam, that's what dogs do. But yeah, they live in a house that's way too expensive, Reggie. Like the house is way too expensive for their jobs.
But remember, they're in Australia.
They are in a home, but yes, based on the place they're in Australia,
really?
it is an over $1 million home.
I love the socioeconomics of Bluey. Let's do more of
Yeah,
this.
based on the location, we have found this out, that it is over a $1 million home, and they should not be able to live in that house. There are other theories that go to them pushing weight, especially like the friends that they associate with and so forth.
Corey, I have some breaking news on my phone. This is from our boss. Corey, speaking of kids, you just agreed to sign a multi-year extension per your kids.
Okay.
It's binding. It's probably for Candy, too.
The last time Kevin, he tried to get my deal done in gummy bears.
Yep.
Like Gavin, our boss, walked in, starts
stinks.
working a handshake agreement with Avery and Carter. I had to bring them to work today because we have stuff to do afterwards.
You can't negotiate with minors.
And that's what I need to throw out there. He shouldn't be negotiating with the minors. I can't. This is not a binding agreement.
Yeah, I don't know. The addition of the word my in there was very weird.
What if you work in a mine? Then can you negotiate with those miners?
I don't know. Let's go to West Virginia because I'd imagine that they say still no.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen the way that they've been treated?
Do they have a union?
Oh, absolutely.
And they're not negotiating very well, or things aren't going well, huh?
I feel like I shouldn't delve into this.
Good call. Good call. And it is a shout out Friday. Wanted to throw a couple more shout outs out there from the 717. Shout out to the Athens 6U T-ball team. They won their district and played Denison in round 1 of the regional tournament in Corsicana tomorrow. Hope it goes well.
And according to Colby Sapp, Kevin,
I responded.
You need to ask for forgiveness.
I did.
True.
With not seeing John Wick 4.
Or any of them.
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to say the whole series, yeah, without seeing those. You should see them. They're good. I heard recently that they have something to do with Greek mythology.
Now, how about we do some Mike Likes It?
NBA draft around the NBA. Guys, what did you think of the Houston Rockets getting Amen Thompson at 4? We thought there might be a decision at 4 between him and Cam Whitmore. When their next pick comes up at 20, they draft Cam Whitmore. So look, obviously teams red flagged him, maybe didn't love his game that we didn't understand or know about as a public, because Cam Whitmore was considered in mock draft somewhere between, let's say, 4 and 8.
Yep.
And maybe even yesterday falling to maybe 11, 12, or maybe even 10 to the Dallas Mavericks. But we find out he goes to 20. But the Houston Rockets, I thought we could discuss for a second here. They end up possibly having to make a choice between two guys and getting both of them without having to really do anything to get both of them.
I thought that was a great selection. The selection of Amen, like, I also, how cool was it to see him and Osar go back to back? I thought that was just unbelievably cool. But I thought that was a great selection at 20. With that in mind, I haven't seen the medicals, but also my cousin Julie and my wife really like that pick because you know how the draft goes. That guy's still in the green room. He was supposed to be gone long ago, and so they kept flashing back to him. So when he finally got picked, you could hear a more audible roar in the arena than for a lot of those picks, and that was a crowd pleaser in the house. But to get both of those players out of the same draft, heck of a deal there for the Rockets.
Question based off of that. Corey, you can answer this first since you're a big Cam Whitmore guy before the draft.
Mm-hmm.
If the Mavs would have been able to trade at 20 instead of 24, do you think the Mavs take Cam Whitmore or do you think they take Omax Prosper?
Based on the way that Nico talked about him, I think they would have gone Omax.
I kind of do too, because some of the pre-draft intel we got was that perhaps if the Mavericks made their way back into the draft, they would be looking for an upperclassman.
Yeah.
And so I do know that they like Omax. And then
that
again,
was something that popped out pretty quickly.
It's
Yeah.
tough without seeing the medicals, but we had a source maybe saying that they didn't love the medicals. So I still think maybe Omax, but I would have been great with Whitmore there.
Yeah, I found that interesting. That I just wonder, as Cam Whitmore obviously got taken at 20, then the Mavs traded into 24. I was like, gosh, I wonder if Cam Whitmore would have still been there. Could you imagine? Because Prosper was a guy. Look, I'm going to be honest. I didn't know about him. Sure. Didn't study him at all. I've now watched 2 full games of him, and I really like what I've seen so far.
Games,
the 2 tournament games versus Vermont and versus Michigan State, and I loved what I saw. I obviously watched his 15-minute kind of highlight. Here's a draft prospect, Prosper, and that's like, okay, good. Now let me see him playing a game, because real quick, just to reset on Lively, when you watch him play in a game, there's shots that he adjusts that are never on his highlight film. Why would anybody put, hey, this guy drove in and at 10 feet he stopped and had to pull up because he's like, I'm not taking it further than this. Derek Lively standing there. That will never be on a highlight film for 15 minutes of Derek Lively.
But as an impact, it kind of felt like a hurry, right?
Right.
Like we started categorizing hurries in pro football, and so I think that's a good comp.
Also, if Cam Whitmore turns out to be great and Lively turns out to be bad or whatever, I can always be like, hey, that's all. Right. Who was the guy? Sadiq Bey. We have you guys have Tyrese Maxey. Can I throw something out there real quick? Do you know who the Pistons GM is?
Joe Dumars. It used to be Joe Dumars.
No, it's Troy Weaver. And he said this was on him on their reasoning for drafting Oser. You can say that when you see something different, you see something elite, I think Halle Berry is pretty in church or the grocery store. Is that is he like throwing a signal out there? Is that what that is? Or is he just that just a universal fact?
I don't know. I was with the Cleveland organization. It used to be called the Indians, now the Guardians. Everybody there said Halle Berry is a psycho.
Oh, man.
Oh, because she was married to David
Justice.
Justice?
Yeah, David Justice.
About that.
Not Richard Justice.
So,
that could be.
So there you go. She might look good, but she might be crazy as hell.
They're all crazy.
Can I ask you one more draft adjacent question? What did you?
I got plenty of draft adjacent questions.
Okay, may I?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think about the Jordan Poole deal and the amazing fact about the Suns after picking 52 not being in control of their draft picks till 2031?
I think that it doesn't make tons of sense for Golden State to keep Chris Paul, but I could see it working because he'd come off the bench and play 24 minutes. You can't play Curry and Paul in the backcourt at the same time, 5 minutes to go. Like you would have a little bit of a Luka Kyrie situation, which I hope changes because Luka can play defense. He just has to want to play defense. Kyrie, he's limited defensively. We just need as good an effort as possible. He's just, when you're that small in this NBA, it can be tough at times when you're Kyrie, Chris Paul, and Steph Curry. So I understand getting rid of a dude, Jordan Poole, who doesn't understand at times team concepts of basketball.
His shot selection is amazing.
And with the new CBA, that second apron, I don't totally get it, but here's what I know. Golden State was like, our franchise is over if we stay at the salaries we stay at.
Yeah.
And so we have to get rid of this guy.
Especially if they want to bring back Draymond and yeah.
For Phoenix, they're going all in. It will be interesting when they don't have picks in. Hey, we worry about the Mavericks 2029 unprotected first. What if Luka leaves? Kyrie ain't playing basketball in 2029. At least I don't think he is.
Yeah.
So, do we give up the first overall pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Kyrie Irving? I don't know. Is Phoenix going to go, I can't believe these are all unbelievable picks and we don't have them because we went all in for 2024-25.
Sure.
So it can happen. My next question, based off of the Dallas Mavericks taking Derek Lively, how much at all do you think that was a pick to stop Wembanyama 4 hours away?
Mike, I don't know if you've ever heard of or met David Lord, but
he's my buddy. I talked to him quite a bit.
19 minutes ago, he tweeted, one important factor that isn't being talked about regarding Lively. In upcoming years, Mavs will have to contend with big, long, skilled Wembanyama in their division. How do you limit his impact? Lively is a big, long defender who can rim run, keeping Wemby occupied.
I also think Omax can give him problems too because of how physical he is and long that he is. Remember how much Dirk would hate 6'6" to 6'8" guys that were very physical?
Yeah.
Not that it'd ruin his game, but it would make it more difficult. So I think they took two guys that can make the game difficult if Wembanyama turns out to be the guy that everybody thinks he can be.
And what you're saying, what Lord is saying, David Lord, not Lord the musician,
or the our Lord,
that is true. Is I understand that logic. I don't think that was the case though, just because of how pointed Nico was before the draft about we will target defense and rebounding in the draft. And if it's not addressed properly, it'll be addressed during free agency. As Mike brought up before the draft, there was a big gap between Wemby and the next big. And so I think it was more of a product of who are the players that we think are good defenders, could become better rebounders. So I understand your logic. I guess I don't think that's why they made the pick, though.
Okay, early on in the draft, obviously we had no clue going into it. Brandon Miller, or Scoot Henderson at 2. Whoever didn't get drafted 2, we were pretty sure was going 3. So it ended up being Brandon Miller. Did you guys think that was the right decision? Do you think it opens up Portland now? I don't know what Portland's going to do now with Scoot and Damian.
And by the way, that situation seems to have evolved a couple of times in the last 36 hours, because we heard all the stuff leading in the draft is like Dame isn't looking to rebuild and everything like that, hence why we thought maybe originally there might be a trade. And now, I can't remember, as the owner of the GM's making a big push like, hey, we want Dame to retire or play his whole career with Portland. I like Scoot better as a player, but for Charlotte's situation, I totally understand why they would go Miller.
A little off that. Shams works for FanDuel, right?
Okay.
Isn't that a betting, like, don't they take bets and stuff?
Sure.
And he tweeted out that it was gaining traction that Scoot was going number 2.
Yeah.
Is that...
Does it feel like a conflict of interest?
It does.
You think?
It absolutely does feel like there's a little bit of a manipulation in the market.
One of my
there.
gambling buddies started texting me, "What are you hearing about number 2?" And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, and so that's where I'm kind of like, I wonder if a lot of people ran out and made bets on FanDuel, and FanDuel made a lot of money, and that's part of the scheme.
Man,
it's a question.
If it was somebody besides him, I might say you leverage your credibility. Not you, but Shams,
gotcha.
But that other reporter, I can't imagine when you're like one of the accepted 2 leaders in what you do.
Woj did come out immediately. He was like, it's laughable to think that they were going to ever take anybody else.
Because think about it. It was heavy push on Tuesday or on Wednesday that is going to be Brandon Miller, and then heavy odd swing to Scoot on Thursday leading into the draft, and then end up being Miller anyway.
So the Josh Green pick wasn't the most popular pick at the time. It wasn't the worst pick. We were kind of like, hopefully he'll be Jay Crowder. That's who I was hoping he would be. And you were kind of like, I like him. But we were both Tyrese Maxey guys. Help me out real quick. The Villanova guy that went right after to Detroit Pistons. He's not with the Pistons anymore. That was your guy, Corey.
Sadiq Bey.
Yeah.
Sadiq Bey.
And we
compared Josh Green a lot to Tyrese Maxey, which it's a complete and utter failure when you compare it that way, because Tyrese Maxey's a borderline all-star and Josh Green is trying to figure out his way in the NBA as a role player. Sadiq Bey might be a little bit better, but they're closer now as 3 years has played out instead of that first year where you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. Who will you compare Derek Lively to? Of we could have just stuck at 10. Will you go Cason Wallace from Richardson/Kentucky? What will be the guy that you'll be comparing him to? Going, we could have, should have had him.
Cason Wallace makes a lot of sense. I think mine are Hendricks and Whitmore, though. Keep in mind, I certainly understand the fact that you wouldn't have gotten Hendricks because he went right before, but I think Hendricks and Whitmore are who I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'll just stick with Whitmore for now.
I did really like Cason Wallace. I even tweeted about him before the draft and said I think he's kind of the next Derek Harper. It'll be interesting.
Local kid.
It'll be interesting.
I remember watching Derek Harper
when it comes to Oklahoma City with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Lou Dort, Josh Giddey is a point guard, kind of the Luka kind of point guard. Like, how is he going to fit in there in playing time? I don't know how many minutes Cason Wallace gets in Oklahoma City, but maybe they just keep accruing assets to make a bigger trade.
with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It's a shout-out Friday for the 817. Shout out to my daughter, Maddie. She's turning 19 today and is doing great as a registered dental assistant. Congratulations and happy birthday. And congratulations to everybody, because next you get to hear the C block.
Dude, I will finally get to that top 10 wide receivers list.
Oh, yes.
There's also a potential serial killer in Chicago. And also, how do you hang out with people? We'll talk about it next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about this month of June.
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 817, can I get a shout out? I'm turning 30 tomorrow. That's from Tolo Dillon. Shout out and happy birthday in advance. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Mike, thank you for being here today. Hold on. Mike has missed the last 2 Fridays.
I believe that is
True
correct.
that.
But today he's here because
And my kid actually played at 9:30 and is playing in a few minutes.
Are you here because it's post draft day and you're excited about that, or?
No, I didn't think of that. I missed post draft day with Luca. I was in Galveston when we drafted Luca.
Nice.
That was awesome.
Where do you stay in Galveston?
On the beach, I don't know. Like Sue picks the places.
Pretty
out.
close to the beach usually, though.
Usually on it, yeah.
See, that's the thing, Kevin. I like to be like right there, man. I like
Okay.
that. I don't want to have to get in the car, pack up all the stuff, take a 10-mile trip just to get there, unload the car, roll it all out there, play for an hour or two, and then go back home. Like, that's just not my style, bro. So
Thanks for that.
bro. What do you want first here, guys?
The freaking wide receiver list.
Man, I will tell you this. People were listening and they were talking about that sex challenge or whatever.
Yeah.
Championship thing.
What were their
or whatever.
thoughts?
They wanted to know what I asked Kevin off the air.
I still cannot say that on air.
All right, so
sorry.
I did see this from CBSSports.com. We'll get through this very quickly so that we can get to the good stuff.
Oh, no.
Top 10 wide receivers list. Number 10, Jalen Waddle. Tyreek Hill's on this list as well. So that's 2 wide receivers on the top 10 list for CBS Sports from the Miami Dolphins. And I find that quite intriguing because can you imagine both of those receivers with Patrick Mahomes? Like, Tua's done a tremendous job. I think his receivers have a lot to do with the fact that he's done a tremendous job. Jalen Waddle makes some really great catches.
Are you saying could we imagine Patrick Mahomes with Tyreek Hill?
No.
I have
And
no
Jalen
idea.
Waddle.
I know, I know.
And Travis Kelce. Like, all those things. It's just insane. Number 9 on this list, Debo. And I think, he got nicked up a little bit last year. And
yeah,
that was kind of a question about that, but his numbers were down a little bit. Number 8 on the list is your very own CeeDee Lamb. And he's right behind A.J. Brown. And Kevin, the more I look at lists that keep coming out regarding the Cowboys and Eagles, they're right next to each other in it seems like 5, 6, and the Cowboys are right behind all these guys. I am always wondering, was A.J. Brown before he got to Philadelphia considered a top 10 quarterback? Because I don't remember him being receiver. I don't remember him being involved in those conversations, and maybe it's because he had Tannehill as a QB.
That you might be onto something. I also thought he was on that trajectory. Not there yet, but I thought he was somebody that people could see moving into that space.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I thought big receiver. I was very intimidated by about what they had there, especially since they had Corey Davis too at the time. And that all kind of fell apart. And again, they were like, we're just going to commit everything to Derrick Henry. Number 7 is A.J. Brown. 6, Cooper Kupp, who didn't even play last year. So why is he on this list?
He's pretty awesome.
He could get hurt again,
Sure.
I guess all of them could get hurt, even CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Number 5.
Good.
Yeah. What? I'm just.
But don't
that is a
say
fact.
that.
That is not an opinion.
Everybody gets hurt sometimes.
I didn't pray for it. I stated a fact. Number 5, Stephon Diggs, who I think we all agree that dude's right in that mix.
Can I ask you something?
11 receiving touchdowns.
I don't know if you saw this headline yesterday. I thought it was really dumb. It said Bills might secretly be shopping Stephon Diggs. And my initial thought was, well, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a secret, how did you not only find out about it, but you're writing an article about it? It doesn't feel that secret.
Well, wouldn't it still be a secret if you're looking from outside and it's an opinion piece?
Maybe.
Like you have enough intel where you're like, man, it kind of feels like they might be doing this. So I agree with you. You can't source anything. You can't source anything at all there, but it does have to sound more opinion-y. Number 4, Jamar Chase. Number 3, Devontae Adams. Still up there as one of the top 3 receivers. Tyreek Hill, and then, of course, Justin Jefferson. And I think we saw the stat the other day.
Yeah.
Isn't Justin Jefferson like 800 yards off of passing Randy Moss for the most receiving yards
at that age,
or in the first 3 years by any receiver?
And he's super close, as we mentioned last month, to eclipsing all Bears wide receivers in history.
Wow.
So
I'm sorry, what number was CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb was 8.
Okay.
Does that feel about right?
I think so.
I do too.
I see a lot of people.
We wanted him to enter the top 10 in his 3rd year, and he has.
A lot of people will text in, they're like, he's not a top 10 receiver. And I'm like, what? Like, his numbers show that he is. I mean, last year, he was a legitimate top 5 receiver. And maybe it was because Cooper Kupp was out, but he was in that mix for top 5. So, but Justin Jefferson's still just a fascinating story to me. And Kevin, if he's that close, to that number and surpassing all Bears receivers.
Dude, Justin Jefferson he's on the pathway to being an all-time great.
I bet Justin Jefferson, as good as he is at what he does in football, he would have more than the 96 hits that the Yankees have had if he played baseball this year. That's just my...
I asked for forgiveness about that.
It's still fun, though. We can still have fun. Last night, the Wake Forest LSU game, I have a question about this, Mike. Are we going to see him again?
I don't think so.
We're done seeing Skeens.
I don't think so.
Unless maybe a closing role.
They play,
in the last game.
They play Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I believe. The 3-game series.
Yeah, it's a fast turnaround.
So 1 day off. No way he pitches game 1 at all. Probably not game 2. And then game 3, maybe you could pitch him 3 innings. You know, obviously, if you're Chris Young and you're thinking about drafting him, you're not crazy about him having 8 innings, 3 days rest, and then pitching a lot. But
game 3, I could see it.
I mean, if you're Paul Skeens, I get your draft status, but there's just no way you've made it this far. You've pitched your team into the finals of the College World Series. I guarantee you he's going to beg and plead if they get to game 3, give me the ball. We can win this all.
And you have to be very like, is this what's best for your career?
And once again, it's an all SEC championship.
Yep.
Dude, it's what are your feelings? Because I think Florida wins now. Dude, LSU should have, what they're doing special. But Florida they've been a blast to watch too.
Because they didn't have to play 1 extra game, right?
Yeah. And that's another factor in all this.
Really, I think maybe 2 extra games because LSU had to go, when they went 1-1, they had to play another game to then get to Wake Forest, and then they had to beat Wake Forest twice, which they did. So now that I'm realizing it, Florida has played 2 less games in Omaha than LSU has had to play.
The other part, I was talking about this with Choppy, because Choppy and I both watched that game live last night, and for anybody that missed it or didn't get an opportunity and was like, oh man, now that they're hearing it and like, hey, I can go back and watch it, you know the result already. And that's the difference between when you're watching something live and you start seeing two dudes that are like, nobody can touch us today.
Yeah.
You're like, this is I know I'm watching something special live in this moment, and the anticipation's a little higher. So going back and watching it, even do it if you want to, but it's still a little different. You get to see it. You just don't have that, oh my gosh, what's about to happen next? Because you kind of know what's about to happen next.
I'm curious to see how their numbers look for that, because it did feel like a big time game.
It was a big time game. I'm betting because of the draft that the numbers won't be that great. Just because, it was kind of buried away and all that stuff. All right.
From the 940, LSU sweeps, and I don't even like LSU, but I like Broadus. And also, from the 214, I love listening to you guys fantasize about Diggs. They just extended him last year. All right, so I'm going to correct what your text should say. I need to listen harder.
Yeah.
I just want to know, at what point in that discussion did you hear us talk about Stephon Diggs?
I love when Kevin two-hand dunks on people.
I want to know when that part happened.
My favorite part. Kevin's like, oh, hey, guess what? Bam! Dunked on.
Lively style.
That's true.
With the two-hand
Are you still watching that North Carolina game?
I am right now. It is. North Carolina just hit a 3 to tie it up at 35 with 17 minutes and change to go.
So
pretty good.
Adrian's out of town. She is in Atlanta right now with Lucy. What are you?
But your other two kids are here with you. All right.
Kevin F-bombed me this morning because of something he said. It was hilarious. Go ahead. Did you want to?
No, I got it
relive that?
twisted the way I was trying to ask, are your two boys with you? And I was like, and I got twisted up and I was like, are your two kids with you? And I was like, I mean, your two other kids. And I know how many kids you have.
Two kids.
And then, but he just laughed and I just said, F you, Corey. And he didn't even say anything.
I just wanted to be known that Carter's holding the court back here.
Is he? He's with Lucius.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting because Lucius likes high comedy. Like Lucius enjoys comedy.
What are you trying to say there?
He enjoys good comedy.
Oh, okay.
And Carter is one of the ones that'll say things that I'm just like,
oh,
wow.
He's killing it back here.
Yeah, he cracks me up all the time. I really do love that. So I'm glad that that's happening right now. So I do have the two boys with me, and Avery's friend Aaron is with us today too. But my question is, Adrian went to go to Atlanta to visit a friend who has a daughter who has a very similar diagnosis to what Lucy has.
Okay.
And they're the same age. I mean, almost born at almost the exact same time too. It's crazy. They're the same age, and the mom and her met on it's called Hope for HIE. So if you've hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, that's HIE.
Ooh.
And that's what Lucy was diagnosed with as a child, and so was Zoe. And so they're hanging out right now. But that's how they met. Was Adrian would go on these trips for moms with children with HIE. Some of those kids have much more severe forms of it. I would say after seeing a lot of these other kids that have that we know, that we're very lucky. Lucy has a lot of great skills, and she's had a great, mama bear in Adrian to fight for every step of the way too. Because there were times where she wasn't getting things she needed, and so but for Adrian, it's great therapy to be able to, like, 2 times a month, these girls they'll get together and they'll have wine night via Zoom. They're across the country and they're hanging out and talking.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of us deal with these things in our own way, the big things, the small things, whatever it is, but having people to talk to is huge. Like my form of that would probably be 3 of my best friends that I've known since high school, middle school even. We're all over the place, but we do game together, and we talk about like everything, just like we would if we were out having beers. Instead, we're at the house. And we're talking to each other a lot of time. And so that's kind of my respite, if you will.
Sure.
And so this is for Adrian. This is Had Opportunity. 877-881-1053. What is your group, your place where you find that opportunity to help yourself?
I'm going to read a shout out because it fits into my answer. Can y'all do me a favor and shout out the entire fan radio family? Thank you for being the radio show and station that always puts a smile on my face when I felt down or frustrated. Special thanks for y'all's mental health awareness. I told you the other day, for me, it is Talking Doctor. Because, sometimes me and Talking Doctor, we get down to, a specific issue that I'm working on. And, one of the things we talked about is I'll never get the acceptance or validation from the person I probably need it from because he's dead.
Oh,
and
so you're talking about me.
No, yeah, one day and so that's an issue that we talk about a whole lot. No, my dad is with that, but sometimes I just go in there and vent. And there's been a couple of times when I've just come in there and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of pissed off right now, and I just need to vent. And it
is about Mike.
No,
Okay.
it
has been.
No. Not as much as you might think. Not as much as you might think. And so that really is a great outlet for me to help in a variety of forms.
Okay. All right. Mike, do you have is Sue your place? Or do you have some buddies is there a group that you deal with? Do you have a group therapy that you work with?
No.
Is when you go to work, is that your
somewhat
way to kind of let it all out and
yeah. Take it out on a golf ball sometimes.
Golf is your place?
Oh, yeah. I could see that.
Yeah.
From the 682.
But I like golfing by myself. A lot of people, I like golfing with people too, but I really like golfing by myself.
Do you think stuff out on the golf course when you're alone?
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't like jogging, and I can't do it anymore because I hate running.
Yeah.
When I'm working out on a bike, it's a real workout. Like I'm
You're
trying
focused
to
there.
I'm looking at my numbers, as in I'm looking at the miles per hour. I'm looking at the distance I'm going. I'm looking at my work rate on that. And a lot of people will use that for kind of that stuff. But I feel like in golf, yes, I'm competing in golf, but I like being out there by myself and being out there in nature and also competing, but thinking about things.
Mowing the lawn was my self place because like nobody wanted to be out there helping me. So I was like, well, I'm doing it by myself. But that gave me that chance to think through things and go through them. Sometimes I thought too much and I overthought stuff, but that was where I did that.
There's some really fascinating answers. Arm wrestling practice at
What?
9 o'clock twice a week. Every Thursday, my high school buddies meet up at some hole-in-the-wall bar with no customers. We play pool and catch up. And from the 469, their group is AA. 12-plus years sober, which that is a remarkable achievement.
That's awesome.
Right there.
If you see me, beer me. Because didn't you think he said AA?
Yeah. Instead of
you see me,
instead
beer
of
me,
NA.
AA.
And then look, I made
I was
mistakes.
listening on my drive home from baseball.
I definitely made a mistake with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, yet another example of how successful the Rangers have been this season. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. And guess what? Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Better news for you.
Learn more.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
3 hours and 8 minutes as Jonah swings and hits one to deep right. Frazier going back. He's at the track looking up. It's gone over the Rangers bullpen. Jonah Heim says, take all the time you want. I'll turn that fastball around and make it a 3-run home run.
Talking trash.
Jonah's blast makes it 6-1 Rangers.
Kate Seabass-Peace back here on 105.3 The Fan. On a shout-out Friday from the 817, shout-out to the Mavericks and Bleacher Report. Bleacher Report listed the Mavericks as one of the winners of the NBA draft. And from Twolo Andy, shout-out from my parents. They're celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary tomorrow. So congratulations to your parents, and thank you very much for listening. Corey, we've done a great job.
Yeah.
Mike, Reggie, we've done a great job with the voting thus far.
Yes, I forgot to talk about this, and I'm glad you're mentioning this. I forgot in Baseball Nuggets to mention this.
Jonah Heim.
He's in
as a starting finalist. Same for Marcus Semien, Josh Young, Corey Seager, and Adolis Garcia. All 5 of them have made the finals for voting. Now, here's how it works if you're interested in getting involved. TexasRangers.com starting on Monday at 11 a.m. to go vote. So they're zeroing out all the ballots. So doesn't matter, winning, losing, whatever. They're zeroing out all of the ballots. So starting at 11 a.m., you can vote now once per day in these matchups. Remember the old system, or the system leading into this, you could vote 5 times per day. Now it's down to 1 vote per day, and the starters will be announced Thursday evening on ESPN. Here's why this is such a huge deal. First of all, it's just super cool that a team that we've loved watching all year, I know they didn't play last night, love listening to all year, has 5 people who are still in competition to be a starting all-star. Do you know that the Rangers have not had a starting all-star since 2012? That is longer than any team in the majors.
Wow.
That's my Twitter.
That is true.
Who in the heck started for Oakland?
That is a good question.
Jose Canseco.
I did not. Well, that would have been before.
Matt
but I
Chapman, I guess. Matt Olson.
I did not investigate that. But think about this. Since the MLB went to the 2-round format in 2019, the Rangers have had a total of 4 finalists over 3 years.
Ugh.
This year they have 5.
In your face.
Go ahead.
There are 8 positions with 16 players available as finalists. The Rangers have 5 of those options.
All right, I'm trying to vote, Kevin. Where do I vote at?
Like I said, you cannot vote until Monday,
All right.
starting at 11 a.m.
But is there a place that I
Is Canada able to vote because of their time change?
Yeah, we need to get rid of Canada.
What time do you think it is in Canada right now?
Northern time?
Canadian Standard?
Yeah. It's the time up there.
Okay. So starting, yes, Canada can still vote.
Did you just Google, can Canada still vote?
No, I Googled what time it was in Toronto. And it's
Toronto is all of Canada, huh?
Yeah, that was my immediate go-to. I was like, hey, they'll never win a cup. Let's see what time it is there.
What time is it in Alberta?
It is 1 hour later in Toronto right now. So I think they'll be fine with the time change. So you can vote once a day, starting on Monday at 11 a.m., places like TexasRangers.com, if you want to try to get these guys in. So Adolis Garcia, finalist for starting outfielder. Corey Seager, finalist for starting shortstop. Josh Young, finalist for starting third baseman. Marcus Semien, finalist for starting second baseman. And Jonah Heim, finalist for catcher.
So I wonder how much it's going to help Corey Seager now in this one-on-one battle that he gets the Dodgers votes too.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Semien get Toronto votes?
Well, he is going up against a Torontoan in Merrifield.
Torontonian?
But at the same time, I think they know that they don't have a second base candidate. They just voted him in. And so I think Semien should win pretty easily, even though it will be, to your point, like he might not get as much of the Toronto vote going against a Blue Jay. But I'm just wondering, where Seager lost by a whole bunch to Bo Bichette in the first round, but he made it into the second. And you're voting a limited amount of times. If the Ranger fans vote for Seager and the Dodger fans, which there are a lot of Dodger fans, vote for Seager, maybe he, I would say, upsets in a little bit of a way Bo Bichette after him crushing the first round of voting.
And then Young is all Rangers, right? Like that's all Rangers fans really care about him. I guess all of Red Raider Nation needs to hop in on that, right?
Ooh,
all
that
the
is
Texas
a good
Tech people.
point.
And
That is a
then
great
like Heim, his connection, the A's, he never
That's
really
like
got
700
there.
votes.
So that's all Rangers again. And then with Adolis, like that's all Rangers. So Rangers fans, y'all have your plate full right now.
But the opportunity is there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Monday.
Fan. And not till Monday
Canadians
at 11
can't vote
a.m.
for this.
Now,
I don't think they
it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
We accept all votes as long as you can text into the text line 877-881-1053.
Or the Twolos and the YouTubers comment.
International rates apply.
Thank you. That was a very good note. Very good note. Also, the votes don't matter. Nobody's actually taking real votes.
International rates.
I think it does need to matter.
You
We
don't
have
want anything.
one listener in Japan.
Yes, that's true.
Do we
Kit
have?
Kat?
Huh?
Yes, that is Kit Kat.
See?
Do we have other listeners in other countries?
I'm sure.
All the time.
If you're listening from another country,
Text it.
Prove
Thank you. That was great. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on the program over the last, couple weeks. I don't even know where to start here. There's some stuff in here. You know what?
you okay?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
You don't know if you're okay,
That is
or
correct.
you were in the middle of saying I don't know, and then you just answered no. I can't.
No, I don't know if I'm okay.
All right.
Sometimes you just don't know. That's fine.
Is it because you're concerned about having to work again tonight?
I am now. You guys have really put that in the ether.
Rain Delay Theater now coming up next.
Yeah, I won't be there. I don't. We often say, or at least I often say, that I'd be really terrified to get into Mike's brain. I feel like this is kind of one of those moments.
I'm going to get fouled by a man's penis.
I mean, and that is what happened.
Yeah.
If you weren't watching the game, they even reviewed it to be like, there's no way. Oh, well, I guess that's happened.
Yeah. His wiener touched his foot.
Oh my God.
True.
Kevin, are you
NBA
okay with the fact that you co-signed all of that?
NBA Finals basketball, Aaron Gordon with a very strong foul.
And that's what I hate about it, because I knew what he was talking about, and I was like, I guess that's how they ruled it, and so I did co-sign. I am upset with myself about that.
Challenge. Nope. Wiener got him. It's what happened. The refs looked at it.
I know, Mike.
on
I already
replay.
agreed with you in the old clip.
I know, but you guys are silencing me. You guys are giving me the silent
Who is
treatment.
silencing you?
Oh, don't do that. Don't ask him that. You know where that's going to go. Why would you ask him that?
I'm sorry. Never mind. Next clip.
When I said I don't know if I'm okay, now you understand, right?
Jimmy Butler had to get his toe x-rayed after that.
My thing here is Mike's comfort level with just saying that. I don't know if I'm to be that comfortable,
No,
Mike.
you don't get to talk there, buddy.
All right, what's next?
Because
That's a strong
of this,
candidate.
Corey, you don't get to talk there. Are you fat shaming him right now? Is
No,
that what
I'm
I
just
heard?
saying, like, he's just tasty, you know, and all that matter.
Oh, my God.
Who?
Yeah, Corey, who?
I don't remember.
Whom?
Hoopst.
That's right.
That's Reginald's.
Maybe this will refresh your memory.
A delicious cheesy quesadilla wrapped around a beefy burrito. The new quesarito from Taco Bell.
Oh man,
That's Nikola Jokic.
quesarito. Oh yeah, that's what was playing during his
Yep.
drafting.
Yep.
Wow, he is tasty.
You double down on this.
Why not? He just won a championship. And then
How
on
does
top
that
of
make-
that, he added, I want to go home. He was just like, I don't even want a parade. I want to go
And at
home.
the parade, he changed his mind. Also, we just learned about Corey. Power and accomplishments make you more attractive to him.
No, make you more tasty.
Tasty.
Ooh, good point.
Mm-hmm. I didn't say spicy or anything like that. Tasty.
Huh. Okay. Maybe that's what Sue is thinking about here in this next mic clip.
And they're like, this is how I fixed him. And then they're like, ooh, that's a good idea. I'm going to fix my husband that way too.
It does sound like
the
she
keys?
snipped you.
Brunches.
Yep.
That's a woman's brunch right there.
It sounds like you. That's
They discuss how they fixed us and how they're trying to fix us.
sounds like you were a neutered puppy. That's what it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's made
That
it
is
sound like to
true.
me. I'm gonna fix him. But that was probably one of my favorite segments in a very long time. I laugh a lot at this show. That was really, and it was, Mike, I think that was my third time to hear that segment because you called me.
Yeah.
Then you talked about it during a meeting. And then the next day we did the segment and I still laugh just as hard
Whenever
as I did the
you
first
go
time.
out with your buddies, does your wife ask you when you get back, what did you guys talk about?
No. Well, she does.
She
but,
used to.
And I'm like,
I
stuff?
understand your cross-generational conspiracy theory about passing down that.
Yeah. All right.
more likely we were just trying to figure out if we could throw this grape into a beer bottle, from across the room. That's just the way we do things.
They're always surprised, at least my wife is, that I didn't talk about our relationship.
Talk about us.
Wait, so is Kevin a part of this conspiracy?
They know where things go. Kevin, you're a girl somewhat. You know where things go,
That's
right?
true.
You're the.
I do know where things go. Man,
You said you're kind of the more of the woman in the relationship when it comes to.
Just for the record, that's if you define it by cleanliness equals the woman in the relationship in order. That's your definition. And I said, by that definition, then yes, I like order.
Who's more messy?
Jess is infinitely messier than I am.
Wouldn't most people
Brandon
say
is more messier than she is too.
that men are more messy than women?
I will have to look into that.
In the history of the world.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
I don't know.
Because, if you've ever seen a stand-up comedian from the 80s, definitely. But, you know what I'm talking about, right? I just want to come home and I want to watch football. My wife's like, I got to go shopping. That's like every 1980s comedian ever.
All right.
Women do be shopping.
Yeah.
Like Andrew Dice Clay.
Hickory dickory dock.
What's the rest of that?
Oh!
No, there's something between there.
Okay. Do we know what Corey was talking about here?
Is it thick on the sides? Or is it just...
Yeah.
Okay. So it's thin on top, thick on the sides. All right? The length. Like, if it's thick on the sides, you can get plenty of length out of it, too.
Hair? That's my guess.
Yes. I think we were talking about hair.
Whose hair?
Oh, my
Kevin's hair.
And if I should have a skullet.
Yeah.
No, if you should do braids like Jerry Rice when he was out here
right.
looking ridiculous.
It's old man braids. Yeah.
Why do you say it looks ridiculous?
Because his hairline was running away from his face.
Oh, man, that's so rude.
But wasn't it, though?
He didn't have dreams. He had movies.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a good one.
That was
Solid.
Mike Epps. I'm not going to act like that's
I mean,
mine.
of course it wasn't yours.
However, when he salutes, it's like way back here.
That's right. Corey also making definitive statements here.
I can get a lighter whenever I want because I'm an adult.
That's going to be my vote. I don't know why.
I have no idea.
Just the intensity at which he brings that statement to the table.
Like they're behind the counter somehow. Like your kids can't get them because they're with the cigarettes.
I can get a lighter whenever I want because I'm an adult.
Actually, the person who created, the person who is the genesis of that thought is in the room with me right now.
Yeah, ask him about trying to cook steaks at school.
Don't want to do that.
Now he
Steaks
told
are
me
missing.
he had to take a lighter to school. His teacher told him he had to. And I was like, no, the teacher would
Where
never
were
say
the steaks, kid? Where were the steaks?
Who was in charge of the steaks?
Think about your fib before you go through it, buddy.
Back to
Great
you,
advice.
Matthew.
All right, this is Derek verbally falling downstairs.
That dude is definitely encouraging. Encouraging him, telling him, "Hey, everything's fine. You did good." He's just taking care of him, helping him out.
My throat's screwed up, so
I didn't know what that was. I thought
I'm
you were
just trying to
calling
get
a
the
bird.
phlegm out of my throat, so you don't call me out again on this
You
show
have-
today.
You have cough buttons.
Nah,
If
those
I
are-
can call you out one more time.
Those are too tough to touch. I've never hit the cough button. Never will.
Not once.
Yeah, I know, Mike.
Do you just turn it off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't use the cough button that much.
Don't trust it.
Yeah, because I've had done that once. We were in Oxnard when I trusted the cough button, and I was like, oh, no, this is bad. So I'm agreeing.
Thank you.
And finally, the joy that is brought to the show by Mike Bassett.
We're athletic supporters. That was the night they brought 27,000 athletic supporters out.
And then Rob Manfred put them on blast. Yeah. I told you already, I am voting for Corey defiantly saying that he can get a lighter.
I can get a lighter whenever I want because I'm an adult.
It's such a weird flex on people.
Because kids have to abide by rules.
They don't. You can go to the grocery store and buy a lighter. They're not like tobacco products.
Yeah, but if mom and dad say, no, you can't have that, then they take it away. Nobody's taking a lighter from me. Name a person. I dare them.
Carter.
He can't take a lighter from me.
You can't take a lighter away from him.
Yeah, I can.
He can walk to 7-Eleven right now, Carter. You can walk to 7-Eleven.
Yo, encourage him.
He's sitting right there.
And you can go buy as many lighters as you want. And that lady behind the counter is going to say, good for you, kid. There's nothing I can do to stop you. Go light up all the imaginary steaks you're going to tell your dad about.
I'm voting for Mike calling Kevin a girl.
Oh, that's hurtful.
You're a girl somewhat. You know where things go, right?
True.
You're the.
It does seem like I signed off on that at the end. I'm like, that's true.
Because you decide where everything goes in the counters. That's a rare trait for men to have, the ability to put things where there's
spatial awareness.
Corey, if you wanted to change today when you got home and you changed where all the things went in the kitchen.
Why would I even think about that?
Right. We wouldn't.
Yeah,
but let's just say you did.
No, yeah.
What would Adrian think when she got back? Would she go, well, we're just going to live this way now?
No, she would say.
Or she'd say, you are wrong. We are changing it back to where I put things.
She would say, what was going through your head when you thought about putting these things here?
Now, when we get home, Kevin, and the furniture has changed, we just have to deal with it.
The hell I will.
From the 682, I'm voting for Where Are the Stakes, Kid?
Also my vote. Mike, do you have a vote?
I like the first one I did.
The foul.
Yeah. Fouling with your junk. I'm going to get fouled by a man's penis.
That's all I'm playing. I'm just
It
not
can
going
happen.
down.
We found out in the NBA Finals. Watch where your wiener goes.
What the hell, dude? It is
In a
the
basketball
middle of
game.
the day.
I think that's good. I think that's valid advice, though.
Dude, if not,
you should be very cognizant of where that thing goes.
I'll tell you what, Derek Lively's a hip checker. If he accidentally doesn't hit with his hip, but he hits with his front, it's a foul in the NBA. Ask Jimmy Butler and Aaron Gordon.
From the 817.
Knock a guy down. You can unbalance a guy with that thing.
This is from Twolo Rob. I'm 26 today. Can I get a birthday shout out? Don't let my lack of enthusiasm for your shout out reflect my lack of enthusiasm for your birthday. It's the other things that are happening at the moment. Happy birthday to you. And then I like this one. I love you guys. You have an amazing chemistry. I can't tell you all how many days have changed for myself and others for the better. Thank you to KMC and Reggie, James from Burleson. Thank you very much for that text. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you fat shaming? This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. In case you missed it earlier, the Mavericks also picked up a couple of undrafted free agents in Mike Miles Jr. from TCU and Jordan Walker, affectionately known as Jelly, from UAB. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hakey. How are you?
I am doing excellent, feeling really good about what the Mavs were able to pull off last night. And I have to admit, and I want to know y'all's pre- and post-diagnosis of the Mavericks in this draft is, I was not uber optimistic about their ability to maneuver cleverly. And man, oh man, did they do just that last night.
Yeah, I love the part of the post game where Nico was talking about he was telling Omax, "I'm going to make this happen. I'm coming for you." And to have the stones to call that and to tell that to a player, knowing how complicated the execution was going to have to be. Getting involved one of those trade exception thingies that I'm not sure how it works still, but he immediately turns that around. You got one pick, you get 3 players, 3 bigs, and you ditch Bertans. I think it was a huge night for Nico. We'll see if the players work out, but the asset management part of it showed a lot of front office savvy.
1,000,000%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was the biggest
surprise of the night.
No doubt with Nico, no doubt. And to me, I think it shows the growth, and he did a whole lot of self-reflection and self-scouting, it seemed like, over the offseason. You bring in Dennis Lindsey, which we've heard was more of a Nico Harrison move. I think that these are all things that he's growing as a GM, and I think that some of the criticism he's gotten, and I know our show's given him, kind of learning on the job, is very fair. But last night was a great step in the right direction. The Mavs filled several holes. I know what Finley said, like, look, did you see us play last year?
Yeah.
We still have a long way to go. He's right. And Rashawn Holmes will see, right? Like all these guys. Lively, I know you were in love with him, Mike, and maybe he ends up being better than we think. I think Omax is the guy that I'm most excited about. Holmes is a guy 2 years ago I think we would have been thrilled about today.
Yes.
A guy that's totally declined in Sacramento, but maybe a change of scenery is exactly what he needed.
Our comparison was that felt like a Cowboys move in terms of they picked up the player that we talked about 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah. And
right.
so I can see that. You're smiling. Are you kind of on the same page with this?
Yeah, I mean, I think last night was a really, really good night, and I think they accomplished just about as much as they could, given what they had going for them last night. Even maybe more. I mean, they squeezed all the juice out of last night.
See, I think it might be more because something that we talked about, we didn't go like hardcore in depth on, is this also paves the way for you to not only sign Kyrie, which I know is the goal anyway, but still use your mid-level exception to the full after you've already been able to pick up an additional player or two in the mix. I think that's a really big deal. Is so like you look at this, and by dealing off Bertans as well, is you trade down from 10 to 12 in somewhat of a way. It clears out the full mid-level exception, gets you Rashawn Holmes, gets you Omax, and it gets you Derek Lively.
And off Bertans.
Yeah, and off Bertans. And you're probably going to take Lively at 10 anyway, which Mike called, like a week ago.
Yeah. That's why all this is just so cool.
I do think I do like what they did from a standpoint of taking number 10 and getting as much asset out of it as possible, and you hope the guys work out. You better protect Derek Lively, and what I mean by that is it's almost in a weird way, different way, but in a weird way going, Jacob deGrom's pitching all 30 games. You know that he's not doing that. How are you going to protect yourself with this? He might not be able to play a second in the NBA. And what I mean by that is you might get him and have him for a month and go, hey, he's a ways away from competing at this level. So I'm just really hoping they do get DeAndre Ayton or they do get Clint Capella and they go for the next couple years. We do not have to rely on him at all at an NBA level because it might take years. It took Tyson Chandler 4 years to figure out how to play in this league. He was pretty much like a 5-5 guy, inconsistent minutes in Chicago, and Chicago's like, we're kind of giving up on this. And luckily he developed for himself in New Orleans and then was great for the Dallas Mavericks. But I'm just like, okay, you drafted a prospect big, please get a guy who can play 30 minutes, because if not, you're going to find yourself playing Dwight Powell 30 minutes again next year.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They still need to get a true starting center. I think they've done a good job in terms of getting this rotation improved, but I don't know. I mean, maybe Rashawn Holmes goes ahead and gets back to the way he was.
And is everyone sure Powell's coming back? Sorry to jump in there.
I'm not.
You just said that.
I'm not. But I think it's right now I'm looking at 3. You got Maxey, Lively, and Holmes. But I'd like to still add. I mean, a Clint Capella. Are you guys okay that they didn't go Green or Hardy to make the Capella move happen?
100%, dude. I am.
I would move Green.
I think I would have considered Green as well.
I'm okay with them not doing it, though. But
maybe you can still get Grant Williams or something.
I totally agree. You don't want to be stuck having to play McGee and ending up at the end of free agency with nobody else wanting to Dwight Powell, so you get him for $1.5 million and boom, he's back on your roster. You don't want to have to rely on those guys. At the same time, I think they need wing depth as well. So a free agency is going to be a lot of fun, and it sounds like Nico's pretty confident he's going to be able to pull some more stuff off.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about
July
that.
1st, Kevin?
What's that?
Is it July 1st?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is Rangers captain's birthday.
Ooh, actually, I think it is
June 30th?
Friday at like 6 p.m.
All right.
Remember, they adjusted it to get rid of the fake. Oh, all these things got done at 12:01.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, it is a Friday. We do not have Broadus. He's off fishing. And we don't have a plan, other than G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. It's a total mail it in Friday. We'll react to the Mavs draft a lot and talk Rangers Yanks. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
For that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
No, it'll be pure gold.
All
This will be
right.
show of the week right here.
I love it. I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin, and congratulations, Norm. Heck of a career. We'll miss you.
I can get a lighter whenever I want because I'm in it.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, welcome in hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you are having an outstanding day as we're off and running here on a bit of a mail-it-in Friday, and Broadus is out. So you do have myself, Gavin Dawson. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cut Mass Control. Wolchuk and Chiafala, good afternoon to you, gentlemen.
Hola.
And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. What a night for the Mavericks and for sports. A great NBA draft unfolding before our very eyes. And Nico Harrison putting on a bit of a master class in his second year at the helm of the Mavericks front office. So we want your reaction to the Mavericks draft night at 877-881-1053. The national reaction is they did a great job. Do you agree? Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, what do you say?
Man, I think they did do a great job. I really do. I think they came into the night with limited opportunities, and they maximized the heck out of them. So it wasn't something I was expecting from Nico. It seems like he really has improved himself, and also just improved kind of the guys around him, the Dennis Lindsays of the world that understand how to team build, understand how to do certain things, take advantage of certain teams and opportunities. Felt like they did that in a big way last night. I mentioned yesterday at the start of the show, defense. Dear God, you sucked so bad last year at defense. You've been selling away your defense and bringing guys like Christian Wood and re-signing THJ, guys that don't care about defense, and it all came to fruition last year of how bad it was. You had to fix that, and you got longer. One of the big things, how do you take things away from the current champion? How do you duplicate what the champion's doing? You get super length according to these Nuggets, and that's what they did. The wingspan on this 7'1" dude is 7'7". The wingspan on our guy Omax is 7'1".
Yeah.
So, like, you got long athletic dudes that are going to help you defensively, and I think that is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, all three guys have a 7+ wingspan, 7-foot+ wingspan. They needed that really badly. You're right about the Nuggets. And, to me, when we've talked about these bigs, people can point out offensive flaws. If you get Kyrie and Luka back, you're not going to have an issue with scoring, right? They are two of the best in the entire sport at doing that. You needed to get better defensively, and that's clearly the philosophy that your head coach preaches. 2 years ago, it worked. He was able to maximize every little bit on the defensive side of the floor. You go to the Western Conference Finals. Last year, they make the trade. They lose a bunch of those pieces. They're not there yet, but they took a great step in getting there, and I do think it was a night where people that have doubted Nico Harrison, we need to start coming around on him because, yes, he's young, he's learning, but he's showing growth, and he's showing tremendous potential and upside.
Yeah, it was a big night for him and how people perceive Nico Harrison, maybe his arrival in the NBA as a GM, and a GM that had one of the best nights in the league last night is what the take is. So congrats to him, and congrats to the new players. They seem excited to be joining the Mavericks. I was very critical of the idea of taking Lively. So as it comes together and he's drafted, now it's time really, to dig deeper, to hopefully find some things that I like. Like I heard Mike Bassick talking earlier. I was like, okay, what could it possibly be that not only the Mavs liked, but, on TV, a lot of the analysts like the pick. And there was, quite a bit of coverage to dig into. I mean, I think what the Mavs needed basketball IQ in the front court so bad. I think they overvalued it at the pick. I think it's going to take a while to develop, but I think we're heading into a building and developing year, and that's fine, because now you have a nice collection of guys who are under 25 years old, 5 of them.
Right.
And I think it's late. I think you should have built like this around Luka 3 or 4 years ago. But it's not too late, So I think going into this year, it's not about trying to achieve maximum distance into the playoffs. If it happens, great. But it's about, hey, let's build a collection of young athletes around Luka that we can project into the next 10 years.
And they kept Hardy and Green, clearly, and that was something where as much as I wanted Clint Capella, they said, look, we're not going to give up those two guys that we think could be foundational cornerstones, clearly. And, Hardy's going to be fun to watch here in Summer League. That's going to be fun. That's a big part of his development as well. Can Josh Green this offseason? We heard all the hype about him last year. We're thinking, I don't know if I'm believing that, but he showed it. I mean, you were talking about him maybe being an all-star. So these are two guys, if they continue to grow and take their game up a level, I don't know. The Mavericks could do big things and overachieve expectations, but it is very different from a year ago when you're thinking, can this team make the NBA Finals? I'm not putting them up in the elite contender category in the West, but I do think this is a team that might end up surprising some people because they're going to have lower expectations.
And maybe they have great rookie years. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I could see Omax having like a John Sally type of impact on the league. The older Tolos, remember what he did to the Detroit Pistons bad boys. He was like the final cherry on top of that. Incredible energy guy, great attitude, hustle, and like a young leader on that team, physical, defensive. But I think what Lively does well on defense, this team might need so bad that just a guy who is in position and long and is pretty good at blocking shots might be a huge boost to this defense.
I know.
They've totally lacked it. I don't think he's going to catch alley-oops. I don't think he's going to score in the post. I think only getting 5 rebounds a year in college is a major red flag. I think him scoring very infrequently when a defender is actually on him is a red flag. Like watching his college stuff, all of his highlights are dunks with nobody in the area. NBA players are quicker, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're in much better position, and they're not going to let you get those easy ones. I think he could average less than 3 points a game his rookie year. 3 points, 4 rebounds, 12 minutes, 3 fouls. And it's a long process to try to get the best out of him. I just think there's so many athletic guys that can help you that are established. Like betting on a center with essentially the 10th pick. I know they ended up taking him 12th overall. That's not like super dynamic athletically. I know he tested well, but when you turn on the film, where's the athleticism? Where is the combine freak or the 3-cone drill freak?
Right.
I don't see that strength and quickness and speed and reacting to the ball. Only when he's off the ball defensively is where you get Derek Lively making an impact on defense. The guy he's defending in the NBA is going to be quicker and stronger. Both of those things. And in college, he was getting beat by those traits consistently on the ball. Off the ball, my guy got beat. I can come over here with my long arms and knock the shot away. But that's not evidence of an elite defender, So I don't see where it is. I figured, how critical I was going into the draft. I needed to come back and follow up on that. I'm hoping I'm dead wrong on Derek Lively. But I think the most likely best case scenario for me right now is he's a good team defender, and his basketball IQ is something that Jason Kidd and Sweeney, the defensive coordinator on the coaching staff, desperately need to sort of implement their team defense and hopefully give this defense a backbone again and somebody they can rely on back there. But I think it's going to be a building and developmental type of year now with these additions they brought in.
Yeah, he averaged 2.4 blocks in 20 minutes across 34 games last year at Duke, and I think that's the thing that gets you most excited, right? And I think that a lot of the criticisms you're giving are 100% right. I saw the same things when I was watching him a couple nights ago when there was a lot of hype building up that the Mavericks really like Derek Lively. So there are things to worry about. I wonder, though, coachability is a big thing. That seemed to be an issue last year with Christian Wood. I think they've got one of the best defensive coaches in Sean Sweeney. Yeah. And I'd like to believe that he's a guy that was probably in the corner of a guy like Lively, and he can try and get the most out of him. I think that all the things that Mike was pointing out on and off the air where, it might take a little bit of time for him. There's no doubt. I hope they're not done. I think they still need to add one legitimate big to make me feel better about this, because JaVale McGee, I don't think you can. I know he's on the roster, but is he on the roster? In reality, they're never playing him. He's not going to give you anything. So I think you got 3 guys, Maxey, Lively, and now Holmes. But he was the #1 high school recruit coming out of ESPN. There is a lot of talent there. Can the Mavericks find a way to improve some of the flaws that he has?
Absolutely. And, I think you mentioned the coachability. That should be off the charts good. His mom's a basketball coach. He's known for his basketball IQ, and I think that's what the Mavs love about him, and his ability to shift and, cover guys who may have gotten beaten on the perimeter, I think is going to be big, and they love that. Okay, people are asking, how can it be a great draft, but you not like the pick at 12? For asset management, you have 1 pick at 10. You turn that into 3 players. You get rid of Bertans. You bring in a veteran like Rashawn Holmes. You create this trade exception, that allowed you to get back into the draft and get Omax. So whether you agree with the exact pick or not, I kind of leave that for your personal opinion.
Right.
It's just the overall asset management that was genius by this front office last night.
And clearly the team has a pretty high opinion of this Lively guy. So based on that and the fact that they were going to take him at 10 anyways, like they clearly executed the plan that they had. And it seemed pretty obvious they were, if Hendricks had slipped past Utah, things would have probably been a little bit different for him. But with the way it shook out, and that's why you're on your toes and you have all these different scenarios that could have play out, then you're ready to, press the button basically once the scenario falls into your lap. But I liked John Hollinger's analysis. I mean, he was pretty blown away in regards to what the Mavericks did last night, and specifically with Lively. He says, unbelievable set of moves for Dallas. Lively in Dallas is the most perfect fit on the draft board outside of the top few picks. He describes him as a high-flying, rim-running, shot-blocking center who does not need the ball, and he says, what a perfect compliment to Luka and Kyrie, and amazingly, they were able to dump Berton's salary, still walk away from the draft with Lively. He called it A+ stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's a glass half full way of looking at it.
There's the Duke connection with Kyrie. Kyrie's going to be grinding in the gym with him.
A lot of credible basketball people love this, and they look at Lively as a high up and comer. I mean there were some pretty solid projects there in the top 10. The guy goes 12th overall. And I think if he was really that great of a prospect, he would have gone much higher. But, hopefully I'm wrong on this one. Okay, Gavin, I generally like your basketball takes, but agreeing with Bassick, I need to seriously consider that position again. Okay, I think Nark taking his hands off the wheel did wonders for this year's draft process. Tolo, Evan, and Richardson.
Evan, I think you might be onto something. I was listening to Tim Cato describe the way he was soaking in last night and in the war room and seeing that Nico was really the one that was the man in the room, and Mark was kind of off in the shadows, allowing things to happen in front of him. And so I wonder if this past season's rock bottom, where you go from the heights of Western Conference Finals to then missing the playoffs and trading for Kyrie in the season, and you're tanking the end of the season and getting fined for it. Did Mark finally get to a place where he's like, okay, maybe I should let go of this thing a little bit?
Yeah. I think it's all Nico now, and I think the tell was when he sends Finley out to do the initial press conference, because he's still in there wheeling and dealing and getting that Omax move made.
You've heard a lot less from Mark Cuban this offseason. I think this might be a transitional time for him. He's just so into other ventures, with the pharmaceuticals and everything, and the crypto and Shark Tank and all his business entities are massive, and any one of them could take up 15 hours a day of your time. So if that is indeed happening, I think it's something worth celebrating.
Not to mention the other thing he added onto his plate this summer, which is narking on the people that steal the streams.
Hey, go ahead.
Okay.
Focus on that, Mark. It's all good. Let our guys handle things behind the scenes,
baby.
Takes
a lot of time.
Well, thanks for letting me be consistent with my pre-draft take to my post-draft take. I'm going to leave that there and hope for the best now and try to focus on the positive, at least through the rest of this summer and into training camp. So people are going to say I'm a hypocrite, and I'm looking optimistically at it now when I killed him before the draft, but you will know. I killed him after the draft. I do not think this player is going to work out well for the Mavericks. I think there were a number of other players that went like 13 through 23 that I would have much rather had. But this can work. This could work.
I think one of my biggest takeaways as well, like talking through it all and understanding how they didn't want to throw in a Green or a Hardy, and how they might be willing to take a guy at 12 who is not an instant super impact player, and the other guy, Omax, maybe not super instant impact, but like it felt like there was a lot of big picture thinking and not, oh my gosh, we need to swing for the fences. That comes across to me like they're comfortable with where things stand with Luka. Maybe they know things where, hey, you don't have to do all the winning right now. He's not going to wake up, this time next year and demand out. I'm just speculating.
No, I think you're onto something here.
Or they understand the new constructs of the CBA and how much more challenging it's going to be for a superstar to just blink his eyes, snap his fingers, and go to a different team. That they understand that maybe they have a little bit more time than maybe I would have thought just 24 hours ago when it comes to Luka and how long he wants to be here.
And to add on to that, it finally, for the first time, feels like they do have a vision and a plan moving forward. I
would
feel like
agree
the
with that.
Mavericks have just been flying year to year by the seat of their pants. You know, the Kyrie move even just seemed like, oh, we got to add a superstar. We have an opportunity. Let's go ahead and do it, and we'll figure it out later. Well, this offseason, they've done some soul searching. How do we figure this out to make this work? I think this draft takes a big step in accomplishing that.
Yeah, long term now, their upside looks more impressive. Rangers and Yankees tonight, 5:30 here on The Fan. All-star voting will reset to 0 Monday for the final round. It will conclude Thursday, which means fans will have 4 days next week to get our guys in there. Simeon, Young, Garcia, Seager, Heim was the announcement later in yesterday's show. Congrats to Broadus and LSU there for reaching the College World Series final. He's been living and dying with that thing, and 2-0 last night against Wake Forest. The entire state of Louisiana is just going crazy.
Man, he's been pounding Jell-O shots all day long.
I bet, dude. He's having the best time right now. Well, happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a great day. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. It's a bet payoff Friday, though. And Chiafalo is going to attempt to eat a banana with the peel still on. That's next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Eric Chiafalo with his bet payoff. Gonna eat a banana, huh, buddy?
Yeah. Looks like I had the perfect ripeness. It's more ripe, right? This is more ripe, or is it less ripe?
Yeah, that would be overly ripe.
It's overly ripe.
Yes.
Yeah, when it gets bruised like that,
yes.
it's ready for the picking.
And Lucius, this is your preferred way for banana consumption, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Just more flavor, right?
More flavor. I believe it has more nutrients. Stuff like that, yeah.
Okay, even better. Yeah,
It's better like wine.
Yeah, Spittle was saying the outer skin layer, the peel, is like highly nutritious.
You're going to go out and just crush the yard work this week like Dawson did after he had the raw meat. Your T levels are going to be crazy.
Oh, they're about to spike like the pound of flesh.
This is when you should have built the whatever it was, the trampoline or the.
You should have seen the cattails
in the back, the swing set. Yeah. Now get a trampoline and build that, so all can come over and break it.
Dude, I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. I hope I'm about to go on just a great, just testosterone-filled run this weekend.
I bet you will, with or without the banana. Knowing you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you did right though, picking that ripe banana. Like the green one, that peel is extra like crunchy and fibrous and thick.
Yeah, 100%. That's what because I have like the much more yellow bananas at home, and then I have like two more of these more bruised up ones, and just feeling it, I was like, okay, this is obviously the one I'm going to go with. I figured, if this doesn't work, I can always throw mayo in a cup of coffee and hammer that thing.
Did you bring mayo?
I didn't actually bring mayo. I think we might have some. I could run down to McDonald's. I mean,
get the McDonald's mayo.
You guys made it seem like eating this was going to be much cooler of a thing. And Dawson gave me the out yesterday of only having to eat half of it.
Yeah, well,
that's what I was thinking. It was going to be like a green banana.
He was forgetting. The 817's already trolling you. I had a banana peel last night. Not bad at all. Easy bet payoff.
See, don't do that to me. 817.
I don't think it's easy.
I want to be told how difficult it is, so I can feel good whenever I complete it. Not how easy it is, so that if I don't end up completing it, I look even more like a schmuck.
I got you, but I would never do this.
Thank you.
This looks disgusting.
It does.
All right.
I wouldn't try this. The old banana in the front pipe payoff.
What?
Would you?
That's what that is.
Would you? Would you guys go about this like with a cutting situation, or would you just go hand and
I
just
would slice
it?
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go.
It would look more
caveman style.
Yeah, that'd be killer.
Start with that.
It'd be good video.
If it's a struggle,
see how it goes.
Then we'll slice it up. I know the boss would prefer you to slice it so you don't choke. I'd like to see death on the air.
Here we go.
He's biting. That looked pretty smooth, actually. Your teeth went right. You don't. Oh, you're smiling a little bit. Is this delicious?
I think this is going to be the best payoff
ever, boys. Come on! Bring the mayo. Bring the damn mayo in the coffee.
Is it all soft and everything?
It is soft enough to just like blend so nicely with the already soft banana.
That is awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Come on.
Dude. Congratulations.
What a big disappointment.
What a blessing.
I mean, you deserve that after having to compete with Broadus.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No, that's very
better
true.
than anybody.
I do.
How tough that can be.
Hey, Kyle Orton, Drew Brees. No, corners. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So
it's definitely a bitter taste, I will say. Like it makes the taste of the banana less good.
Is it chewy?
Okay. So at least something kind of sucks about this bet payoff.
Yeah, that would be the worst part about it. Is it is slightly less tasty than your run of the mill banana.
It's not that bad, says the 817. The 254. My kids eat banana peels all the time. I think we just got Woolchuck.
This is phenomenal, dude. Thank you guys for encouraging
Sorry to hear
me.
that about your kids too, by the way.
Yeah, dude.
All right, well, we're gonna have to get some mayo up here. Are you starting to?
That's what that means, though, is because I wanted to do the mayo. You guys convinced me to do the quote unquote tougher challenge of eating the banana with the peel on it, and so I acquiesced to you guys. And I just want to say thank you for being phenomenal.
Are you still? You're eating it? Keep eating it, right?
Yeah,
okay. It's not just a bite thing.
Yeah,
right.
less talking, more eating. You're right,
Yeah.
Lucius. I think you might need to take back everything you said about Will Levis, though. This might not be that crazy.
Maybe not that insane, yeah.
Maybe,
not a lunatic.
Maybe less insane. I will say, whenever I was calling out Will Levis, it wasn't like we were being inundated the way we are now in the text of people saying, oh, I do the same thing Will Levis does.
That's true.
Now all of a sudden people are coming out the woodwork. Like, if I was drinking mayo in my coffee right now, I bet we'd have 10 people going, oh, I do that all the time.
Every day, man. Where you guys been?
What are you talking
I have
about,
done
dude?
the butter.
I like that. I like the
Butter
butter
and
in the
coffee.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Or like a little oil.
But it
or
wasn't
something.
terrible.
I like
yeah.
the MCT oil.
Yes.
Don't do
yes.
too much though.
No.
Yeah, it'll cancel 3-4 hours of your day for sure.
Ruined a Saturday for me
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Honestly, I could use some of that. I'm a little backed up.
Yeah, my buddy told me to take some before bed. He was like, that'll clean you out real good. You don't need those fiber thins. I took way too much. I woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning with a 3-alarm fire in my belly.
100%, dude. Just riding porcelain for an entire Saturday. It took away half a weekend for me.
Yep, it'll do it.
Yeah. It's an effective product they have on their hands there.
Are you guys in on having a lactive bet payoff on the payoff board? Or laxative, I should say.
Yeah.
While I wear the adult diaper?
Like a laxivation, we'll call it, or something. Not while you wear the diaper.
No,
because I want these to be separate things. I'd rather.
Yeah.
I want to know that there's a chance you could actually poop your pants.
Well, I don't know that. And they have you can't like run to the bathroom.
No, you can. I imagine you'll have to take the wireless in there and do the show.
Yeah,
because
I don't know how good that would be for radio.
Like a double dose.
A heavy-handed amount of like borderline, like what Lloyd did to Harry.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be up for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it's on the payoff board.
All right.
I'm gonna keep eating this.
Enjoy.
Crappy banana.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo. Is it bitter at all?
It is.
Yeah,
it is
bitter.
bitter. The peel does not taste good.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't recommend anybody doing it.
Okay.
But we're not going to get a vomit itch.
No, not at all.
No vomit itch.
And Chiafalo will go there quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's done it. The easiest bet payoff ever. It was bound to happen eventually, and congratulations to you. Time now for the G Bag of the Day. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Yo.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Man, I'm doing fine. Did you ask me?
I did.
I don't know.
Hey, how the hell you doing, buddy?
I'm sorry, bro. I was in the pool till 3 in the morning. What? With that Corlejo and the old lady. I was getting ready to leave at midnight, but then one of the neighbors came out that I knew, and we got to talking. I was like, oh, here it goes. It's like, can I get a shot? It's like, yeah, let's do shots. And
next thing you know, you're super buddies now.
Oh, wow.
It's Thursday in the hot tub, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. And then the dogs wake up at 6, licking the face like they gotta go out now.
Geez.
Yeah. So you're like, man, I get no sleep. So please be patient with me today, okay, fellas? Please.
You're good.
All right.
Get you a cold beer. There's only 3 hours of show left.
Yeah. I'm not hungover. I just needed more sleep.
Okay.
That Corlejo will keep you right, bro.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's right.
Our winner and champ is the Texas Rangers radio broadcast, and Adolis Garcia hitting his home run with some YGG on it is still fire.
The Sliders had the joie de, what is it? Joie de vie?
Joie de vie.
Joie de vie.
First pitch to Garcia misses for ball 1.
We went through this a few years ago. I couldn't say that, and I still can't. Joie de vie. That's it, right?
Pretty close. The 1-0. It's low. Make it 2 balls and no strikes.
Give it to me one more time.
Joie de vie.
Joie de vie.
De vie.
And what does that mean?
There you go. The joy of life.
Oh, okay.
All right.
The 2-0. Joie de vie. Adoli Garcia. The Rangers are on the board. It's 2-1. What a shot!
Come on, bro.
What a shot.
Come on with that. What a shot. It's fire to me.
Yeah, this winning has these guys in their bag in that booth.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
2-1. What a shot!
Oh, man.
Sands will join us at 5:20 coming up. I will say, out of the things that fan hosts have struggled to say over the years, Joie de Vie is the most legit.
We've played it, 4 or 5 times? 6?
Yeah.
I still can't say it.
I'm not
it's
sure.
YGG forever for me.
I just ballpark it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Chop's got a standing bit that he can't say the word tequila.
What does he say?
Oh, it sounds like something else?
Yeah, he'll be like, no, I can't say it. I can't say it. You know,
Tequila.
It's tequila. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Tequila? No?
Oh, yeah.
Quesadilla?
And there was another guy who supposedly couldn't say the word orange.
Orange.
Yeah.
All right, see what I got
I
here.
think that's Hixie.
He struggles as well.
He does struggle with that.
I'm struggling right now, so let me get this in. Oh, yeah, sure. G-Bag of the Day, the sponsor. I want to shout out to you, Mr. William Campbell. He's our G-Bag of the Day sponsor. Today's G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by our travel agent and Tolo, Mr. William Campbell over there at Travel Mission. Book your next getaway with him at williamcampbell.org. Oh, yeah. Getaway. Nice song by Mobb Deep, too, by the way. Nice. Fat Joe, speaking of New York and rappers, Fat Joe had he's a wild boy. He's just wild.
What player do you like most that's been drafted tonight? Anybody stand out of your mind? Is it Wembanyama?
I tell you the truth. I can't go against Wembanyama. He is what he is.
Right.
But I tell you, I like Dick from Kansas.
Brady.
Jeez, bro. He's a wild boy. Hey, yo!
I like Fat Joe, man. It's cool that he's rocking it like that. And he's big into basketball. Doesn't he have a team in the Rucker tournaments?
He did, yeah. Him and Jay-Z and them just go
always
at
be out
it.
there.
It got real wild.
Nice.
They had to have security. It was crazy. They was betting monies on the game, big monies and stuff. $50K on this one. They were out recruiting ballers from like up there.
Dude, that's so fun.
Anyway,
that is cool, man. That's so fun.
I'm over here struggling.
Do you need us to go on a water run for you?
I have.
Oh, you good?
I just needed more sleep, bro.
I just
needed more rest.
Coffee? Can we get you coffee?
That
You're doing
might
good.
help.
Okay.
That might help.
The segment's going good.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not really worried about it. I just
You
want you
haven't bought
comfortable.
my banana.
Appreciate it.
How you doing over there?
Let's keep it in baseball here. Phillies radio. They hate everything about the Braves right now. Listen to this Ozuna home run and listen to the radio announcer just pout.
And the pitch to Ozuna. Swung on and blasted. Deep to left field, forget about it. 2-run homer, Marcell Ozuna. And the Braves with a 5 spot on the board here in the top of the 10th inning. Ozuna with his 14th home run of the season.
What's that? They're going to stop in the middle of the third baseline and do
Ozuna
a hand.
just now stepped
That's
on a home
joke.
plate.
Ron Washington, that's just not professional.
Oh, come on.
Stop in the middle of the third baseline so they can do a little hand dance.
Hater.
Fun police over here.
Some haters, bro. You can tell from the home run he didn't like it, like from the hit. And it's out of here.
The baseball police are out. Fun police. That was a minute, though, that he was making his way around those bases, though.
Yeah, it took him a hot minute, bro.
He was taking a stroll.
Yeah, it took a hot minute, and I cut that down some.
Did you?
Yeah. Let's see what else I got for you boys. Oh, they said the Padres announcers are the worst in baseball. I don't know. Listen, tell me what you think.
Talk about Goodwood. Oh, yeah. He got him. Take a listen.
Oh, dude. That's RG3-esque.
It was a height of pleasure for that guy.
Take a listen.
Apparently the man likes the good wood.
He digs a dong ball. He digs a dong ball for
He
sure.
appreciates a good
big fan.
swinging of the stick.
Hey, Friday!
We made it.
Oh, that's a vibe right there. I'm going back out to the pool, too. Let's see. How about your boy Glenn Beck? You guys know who Glenn Beck is?
Yeah, he's a talk show host.
Alec Medford sent me this one, too, by the way. Appreciate you, Alec, because I seen this, and I was like, there's no way this is real. I had to Google it, but it is. Listen to Glenn Beck trying to sign off.
Call Goldline. They're waiting for your call now at 866 Goldline. 866 Goldline. My N-word. That didn't really. Back in a minute.
What?
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
He just back in a minute.
What?
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 I think he confused himself.
What would make you do that?
No idea.
What would make you do
I
that?
just heard.
Oh my gosh.
Look at Dawson. He's like, I don't know about
People
that.
are just
I don't know
losing
what to
their
say.
mind.
What's going on?
No reaction.
You have no reaction whatsoever.
I don't know what to do.
No comment.
Beck's quite an interesting fella.
Was that an ad read?
What kind of a story was he doing?
Somebody got him on the piece of paper.
Why would you do?
Oh man.
Call Goldline. They're waiting for your call now at 866 Goldline. 866 Goldline. My N-word. That didn't really. Back in a minute.
So this is that his own internal monologue coming out loud?
I don't know.
He was like, I don't know.
He was live on the air. This wasn't like a studio session where he's recording a spot.
This was his show.
This was his show.
Is it on the read? I mean, wait.
My goodness. What are these announcers doing?
Oh,
It's it should be well established at this point. It's out of bounds.
what?
Yeah.
Goodness.
What was he thinking? Well, I mean, I know what he's thinking.
Oh, they're gonna love this. I'm hip now.
Yeah, I gotta connect.
Is it Adolis Garcia with the joie de vivre from Matt Hicks? Fat Joe's draft reaction. He loves something. Out of Kansas, right?
He does.
Ozuna home run with the pouting announcer. Hating on Ron. Can't stand for that. Padres announcers are the worst in baseball, talking about the good wood and the Glenn Beck sign-off. Wow.
This is a hell of a bunch right here, Lucius.
I'm still speechless, Chief.
Yeah.
Would you like to vote?
Gosh, dang it. I think if we get left speechless, we have to go with the ever
Balls.
so awkward Glenny Balls.
Glenn Beck?
Yeah.
The Glenn Beck sign-off, Lucius. It's 1-0.
Oh, my God.
We got to put Broadus through that sound on Monday. We got to get it to Monday.
I'm going to go to Adonis Garcia and Wajiji.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Sometimes I think we need to protect Brian in situations like this. I think I might go with
the big Grady Big energy.
Yeah.
Fat Joe? Okay, well, because I'm voting Ozuna home run, which means we
yeah!
have a 4-way tie at 1. You're going to have to jump on to the at GBack Nation Twitter account. You decide. We'll create an Insta poll. There will be a vote off, and we'll announce the winner on the other side right before we get to Krusty's Corner. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but it's time now for Krusty's Corner with Zach Wolchuk. And where are we going with that today, sir?
We talked weakest position groups. Let's talk strongest position groups on the Cowboys. And Mina Kimes is loving on the Cowboys defense. That's next on the Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Shoot ya, it is, and welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll have the NFL news of the day. Big day with NFL news. And Wolchuk will have that. He also has Krusty's Corner, as Broadus is out today. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Yeah, shout out to Broadus' LSU Tigers. Go Tigers. They got that walk-off win over Wake Forest, and they're now taking on Florida. It's an all-SEC final in the Men's College World Series, and I'm sure Brian's sipping on some coldies and catching, hopefully, a ton of fish out there today.
Oh, yeah. He's getting all the best.
You ready for the big announcement?
Let's do it.
The Glenn Beck sign-off won a 4-way vote-off with 52% of the vote.
Yes! That's my M word.
The Tolos have spoken. Adolis Garcia, 24%. HR Haters of Ron, 13%. Fat Joe, 11%. Glenn Beck, 52%. Here's Wolchuk.
Wow. All right, that's going to be fun to play
Notice
back
listening
on
to
Monday.
audience, damn it.
You do, dude. Yeah.
We love cringe
You do what they
radio.
want.
Let's go. All right. Yesterday we did, Brian did the 3 weakest position groups on the Cowboys roster. Blogging the Boys now has the 3 strongest position groups on the Cowboys roster right now. If you had to rank the 3 strongest position groups, where are you going?
3 strongest position groups, I would think I guess the
Is it all
defensive
defense?
ends. I mean, the defensive ends, like pass rushers.
Okay.
Would have to be 1. I don't know. Did you just give it to the entire D-line maybe? I guess you do.
They go D-line 1. When you talk about, of course, Micah Parsons, Demarcus Lawrence, Dorrance Armstrong, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler. I mean, that's an excellent group. But then they add Mozzie Smith. They
Right.
trade for Jonathan Hankins. I like Chauncey Golston. I mean, they're pretty Osa Digizua. You know, they're pretty deep now.
They are.
I think this is the best defensive tackle group they've had in recent memory. I mean, I think you might need to go back to early 2000s under Bill Parcells when they had some good defensive groups, and they were number 1 defense under Dave Campo. They stunk. They were 5-11, but the defense was still good with Leroy Glover there. This is an outstanding interior defensive line grouping for the Cowboys standards, but you add in maybe some of the best edge rushers in football with Micah Parsons, Tank, who's still underrated, Sam Williams we're all high on. D-line is damn strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, D-line is great. I could see that being your number 1 strength. I could also see consideration for the secondary, though. It's a hell of a group back there, Wolchuk.
Love that call. Cornerback is number 2 with Diggs and now Gilmore. And it's pretty evident when you look at, and I know we were all kind of, has Gilmore with his age, is he quite the same player? But all these lists that are coming out now, whether it's Pro Football Focus, Pro Football Talk, The Ringer, NFL.com, CBS Sports, and they're ranking all their top 10 corners. Gilmore's ahead of Diggs, and they're both in the top 10.
Yeah, it's pretty
You got
impressive.
2 top 10 corners. I mean, I put it out there. Do the Cowboys have the best cornerback tandem? Some people were like, hell yeah, they do. Most of the replies were no. Did you see that the Dolphins just traded for Jalen Ramsey? They've got him and Xavier Howard. You don't have Xavier Howard in the top 10 of these lists. You got both Cowboys corners in the top 10 of it. And then you add in a guy like Deron Bland, Izzy Mukwamu. We saw what he was able to do last year when given opportunities. Eric Scott's a guy that they like quite a bit.
Jordan Lewis off the injury.
Jordan Lewis, right?
Solid player.
Sure. I mean, they do have some depth at corner. Now, behind the top 3, maybe there's some question marks there, no doubt. And Mukwamu, I feel pretty confident about. So the top 4.
Yeah.
But to add a guy like Gilmore, I think, is what's really set this group over the top.
No question about it. Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement on that, and that's why this defense is going to be so special. If your defensive line is this dominant, we knew it was with the pass rush, and now adding Mozzie Smith, the run defense, I think is going to be really, really impressive. And then you put a back end on it where even the safeties, I mean, we say what we want about Malik Hooker, but he's still at least serviceable. That's the worst thing you could say about him, and that's the worst thing you could say about any of those guys that are actually getting legit playing time on that side as well.
And they have such an abundance of corners now that they've moved Kelvin Joseph, and he's going to be playing some free safety. And we'll see if that experiment works, because the one thing about Kelvin Joseph, the physicality, he's down to tackle. That's what makes him such a good special teams player. And maybe his skill set athletically does translate well to free safety. That could end up salvaging his career. It might not, but you really kind of need a guy behind Malik Hooker because he does have injury history. And right now, the only other true free safety on the roster is Tyler Coyle. So safety is number 3 because you've got Curse, you've got Donovan Wilson, you've got these Swiss Army knife players. I mean, hell, a guy like Marquise Bell I think is pretty good.
Yeah.
He's not even going to be able to see the field.
Right.
So those are your top 3 groups, and it leads us to Mina Kimes and that audio on her podcast. And she was talking with Chris Canty, former Cowboy as well. And the marriage here and the harmony of the D-line and the secondary, this is why she loves the Cowboys defense.
One of my favorite things about this Cowboys defense, last year, I think they really hit on something with all the dime personnel they were using. They were in dime personnel, fourth most of any team. And when they did have 3 safeties on the field, they averaged negative 0.22 EPA per play, which is crazy. A QBR of 29. They were awesome. I just remember down the stretch seeing, Jaron Kearse in the box, Donovan Wilson, Mukuamu, like these players I hadn't heard of. I really think it gives them such unique flexibility from a coverage standpoint against some of these offenses that are going to come out throwing all over the yard.
Unbelievable stats she gave there, but she's so right, man. The chess pieces that Dan Quinn now has. I mean, Izzy Mukuamu at his size, and we see him sliding into the slot and being able to be successful is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, his development, Deron Bland, the addition of Mozzie Smith, you plugged all these holes now and you have better depth. I think as long as Leighton Vander Esch stays healthy at middle linebacker, you're going to have an incredible playmaking at all 3 levels, and I expect this defense to take a significant step up in its quality.
And then you have a guy in Dan Quinn that knows how to just put everybody in the perfect position to succeed, and it's just it's a beautiful marriage.
Last thing I want to get to, Demarcus Lawrence, our buddy Tank. Our G-Bag Zone, he was doing an interview with the Associated Press, and they asked him, hey, how close do you feel like, or how big is the gap between the Cowboys and the Eagles? He said, quote, I don't feel like it's a huge gap at all. I feel like it comes down to certain details, not just the scheme, but also your locker room. I feel like through this time right now where we're headed, and we're headed into training camp, we made those adjustments. We learned those different things that we need to learn about our teammates so we can fully function the way we should go out there on the football field. I mean, how big do you think the gap is, if at all, between the Cowboys and the Eagles? I know the Eagles had a great draft, but I do think last year, I really did think the Eagles had the better roster. And the only reason why I was like, I might still lean Cowboys was quarterback. Well, Jalen Hurts closed that gap. But this year, with the moves the Cowboys have made by getting Cooks and getting Gilmore, and I also personally did think, I didn't like their draft as much as the Eagles. The Eagles had the best draft in the division, but I still liked a lot of what the Cowboys did. I think these rosters are much more comparable to me than they were a year ago.
They are because Philadelphia had talent walk out the door in free agency, and they did a nice job of adding reinforcements in the draft to the defense, especially in that front 7 with Nolan Smith and the big moose in the middle there. But I still think the Eagles are. I think they are the better team. They have. I mean, their weapons. They've got. With A.J. Brown, Goddard, and Smith. I mean, that's now after that, I don't know. Like their depth, like who's their third wide receiver? I mean, I guess for these purposes, it's Goddard as their tight end, but like Quez Watkins.
Yeah.
I mean, so you get an A.J. Brown or a Devontae Smith injury, things can get weird on you the same way I think it could be for the Cowboys if Lamb or Cooks went down, like the depth after that. But overall, I think if Jalen Hurts is still running around, they are the better team.
Yeah, I know they were better last year. Coming into this year, I'm not sure. We'll have to see how much the players they lost hurt them and how the rookies do. If Schoonmaker and Mozzie Smith have a great rookie year, Overshown has a great rookie year, I think things could look a lot different. But last year, maybe Tank knows something about the locker room and the chemistry and all that, but I think just the offensive line play of the Eagles, was so great, and they stayed healthy for the most part, and that allowed Jalen Hurts to take a huge step forward in his efficiency. And I think that's the big difference. Cowboys have an average offensive line and a dang good defensive line. The Eagles had a better defensive line and a much better offensive line last year.
I do think the gap has closed, though.
Yes.
Where the Cowboys are a little bit closer,
Definitely.
as you mentioned, right now from a roster standpoint.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Krusty. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We are going to double back here with Wolchuk as he's going to lead us in a conversation. The NFL news of the day is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Don't F with Pat Mahomes. And is this the first player that's actually signed with a team because they stunk? That's next on the Fan.
Yeah, don't mess with your home.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, it is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we're basking in the glory of a great Mavs draft and anticipating Rangers baseball as they visit the Yankees. Pre-game's coming up at 5:30 with the first pitch shortly after 6 o'clock with Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks on the award-winning call. Of course, always keeping an eye on the Cowboys and the NFL. And for more on that, Zach Wolchuk has the NFL news of the day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We're going to get to some audio here in just a moment of the Bears' newest linebacker on why he chose that team. And Travis Kelce is defending Patrick Mahomes. Don't you bleep with Pat Mahomes, says Kelce. But we got some news regarding the Commandos sale. And the vote is going to be coming down here July 20th. July 20th, they're meeting to vote on the Washington Commanders sale of $6.5 billion. It's going to go to the Harris Group as Dan and Tanya Snyder are going to sell them. So, right around the time that we leave to go to auction, which I think is the 25th of July, this thing could be done. It could be over. The Dan Snyder era officially kaput in Washington.
Good for them, man. That's great news for anyone around that organization, any one of their fans. And I just wonder how long it's going to take for them to revamp that stadium where it's no longer using the restroom on its fans.
I wonder if you just remodel or do they just rebuild it?
I think you got to nuke that thing. I think that's a full-on nukage.
Yeah?
Yeah. You want to burn any trace of Dan Snyder's existence in that stadium.
Kind of
It leaves a residue. If I'm Jerry Jones today, I'm disappointed. I think probably Jerry's celebrating that a great and proud franchise is going to have a chance to return to its glory. But I think for Cowboys fans, this is a bummer because that team was a real pain in my ass, in the 80s and the 90s. And then they gave us a scare in 2011 with RG3. They have a lot of good things going on with the scouting department, their ability to acquire and build front seven players especially. Really good defense over there right now. And they're a quarterback away. And I feel like, a new owner is going to put them in a much better position. And Daniel Snyder was the greatest gift for the Cowboys' winning percentage that they've ever received. Let's just say that.
They've owned Washington.
It was almost 2 wins every single year.
Yeah. And we'll see. Maybe the Harris Group also doesn't end up doing as well. They own the New Jersey Devils. That's a team that has had maybe a couple of good years in that ownership. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they also stink. But from that aspect, I get it. It is a bummer to see Dan Snyder go. But just from a personal, that dude's a scumbag. And it's good for the league to finally get him out of here.
Humanity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The Bills have extended both Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott through 2027, and this comes literally a week after you have the Stephon Diggs stuff, and maybe there's some communication issues going on there with Beane and McDermott and the rest, but they've done a fantastic job there with Buffalo. I think with team building, I do think, even the trade for Stephon Diggs, a big reason why Josh Allen was able to take the next step, and I think Sean McDermott is a top 10 head coach in the National Football League right now. He's done a fantastic job there.
Oh, yeah. McDermott, you kidding me? In the way they've gone to the next level since acquiring him and what's coming off his coaching tree now. Yeah, there is a little bit of a concern, I think, there with the Diggs thing. But sometimes those flare-ups are a sign that the coach is letting the guys be guys and communicate, and sometimes that involves arguments. You get 60 dudes together in their 20s, it's going to be some arguments, bro, and sometimes letting people vent that out a little bit is actually a healthy sign.
The Devils do have Stanley Cup final appearances, but not under his ownership. That's the difference there, 682. They did it before. He ended up buying the team. Travis Kelce, all right, he had a message for Jamar Chase. This is on the New Heights podcast, of course, him and his brother Jason. And we remember last week when Jamar Chase was asked who's the best quarterback in the NFL, and he says, well, it's my guy Joe Burrow. And the reporter followed up with, well, what about Pat? And he goes, Pat who? And then Pat Mahomes gets his Super Bowl rings. He gets the 2 on his fingers, and he says, that's who. Post that to social media.
Good flex. Good tweet.
It was fantastic. You don't need to say anything. Just go ahead and flex those rings that Joe Burrow does not quite have yet. Travis Kelce talking about that on the New Heights podcast with his brother Jason. Here's what he had to say.
Here this week, Bengals receiver Jamar Chase told reporters, Pat who?
in reference to Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow conceding that Pat Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Thought it was a little bold.
Yeah.
The guy's a 2-time league MVP, 2-time Super Bowl MVP. To say Pat who is like...
It's a little disrespectful. Pat didn't like it. Mahomes tweeted a photo of himself at the Chiefs ring ceremony. Glad you guys had fun doing that. Wearing his 2 Super Bowl rings with the declaration, "That's who." I just wish it would have devolved to who? Mahomes. Who? Mahomes.
I see where you're going with that. I don't know if that plays here because nobody's name is Mike, and that's the reference you're going to is Mike Jones.
But it's who? Mahomes.
Nope, not letting you go there.
I just want this to be chanted in Chiefs stadiums. Like, who? Mahomes. Who? Mahomes.
Yeah, man. It is what it is, dog. Who doesn't love some good locker room banter, man? Shout out to Jamar Chase for, holding it down for his QB, but don't you ever disrespect Pat Mahomes now.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That didn't land, Lucius?
No. Dawson was uncomfortable with the Glenn back. I got uncomfortable with that right there.
Yeah, it was a little cringy.
Yeah, like before they had to explain it before it started to make any sense.
Yeah, exactly.
There's not a correlation.
That's what he's doing?
Yeah. Mike, Holmes, Jones. I guess it kind of rhymes,
Mahomes.
but it was just so weird. I couldn't make the connection.
Yeah, it didn't really land. But either way, both those guys they're going to hold on for their quarterbacks, and it's just building up, man. Every single year, this rivalry is getting better and better. The bulletin board material, you got Orlando Brown switching teams. I can't wait. I want every Sunday Burrow and Mahomes. 17 bleeping weeks, baby. Let's go.
We don't need other teams. You're right about that.
Let's go.
It's not the red zone. It's the Mahomes and Burrow zone, and it's for 3 hours every single Sunday until we get to a Super Bowl champion.
It's the best of 17. It's a best of 17 series between those two teams to represent the AFC.
I'm ready to bet a lot, dude. I'm in. I'm all in.
And I think they're having a great time with this. I mean, there's just enough spice in the trash talk, but then they kind of
there's
laugh it off
there
a
little bit. Yeah, absolutely. And there certainly is between Pat and Joe. I mean, Joe is still saying, Pat's the guy. Like, until I even get a Super Bowl, I'm not in that same conversation. So there is mutual respect between the teams, but I love the back and forth.
I guess this is for sure the replacement for Brady versus Manning.
100%.
We're going to get Mahomes
They're the top 2 quarterbacks in the league.
And we'll get them in big, high-stakes playoff games, hopefully AFC championship games for years to come. That's beautiful, man. Unless Trevor Lawrence has something to say about it. I will say, Trevor Lawrence might be because Ben Roethlisberger the guy that kind of weaseled his way in the Manning and Brady thing?
T-Law could be that guy.
But I think even on a higher scale, at least between him and Ben Roethlisberger. Granted, Ben Roethlisberger was on the Steelers, and that's just a winning organization, and Trevor Lawrence is going to have to transcend everything that Jacksonville's ever been.
They're on the right path, man.
But, man, that's exciting.
A team that was not on the right path, but I think is going to be this year is the Chicago Bears. Now, I saw this yesterday, and then Bobby was talking to me about this, and he sent it over and was like, dude, you should add this into the 3 o'clock segment. I was like, yeah, I definitely will. I just ran out of time yesterday.
Johnny Morris.
He made the point about, is this the first player we've ever heard openly admit that in free agency he specifically chose a team because they stink? Here's Tremaine Edmonds on why he chose the Bears.
What was it about this Bears team that actually attracted you there when you considered all of your options?
Man, I was just excited for the opportunity, man. I'm a guy, I like when the odds are against me. I like the odds when the odds are against us. I feel like, individuals make the best moves, when you're underestimated. And, I wanted to go to a team where I could be part of the rebuild. I could be part of, turning this thing around, man. It's just about knowing that there's going to be some thunderstorms sometimes, man, but you got to be able to stand through those thunderstorms, knowing that it's going to be some sunshine one day, and just being a part of that, and being a big part of that defense, being a big part of that rebuild. Just amazed me, and it just made me want to be a part of it for sure.
You hear all the time players are like, yeah, I want to go play for a contender. I want to play with a winning organization. It's like, no, I want to be part of the rebuild. I like it. I like the chip on the shoulder.
Hey, dude, nothing will make you a part of that rebuild quite like a $50 million guaranteed situation. And that's exactly what he got.
He's
That's
just trying
where
to
I was
say
going.
anything besides the money. Don't bring up the money. Just, hey, there was a lot of attractiveness.
Yeah, you have to come up with any other explanation besides they offered me the most money.
Yeah.
I don't know why they can't just say that. I think it'd be great.
Nobody offered me more, so Chicago seemed like the right spot for me.
Yeah, I don't mind the Colt too much. Chicago's a good organization. They do have some upside. I guess we could make the playoffs if Fields has that big jump up. So I figured, why not? They're giving me a significant amount of money.
And the 682 text, and he picked the perfect team. He can market it that they're trash, but they're actually much better than their record states. And I'm picking the Bears to win that division this year. I think you're going to see a.
I thought you were picking them to win the Super Bowl.
No.
I thought you were picking them to go head-to-head with Brian Broaddus' Detroit Lions in the NFC Championship game.
How amazing would that be? Bears and Lions. And you know what?
It'd be the dumbest thing ever.
Weird conference where nobody's really that good. I mean, you got the Eagles and the 49ers, but who knows? Maybe weird things happen and they don't have a good year and they play below expectations. This conference is so wide open, you never know. But yeah, I'm all in on Justin Fields this year and the fact that they actually made some good moves to bolster that roster. I think the Bears have a shot in that division.
If you're laying some money down on some futures, man, the Trevor Lawrence MVP odds are still in a good place. Same with Justin Fields. Go get you some.
What do you guys think of Taysom Hill?
I think he's a heck of a Swiss Army H-back special team runner with the football.
Well,
very lucky that Sean Payton was his coach for a couple years.
Yeah,
got
and he got
himself
paid.
a couple checks.
That's true.
I was expecting the trade to Denver as soon as that thing happened. Apparently, they've got new plans for Taysom Hill this year. And you're right. He's a jack of all trades. He's going to continue his role as playing whatever is needed, but he's now going to focus more as a wide receiver. It's a complete position change. He might do some running back stuff. They might even make him, a tight end. He could be an effective red zone rusher and kick returner, says Taysom Hill.
Man, if still in New Orleans?
If you go back to all those Bill Polian quotes about Lamar Jackson and you just remove Lamar Jackson's name and you put in Taysom Hill's name, I mean, it'd be one of the greatest scouting reports ever when looking into the future of a player. This guy is he's a quarterback, but he's really like a wide receiver or a running back or whatever it was Bill Polian was trying to do to Lamar Jackson. That's exactly what Taysom Hill is. How bad is your wide receiver room when you look across at Mr. Thighs himself and say, hey, Taysom, you're running around with us today?
It's bad. They've got Chris Olave and what else?
Let me see you run a skinny post.
You
can't run a skinny post with thighs like that.
No,
I don't think physics will even allow for this, dude.
I don't think so either. But the fact they're also looking at him like maybe we'll play you on defense some. It's like, what are we doing? At this point,
of course, if you're willing to give him a shot at wide receiver in a day and age where we're in the golden age of wide receivers, and you're going to run out Taysom bleeping Hill, then yeah, I wouldn't put anything past you. I would say, sure, yeah, you want to run Taysom Hill with the corners today? Go ahead, dude. You want to just maybe Taysom Hill could be 11 guys at once. The Taysom Hill defense.
It's just the Taysom Hill D for Dennis Allen. You guys, last year, one of our favorite things was Let's Ride for the Denver Broncos. They're doing a new deal this year. It's a new team motto. Is it better or worse than Let's Ride?
I'm going Team Unlimited.
I think Team Unlimited should be the way to do it. Mr. Unlimited. Mike Kliss.
His name's Mr. Unlimited.
Let's ride. Broncos country.
Now it's awesome.
That's cringy, bro.
He is cringy. He is a walking cringe.
Did you see him on
Unlimited.
Instagram? Hashtag restoration season. And he was doing the
the
fat
sliding
camp heavyweights
and,
bit that Ben Stiller was having the kids do in heavyweights.
Get on the scale. Step off the scale. Congratulations to the fattest boy in camp.
It's actually been a come up for Russell Wilson because this time last year he had rookie defensive backs in the NFL being quoted as saying he's built like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, well.
So, I mean, it's actually restoration season. Taking a page out of Ben Stiller's heavyweights fat camp workout routine has paid off for him, man.
And this is best shape of your life season for everybody. We're in the heart of it. But the Broncos are going from, according to Mike Kliss, who covers the Broncos.
Oh, sorry?
Yeah, that's his name, Mike Kliss.
Mike Kliss.
Yeah, he's Brian Broaddus' mortal enemy. He says that they're rocking with Uncommon. That's their slogan. Mr. Unlimited, Uncommon. So we're going from Let's Ride to Uncommon.
Wait,
I think
so
Uncommon.
is that how he signs off? Is that how Russell? Is that
going to be like Broncos country, Uncommon. I think it's worse than Let's Ride.
1-6 to start the season.
Yeah, Broncos country. Uncommon.
Sounds like you took over the promotions department too. Russell Wilson. Who knows what he'll do next?
I mean, is that their T-shirts? I mean, I guess Jason Garrett used to do these
Ben
things,
Powers,
right?
their center, was on the podium wearing an Uncommon shirt.
So it's a play off of we different, we moving differently, that type of vibe.
I guess so.
But it's just uncommon.
It's uncommon.
Nah, it's not good.
One word.
It's not good.
Uncommon.
I don't think that's not the cool new saying on TikTok, is it?
No. I expected more from Sean Payton.
A little bit of a reach.
Bit lazy.
Yeah. Well, Sean Payton was also parking, rundown cars in the front of the facility without their rear view mirrors on it, as to show the players, hey, we're not looking back, we're looking forward.
What the hell are you doing?
Stop messing around. He's gone full Swiss cheese on us.
Melvin Gordon said being
I thought Mike McCarthy was corny.
Yeah, well, this is corny. But no, Russell Wilson leads the league in corny. Melvin Gordon, former Chargers running back, Broncos running back, said that being a running back in the NFL is literally the worst thing in sports right now.
Really?
There's no respect for him. They're not getting paid. And he's not wrong. He's 100% accurate. And it was the first, I think, to really get majorly affected by this. He was holding out for a new deal. He gets cut. And now he's been bounced. I think he might have just got a championship ring, though. He's like on the Chiefs practice squad.
Yes, he was.
So, you know what? It's not that bad, Melvin. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. I think you got to get the Players Association involved, maybe a separate running back union. I don't know, but they need some way to get compensated for taking the absolute brutal beating that running backs do. We're toting the rock, and we are interchangeable, but there's got to be a better solution than just not paying some of the best players on the field as much, because they're taking the hits, you know? They can't help it that the game's rules have changed around them. I don't know. Usually the open market tells the truth, and we should probably just leave it to that.
Right. It's just the most easy position, I think, to replace. That's
Yeah.
what it's become. So teams are like, why am I going to throw a ton of money at that spot when I can go find somebody else that can come in and give me similar production?
And the Cowboys are about to go into their 5th year in a row committing more than $10 million to the running back position against the salary cap. So there's that as well. Okay, we'll hear from the new Mavs players and hear what you guys think about the new rim protector at 877-881-1053. Some post-draft audio is up for you next year. G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
But Tolos, it's a Friday. Come enjoy some great specials at the Eagles Nest tonight. They got all-day chicken strips with
Yeah, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. What do you think about the Mavs draft? We have some draft audio for you. Derek Lively, Woj on what's next for Kyrie and the Mavs, and Nico and his thoughts going into free agency. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when it wouldn't hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. A happy Friday to you. Couple of neat things going on in my life, guys. Got a new cable provider. Yeah, I'm not sure what the name is exactly. I forgot, but Atolo told me about it, and he was nice enough to set me up with a username and password. I mean, it was the nicest guy ever out there in the audience, and well, I'm looking forward to watching this Rangers game tonight, 5:30.
How about it?
Incredible deal. All the MLS games. You know, I don't know how he brought all this together at such a tremendous price point, but you know,
sound like you're in my world now,
man. I don't know where I am exactly, to be honest with you. I think our old buddy Miguel Lassick might have ventured into these waters from time to time.
Oh, Miguel.
But yeah, you know, I'm just thrilled that after years of suffering, I found a legit cable provider that has all the channels again. It's like I'm back in digital cable, you know. Plus, I think I got like 15 different Bally's, and I'm pretty sure that's what they'd want, you know, since they've been charging me so much for nothing. Now we get to access all of them.
Wow, this does sound legit.
So everybody wins.
Congratulations, dude. I need to get on board with that thing. It sounds like you might need to get the old Walchuk, Reginald sort of dual screen situation going with all the content that you have at your fingertips now.
Yeah.
Are you doing the dual screen deal?
It's almost too much to manage.
Huh? Absolutely.
The double
Absolutely.
screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're on top of each other, not side by side. One is here, another one's there.
Okay, I feel like that's the trick.
Yeah.
The vertical.
That's the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look at that, dude.
I'm pretty stoked about you know, everybody needs to find their own solution. And I know it's been a struggle, and you never know, you know, what's going to happen in this whole world that we're living in now. So I think everybody just kind of on their own. You know, you're out. It's every man for himself.
Really is.
I think that's what's been declared by the providers and the teams. It's every man for themselves, and you can either get or get got. Okay, so I chose to be the getter last night. I tell you what,
dog eat dog world, man. It sounds like you're eating your balls off.
That's right. Derek Lively, do you think you'll be able to improve on offense as well in the NBA? Here is the Mavs' 12th overall pick.
I hope so.
That's definitely something that's going to be able to grow. That's something that's going to be able to. I've always had, you know, just because I wasn't able to excel at it or show it as much as I wanted to, that doesn't mean I've never had it. You know, I'm just excited to just hit the ground running and show everybody what I can do.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, it's very clear through all the interviews and media that we've done, the Mavericks went and got like super high character, hardworking dudes, you know, in all of the background. So I don't want to put anything past Lively, especially at 19 years old, being a big. Those can take more time to develop, and what can appear to be very raw skills. You give him a full summer, you give him another full season on top of that, and it can be, you know, a completely different thing than what you saw in college. But he's talking about the fact that he wasn't given a lot of opportunity to score. You know, I could see why if you're in the ACC, you're not going to make him a focal point of your offense if you have other talented players. But, you know, I would consider at this point, if you can get some offense icing on the cake of what should be a very good team defensive player.
You know what's pretty interesting as you're saying this, we've done the Tyson Chandler comparisons and stuff, but one that might be, and he might have an even better physical skill set, Lively might, but something that just popped in my head is a guy who was the 14th overall pick back in 2017. Now he's an all NBA kind of guy, but he can also put 20 on you, and it's Bam Adebayo. He came in, he was a freshman, I believe it was out of Kentucky, and he was just a defensive guy. Didn't have much of an offensive game to speak of at all. And now, I mean, granted, we're 7 years into this thing, but I would say for the last 2 or 3 years, Adebayo's been a respectable big man scorer offensively. So there's somebody 15th overall pick or 14th overall pick. So he wasn't like our guy Lively. Teams passed on him. Miami says, okay, we'll take the defensive foundation that you have. And Adebayo's 6'9" with a 7'1" wingspan. Our guy's 7'1" with a 7'7" wingspan.
Absolutely.
So can you develop them? They obviously think they can. And
Bam also
kind of one of those projects.
Put on weight, right? Yeah. Like Lively looks a little bit skinny for his size. He's a guy that's definitely going to need to hit the weight room. But man, if they could somehow if he's anywhere close to a Bam Adebayo, they hit a home run.
Yeah, that would be cool. And you can definitely see his long arms coming into play in his plays from college, because you know, he's kind of like, he can reach over one dude to block a shot from the guy who's, you know, coming towards the other side of the rim. That length can really pay off in some big ways defensively. And I just hope the Mavs don't overvalue that to the point that they could have. I mean, because there were a lot of other players on the board that, you know, I think some fans would have rather had. But, man, the scouts, the national media, all in agreement that the Mavs had a great draft. Okay, how about Woj? What's up next here for the Mavs as free agency approaches and Kyrie Irving?
For this organization in Dallas, re-signing Kyrie Irving is certainly paramount. They gave up significant assets for him, a year after they lost Jalen Brunson for nothing to New York in free agency. I think ultimately for this Mavericks organization, they have a player in Irving that they want to pair with Luka Doncic, in a lean marketplace for Kyrie Irving to go find salary cap space, to really put a lot of fear into this Mavericks organization. But certainly that is their offseason priority, getting a long-term deal done with Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't do it. It's clear the Mavs believe the new model is going to be a two-star approach with a supporting cast that's as skilled and as good defensively as humanly possible to put around him. And they took an opportunity last year at the trade deadline to buy a superstar at the absolute low, and I think it could turn out to be a hell of a move, because what they proved last year was that, sure, it could get dysfunctional, but it was also an imbalanced roster. Mm-hmm. Now they get a chance to rebalance it. They had to unbalance themselves and commit Harry Carey on last year in order to get that second superstar. But now you got him. You can get back to work. And what he showed is he and Luka, when they're going, jobbers can look great as supporting offensive pieces.
Right.
Imagine putting a little bit of quality to that, and I think it's definitely worth pursuing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty small sample size, but the points per 100 possessions with Luka and Kyrie was through the roof. It was really, really good. They just had no defense to speak of whatsoever. And so they're clearly recommitting to that. And now, they did a nice job, I think, balancing, but mostly leaning into the big picture idea of getting some young guys. And now I think the rest of the offseason is about getting some win-now players. And I still think it's got to be defense and rebounding is your big thing, and let Kyrie and Luka run the show offensively.
Yeah, and they've kept some of the floor spacing. So, I mean, what we were talking about, where you don't want to go just one philosophy and completely just deter the other way, by keeping guys like Hardy and Green, and hopefully they continue to develop. What I'm excited about is the potential of the Kyrie influence having rubbed off on Luka a little bit when it comes to the pace. Like, Luka's got to improve his pace of play. He can't force himself always to make the absolute perfect play in the half court. And Bobby Carell has been talking about, he calls it pace 21. When the Mavericks, and Luka does this fantastic when it comes to international ball. You don't see it a lot with the Mavs. Maybe this is why he's finally getting in better shape. But when he's able, even as an outlet pass, you just push the ball up the floor, they get past midcourt with 21 seconds or more on the shot clock. It's a guaranteed bucket. Their efficiency numbers are through the roof. It's not to say they're bad when it's 20 seconds or less, but this is what you're talking about, transition, fast break type of points where you're able to catch the defense off guard, numbers advantage on your side. Luka, I'm hoping, is going to improve pace-wise this year.
Yeah, that would be, hopefully Luka can actually be an outlet instead of the guy that has to get all the rebounds, because you get a good rebounding big who can throw the outlet pass like Kevin Love. Luka can leak out to half court, and now you're passed with 22 seconds left on the shot clock, and you're getting into him very quickly. I think addressing their bigs has a chance to impact that and actually give Luka a chance to not have to be relied on so much for the boards. How about Nico, confidence level going into free agency here now?
It's already starting. Yeah, I mean, literally, even though we're knee deep in the draft, we're still looking at free agency at the same time, and I can't allow myself to take a deep breath and pat ourselves on the back and all that. It's go time. So free agency now, it starts. It's been starting, but now it's I don't have to focus on two things. I can just focus on one thing.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun building up the draft.
Yeah,
now we get to build up free agency.
And now I'm hesitant to put any type of constraints on what could happen here. I mean, it's obviously going to be challenging, but doing what they did last night was a lot more than what I would have expected.
They showed a ton of creativity. I don't think anything is out of the realm of possibility. And, I think Nico did a good job of kind of not saying the wrong thing, because you can get fined or whatever, the tampering type of stuff. But he was, you could tell he was thrilled with what they did last night when he was on with KNC earlier at 11 o'clock. If you missed it, you can hit that Odyssey rewind.
972 could Lively be similar to Rudy Gobert once he puts on some more muscle? You could hope so. I think the offensive skill set is similar. That's not really a compliment. How about we hear Nico talk about Lively and Prosper, though? Here's what the Mavs GM had to say about the two new ones.
If you look at the two guys, both Derek Lively and Omax Prosper, they're they solve needs that we've been trying to solve defensively, athletically. They're long. They're high character guys. Both of them are big time character guys. They both came in here, worked out for us, and had amazing workouts. We saw them in California, saw Max in the Big East tournament, and I mean, we were excited that we actually could get back in to get Omax. I don't remember the number, but we had them high. We had them high too. Like I said, they were both players that we liked, and the fact that we were able to get back in and get both of them was amazing.
A stroke of genius for Nico.
We were like,
that's good. Appreciate you, Lucius. I mean, and the interview with Omax and his family, it was so cool. You could see the enthusiasm and positivity, and just, that's what I think his mom or dad talked about, just his intangibles and what he's going to do for the culture of the team. It kind of reminded me of the Football is Life kid from the
Ted
soccer
Lasso.
show from Ted Lasso.
Yeah, Ted Lasso, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a foreign kid showing up with the biggest smile on his face, and then they show his highlights, and you just see the enthusiasm and the energy level and the smile just jumping off the
Danny
screen.
Rojas.
Yeah, Danny. It's going to be, I think, a huge fan favorite as soon as he becomes a member of the rotation because of the hustle plays.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I love that there's some intangibles to go along with the tangibles. Brian Damaris pointed this out, but when it comes to the defense and Omax, the opponent shot 26% on jump shots when he contested. That was first amongst the top 100 prospects with more than 50 contested jumpers in this class. Opponents shot 24% on all possessions with Omax as the nearest defender.
Dear Lord.
I mean, this dude is legit. The length is the real deal. We talk about the Nuggets and duplicating what a current champion is doing, and they had so much length. I mean, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., these guys were giving Jimmy Butler tons of fits, and you just can't have enough length. And then when you think about what this guy's able to do from a three-point shooting knockdown situation, and no one generates more corner threes. The best shot in basketball.
Luka.
No one does it more than Luka,
Yep.
and so that means no one's generating more than just the Mavs in general. Omax shot 38% on corner threes last year.
To me,
So,
and apparently he crushed
just
his
a great fit.
workout when it comes from the three-point range as well with the Mavs. That's why they fell in love with him. But I watch him, and I'm like, dude, this is a more athletic Jay Crowder. And I think we all loved Jay Crowder.
Yeah, a lot of great comparisons for this guy, and I think they got a heck of a player there at 24. Okay, biggest L, biggest dub, Chief, what do we have on deck?
Well, we got the 817 saying 4 screens deep every day. Okay, so how many screens is too many screens for the man cave? And biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? I think my personal victory is the biggest of the week. You'll find out next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs. Station 9, 315 West Polo Road. Hang with Sean and RJ, our local finest. Plus, grab free breakfast and energy drink and a one-of-a-kind Tolo Sean and RJ Firehouse souvenir. Our DFW Firehouse Tour is proudly presented by Central Roofing and Restoration and by C4 Energy. We're celebrating our local heroes this summer with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to give us the biggest L, biggest dub. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. I got to share with you real quick, Chief. My biggest dub, computer came all the way back to life. This thing's got 9 lives. My best computer ever. I got it wet. The keyboard had not been working properly. Like, I'd have to hit every button like 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And it was driving me absolutely crazy. I was thinking about plugging in an external keyboard into the USB slot and just using that because I love the... But just this morning, I opened it up and was like, okay, here we go again. Time for the most miserable typing experience ever. And it just started rattling.
No way.
Oh, it was like Stevie Wonder on a piano.
That's fantastic. It's a big dub, man.
Was it Diet Coke you spilt all over that thing?
Yes, it was.
It was.
I didn't screw it down properly when I put it in the backpack. And I thought I was going to be down another $600-700, for a laptop. But boom.
Not cool.
She's back.
Beautiful, man. Nothing like the love of a computer.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories like the one Dawson just had? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
817, biggest L. Got too drunk last night celebrating the Mavs draft. Woke up at 10:30. Supposed to be at work by 7:30.
Oh, that's a terrible feeling.
That's when you wake up.
The most frantic, like you're just rolling out of bed. You're throwing on random clothes. You're wearing pants as a shirt and shirt as pants, and you're just stumbling out. Everything's terrible. You still got the crusties in your eyes. You might have drool stuck to the side of your mouth, and you're doing everything you can to not get fired.
Yeah, and that's how daytime naps feel as an adult too. By the way, you'll go to sleep at 4:30 in the afternoon or something like that, and you wake up. Oh my God! I thought it was Monday. I thought I had to go to work.
It's 10:30 at night.
What's going on?
Especially if it's dark out. Like, what the crap is going on?
What is happening?
We're shell shocked, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You ever go to a movie in the daytime? You walk out of the movie and it's nighttime now, and it just, I don't know. It just it throws you
kind
off
of better
a little
though.
bit.
It's always jarring when you open the door and you get that hit of sunlight. It's like,
that's
gosh.
That's a good point. He does note though that his girlfriend is not too upset at him for not responding to her last night. So at least he's not super in the girlfriend doghouse. He might be looking for a new job, but I mean, what's harder to find? New job, new girlfriend. I think these days might be harder to find a new legit girlfriend. Maybe I'm wrong.
I was drunk and passed out. It actually works, huh? Sorry, man. I was drunk and passed out.
Mavs draft night, honey. I mean, what else
What do you want
expect
from me, huh?
Are you kidding?
That's
You
a
know
dub,
me.
bro.
That's fantastic. Speaking of dubs, this week, as of yesterday, I am 3 months removed from the vasectomy. There you go.
Wow. Okay, so what's that?
I believe I am no longer playing a dangerous game. I think I can make it rain now. Now, they recommend still sending in a little bit of it just for testing, But the guy told me, he looked me dead in the eyes, man to man. He said, give it 3 months. Give it 3 months and you'll be good.
But have you been giving it 3 months?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've given it 3 months. I've given it 3 months of
responsibility.
You
have?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
So I mean, it's
no
been a dangerous game. I've
oopsies.
continued to play the dangerous game, but I believe now it's a no holds barred.
Hell yeah,
man.
baby! It was all worth it.
I think that's going to be my biggest dub.
It's hard. Fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers crossed I can still get there. Big dub for Victor Wembanyama's sister last night. Did you see her go viral?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, she's probably doubled her social media following, and she became the talk of the town after she was sitting next to Victor. He was obviously boo-hooing, very excited. He's the #1 overall pick. But everybody was sort of just ignoring him on the internet and looking right at his sister, who was also a hooper herself. Now I'm seeing all these like highlight reels of her hooping, and she's the real deal. She's got a jumper, man. So I don't know what her status is. I don't know how old she is, but maybe she'll be playing in the WNBA at some point. I presume it's his younger sister. But big dub for her, man, because she's an overnight sensation after rocking it at the draft last night.
Well, I tell you, there was one kid who was crying so much. The look on his sister's face was like, oh, my goodness, bro. Clean it up.
Get it together.
Nick Smith Jr. Okay, his name gets called. He puts his head in his hands, and you're like, okay, emotional moment. And he picks his head up, and it was like that contorted face, ugly cry that you had as a 9-year-old when you know, he was in trouble. Monica sits down to interview him, gives him one question. She bails out of the interview. Like, a kid couldn't handle it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because Monica, she was given like 2 or 3 questions a pop for those little confessional moments.
Yes.
But she even decided, let me save this kid. Let me save this kid. Get him off the camera, please.
Yeah.
He's
I'm sure the producer was like, oh, this is bad television.
Yeah.
He does not have a handsome cry face.
Camera 3, cut the camera 3, camera 3, live right now.
We'll be right back. So her name's Eve. She's 21 years old, 6'1". Of course, plays in the Pro French League, averages 6 points, 5 boards, and 2 assists per game.
Okay.
So I don't know, like statistically,
the transcendent prospect that the brother is, but
as a model,
okay. But yeah, she's got a bright future no matter how she slices it. Okay, 972 biggest dub made it to my wife's birthday without her finding out. We got dinner and a concert with 10 of our friends. Wow, dude, pulling off like the big time surprise there that actually involves, like, if it's just you surprising her with something, it's one thing, but when you got tens of people involved with this thing, someone's gonna chirp about something. If you get that thing to the surprise finish line and she's got legit surprise on her face, kudos to you, man. That's a tough thing to pull off.
Yeah, well done, sir. You might win Tolo of the Week for that.
Seriously. Yeah. 817 biggest dub. Got to see a bucket list band live last night. Hardcore punk band, the Gorilla Biscuits.
Okay.
Any Gorilla Biscuits guys in here?
Never heard of them. I do like a good punk band. Maybe I'll check them out.
I'd like to think that he saw them at a local Denny's. Biggest L, as a 37-year-old, I should not get in the mosh. So this dude is 37 years old. He's going to see his favorite band, the Gorilla Biscuits, and he couldn't help himself.
Oh, no.
He was a magnet for the mosh.
He probably got just, a big L right now. I don't know if this is an L or a dub, but what Zach Lowe's doing here
it doesn't look good
on TV.
No, it didn't look good on Grady Dick, really, and it doesn't look good on Zach.
It's not. Yeah, he looks like
he's wearing
going
the,
out
the
Olympic
Dorothy
figure
outfit
skater
thing.
Yeah,
the headband on the neck is
the
just
Blades
a
of
weird
Fury vibes he's got going on?
Yes.
Yeah. I like it.
There's a night in the night fever.
Big L for Wander Franco.
What happened?
He's dressed like the damn Pointer Sisters, bro.
Yeah, he is.
What is he doing, dude?
I like them photoshopping everybody into it. It's a pretty funny bit.
Perk, well, Richard Jefferson can pull anything off. Perk is pretty funny.
I think it was good for the overall Grady Dick Q rating. Yeah. Actually, speaking of dubs, though, shout out to the headline. I thought the headline of the week was going to be the bowling headline with the Stephen F. Austin folks.
Yeah.
But in Kansas, the Kansan, I believe, is it's the University Daily Kansan.
Yeah, it sounds right to me.
And
I think he's making it up.
Grady Dick went to Kansas, of course, and so on the cover of their university newspaper is the word big, and then underneath it is a shot of Grady Dick airborne ready to dunk the basketball, and then underneath that is energy. So it's big.
Oh.
Grady Dick energy on the front of that newspaper.
That's
so shout out to the
But I
Jayhawks.
tell you, I like Dick.
That's grade A.
That is, it is grade A, dude.
Shout out to you, Steven.
I didn't think that we were going to get a better headline this week after the Stephen F. Austin, but that's a winner right there. Speaking of winners, LSU, shout out to Broadus. Big dub for him and his baseball team. Shout out to Tommy Tanks, by the way. That's what they call him, Tommy Tanks.
Such a great nickname.
He's the one that hit the walk-off donger in the 11th.
Yeah.
When it was a 0-0 pitching duel, that Paul Skeens is no joke. And same with the other guy, Wake Forest, whoever they had on the mound. Or
they got some lumberjacks down there at LSU, boy.
They really do.
If baseball doesn't work out, they can definitely chop down some trees with an axe.
Chop him down.
Biggest L of the week, of course, goes to Scottie Pippen.
Oh man, it just won't stop. I feel
This
bad
is
for
sad.
him,
Who's
bro.
Larsa with now? A high schooler?
No, she's still with Michael Jordan's kid. And
Okay.
so this is a double-sided L because
What?
Feel bad for him, bro.
What'd you just say?
Yeah.
because
Friday.
Larsa and Michael Jordan's son, they are boyfriend and girlfriend, and they just released a podcast that is it's called Separation Anxiety.
Yeah.
They're alluding to the fact that they cannot be separated from each other. It's a weird
That's
deal.
stupid,
That's obviously
guys.
an L. But then Larsa Pippen this week was awarded half of Scottie Pippen's Chicago Bulls retirement money.
Oh, no.
In the divorce case.
How
And
it
she's going to
goes.
get it all in one lump cash diggity sum. So that hurts,
Ouchie.
man. Feeling for my guy Scotty.
She's going to spend it all on Michael's kid.
Biggest L of the week. Unless, of course, you would say the submarine was the biggest L.
Yeah. I think I'd rather go just spend all that money and be like, there's none left. How about that?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not giving you half of this cash for crying out loud.
So you can
What
go.
have you done to her?
Why is she still rocking his last name?
That's weird. Yeah.
Maybe now she'll change it since she won. You know, she was holding on to it to make sure she got the bag.
Yeah.
I think the Pippen on the other side of Larsa is good
Sounds
for business.
good.
I think it's good for business.
Charge for that.
Yeah. I mean, she stands by that Pippen on the back of her name for real.
Big fan. Big fan. Yeah, I had a minor L myself. I was reaching over to pick a can of Pepsi or a can of Coke off the coffee table earlier, and I coughed at the same time.
Oh no!
Pulled my back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, my back.
It was
all
just
it takes,
It
huh?
was just last night. Abby asked me, "Dad, do adults hurt all the time?"
Yep.
No, it's just
I
me.
said, "Not till about 45 or so, from my experience, honey."
Well, my experience is a little younger than that.
Yeah.
I'm gimping around my house right
you're
now
broken.
as well. It hurts.
Brutal. Okay, 2 down and 1.5 to go. That is right. Rangers baseball is coming up at 5:30 when they visit the Yanks. Troy Aikman on the Cowboys' chances of having a good offense and how North Turner brought things together so quickly for him and those Cowboys. That's coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing. You know, they had us out yesterday. It was glorious. We love our friends at D&M Leasing, and visiting them was great because it just reminded me
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We got some Troy Aikman cuts here for you. Troy Aikman on changing the play callers exactly. He was hanging out for his 8 beer. And I've never had an 8 beer myself. I do believe it's a pretty decent product.
I thought you always had an 8 beer minimum.
Yes, 8 beer minimum, different kind of 8 beers. Troy Aikman promoting his beer. He's out and about for the summer again, and there was the morning news ready to chat with him about his cold beer and his updated takes on the Cowboys. And you know, we're always here for it. I find Troy Aikman to be quite interesting, and maybe the best talker from a former player standpoint. And I think the best thing is, you know, nothing against Michael Irvin, who I love as well, but Troy almost seems to take a great joy in expressing his frustration with how the Cowboys have done it over the years and like pointing out their flaws. You know, he takes like pride in his ability to be critical of the team that he won 3 championships with.
Yeah, you're so right. You got Michael, who's definitely the homer, always the cheerleader. I'm going to find the positivity. Yeah. And then Troy's like, man, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This team is ass.
Let me tell you what these slap Ds are up to next.
Not the good kind of ass.
No. Okay, here's Troy on changing play callers and the keys to making this offense come together.
I think that when you do change play callers, it's really a matter of how good is the play caller. Because I've been in those situations when Norv Turner came in, and immediately we went from the worst offense in the league to the 9th offense in the league, and then we won a couple of Super Bowls along the way. So it really just comes down to the quality of the coaching and how good they are at putting the team together and taking advantage of the various skill sets of the players that they have. I look forward to seeing what Mike does with this offense. I think the offense has done a lot of really good things over the years. But I also know what Mike did while he was at Green Bay. And they had a number of years where they were a very prolific offense, and a lot of the teams around the league were looking at what they were doing and trying to emulate a lot of that. So I never thought that Mike would give up play calling. I was surprised when he took over the head job with the Cowboys that he didn't then also take on the responsibilities of the play caller, because I know how much that means to him. I think it was the right decision at the right time, and I think right now it's probably the right decision at the right time as well.
He supports the idea. You know, it seems to me what he's pointing out is there's not really an issue changing play callers as long as the play caller you're going to is good. You know, maybe the history of changing play callers, you're going to an inferior guy, you're going to an unproven guy, and it doesn't work out. I think that would be the counter to, like, if Broadus was here, he'd be saying, boy, you're changing play callers, you're changing the offense. That puts a lot of stuff in question. And from a historical standpoint, I bet it does. Like the probabilities historically of switching play callers and having it be better, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out great, because something's broken. You know, it's rare. But I think when you're going to a guy like a Mike McCarthy, who obviously has skins on the wall and tons of experience and tons of success in this, I am assuming it's actually going to be better than Kellen Moore. And maybe that's my bad, but I don't know how Mike McCarthy could have come up the way he did, get all this credit for being a quarterback guru, and then run that Packers offense, bring Aaron Rodgers to these tremendous heights, and him not be better than Kellen Moore. I mean, that would be surprising to me.
I'm with you. I think that, you know, yes, I get, and especially what Brian's saying in terms of, hey, there's uncertainty, there's questions, because you've had so much turnover. You got Mike Solari, who wasn't coaching, but Mike Solari does have a track record of having good offensive lines. San Francisco, when they were going to 3 straight NFC championships under Harbaugh, 1 Super Bowl, he was the architect of that offensive line. In Seattle with Marshawn Lynch, they were running the football. They had a good offensive line. These guys have, to your point, a track record, and I think that, you know, the doubt is there's been some time since we've seen them do it. But I think from listening to guys like McVay, and when you hear people talk about Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, what sets apart the play callers is, hey, you know, you like with Brian Johnson taking over in Philadelphia, he was there. There's continuity. But is he going to have the same feel for when to dial up a play? And you'll hear about these guys, they'll call a run play out of a certain formation. They don't care what happens on that run play. But the whole point is they want to show the defense that look, because they are looking ahead 4 plays down in the call sheet, and they're going to dial up a similar play out of the same formation that then ends up busting out for 80 yards and a touchdown.
That's the Kyle Shanahan evil genius.
You're setting up the defense, and that's what sets apart the Shanahans, the McVays, the Andy Reeds, the Doug Petersons, the guys that have done this at an elite level for many years. And I think at one point Mike McCarthy was there. The question is, can he get back to that?
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest storyline throughout the first part of the season. You know, how does this happen? And then it's what, week 5 or week 6 that you meet Kellen Moore and the Chargers. Isn't it like the 5th or 6th game of the season?
I think it is. Yeah.
So like everything is going to be building up to be like, okay, now it's a measuring stick situation, and that's what it's going to be all season long. And so I expect it to probably get better as the season goes. But there's so many veterans on this offense. I mean, your Lamb and Cooks, veterans. I know your tight end group is young, but you have Hall of Fame veterans on your offensive line, guys that have been around. Your quarterback's been around. I don't think it should be all that big of a deal. I mean, heck, Mike McDaniel's never actually called plays before. He goes to Miami and turns their offense from absolute constipated bull to one of the highest flying offenses in the sport.
Right.
Some of that has to do with the personnel for sure, but I think the Cowboys have added some personnel to make this thing better, like with a guy like Brandon Cooks.
Yes, and it's not like we haven't seen, first-year head coaches have success. Like, to me, just because you've had a coaching change doesn't mean things are always going to be poorly, or else why would any team in their first year ever have success?
Yeah. No, I think they're going to be a team that's uniquely positioned because they're not really changing play callers because, they're a team that needs to be rebuilt. They're, maybe frustrated by expectations not coming to fruition.
Absolutely.
And they're trying to take the next step from really, really good to the best. 972, if McCarthy's such a great play caller, why didn't he help Kellen Moore? I mean, it's a good question, but you could tell by the way Kellen Moore was off-put and wanted to leave how much autonomy he had. And I think, Mike McCarthy couldn't really help Kellen Moore. I think his attempts to help Kellen Moore were rebuffed, and that's why Mike McCarthy eventually wanted to take play calling away from him because he wanted to help. But Kellen Moore was like, hey, this is my deal. And Jerry Jones told everybody that's Kellen Moore's deal. He even did that going back 5 years. When he had Jason Garrett and Scott Linehan on staff, he said, I told everybody, I want more Kellen Moore. So if part of taking the job as Cowboys head coach is accepting Kellen Moore because the Jones family wants to see him be your OC, it's going to take some time to massage that and wrestle back control of the offense. And it's going to be hard to suggest things to a guy that doesn't have to respect you because he can go to the Joneses and be like, you told me this is my offense.
I can tell you it wasn't just a McCarthy and Kellen Moore communication issue. I think there were there's a lot of frustration with some of the players in that locker room as well, that none of their desires within the offense, much like we've heard with Stephon Diggs and his frustration, but Kellen Moore did not implement other people's thoughts. It was Kellen Moore's offense, what he was wanting to do, and I think that ultimately rubbed people the wrong way, and ultimately it was time for a change. The offense staled and stalled the second half of every season for the last 3 years, and then when it mattered most, you get into the playoffs, you don't win. Why? Because the offense stunk. So somebody's got to be the fall guy for that, and it was Kellen Moore, and I hope he has great success with the Chargers. I don't think he's a bad offensive coordinator, but it was time for something different here in Dallas.
Dawson, out of the 9, from the 405, actually, if McCarthy helps Kellen, I guarantee the narrative would have gone to Mike micromanaging Kellen for damn sure. Yeah, I could see that, and we can only hope for the best, but as Zach pointed out, the farther we get from Kellen Moore leaving, the more we're hearing that a lot of people were, frustrated and are, kind of excited about getting a change there. Okay, hopefully Cowboys have a great season. They'll be up for big-time awards here for the 2023 season. For now, I have our current ESPY Awards. They were unveiled this week. Here are the nominees in a few of the biggest categories. Gentlemen, I need your votes for your ESPYs 2023. The truckwreck.com fan text is open here for you.
Let's do it.
Best athlete, men's sports. Are you going Jokic, Judge, Mahomes, or Messi?
Dang, dude.
Messi winning
Messi winning the World Cup probably has to do it, but I don't want to be knee-jerk. I just saw Jokic do
I think it's the year of the
things.
Joker, man. I'm going to go with Jokic.
I'm not even the soccer guy. I just think winning the World Cup and doing it and being the best player at it it's got to be Messi.
I think I would probably vote Messi as well. You could make a case for any of these guys. Aaron Judge and everything that he did, and flipping Jokic and man, Patrick Mahomes. How could you go against him? But Messi did not have a great Argentina team, and he made some huge plays, especially in that World Cup final. I'd go Messi.
He sure did.
Best athlete, women's sports. Kayla Schifrin, skiing. Sophia Smith, soccer. Iga Swiatek, tennis. Is that how you say that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
How do I not know one of these gals in tennis?
Sounds good to me.
And AJ Wilson, who is an absolute baller for the Las Vegas Aces.
Oh, give me Asia for sure.
Yeah, I don't even. I'll take your word for it.
She's a stud. She's the best player in the WNBA.
If he wouldn't have put the qualifiers next to him of what sport they were in, I don't think I could have told you any one of their sports.
We need to brush up on what it's.
Man, AJ Wilson put on a show last year in the finals. I did watch a bunch of that. I don't even know how to vote, though.
I mean, Michaela Schifrin did go on a dominant run this past World Championships.
And that's hard to do. It's very uncommon for an American skier to dominate like that, but she definitely did. Okay, best team: Nuggets, Georgia Bulldogs, Kansas City Chiefs, Las Vegas Aces, Louisiana State women's basketball, Sooner softball. Ooh, I'm not even going to say that the last one there, the hockey team. They're not that good. They went on a hot stretch there. I'm going to say Sooner softball.
What was this? Name the first couple of them again?
Nuggets, Bulldogs football.
Yeah,
Georgia.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think it is Oklahoma softball. They just went on the most dominant run ever. What, they win like 53 straight games?
Yeah, they're insane.
Undefeated.
Breakthrough athlete for 2023: Caitlin Clark, Brock Purdy, Angel Reese, women's basketball, LSU, or Julio Rodriguez there with the Mariners, who, by the way, I saw today committed to the home run derby.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, he did.
That's a star-studded group
Seattle.
right there.
It's in Seattle, so he's the first one, and he's the reigning champ. I'm going to go with Angel Reese on this one. I think Angel Reese became a household name. She won a national championship. People knew Caitlin Clark before this year, but the success of others along with Caitlin Clark, I think, put women's basketball on the map in college sports, and Angel Reese was a big part of that.
For sure. I think you could go either one of those going with the champion. I have no problem with that. But, I mean, as somebody who's not watching college basketball, Caitlin Clark had me on a Friday night
she was
in front
awesome.
of my television. So I'll go with her.
Best comeback athlete: John Jones returning to UFC glory. Jamal Murray back from injury and played at an MVP level for the Nuggets. Alyssa Thomas, UConn. Justin Verlander, the baseball pitcher. By the way, the ESPY's coming up on July 12th. I'd probably vote for John Jones. I mean, that was like a 5-year hiatus.
Yeah.
Fighting off all kinds of different things.
I'll give a vote. I hate him, but I'll give a vote to Verlander.
All kinds of different things. You're right about that.
Came back and won a Cy Young. I mean, it's pretty incredible at his age.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, man. Salute to him. Okay, coming up at 4:40, we'll have a special edition of LA Live with you. At 5 o'clock, Mavs questions for the panel. I want to know how you feel about the biggest topics around the Mavs going into free agency now following last night's draft that is being roundly applauded. But the Wooly Bullies top 10 is coming up next. And Zach, where are we heading with that today?
I got some NBA draft nuggets for you. How improved are the Mavs? Did they crack this top 5 list? But yesterday, we kicked this around. Which NBA player has the most technical fouls in NBA history? I got the top 10. Let's do a guessing game next on The Fan.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I would love to chat with you about Diamonds Direct and what they have going on for the next week. Pick any.
Better.
Shoot, yeah. It's time for Wooly Bully's Top 10. It's brought to you by the Almatet procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. And the segment's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There is a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. It's a mail it in and a Pizza Friday, Lucius. I think there's 3 or 4 pieces over here.
I grabbed a slice.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm going to need it to soak that alcohol up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, get you ready for Friday night.
Yeah.
Let's go. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Well, it's also National Detroit Style Pizza Day, and I'm going to get to the draft talk and the top 10 most technical fouls among NBA players in the history of the game in just a second, but this was insane. I saw the story that a man used a jetpack to deliver pizzas to a music festival. And festival goers were like, what the hell? There's only one local pizza joint that can deliver over here, and this is in England that this happened.
Take that, Firefest.
There's your pizza.
There's videos of this guy leaving the Domino's pizza. He's got about 3 pizzas in his hands, and he uses the jetpack to fly from in front of the Domino's and drops it off at the music festival.
Hey, so is that that thing with Domino's have been like promoting? Have they got like location delivery? Like we can take it right to your location instead of taking it to an address. If you're in the park with the bros,
we'll get it right to you.
Boom, I can get it right to you. You're fishing on the bank, I can get it right to you.
I like that.
You just got to hit him with that longitude and latitude.
Yeah, got to drop that pin.
I would prefer a jetpack if they need to do it via drone. I'm willing to accept that as well, or a regular human. But yeah, the jetpack would be ideal. Now, how did he control the damn thing while holding pizzas?
I think he had the pizza. Didn't he have the pizza strapped onto his back?
No, he's holding them.
You got to hold them sideways.
He's holding them.
Okay.
Now, of course, the jetpack is strapped onto his back, so he wouldn't really be able to put the pizzas back there. But no, he's got them like stacked up, one like these boxes stacked up, one on top of the other. And he's going with it. I don't know.
I wonder if it was a Titanic sub deal where somebody was controlling him with a PlayStation controller.
Well, Sam Wilson from Domino's.
That's my bad. I was just wondering.
Way too soon. I got so much good audio in here.
It is
I'm
too
not going
soon.
to play it. It's going to like next week, maybe next Friday.
Perfect.
Then we can probably laugh at this up.
Sam Wilson from Domino's said that they originally wanted to just serve slices inside the festival, but that wasn't going to end up working out. So they took inspiration from this year's headliner to launch our own rapid delivery trial. And every year, he said, we see numbers of random requests from festival goers trying to sneak pizza into the party. So this year, we wanted to take a giant step forward and try our own very own Rocket Man service to help hungry campers get a slice of sky-high satisfaction in the future.
So,
Sweet,
number
dude.
one, how high does the jetpack guy go? And number two, is he now working around the clock, or was this just a publicity stunt?
I think it was a publicity stunt. That would be, I would
Just a
lean to
one and
that.
done jetpack delivery.
But what do you do in
what a
terms of
tease.
tipping for a jetpack delivery guy? Does that deserve? I think that deserves a higher tip.
No, it's standard tip. He's going to make it
Standard
up.
tip.
Yeah, he's
It's
going to
standard
make
for
it up
sure.
doing numbers. You know,
Oh,
this guy's going to
man.
do 5 pizzas an hour.
Dude,
or
if a
five
guy's
stops
delivering
an
a
hour.
pizza to me with a jetpack, I'm going at least 25%. That's badass. You're risking your own freaking life.
I think it's more risky behind the wheel of a car.
I definitely
just like
disagree
an
with that.
airplane, man.
It's
like driving a car
not
is one
say
of
it's
those
not
dangerous
risky.
things you can do.
But I think much more risky flying in a jetpack.
Wait, you go percentile for pizza drivers?
I usually just rock the 20%.
Okay.
What do you do?
What does that mean?
Whatever 20% of the order is.
Yeah,
you just don't have like the flat $15, $20, $5, that type of thing.
Yeah,
Always flat, like, you know.
Yeah, I thought pizza was a flat tip, not a percentage tip.
I didn't think so either.
It gives me the option for the percent. And I usually just hit 20%.
Wow, look at you, so generous.
Yeah, I guess that's
Well,
a good
I mean, I
point.
used
Like,
to do
the amount
the-
of pizzas doesn't really change the fact that he got in his car and he drove to you.
Right.
You know, so like what's the delivery fee? Is 1 box of pizza harder to deliver than 5 boxes of pizza? I mean, I don't know. I guess if it's an egregious, like, huge party situation where there's 15 to 20 boxes of pizza, it's
Yeah.
like, hey,
that's a
that
good
was a
tip.
haul. That was a hell of a haul. Thank
Right.
you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I used to do the DoorDash thing, and people don't tip well. So I make sure. I mean,
Yeah.
even if I go to a restaurant, the service is crap. I'm still going to give some sort of tip.
As you should.
Absolutely. I mean, these people are working for a living. All right. Let's get to the NBA grades. How'd the Mavericks do when it comes to draft grades?
They're putting the A in grade.
What do you think, huh? You think they got an A?
I think it's a solid B plus.
B plus?
B minus.
Right between. It's a solid B. Solid B for the Mavs. As ESPN gives them that, they said, quote, I liked Dallas's pair of interlocking trades that picked up 2 first-round selections and center Rashawn Holmes, while also moving to trade the 10th pick in Davis Bertans to Oklahoma City. As for the picks themselves, Lively seems like strong value and fit. I'm a believer in Prosper, who generated few assists or blocks at the NCAA level and ranked 60th in their overall projections. I'm personally more excited
60th?
about Omax.
They had Omax as the
It
60th?
Omax is 60th.
Wow,
And this was
dude.
Kevin Pelton, their senior ESPN writer.
Okay, Pelt.
What have you heard about why Rashawn Holmes fell out of the rotation yesterday or last season in Sacramento?
Sabonis, I know, definitely took over as the main center, but I don't know. Like this was weird. I think now he did have off the court issues. I think it was a custody or a divorce. Something was going on, which maybe affected his performance on the court, which we've seen. I think there was something going on. I've talked about it. I think off the field, maybe even with Michael Gallup, that focus was an issue potentially, and I think that's behind him now. But yeah, it definitely Sabonis impacted him a lot, but he was kind of on the downward trend even before they signed him a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting. Maybe a change of scenery helps him out. That's what I'm hopeful for. But I don't know. It's a kind of wait and see. I'm not as pumped about that move as I would have been, say, a Clint Capella. But still, an upgrade, in my opinion. No doubt.
Absolutely.
Now, Yardbarker had the 5 most improved teams from the NBA draft. Mavericks are one of them. Of course, the Spurs and the Rockets also made it, along with the Pelicans and the Trailblazers getting Scoot Henderson. But they wrote about the Mavs. They moved down 2 spots. We know they selected Lively. And Dallas now has approximately $74 million that they are below the luxury tax, giving it the financial flexibility to re-sign Kyrie Irving and fill out the roster around him and star Luka Doncic, because they got that exception, which they immediately used to get Rashawn Holmes. But I think they still have $3 million left over from that they still have. So
Yeah,
all in all, great maneuvering.
It brings them under that apron that you have to be worried about. I mean, it's so many ways you can talk about the master class that the Mavs front office put on yesterday, and I just love that we can have more faith in them and now start looking at free agency and what they might have in mind there. But I think that there's people that can disagree with the players that they took. There's no way you can disagree with, how they executed the plan and how they maximized their assets.
Yeah.
I think Nico's a quick study. Obviously a very sharp guy for how he rose to power at Nike and was so heavily coveted. And now we're, I think, starting to see the early returns of him being on the job for about 15 months.
I'm very excited that EA Sports, they told The Athletic that even though there's a recent lawsuit from the Brander Group regarding the name, image, and likeness for the game, it's not going to impact the game's planned release date next summer in 2024. Thank goodness,
dude.
Absolutely, thank goodness. I'm getting really irritated by this name. Just get the damn game out, okay? Just put the game out, please.
That's one of those games that might make us, Chuck, ask to be roommates again in Oxnard, bring a console, and we'll just be dialing up the NCAA 24 video game.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Oxnard long.
Gosh,
They have pretty good Wi-Fi there at that Port Hueneme Holiday Inn.
They do. It's not bad. Not bad at all.
I've done some Warzone over the years.
All right, really quickly, I know you did order Zalat, which is delicious, National Detroit-style pizza day. Didn't want to do a top 10 list on that because I think I've done it before in terms of styles of pizza, but do you have a preferred style of pizza? Like Detroit style, deep dish style. You've got the Neapolitan, which is like the thin, crispy, dark crust underneath.
I think it's the New York style.
New York, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really discriminate, just first and foremost, but yes, I think I would prefer it to be a thin triangular pizza.
What do you
it's like slice.
What do you think, Lucius?
Would I prefer?
Yeah, just style of pizza.
It's going to sound corny, but the Pizza Hut thin crust meat lovers.
That's a nice pizza.
I'm into the thin crust as well.
That's just me.
Honestly, I'm kind of out of the
What style is that? I don't know.
Thin crust.
Probably thin crust, sure.
Okay,
Thin crust. It's closer to Neapolitan, I believe, but yeah, thin crust. I'm kind of not that into the Chicago deep dish.
No, it's not good. Detroit, I don't know, not
And
preferred.
maybe I just haven't had a good one. It's very possible. But to me, it's like, it's too much dough. I just don't think the ratio is good.
I don't even know if I've actually had one yet. There's like a Rosati's or something, Chicago deep dish pizza place near me, and I keep wanting to try it. But I don't know if I've ever actually even had it. It sounds like it'd be good. It's sauce and bread and cheese and whatever meats. Like, I don't think it could be bad.
No, I wouldn't say it's bad.
You eat it with a fork?
It's not. No, hell no. I'm not eating pizza with a fork. I'm not doing that.
Well, because this is like a lasagna or something.
Well, you can still hold it with the hand.
Okay.
I mean, at least in my experience with it, maybe that's why it wasn't good. Maybe it wasn't loaded with enough sauce and ooey gooey cheese goodness.
I mean, those pizzas are good too. I think there's an old like bumper sticker that pizza is like intimacy.
It's always good,
even when it's bad. It's still pretty good.
Damn right.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Top 10 most technical fouls in NBA history. Now, we did rattle off the top 3 thanks to Brian, who he can't be patient. He did this yesterday. Who do you guys think's on this list? Yeah, give me some guesses of the top 10 before I rattle it off.
I mean, it's weird. I think there's a chance Luka could already be flirting with the top 10.
Luka's not in it. There is a Maverick, but it's not Luka.
Dennis Rodman.
Dirk
and Dennis Rodman are on this.
Dirk is on there? Dirk's a top 10 technical. I mean, that's longevity. He's been in the league
longevity.
as he's kind of a compiler that way.
He rose to prominence in the golden era of techs.
They weren't very they didn't penalize you that much for him, right? In terms of having a set number that gets you.
Yeah, I don't think there were suspensions.
Yeah.
No, there weren't. So Dirk's actually sixth most technical fouls in NBA history. He's got 192.
I don't think of him the same. Like with Luka, he's synonymous. Luka is for me with
Well, it was like as soon as you get into the league, Luka's getting it.
I don't totally remember that with Dirk, but maybe I'm just missing the boat there.
It was a long career.
It was a long career,
and there was a good amount of complaining from Dirk. Not as bad as Luka though.
No.
I would be surprised if Tim Duncan isn't on there.
Tim Duncan is not in here.
I can see him now with his arms out wide.
Yeah, just complaining.
He was
the most,
like, "What do you mean I just hacked Shaq?"
By the way, Rodman was 5th.
Okay.
So
where's Ron Artest?
Ron Artest isn't in the top 10 either.
Whoa!
I would have thought he was a guarantee.
I thought he got I thought that one night at the Malice in the Palace equaled like 20 technicals.
Yeah, no. Number 10 is Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
KG's got 172.
I can see that.
9 is Dwight Howard with 178, and he might be adding to it in Thailand or Taiwan, wherever he's playing right now.
I think he could be.
I believe it is Taiwan.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on Bangkok's team.
Is Chris Paul on this list?
No, but there is another guard on here. He's number 8. It's Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook, 183.
Out of the I guess we have like probably just a couple more remaining since we do know the top 3 from yesterday, even though I don't even really remember.
Number 7, I don't think you guys are going to get. It's 7 and 4, the only ones you haven't guessed. One is another guard, outstanding defensive player.
Gary Payton.
Gary Payton at number 4. Number 7.
Ooh, Draymond. Somebody texted in Draymond.
One-time All-Star, played with a variety of different teams. The Knicks, the Hornets, the Bucks.
Knicks, Hornets.
Had 192. He averaged 10 points and 8 boards per game over a 13-year career. Retired in 2003 as a member of the Bucks. Anthony Mason.
Oh, Anthony Mason, good player.
Anthony Mason at 7, Dirk at 6.
Really?
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah. Oh, gosh. R.I.P., sir. Dennis Rodman at 5, Peyton at 4, Rasheed Wallace at 3, Chuck at 2, and Karl Malone, number 1, most personal fouls in NBA history, or technical fouls.
Thank you, Bully. Zach Wolchuk's top 10 every afternoon at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, set for Mondays when Chris Young joins us and takes over that 4:20 segment. Okay, it's time now for LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Typically 5:40 every afternoon, but at 5:40 tonight, we're going to be in that Rangers pregame. Lucius, where are you taking us today?
I'm going to empty out the clip. That means I'm just going to empty out the folder of the audio here and hit you with some randos.
Sounds great. I'd love
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Mavs questions coming up at 5 o'clock for you. Time now for a 5:40 staple. We're doing it early today because Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. It's LA Live with Lucius.
Let's get it started right after the great Rick James. Here we go. Friday.
Well, all right, you squares.
Time is smoke. Fire up this funk.
Let's have a joke.
That's weed. That's weed.
It'll make you dance on the roof, Everybody get high.
That's weed. Bless everybody.
If you ain't choking, you ain't smoking. This is LA Live for Friday, June 23rd, 2023. It's Friday, baby. Like Garfield said, wake me up when it's Friday, and we are here, people. I had a great Thursday night. I still got my swim pants on from last night. Right now. No draws, just straight swim pants up in here. Let's see. All right, I got a question for the Tolos on a Friday. What's the dumbest thing someone got mad at you about on social media? What is the dumbest thing someone got mad at you about on social media? Like, bro, really? Really? We going there over this? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. I asked this yesterday, gathered up the information today, and I'm about to give it to you. First one right here before I get to you fellas was Walter Barber calling LeBron James the GOAT. Apparently got him a lot of heat on social media.
Oh, tore him up?
Yeah, people tore him up. Can't call LeBron James the GOAT on social media. How about you, Dawson? I know you get heat a lot. Too bad Broadus is in here, too. I know he gets some heat as well.
Big time. Yeah, I get torn up. I think last week I made a mistake and I was talking about triggered people. And, you know, I was talking about like the soft triggered people. And somebody came in and said, well, actually, there's people that have PTSD from serving our country that are triggered into trauma. And I'm like, my bad, bro. Didn't mean those ones. Right. I meant the softies. So sometimes they really let you know, maybe be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, there's always a well, actually guy. Well, actually.
Yeah.
How about you, Zach?
Man, this is tough. I don't know. Nothing really comes to mind. Now, yesterday somebody did kind of troll me. I put puck instead of pick when I tweeted about the Mavericks selections.
You idiot, dude.
One guy did kind of be like, why don't you spell pick right, you stupid bleep.
Wow.
That was a little bit silly. It was an accident.
No,
I put a U instead of an I.
right.
I'm sorry, and I can't edit. I'm not going to pay for the editing stuff.
Sounds like you deserved it.
I did. That was a schmucky move.
I think mine was it had to have been a sport. Probably the Trayvon Diggs thing. I think I said get Trayvon Diggs off my team when he intentionally missed George Kittle in the biggest moment of the Cowboys season. And I just got inundated with, he's still amazing and you know nothing about football. That was probably the number one.
Facts, man.
Why don't you shut up? Let's see. What's the dumbest thing someone got mad at you about on social media? I got answers like not answering DMs in a timely manner. Man, I sent you that DM 2 days ago. Why have you hit me back? Matter of fact, I'm unfollowing you. I'm out of here.
Wow.
Yikes. Yeah. The reply is optional, you know? I
tried to reply to them all at one time, but it might be 2 weeks after you sent me that DM.
Mm-hmm.
It might be 2-3 weeks, but I try to get to them all at one time in one day.
I don't know about you, Lucius, but I'm actually uncomfortably comfortable with having that little red icon on the app showing me how many notifications I'm cool. Like it sits there
It can sit and get nasty. It can get funky. Dude. It can have football numbers, bro.
It bothers the hell out of me. I've got to get it to go away. I immediately, I don't even care. I don't read all the replies. Just refresh it, boom, it's gone.
Hold on, I'm going to show the 416 unread text messages right there.
Unread text?
I ain't playing, bro. I'll get to you when I get to you, cuz.
I'm never texting you again now.
From 2017.
Yeah, a lot of that is those chat groups you get into and whatnot.
Yeah.
A lot of that is that too, by the way.
That's extreme, though.
Yeah, it is.
I ignore everything but the text.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I need to do better in life.
No, you're doing better than me at ignoring the phone.
Okay.
I think so.
What's the dumbest thing someone got mad at you about on social media? Someone said posted "Suck it, hillbillies" when NASCAR banned the Confederate flag. I guess the hillbillies got you. Called Emmitt Smith a top 3 running back of all time.
That's Bobby Belt. That's Bobby trolling. Calls himself a Cowboys insider and he wants to hate on the Cowboys.
Definitely Bobby's burner account there coming in.
Said a pic of a guy's wife looked like a can of busted biscuits. Yeah, bro, you will get some heat for that.
For sure.
And you got to relax, dog. I like busted biscuits.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I like a girl with some body on her. I like a girl like with some
Pushing for the
body
pushing,
on her.
baby.
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Little pop out between the belt line and the shirt.
I like when she jazz, bro. I like when she wears like a little half shirt. She got no business doing it. You can see the little belly coming out. That's me. Let's go eat some wings, girl.
Come on, girl. Get your crop top out here.
Let's go eat
That's
some
all
wings.
you, bro.
Come on, yeah, man. Shut up, fool. Shut up.
No, they're cute. They're
Hey,
cute.
he said, oh, that's cute. What's the dumbest thing someone got mad at you about on social media? Ooh, I probably shouldn't. For saying a biological man can't give birth.
Dare you say that?
We can do it.
I just hate that the music went away from me in that
know.
moment.
Like, oh, what are you going to say?
Oh, man, I got to read it too now. Let's see. Got blocked for telling a radio host to stop complaining about their job and talk sports.
Yeah.
Wonder who blocked him.
I mean, I can see you getting blocked for that. Stop complaining about your job and talk sports, dude. Hey, man, get out of here, bro.
I might have blocked somebody for that, but I don't think so. That sounds more like Sean's work to me.
That sounds like a Sean thing a little bit, yeah.
Let's see. Got heat because I said Tito's is not made in Texas, nor is it handmade.
Oh, my goodness.
You've been lied to.
It's supposed to be handmade in Austin, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a fact.
They get sold off to somebody in
I
a
don't know
big
if that's
distillery on the coast.
I can't super stand on that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Please don't disrespect Tito's like that again, sir.
No, yeah. Yes. 2 Tito's in the look. I ain't gonna
Quality
tell
Texas
y'all.
original. That's like saying In-N-Out's better than Whataburger.
Yeah, it's offensive.
You want your timeline to blow up? Have at it.
Got banned from the Flower Mound Cares group for offering a human kidney. Right here. Porch pickup only.
Porch pickup only.
Porch pickup only for the human kidney.
That's just good bidding right there.
That's fantastic. I like that.
Yeah, that's funny.
For saying Dak is a top 10 quarterback, and lots of his interceptions are not his fault.
Yeah, I got some hate for that.
Anything you say about Dak they're coming for you. For
Absolutely.
Sure. Any case.
Yeah.
You want to go middle, extreme good, extreme bad, either one. It's over for you.
Friday vibes. Tonight, hey, y'all should watch this video right here of Dennis Edwards. My man's jaw was he was grooving. Allegedly. And let's see, what's something else somebody got in trouble for on Instagram and stuff. Making fun of Lizzo. Okay, you need to stop. Let's go over to the next thing here. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. Our winner is a wild boy named Glenn Beck. Wild man right here. Alec Medford, you son of a gun, sent this to me. Listen to Glenn Beck trying to sign off his show.
Call Goldline. They're waiting for your call now at 866 Goldline. 866 Goldline. My N-word.
Wow, bro.
That didn't really. Back in a minute.
That didn't really come off the way I thought it would.
The Glenn Beck Program.
This is the Glenn Beck
He's doing
program.
his whole like voice, you know, and then that didn't really. Back in a minute.
Where's the dump button? when you need it?
Wow, bro. Come on,
Improv's gone wrong.
That's bad.
Call Goldline.
I'm
They're
sorry,
waiting
hold on.
for your call now at 866 Goldline. 866 Goldline. My N-word.
Ooh.
That didn't really. Back in a minute.
Yeah, get out.
Will you be back in a minute?
Dump, out. What are we doing?
Oh, geez, Glenn.
What are we doing, man? I got card papers, bro.
Man, I was listening to the tones of his voice. It's amazing how at the end of a word, it still holds with the
Holds down.
Yeah. He's got great pipes.
From Burbank, California. Yeah.
And he actually, it sounds like, because it wasn't like he was moving so quickly. You know, like he slowed down and gave himself a chance, to, like almost gave himself an out there. I don't have to do this. And then he just did it.
Yeah, he did.
I think
it.
he took his
He didn't have to do it, bro. He didn't have to do it.
He was thinking about it.
He was.
He's like, oh, no, I got to do it. They'll love this.
Hey, you guys know who Ricky Smiley is?
Yes,
The
in
comedian
morning.
Ricky Smiley. Yeah, thank you. All right, good. He's from Alabama. He's a comedian. He says he played football when he was in Alabama. high school football. That's what I said. This might be a whole lot of cap right here. Shannon Sharp believes it's cap as well. That means Ricky Smiley might be doing some lying, or maybe we just don't know about Ricky Smiley. Take it away.
Ask anybody in Birmingham. I played football, Shannon.
The interview was going so well, it was flowing beautiful.
It's still
I
flowing
love the way
beautiful.
we were transitioning, getting in and out of topic.
We're in a sports building. Go get a football right now.
Football.
Go run a dig route and watch when you turn around, it's in your chest. Go run a post corner. Run a post, hit that corner, turn around. I promise you, it will be right there.
Ricky, you 54.
It don't matter.
You haven't threw a football
Shannon,
in 30 years.
I have a son that play college ball, man.
That's not you. You don't play college ball. He does. You don't throw the football.
Shannon, I do. I have an arm. Go get a football. Stop talking about it. I got a workout video with Calvin Ridley. When he was playing at Bama, I went to the watch. I said, I play. He's like, yeah, you're kidding. I said, okay, do a 5 and out. He turned around, that ball was right there. I got the video on my Instagram. I showed it to you.
No, I'm good. I was a comedian. Before I played football, I did stand up.
Where?
The same place you played football at.
Even Calvin really didn't even believe it. Like, no, you don't. Go 5 yards, turn around, watch it be in your
5
chest.
yards. I'll stay. Put the ball wherever I want to.
Watch it be in your chest.
Well, I mean, it's not that hard to play some level of high school football, right? I mean, Peter Wolchuk was on the team.
I do love that. He didn't even give us I was a mean defensive end.
Yeah,
he went right to quarterback. I was a quarterback.
He went all the way for it, bro.
Spinning that
It'll be in your chest. Everybody in Alabama knows. Too. Ask anybody. All right, man, that's my time. Y'all have a good weekend. I'm trying to keep it on the clock and everything.
Yeah.
And everybody's.
I know what it's like to be of a certain age and still feel like you can get it done. I looked at this video with Calvin Ridley. It's a decent pass. It's accurate. It's got a nice spin to it.
Got a little zip?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot it out the sky when you see it?
No. That was decent. Might have a little bit more touch on it than our guy, actually.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I got to run. That was uncalled. It's a Friday. Mavs questions.
Doesn't have the same huddle presence there.
Yeah, I don't know if the power's there, but maybe.
Turn around and be right in your chest.
I want to know what you guys have to say about the biggest question facing the Mavs going forward. I got a half dozen of them for you, and then we'll get to Jared Sandler and Rangers baseball as they visit the Yanks here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day as we have some Mavs content here for you. I have some top questions as we head into free agency and the rest of this offseason. I want to know how my guys feel about it. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Broadus is out. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup, and you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Jared Sandler's coming up in about 15 minutes. He'll give you the very latest on the Rangers visiting the Yankees. A little rain in the area. You on pregame tonight, Wolchuk?
I'm on pregame tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay.
So I'll have it over the weekend.
Right on. What do you think about this if you're Luka and his agent? 877-881-1053. You know, there was talk as the season wound down that maybe next year Luka could start looking elsewhere if he doesn't like the way that you are headed. Has this convinced him in any way, if you're Luka?
I'd like to think that they already had this kind of in their mind on the front end of it, and they felt like, okay, we don't have to try and swing for the fences. We don't have to give up a young guy to go get a Clint Capella to be super, super win now. Now, I think as they get into free agency here, it's going to be a lot about win now kind of pieces because you can't just completely neglect winning now. You can't have enough. I don't think you can duplicate your season that you had last year and expect a happy Luka by any stretch. But I think if you can get into the playoffs, then you're in a good place. And I think they're positioning themselves to be able to be a playoff contending team. And I think they understand that with the new CBA and the way the league's going to be constructed, it's going to be harder for the superstar to just snap his fingers and go to a different team whenever he wants to. So, and maybe they've gotten some good words from Luka, firsthand to where he's kind of put them at ease about that. I don't know, but with the way they carried themselves last night, it felt like that's a team that's confident that they're not losing Luka next summer.
Yeah, it seems like they've got a plan. I don't think that the moves last night impacted Luka's decision-making in either way. Like, hey, I'm here to stay. Here I'm ready to go. I do think Luka likes it in Dallas. They were in the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago. I think there's been a little bit of knee-jerk reaction to just how far this team is because of just a bad taste the end of that season was and how bad they were defensively. But look, this is a team you get in the postseason when you've got two guys that are top 10 level talents in Kyrie and Luka, and this is assuming Kyrie's back. You never know what can happen. And even the Nuggets, like we don't know how much to expect from these rookies. A guy like Christian Brown stepped up and gave them energy in big moments in the postseason as well. So, I mean, these rookies, you don't want to put too much on their plate, but hopefully these guys can come in and contribute somewhat and still help this team win now.
The biggest issue was defensively. It's hard to know with young players because experience and team concepts can matter a lot defensively, but so does just young legs and being athletic and being quicker than the old guys that you're staying in front of. So, do you feel like their defense is better now? How to what extent have they already improved the defense that got horrible to close last season?
Man, if these guys can step in and I feel like the Omax dude is going to be able to step in and be a legit defender. So I think just that alone right there helps you quite a bit. And then if Lively as the season progresses, I mean, that's his calling card is the defense. Everybody's talking about him as instant impact defense. So if he can be a solid rim protector for you, and then you have Omax being the versatile, long, athletic wing guy, which they absolutely needed. They needed the rim protection and they needed the wing defense. They did both of those. If these guys can go out there and give them 20 minutes a night, then I think your defense is a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, you get that Dorian Finney-Smith type of perimeter defender and a rim protector, probably better than any of the rim protectors they had last year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Finley said, Lively gives them something they haven't had. And he's 100% right. And I think it's fair to question what are you going to get offensively from Lively, but I think he's going to give you at least 15 good minutes defensively every single night, and then we'll see how that offensive game develops. Omax, out of the three guys, I know Rashawn Holmes is a proven commodity who's had really good seasons and has kind of fallen off the last couple, which is why you were able to get him. Omax is the guy I'm most excited about.
Okay, next question here on the Mavs, and this is more league-wide, but I think it's more relevant for the Mavs because they do have a European superstar. We go to The Guardian, and Bobby Belt sent me this article earlier. Europe's Jokic and Antetokounmpo show America how to be a balanced superstar. And their premise is that the idea of the Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, ball is life type of obsessed American superstar could be transitioning out as the new top players in the game are European and saying things like, hey, it's not all about winning and losing. It's the joy of the journey and being with your friends and trying to do better next year. What do you think about that dynamic?
That is interesting. I hadn't really considered that. I mean, we are looking at something pretty unique with the guy Nikola Jokic who can be the best in his profession and not seem it actually seems very obvious that it's not his number one biggest passion.
No, it's just awesome.
I don't know how many people can really get away with that. I mean, Luka is really, really dang talented. He might be in that 1% of the 1% that's talented enough to not have basketball be his number one and winning be his everything. But, I mean, seeing the way Luka is the competitor that he is in a lot of ways. Now, he's not the competitor in that, I'm going to dial in every part of my life because I want to win so bad and I'm willing to be disciplined 12 months out of the year with the things I do to and for my body. He hasn't reached that level of competitiveness like a Kobe or even a Dirk ended up developing and what LeBron has obviously developed and Michael Jordan, But when it comes to just the general game in, game out competitiveness, it seems like it's extremely high, and he's probably not cut quite from the same cloth as like a Nikola Jokic, who is a little bit, willy-nilly when it comes to this stuff.
Right. I think Luka really does love the sport. I mean, the dude goes and plays deep into May, almost June a year ago, and then immediately goes and plays international ball. Like, doesn't take any break. So he's constantly playing. It is interesting. I think a lot of that has to do with like culture and way of life. If you've ever been to Europe or other countries, it's very different, the mindset, and just, I mean, even, the patience. You don't sit down. Everything's not immediately brought to you right away. Like, we're just in America. We're one of those societies. We want everything ASAP. Everything's at our fingertips. It's not quite the same when you travel worldwide. I think there's a different mindset with some of these European players.
Yeah, we're here to enjoy life and instead of just go to the next accomplishment. And I think it's the workaholics of the American culture that produce this mindset in basketball. I don't think it's a healthier mindset. I think Europe's probably got it right. Because I do think America has sort of a toxic relationship with winning and competition compared to them. And I would say I don't think like the Jordan and Kobe mentality is necessary to get the absolute best out of yourselves. Because, I mean, Jokic and Giannis, they hold up. Their games stand up. And I think there are going to be Americans that have more of a European mindset, like maybe a Steph Curry. He doesn't have any toxicity in there, and there's going to be some European dudes that maybe are a little bit more toxic.
Yeah, but I think there's like you can be the Jokic, you can be the Giannis and win one. Can you consistently over a double-digit year-long career continue? Like, I think you need that competitiveness. The more you get it, does that make you hungrier and more competitive, or does it make you less like I got mine? I think that almost your hunger and your drive has to continue to go up as the years go on, especially if you're somebody who's won one. Will Jokic be the winning kind of guy that Kobe was, that Michael Jordan was? Will Giannis be that guy? Or will they be, hey, really, really great players for a lot of years in the NBA, they won one title? Cool.
No, I think that's a great point. As you get older, if you're going to continue to win, maybe it does have to be the biggest thing in your life because you're going to have to sacrifice a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the longevity aspect of it. That's what makes LeBron so special, right?
Interesting.
I mean, the dude went to 9 straight NBA finals. He puts in the work. He puts in the money and the time and effort on his body.
Yeah, great perspective on these stories, gentlemen. Coming up next, it's time for Jared Sandler to join us. He'll get you the weather update out of New York, and we'll talk to him about Rangers-Yanks next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is baseball time with the pregame coming up in 12 minutes. First pitch, 6:05, as the Rangers will take on the Yankees. Jared Sandler's preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Our Rangers coverage is brought to you by Tylock, George Eye Care, and the segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Shoot, yeah, boy. Let's go out to the Bronx, where Sands is standing by with your baseball info. And a good evening, Jared. How are you?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, hey, what's up? What's up?
What's up,
broski?
Jared Sandler.
Hey.
You staying dry? How's the weather?
Weather's fine. It's not raining right now. They're getting the field ready to play.
Let's go.
I don't think we're gonna have any issues tonight. Overcast skies, but.
Oh, all right. So no issues tonight. How about over the weekend? Are we in for 3 on sked?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to commit to that. I don't know.
Commit.
Tomorrow could be a little bit of a coin flip, but we're good for tonight.
Right on. That. Well, I know we're going to be good for tomorrow either way because our guy Zach Wolchuk is going to be doing the pre and post game show. And
get some rain delay theater ready, Zach.
Perfect, right?
Yeah. He was making plans earlier. I'll let you know he's loaded for Bear Boy. I don't.
He's excited about it too.
Yeah, he could probably go 7 or 8 hours, wouldn't you say, Wolchuk?
Ready to hang.
How about that?
Ready to hang with you, Jay.
Random question here, Sans. Have you ever gone out and looked at all the statues outside?
Well, I went to Monument Park when I got here really early today. I went to go to Monument Park out in center field. And so that is the extent of my exploration so far. Are there statues outside of Yankee Stadium?
I meant that outside of the playing area there.
I did.
Park
I did. Yeah, I did go to Monument Park today. It was a lot of fun. The history. I know that this building itself is not old Yankee with all the history, but the history of this organization that is encapsulated within these grounds. I mean, it's absolutely remarkable.
Did you have a favorite out there?
Well, I'll tell you, I didn't realize this. There's a plaque for Nelson Mandela for when he came to Yankee Stadium.